Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla i-Afrika. Haleluya. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Mandela embodies courage.
He never wanted to take the credit for himself.
He is a man who has taught us the importance of giving selflessly.
He embodies selflessness, the ability to look beyond one's own needs, one's own desires, and do what needs to be done for society as opposed to just myself.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla i-Afrika. Haleluya. Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. So go free, go. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Well, a very good morning to you. It is Friday. It's the end of the week. It's December the 13th. Welcome to another of our special broadcasts. My name is Leanne Manus. And this morning, of course, is the last opportunity that South Africans will have in order to pay their last respects to our late President Nelson Mandela. As you know, for the last 2 days, he's been lying in state at the Union buildings in Pretoria, and each morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, his body is transported from the one military hospital through the streets of Pretoria all the way until the Union buildings. Now, news that we're getting in this morning is that the queues are already winding across the city, and it's unbelievable scenes that are already transpiring this morning. Now, these are visuals from yesterday, where this is the exact scene that we have seen for the last 2 days, and once again, for the final time, you will see this particular picture. I know that there has been a call on South Africans to descend on the capital city to form a massive guard of honor for this morning's procession, because this, of course, being one of those moments where South Africans could possibly get the final glimpse of their late president in one way or another. You know, there is only a limited amount of people that are able to go through to the Union buildings and view. I know that there were many disappointed people yesterday that the queue had to be cut off at some stage, because it was just, you know, I am seeing a photograph on the front page of the newspaper, and it's just unbelievable. It's actually quite incredible to see how many people were lining the streets. Now, we're going to be getting all the updates from the Union buildings. Levo is there this morning, so she's going to be chatting to Colin Shabani, the Minister in the Presidency, and they'll be updating us on all of this. You know, just having a look, I'm going to ask my director, Johan, to just cut out of these visuals from yesterday and just to show you the front page of the newspaper this morning, because I'm sure many of you haven't left the houses yet. But have a look at that. What does that remind you of? Just zoom into that. Look at that queue. No, this is not the 1994 elections, because I can understand if that's where your mind takes you. This was yesterday at one of the park and ride facilities in Pretoria, where people were queuing to catch a bus so that they could go and view the body. I mean, that is unbelievable. What a photograph. And the same is actually happening this morning. People are already phoning in and saying that the queue could be as long as 7 kilometers. That's how long the queue could be at this point in time. So everybody flocking down to the capital city so that they can actually go and view the body. And unfortunately, not everybody going to get that opportunity. I imagine if you are planning to leave the house now, my instinct tells me that it's possibly a little bit too late already, because of the amount of people that have descended. Now, what you're seeing on your screen, of course, are not live visuals. This is the procession that has happened for the last 2 days. And once again, here on SABC, during this special broadcast, we will bring it to you live. It's a very formalized procession, and this, of course, will be the last time that this will be happening. All right, let's actually cross over to the Union Buildings right now, and let's say good morning to my colleague Lebo, who is there. She's broadcasting from there, and as mentioned, she's going to be joined by the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane. Lebo, a very good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Leanne, and welcome to our viewers who've just tuned in. As Leanne had said, we are out at the Union Buildings. It is, of course, the last day where South Africans from all over can come and view the body of former President Nelson Mandela. Queues have already started, so if you're about to leave home, please do yourself a favor. Leave home now, because it is the last day. I imagine a lot of people are going on holiday at the moment. Most companies are closing today, so people will have a lot of time on their hands to come through to the Union Building. So leave home now if you haven't already left. Make your way through to the park and ride centers. There's about 3 set up around the city of Pretoria, where you get your bus that ferries you through to the Union Buildings. Queues have already started building up. As Leanne had said, we're going to be speaking to the Minister in the Presidency, Dr. Collins Shabane, about logistics, about further things that, remember there's reports on Twitter now that there's a picture that has come out of Tata Matiba. Whether that picture is true, what government can do about it, South Africans, why has that picture been leaked to the media? But let's head back. We'll talk about the plans. Remember, it's tomorrow. The body then moves to Qunu. It needs to be flown to Umtata and then driven to Qunu. We'll talk to the Minister in the Presidency. Logistics, how are those going to work in a minute? So let me head you back to Leanne, and then by the time you come back to us, we'll have the Minister right here with us.
All right, thank you very much, Lebo. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on in the program to get all of those details as and when they do happen. So just to remember what's happening today, and we'll give you those details. Madiba's body will lie in state for a 3rd and final day today. And what's going to be happening is that many members of the public are going to file their way there. And, of course, tomorrow the body will then be flown from Qunu, from the Air Force Base to Qunu in the Eastern Cape. And then, of course, the funeral will take place on Sunday. Now, thousands of people are expected to descend on the Union Buildings again this morning. Park and ride services, and they will be in operation at the Pretoria Showgrounds, the LC de Villiers Sports Grounds and the Fountains Valley Resort. The Park and Ride service has come in for strong criticism by many South Africans who queued for hours but were not able to view Mandela lying in state. Authorities say the number of people wishing to view Mandela is large, and they are doing their best to accommodate as many people as possible. Several memorial services will meanwhile take place throughout the country to honour the former president. Services will be held at the Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban, Nelson Mandela Stadium in East London, Delft Sports Stadium in Cape Town, the Regina Mundi Catholic Church in Soweto, and services also held in Kimberley. The Northwest also joined millions of other South Africans and the world in remembering the life and times of the former statesman Nelson Mandela. Thousands packed the James Motlatsi Stadium in Orkney to celebrate their fallen hero. From music groups, traditional healers to church denominations, all gathered for a common cause.
The first commander-in-chief of Umkhonto weSizwe celebrated, united in diversity, to bid farewell to a struggle veteran, father of the nation, a unifier and a world icon. One of them, praise singer Bobby Dlamini, who just before the first democratic elections praised Madiba for his resilience in a poem.
I grieve for thee, my father Mandela. Very pleasant as thou been to me. Thy love to me was wonderful. Passing the love of women, how are the mighty fallen?
The country's popular culture in the form of music also played a critical role in conscientizing the masses about the injustices of apartheid. Today's artists can express themselves freely without any fear of censorship. But of vital importance is that element of nostalgia, to always remember one's roots.
I will sing the songs that have built us, that have made us strong, songs about Mandela, songs about our legends, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo. I will sing them so that our children don't forget.
It is evident that the spirit of liberation and of Mandela and other leaders of his generation still find resonance in the hearts and minds of many. However, the question remains, are we upholding his values as the nation?
What is important for us is the vision Nelson Mandela has created. We may differ in terms of the tactics and the approach in the implementation and realization of that vision, but the vision remains. And I'm convinced that the ANC will always find strength in itself, especially during critical time, to rebound and be able to find direction and implement the decision and the vision Nelson Mandela has left for all of us.
Of concern, though, is also whether the current crop of leadership is servicing the poor and the marginalized as Madiba would have wanted.
Those of us who are leaders and public servants must always remember that for Madiba, the people came first. Therefore, service delivery that is of quality, that upholds the standards of our people, must be primary.
On Sunday, Madiba will be laid to rest. As the nation mourns his death, perhaps a thorough introspection is needed to really check whether or not his values have been neglected. Selwa Tatai, SABC News, Orkney in Klerksdorp.
The Hindu community in Cape Town has paid a moving tribute to the late former President Nelson Mandela. The Hindu Association of South Africa held the memorial service at the Samaj Centre in Athlone outside Cape Town. Dozens of people from the Hindu community came together to honour and celebrate Madiba's legacy. The Hindu Association says it will continue to keep the Madiba magic alive. Children also paid tribute to the late father of the nation, saying they derive inspiration from his story of bringing freedom to South Africa. Former Deputy Justice Minister Johnny de Lange says while Madiba was an ANC leader, he was also prepared to be led by others. He says current ANC leaders will continue to be guided by Madiba's moral values. All right, well, talking of Cape Town, let's actually cross to our reporter, Mariska Botha, who is at a taxi rank in Cape Town, just speaking to some of the commuters this morning and just getting the feeling amongst some Cape Townians. Mariska, good morning to you. What's the feeling amongst Cape Townians?
Well, Good morning to you, Leanne. Yes, we're crossing to you live from the Joe Garby taxi and bus terminus in Philippi on the Cape Flats. Now, it's still a bit early for commuters to be here, but we're expecting them to come in their thousands a day and later on in the weekend to make their way home to the Eastern Cape and other parts of the province, other parts of the country. But it's from here that people will basically make their way to their homes and possibly to parts in the Eastern Cape close to where Madiba will be buried, and possibly even Kunu. We hope to find that out a little bit later and speak to commuters exactly about that. But the mood in Cape Town in general has been quite somber the past few days since Madiba has been lying in state. The feeling on the streets it's quite muted, and you can see that people are finally, it's sinking in. People are realizing that he is really gone. But from here, we'll speak to MEC of the Transport in the Western Cape, Robin Carlisle, to tell us about their plans and keeping people safe when they travel on the roads to their homes across the country. And we're also speaking to Kenny Africa, head of traffic in the Western Cape, to tell us also more what contingency plans are in place to also ensure that people are safe when they travel. And right here on site at Joe Garby terminus, there is a test site where buses and taxis are tested before they are allowed into the rank to pick up people to ensure that they go home safely. But we hope to get back to you a little bit later, speaking to commuters about the feeling and the mood and how they feel about making their way to the Eastern Cape on this very, very sad weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Mariska. We'll catch up with you again a little bit later on. Meanwhile, in the village of Humotro in the northwest, The late President Nelson Mandela was hailed as a champion of the downtrodden. Traditional leaders gave their people a chance to bid Madiba farewell at a low-key memorial service. Residents thanked Madiba for ending apartheid. He was also praised for the strides he made in the emancipation of women and rural people. The city of Cape Town and various communities have planted trees in 5 parks across the city to honour former President Nelson Mandela. The olive, assegai and ficus trees have been associated with Madiba's qualities. These trees have been described as a symbolic resemblance to many qualities displayed by the late statesman. City of Cape Town Mayoral Committee member on Community Services, Belinda Walker, says trees are both strong and have a profound impact on the people around them. Trees were also planted at Makana Square Park in Langa. Other ceremonies were held in other areas such as Gugulethu as well as Athlone. Botswana nationals have expressed their deepest condolences for the passing of Madiba. Both young and old who attended the Mandela Memorial Lecture at the University of Botswana in Gaborone last night say the values and messages that Madiba preached have changed their lives. Mandela's longtime friend and fellow Robben Island prisoner Michael Dingake says Mandela gave hope to all Africans and the global community for a better world for all. During the dark days of apartheid, several houses around Gaborone hosted South Africans fleeing from oppression. Memorial services have been held throughout Botswana in honour of Nelson Mandela. All right, we'll continue to bring you some news stories throughout the morning and tell you how the world, the continent and South Africa are paying their respects to Madiba. Well, it has been an unprecedented raining week. It's been unbelievable. It doesn't matter where you go. I mean, last night it was raining. It feels like if we had to tell people that it's summer, I don't think many people would believe us if we had to speak to the international community. I'm busy looking at Andile right now because this weather is just bizarre. Is this going to continue through the weekend? I mean, if we have to look at the Eastern Cape for the funeral this weekend, Andile, what are we looking at? Rainy conditions in Kuno as well?
Thank you very much to you, Leanne, and welcome once again to Morning Live on this Friday morning. We're seeing a bit of a lift in as far as the weather is concerned in and around the Republic today and tomorrow. We are expecting just a bit of cloud for most of the central interior, but if you're in the eastern half of the country, this morning you're waking up to some fog, especially in parts of Gauteng, the Highveld of Mpumalanga. Up to a 60% chance of scattered showers are expected in parts of Mpumalanga, and 30% are expected to take us all the way through to the weekend, especially along the Gauteng province, KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. So Kunu is amongst the regions that are going to see quite a bit of rainfall as we head towards your Saturday and on Sunday. Temperature-wise, though, we're expecting those temperatures to remain into the early to mid-teens. There 12 in Johannesburg this morning, 16 in Pretoria. We're also going to see those temperatures just hovering into the mid to high teens along the southeastern coastline. Port Elizabeth at 16, East London sharing that temperature as well. Port St. John's at 17 and Durban starting the day at 18. So it is going to be quite warm to hot later on into the day. Later on today, we're expecting places in the Northern Cape to get quite hot into the mid-30s there. 34 degrees expected in Uppington, 27 in Cape Town. But if you're already making your way towards the Eastern Cape, temperatures will remain into the early 20s. In Pretoria, we're seeing the temperatures just barely touching the 30-degree mark. 29 is your high, 27 in Johannesburg, and it's also going to get quite hot and uncomfortable for parts of the northeastern parts of the country. Now, just zooming in and showing temperatures into the union buildings there, Pretoria are going to be seeing quite a bit of a heat there. We are expecting some isolated showers later on into the day, so we are expecting a bit of thunder showers later on into the day. Showers are expected there. We're also expecting those wind speeds to moderate just a bit, around about 10 kilometers per hour from a northwesterly direction, especially for parts of the northern parts of Pretoria there. Otherwise, we still are expecting quite a bit of rainfall later on this afternoon. It is going to be isolated, a little bit less than what we expected in the past few days or so. Well, that's all from me for now. I'll bring you a detailed weather forecast in a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Andile. We'll catch up with you again later on. Now, Nelson Mandela would have approved South Africa and Cuba rekindling a close bond. The two leaders met in Pretoria yesterday.
President Jacob Zuma hosted Cuban President Raul Castro at the presidential residence, Matlamba Ndlovu, both seeking to enhance the relationship started by their predecessors. Mandela and Fidel Castro were close allies and comrades. Cuba actively supported the ANC and its armed wing Umkhonto weSizwe during the exile years. Mandela visited Cuba in 1991 to thank Castro for supporting the fight against apartheid. The warm relations live on.
The president has been able to give me a briefing about what's happening in Cuba and Latin America in general. I also had an opportunity to give the president the developments in South Africa as well as in the continent of Africa. We also discussed about the bilateral relations between the two countries.
Our relations continue to develop and consolidate. Relations between Cuba and South Africa continue to develop and consolidate. We are brothers and sisters in our blood.
A brief encounter between Castro and U.S. President Barack Obama at Tuesday's memorial service caused a stir. Obama faced a backlash from Republican rivals in the wake of the handshake. The two countries have not had diplomatic relations since 1960. Embargoes imposed on the communist regime are still in place. The White House said it was not pre-planned. Cuba suggested it could be the beginning of the end of the U.S. aggressions against the country. Cuban president is one of the heads of state who remained behind to attend former President Nelson Mandela's funeral in Kunu on Sunday. Montlengani Dipoko, SABC, Pretoria.
All right, let's now cross to Lebo Tenane, who is at the Union Buildings, and she's joined by the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane. Lebo?
Thank you, Leanne, and good morning to our viewers who've just joined us. We are, yes, at the Union Buildings. This is where South Africans can come and view the body of former President Nelson Mandela. Now to speak of logistics and what is going to happen over the next 2 days or so, we are joined by the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane. Minister, good morning. Welcome to Morning Live.
Good morning.
How would you sum up the past 4 days or so? I mean, it was a week yesterday, so how would you sum up a week in terms of government and what you've been able to achieve over the past couple of days?
We think everything is going well. Obviously, there are quite a number of issues which we need to follow up, like the interpreter and others. But in general, I think everything went very well.
Are you satisfied with everything that has taken over in spite of the delicious?
Under the circumstances, I think we have done very well as South Africans. And thank you for our people who are giving support. And as you see today, people are at the park and rides aiming to come and view the body for the last time.
What do we need to improve on heading into the last 2 days of the funeral?
Unfortunately, every day is different from the other. We deal with new issues altogether, new venues, new characters, new everything. So there's very few to learn from the past, and the things are moving very fast. However, what I could say is that I think South Africans, they should keep up the spirit wherever you are until we finalize whatever we're doing, until we unveil the statue on Monday, and we need to keep that spirit. We just keep on going.
I mean, there were reports that government was discouraging heads of state from heading to Kunu because of logistics. Is that true, or how many heads of state are you expecting in Kunu for Sunday's funeral?
At the moment, I don't have the numbers as to how many have confirmed that they're coming. But obviously, apart from discouraging heads of states, they know there's a protocol which is used. Once they've attended the memorial service, in most cases, they take that as being having attended the funeral. But nevertheless, if we would have been irresponsible, if you wanted 101 heads of states in Kunu, they will never get a space to park their aircraft. Not even Durban Airport could accommodate them. Not even East London could accommodate them. So therefore, it is important for us to advise. We are not saying they should not come, we just advise, and then they take their decision.
Are you talking to the Tshwane government about improving whatever's left of today? I mean, it's the last day, and a lot of people are going to come through today because of maybe the companies closing down and it's heading into the December holidays. Are you talking to them about improvements ahead of this last day?
We're in contact with China. Our operational center is in contact with China. I've been speaking to the mayor yesterday several times. I went to some of the park and rides. I realized what the problem was. In the main yesterday, apart from the number of people which we had, the buses were slow. And part of the reasons is that's why people would pack up for a long time. And we're trying to improve that, bring more buses, and try to see if we can't increase the speed of buses to take people through. We're likely not to take everybody, as you know, because we have got limited time. But I think we are going to take a sufficient number which will be representatives of the South African population.
Minister, we've had, on social network, the reports that there is a picture circulating on Twitter of Utata Mandela. Is there something that the presidency can do about it? How do we stop something like this from repeating itself?
I just hope that the picture is a fake, like any other thing which becomes fake from time to time. We really hope that's a fake, but we need to investigate, check what the issues are, and then we'll take it from there. But we should not be distracted at this point in time and chase against the picture, whereas we've got a major task to accomplish by Sunday. Let's focus on this time. The picture is not running away. Once we're finished with the task, we'll come back and deal with those issues.
Now, a lot of retail shops have announced that they'll close on Sunday. Is there any way that there'll be an official announcement from the presidency that it is a holiday, or would be, premature to take a blanket decision?
I know as South Africans we do like holidays. We like our holidays very much, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in time, especially that it's a Sunday. It's not necessary for us to declare holiday. I think those who are closing, I think they're closing because they want to show respect. They want to make their contribution in one way or the other. And I think if they want to do that, they should be allowed to do it.
Now, Minister, tomorrow, what happens at the Waterkloof then before the body heads to Mthatha and then to Qunu?
Tomorrow in the morning, we are going to collect the body from 1 Mil Hospital, and then we'll go to the Waterkloof Air Base. The body will then be handed over to the ANC. And then the ANC will have their farewell at the hangar there. And when they finish, they hand over the body to the military. The military take it to the Eastern Cape. Whether it will be Mthatha or East London, it will be determined by the weather. And then from there, once we are there, at some point, the military will hand over the body back to the ANC, and the ANC hand it back to the family. And at the end, when we go for burial the following day, the family hand it back to the government to do the final interment.
Is there any chance that the viewing period could be extended, given that there were reports like yesterday that there were people that were turned away, and we're expecting more numbers today?
You can extend. I can give you now. You can extend for a month. You'll never satisfy people, because there are lots of people who didn't come. You extend it by a month, and then people from Swaziland will have to come, Lesotho, Zimbabwe. How do you stop it? Now, at least we need to have, I think the family has been generous enough. And I think the government has been generous enough to have provided the facility. The family has been generous enough to give us this time for South African people to have their day. And I think let's give them that chance. Let's go and finish the task and do what is necessary.
What's your message to South Africans who are making their way through here? What's the best advice right now?
I don't know what the status is now at the Park and Rise. But if we have to go as to what happened yesterday, there were lots of people in all Park and Rise who could not, so we can't stop anybody. What will stop people is whether we'll be able to make the time of 5:30 as normal. If we can make that time and able to deal with everyone, it's fine. But if people are going there will be an advisory during the day. I think after we do an assessment around 1 o'clock to see if the crowd, the people who are there, will be able to go through in the remaining hours. If we think they are not going to go through, advise people that we're closing now. If you have not been there, don't come. So they might just listen to radios. Around that time, we do send a message out that don't. If you are not there as yet, please don't go there.
I think I heard something on the radio last night that there might be an extension to 6 o'clock if needs be. Is that possible at all? Have you been able to maybe ascertain it?
Let's work on 5:30. Whether there's an extension 6 o'clock or not, it doesn't matter. It's just an extension of 30 minutes anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's stick to 5:30. By 5:30, that is our target to close. As you could, in the past 2 days, around 5:30, it has been raining. There was a storm. So even if you want to extend, if it happens like it happened yesterday and day before yesterday, still you have to close anyway. Let's stick to 5:30. Let's make sure we are there on time. Let our drivers for the buses and the authorities who are marshalling the traffic make sure that at least we put people quicker. And those who are in the queues, move faster so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Yesterday, I think we could have done about 39,000 people. Yeah. And the day before yesterday, because it was half a day, 21,000. If we increase the pace a little bit, we think we can do more today than we did in the past 2 days.
All right, Minister, thank you so much for talking to us. Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane, giving us an update on what is going to happen, logistics until Sunday. Most shops will be closed on Sunday, but it's not an official holiday. Let's head back to Leanne in Auckland Park. We'll come back in a moment.
All right, thank you very much, Lebo, for the update. So you heard it here. There isn't going to be an extension, and this is not going to be an opportunity that you'd like to miss. But unfortunately, I think if you haven't left yet, I doubt it that you'll make it to view the body today. But however, you know, you can still get a sense if you're standing in the streets with a guard of honor, and if you are there to be able to witness that, it's just as incredible. So I think if you can get down to the capital city, the motorcade should be leaving in around about a half an hour from one military hospital. So if you can make your way to Madiba Street, then I think that would be your best option at this point in time. Let's now go to Mthatha. Janine Lee is there, and tomorrow, of course, this will see the body of Nelson Mandela leaving the Air Force Base and making its way to Mthatha, and it will then be transported to Qunu, where the funeral is going to be held on Sunday. Janine, how are things in Mthatha right now?
Thanks, Leanne. Well, from a relatively slow start to the 10-day mourning period, things have heated up here considerably. I'm here just on the outskirts of Mthatha. I'm at the main intersection. Just off to my right is the road that links to the airport, and we believe that the widow Mrs. Graça Machel will come through this road in a vehicle with Winnie Mandela, and they will meet up with the N2. And Nelson Mandela's body, however, from the Mthatha airport, that body will be brought straight through the CBD, through the area of Mthatha, and it will continue along the N2 towards Qunu. Now, even from yesterday morning, very early, a number of people on either side of the N2 standing 5 abreast. They were walking slowly towards Qunu with sticks, picking up litter, cleaning up as they went along. And what you're seeing now is that's the road that leads out of Mthatha off through the hills to Qunu. And this road during the day and during the evening has been extremely busy. A number of police vehicles, blue lights up and down, sirens. And come Sunday and even from tomorrow, it's going to be a virtual shutdown except for accredited personnel and, of course, all the main military vehicles, police vehicles and traffic. Behind me already, possibly you can see traffic police diverting traffic. No big trucks are allowed on that road already. And as from yesterday, we were sort of running 12 hours behind as a result of the rain. But we believe that authorities worked through the night, so we've probably made up a lot of those hours, making sure that things are on track for Sunday.
All right, thank you very much, Janine. We'll once again cross to you in a short while or throughout the program. Just to let you know, I'd like to just give you a heads up that there has been a major accident on the M1 in Cape Town. We've just been given this information. The road has been closed. I'm not too sure in which direction, however, but we're phoning the traffic officials right now so that we can give you more details on that one. So this is an accident in M1 in Cape Town. So we'll get you all of the details in a couple of minutes' time. That road has been closed down. Our reporter Mariska Botha is there, so she'll give us all of the details. And in fact, we've got her on the line right now. Mariska, can you give us some more details about this accident? Whereabouts on the M1 and where is it closed?
Yes, we have with us the Chief Director of Traffic in the Western Cape, Mr. Kenny Africa, who just informed us of 2 horrific accidents on the N1, one at Laingsburg and the other one a little bit further north, where 5 people has actually died in a taxi and another vehicle that collided. The taxi completely burnt out. All 5 people in the taxi dead. But to hear more about this, we're going to speak to Mr. Africa now. Good morning to you, Mr. Africa. Please inform us about this horrific accident. What happened there?
Yeah, good morning and good morning, listeners. Around about 4 o'clock this morning, just outside Laingsburg, we had a very, very bad accident where a taxi and a LUV vehicle involved in a head-on collision. Now, in this accident, 3 people in the taxi got killed. One person in the LUV got killed. The road is currently closed for traffic, and just an hour later, yet another gruesome accident where 2 trucks also collided head-on. Both vehicles burned out, and the people, the driver and the occupants in those 2 vehicles are still trapped inside. So because of this gruesome accident, we closed down the N1 between the North and Cape Town, about 44 kilometers outside Laingsburg.
Now, how long will the N1 be closed? Do you have any idea at this stage how long will it take to clean up the accident scene and open it to traffic again? Because as we know, this weekend people will start travelling to and from the Western Cape for the holiday season.
Well, normally when there's trucks involved and vehicles involved, especially when the vehicle's burnt out totally, it will take up to 3-4 hours to reopen the road again.
And this is exactly the kind of thing that you are worried about and that you want to prevent. What are the kind of measurements you have in place to ensure that these kind of accidents don't happen? It must be a very difficult situation.
Well, it's all about changing the mindset of our motorists out there. You know, when taking on long distances between Johannesburg and Cape Town, from the Eastern Cape to Cape Town, we are saying, please follow the golden rule. Do not do long distances. Plan your trips before taking on these long distances. Stop every 200 kilometers or every 2 hours, making sure that you are fit for the next 200 kilometers or 2 hours. What's currently happening, people try to get from Johannesburg to Cape Town and just stop at the filling stations to fill their tanks. And we say that is not on. You must stop every 200 kilometers or 2 hours, make sure that you are fit and that you are well rested before taking on these long distances.
We are at Joe Garby, one of the biggest bus and taxi terminuses in the Cape Town area, where people will be leaving from, especially to the Eastern Cape. What measurements are in place here to ensure that people are safe when they leave from here?
Well, no taxi or a bus will leave this rank either to the Northern Cape or the Eastern Cape or to any other provinces in the country. Our officers will check the buses and the taxis, and if we find that any taxi or any bus is not roadworthy, we will take that vehicle off the road. So no vehicle will leave this taxi rank today and throughout the festive season if that vehicle is unroadworthy. Our officers got the message. We will have a no-nonsense approach.
Well, there you heard it from Chief Director of Traffic in the Western Cape, Mr. Kenny Africa. At least 5 people killed in the early hours of this morning at the start of the first weekend, where people are leaving for their holiday homes or their homes, and urging people really to be careful, make the right decisions when you get into a taxi or a bus. Make sure that the person is credited, that the bus or the taxi is safe, and really urging people to take care out there.
Right, thank you very much, Mariska. Please do take care as you take to the roads this particular morning. Well, this morning, queues already forming at the respective park and rides around the Pretoria area, and it's quite humbling to see the photographs that came out yesterday and, of course, this morning as well. I mean, we had confirmation of something around 7 kilometers of a queue that had formed, and people just expressing their absolute delight at being able to see what they managed to see yesterday, but at the same time also many disappointed that they weren't able to view anything yesterday. They arrived early in the morning, but at the same time they never managed to actually see anything. So that unfortunately is the way that it is. But have a look at the queue. I mean, this is just absolutely phenomenal. That's the beginning of the queue. That's the end of the queue. I mean, it's almost surreal. And people stood there. And you can understand the disappointment if you didn't make it to the front and you weren't able to get onto one of those buses to get to the union buildings. A little bit earlier, we spoke to the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane, and he was, he did mention that it doesn't matter how long you extend the hours of the viewing period for. you're never going to get through everybody. And the cutoff is 5:30. It's not going to be extended. Unfortunately, that is just the way it is. Today is the final day of viewing. The family have given us the opportunity to do this. And this is just something that that unfortunately is a situation that we cannot get over. So you're hearing it now. There is no extension. This is the timing. From 8 o'clock this morning until 5:30 today, there will not be an extension for the viewing as Madiba lies in state. And today is the final day. But of course, there is a guard of honor that's going to be formed along the entire route. Perhaps we have a slide that we can put up on the screen, Johan, just to show South Africans the route that the hearse takes and the motorcade takes as it makes its way all the way to the Union Buildings. It's something that we have been showing you for the last 2 days. It's the exact same route. It leaves from one military hospital. It then it picks up at the CMAX prison as it enters into Pretoria. It makes its way onto Nelson Mandela Street and all the way up to the Union Buildings. Now, the Guard of Honor that is expected to form today is, I think, going to be unprecedented, because to get into Pretoria right now is very, very difficult. We do have a helicopter in the area, so we'll be able to show you some of the aerial shots of the area. And this is something that we will be showing you. Now, there you go. That's the route I was talking about. The Union Buildings is the end destination, obviously. So you can pick it up from CMAX Prison and go all the way up there, all the way up that street until you get to Madiba Street, and then, of course, until you reach the Union Buildings. So you can line the street all the way there, and there's an incredible atmosphere as you do line the street there. I mean, we were there well, we've been there every day, but just from a personal opinion, I was there on Wednesday, and the feeling and the atmosphere is just absolutely incredible. All right, let's have a look at some visuals, I think, or some tweets that we're getting from some of the people that are coming in. And please do tweet us. Let us know your experiences at SABC News Online. Making my way to the Union Buildings, making that historic journey to see my hero one last time. Happy Shabangu, good luck. Enjoy it. I hope it goes well. All roads lead to the Union Buildings. It's indescribable emotions. Certainly prepared to wait for as long as I have to. Rest in peace, Madiba. You do that. It's well worth it. Tandulwetu, I got up at 3 a.m. I'm about 200 meters from the front at the Union Buildings. Buses are dropping people off at the end. Oh, wow, that's exciting. Well, good luck. I hope you enjoy it. Spiwe Nkize, hundreds already queuing at the Hatfield Park and Ride Centre. Mandela. Oh, gee whiz, this is a momentous occasion here in South Africa. It certainly is. Something else that's quite interesting that happened yesterday. Forgive me if you've heard it. I did hear it, but I'm going to repeat it for you if you perhaps waking up to the story as well, because I think there's so much news going around. A lot of it is being missed, but I'm going to highlight this for you. The movie, The Long Walk to Freedom, that is on in cinemas currently nationwide. Of course, the movie produced by our South African Anand Singh and starring Idris Elba and Naomi Harris. Well, the Golden Globes were announced yesterday, and of course I'm a massive fan and a follower of the Golden Globes and the Academy Awards and anything to do with movies. Well, Idris Elba scored a Best Actor Golden Globe nomination for his portrayal as Nelson Mandela in the movie. So he got the nod, and this usually means that, you know, if you go by history, an Oscar nomination could also be on its way. So Mandela Long Walk to Freedom was honored by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association in LA yesterday. The biopic, that of course is based on the life and times of Nelson Mandela, received 2 more nominations. Those nominations, a Best Original Score nomination. It went to Alex Heffes and U2's Ordinary Love, which was written specifically for the film. This was nominated for Best Original Song. So this is fantastic. They received 3 Golden Globe nominations for the first time ever. This goes to a South African film. Isn't that fantastic? So, again, Idris Elba nominated for the Best Actor, a Golden Globe. U2's Ordinary Love has been nominated for the Best Original Song. And we've also received another nomination for the Best Original Score. Now, U2's frontman Bono is in the country. We saw visuals of him at the memorial service with his wife. We also saw visuals of him as he viewed Mandela's body on Wednesday. He was accompanied by his wife, and he was also consoling Zelda Lagrange as they viewed the body. And Zelda, of course, being Nelson Mandela's personal assistant for many, many years. And she is an absolutely incredible lady with some wonderful, wonderful stories. And I think is also living everything that she learnt from Madiba as her life passed by, watching with her very own eyes the greatest statesman, if one could call him that, that has ever lived. So there you have it. These are just some of the news events that are unfolding. Now, as South Africa prepares for the final send-off, the name and legacy of Nelson Mandela is being remembered across the border in neighbouring Zimbabwe. Since Zimbabweans heard of the passing of the former president, they too have been paying tribute to a man they say not only belonged to South Africa, but to the rest of the African continent.
Despite his visiting Zimbabwe only a handful of times, Nelson Mandela's name has never been far from people's lips. A major street in the capital bears his name, and as news of Mandela's death began to filter through, Zimbabweans pondered his legacy.
I thought this was the moment to demonstrate my solidarity, not only with the world and Africa and Southern Africa and South Africans, but so that with humanity, because Madiba was an embodiment of humanity in terms of his vision for peace, unity and reconciliation.
If it wasn't for him, I don't think South Africa would have been where it is. It could still have been a harsh place to live.
In a written statement, Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe described Mandela as an unflinching fighter for justice, a great champion of the oppressed, and a man who will forever remain a beacon of excellence. Tributes continued to pour in from those that had met Madiba.
He came here. I had the fortunate role to be with him throughout, and I'm so happy that I had that contact with him at that stage. He was a man I admired so much because he was a very simple man, but his simplicity, in fact his sophistication lied in his simplicity. You would know that he's a deep thinker. When you talk to him and when you discuss with him, you realize that you are talking to a person with a vision far removed from yourselves. That was Nelson Mandela.
I met Madiba at his home in Houghton Park, discussing about Zimbabwe before the 2000, I think it was 2007, 2000, around that time. But he treated me like we had known him for years. Affable, very humorous, but very serious about the plight of Zimbabweans. South Africa and Africa as a whole must celebrate that apart from the pessimism, Afro-pessimism that has dominated African politics, there is a light in Madiba's contribution.
South Africa is a great nation of Africa. You belong to those countries which we always hold in esteem, that the African Renaissance can have a direction. Indeed, it is so pleasurable that you can also give us the greatest son of Africa, who also goes on to project Africa on the global stage in a manner which may never again be done.
Those who were not able to travel to South Africa to mourn him were afforded a chance to join in the commemorations as South African embassies around the world opened condolence books. A steady stream of captains of industry, diplomats, political leaders and ordinary Zimbabweans of all races and ages came forward.
I have been involved in education for the past 50 years, and he has always stood out in terms of, in our school system we would always talk about the need for the type of leadership that he provided. It was there.
Among the mourners, a relative of Nelson Mandela, too sick to travel to the commemorations.
My father ran away from South Africa, and then he was left in the jail. Then my father came here. I'm here to come and celebrate with others about my father's first cousin, Mandela, whom we are so proud in the family because we have never had one who is like him. And we are so proud to hear all these things people are saying about him.
South Africans far away from home say Nelson Mandela was able to broaden their horizons, allowing them to contribute to the development of other countries, not as exiles or refugees, but as free men and women.
We lost a great man, and from me, that was the last man standing. We will not be able to go back home in time to bury him, but we say we are with them.
In my language, I would like to say, rest in peace. Lala Gashe Baba, we'll always remember you. You are our father. No one will close that space.
Baba Nelson Mandela inherited the earth and the heavens. We believe that...
At a commemoration held in his honor, the impact of Nelson Mandela on the young.
He was one of my heroes because he stuck to his principles and he never gave up. I want to change things like he did.
And what do you want to change?
I want to change things that are bad. And I want good things instead.
The legacy of Nelson Mandela will continue among the young, as well as in those that bear his name. Nelson Chamisa, the youngest minister in the previous coalition government, was born in 1978, at the time when the name of Nelson Mandela was inspiring Zimbabweans, including his parents.
We're just inspired by the heroic contribution, the courage, the astute leadership then of the liberation struggle in South Africa. And I was given that name. I'm proud to share the name with an icon of the world, a man who has shown us that another world is possible, a man who has shown us that it's possible to have freedom in our lifetime.
As South Africa and the world prepared to bury the remains of Nelson Mandela, Zimbabweans say naming an avenue after the iconic son is a fitting tribute, and that Nelson Mandela Avenue, which flows along the street of government, a central park, opposition headquarters and major businesses, will remain on their lips and hearts, a permanent celebration of arguably South Africa's greatest gift to the world. Shingai Nyoka, SABC News, Harare, Zimbabwe.
It humbles me to see the amount of people and nations across the world and just individuals that are paying tribute to Madiba. I was reading some tweets. A lot of people have been tweeting me since the news broke, and certainly now as the broadcasts continue. One tweet I was reading here, somebody saying that they had a look at the queues. They said they were standing in that queue yesterday for 7 hours and they didn't get to see. That's very sad. Kelly Boliche Malapong saying, I was in that line for 7 hours and I ended up not seeing him. I'm so sorry, Kelly Boliche. It just, you know, it is so difficult. It's so difficult. Here's another one, Sianda Makakwala saying, I left home at 4 a.m. I was back at 1 p.m. That's how long the wait was for me. The wait might have been longer for others. Well, Sianda, it was. I think you were one of the fortunate ones. Obviously, you went to go and you had the opportunity of actually viewing it. So congratulations to you, because you are one of the very fortunate ones. We heard from the minister in the presidency a short while ago saying that approximately, and we say approximately because I don't actually think there's an official head count. I wish there was a head count in place, because I'm sure we could be breaking many records if one has to look at this, that yesterday approximately 39,000 people filed through the Union buildings to view the body of Nelson Mandela. On the first day, around about 21,000 people filed through the Union buildings. Now, you must remember that the number is significantly lower because the starting time was a lot later. Of course, all the VIPs, I'm sure, have not been included in that number of the 21,000. I think we're only just talking about the members of the public. But that is a queue that was formed yesterday, and those are visuals from yesterday out at the respective park and rides around Pretoria. Let's now cross to Nozintombi Mia. She is in Houghton. And Houghton has really almost been the heartbeat of it all, because even though we've seen the different areas filtering around South Africa and the different areas where everything is happening, Houghton has been the center of it all, and people all flocking there still. It hasn't stopped. Nozintombi, is today any exception? Are people still making their way to the Houghton home?
Good morning, Leanne. Houghton really has been a heartbeat since news broke of Nelson Mandela's death on Thursday last week. We've seen streams and streams of people coming here to his Houghton home outside to pay tribute, to say a few words of remembrance to Nelson Mandela, sharing their stories. It has been an absolute hub. I actually have two gentlemen with me here who came here early this morning just to pay their tributes. Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Why did you come here so early in the morning?
Like you said it, to just pay our respects, and we were told on the radio that we couldn't actually, it wasn't advised that we should go to Pretoria at such a time, so yeah, we just figured let's just come here and show our respect and pay tribute to a great man.
And what did that mean to you?
I can't sum him up in one word, but humility, peace, integrity, justice. He was a special. I'm just blessed to be a part of such an era, and yeah, I mean, I can one day tell my kids that, there was such a man who moved not only me but the world at large.
And who did you come here with?
I came here with my brother, my older brother, and it's morning time, so yeah, we just decided to just come here and show our support and love.
Morning, older brother.
Morning.
What time did you guys wake up to get here?
We actually woke up around 5, but while watching TV and listening to the radio, we were supposed to go to Pretoria, and it was ill-advised to actually do so we figured we'd much rather come here and pay tribute.
And I understand you've been to more than one memorial site.
Yes, I was at F&B Stadium the other day. Got there pretty early. It was a quite moving service. But beyond that, I think the coldness was the issue only on that day. But beyond that, yeah, I've been to that. We wanted to actually go see Mandela's body, but unfortunately we weren't able to. But yeah.
So on Wednesday when you went to the memorial service, did you have your wellies and a raincoat and an umbrella on?
Trust me, I had everything. I had jackets on, I had umbrellas, I had the little plastic bag over, but it didn't quite help.
I'm sure the mood must have been electric regardless of the rain.
It was amazing. The songs that were being sung, it was totally electric. We had so much fun celebrating actually Madiba's life, but yeah, it was great.
What did you see that stood out for you though?
What did I see?
Yes, that stood out.
The enormous...
The interpreter.
The interpreter. Yeah.
Why the interpreter?
For me, I just think it's a statement that was made, which it's a scary thing. The fact that there were no background checks that were done on this man, and obviously the younger people like us are on social networks and stuff. So when we actually got to realize that this guy was a hoax, so to say, it's funny, but it's also crazy at the same time. Like, there's so many dignitaries and important people, and that guy was right there standing next to so many important people, and yeah, just for me,
it was quite shocking.
Yeah.
I'm sure it must have been really shocking for you guys, especially considering that we had so many dignitaries there.
Yeah. Yes, it was rather. I mean, it was international. So to some degree, we look almost like a joke.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, I think he should have his own time to actually explain what he was doing. But yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
I'm going to sell myself. I've got a company called Move Communications.
How old are you?
I'm 26 this year.
And were you born post the generation where there was struggle and our parents were, toy-toying in the streets?
Yeah, well, I mean, based on our parents and just the stories that we heard, I was still fairly young, but, there's history at school, and we got to, study apartheid, and, obviously, speaking to our grandparents and our parents, you know, a lot was done in their era more than anything. I mean, we moved to the suburbs in, 94, 95. So we were just coming out of it. So, I mean, I can't personally say I experienced anything to that magnitude that my parents and my grandparents did. But, yeah, I mean, it's still history at the end of the day.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that was two early risers who've come to pay tribute here outside Nelson Mandela's home. Back to you in the studio, Leanne.
Thank you very much, Nozintombe. And isn't it lovely to see and hear the emotions amongst South Africans? It's absolutely wonderful. Well, in a short while, we are going to show you a video clip, and you may have already seen it, but if you haven't, it's a treat. You must stay tuned. It's the Soweto Gospel Choir who went into a store here in Johannesburg, dressed up as staff members, and then they just started to sing. You have to watch this video. We'll bring it to you in a short while, so do stay tuned for that. But at this point, in about a minute's time, the procession and the hearse is about to leave the One Military Hospital for the final time this morning. In fact, I've just been told they're actually leaving at 6:15 today. So at 6:15 today. They've been leaving at 6 every other day, but apparently today they're leaving at 7:15, not 6:15, 7:15 today. And then the streets are going to be lined with a guard of honor by many, many people that already have flocked into Pretoria to form this guard of honor. But let's cross to Njanji. He's there, so he can give us a better sense. Njanji, good morning to you.
Good morning, Leanne. I'm standing here on top of a bridge just next to the Pretoria CMAX prison, where scores of people have already gathered here. I see lots of police officers that have already formed the guard of honor waiting for that procession to pass through here. It has been happening for the past 3 days. We've been here giving you those details. Normally, we first see a military helicopter hovering over here, and that's an indication enough for us that the procession will be passing here any minute. As we heard earlier, they will be leaving the military base at about 7:15. Many people have brought their families here. Children are here. There are lots of photographers from local and foreign media as well, just waiting for that important procession to pass through here. It's a very important day for South Africa, the last day for South Africans who want to view the body of the former President Nelson Mandela. It's been very busy. The last 2 days we've seen thousands descending onto the Union buildings trying to catch a glimpse of Nelson Mandela for the last time before his remains are taken to the Eastern Cape for the burial on Sunday. Leanne, is back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, and Njanji, you've got a great view there, so we'll be able to, again, catch a fantastic glimpse. All right, now, something that is quite unprecedented. Now, Sunday has not been declared a public holiday. It's still a normal working day for many South Africans that do work on a Sunday. And when we talk about working on a Sunday, I think retailers are really the ones that bear the brunt of it all, because a lot of shops open, not necessarily countrywide, but certainly in many of the major cities, they do open and they do work. Well, we heard that many retailers, just to mention a few, Woolworths, Clicks, and the whole of Massmart, all the Massmart groups are closed on Sunday across the country as a sign of respect to the late icon Nelson Mandela. This particularly coming from the Woolworths CEO saying that stores in South Africa will be closed on Sunday, the day of the funeral. This is an acknowledgement of this momentous day, and it's significantly more important than the loss of revenue. Isn't that wonderful? I'm so glad to hear that. Now, here's something that I want to show you, and it's a video clip that was filmed. It's gone viral on the internet, and just to put you in perspective, the Soweto Gospel Choir went into a Woolworths branch, and I think it was the Park View. I'll have us see which one it was, but it was definitely here in the Johannesburg area. They dressed up as just ordinary workers in Woolworths, and then they just burst out into song. And this was the reaction from the shoppers that were there at the time. Have a look at this. Isn't that amazing? Wasn't that wonderful? Oh, I love that. I got goosebumps. I really do. That's amazing. I got Vali Musa sitting right next to me. We're not going to chat yet, Vali, but wasn't that lovely?
It's wonderful.
It was amazing. Absolutely. Your hair looks good. Don't worry. It looks lovely. It looks very, very nice.
I'm with you. I don't want to bring down the standards.
Listen, my hair is struggling.
I don't want to bring down the standards.
This hair's been in rain. It's been in hail. I can't tell you where it's been, but it looks good. It's even jumped out of an aeroplane, but that's a story for another day. Vali, we're going to have a lovely chat in a short while. I'm looking so forward to our conversation. And Vali's going to share some memories with us that are absolutely priceless, so don't go anywhere as well. All right, are we going to Janine now? No, we're going to Yulisa. And Yulisa is in Kunu, and on Sunday, this is the area that the funeral is going to be held, and this is it's a lockdown area. Nobody can get in there, and I must say, this is where the funeral of our former president is going to be held. And Yulisa is there. Let's cross to her now and just get a sense of what it's like, and I can just imagine the feeling that's there. So, Yulisa, good morning to you.
Good morning, Leanne. Of course, we greeting you from Ekunu, ikhaya likatata uMandela apha azobekwa khona. Of course siyanibulisa nonke sisuka apha, sibulisa neziphaluka zasemthatha, eGcuwa, eMdantsane, eMonti, kuzo zonke indawo. It's absolutely a different mood here. I mean, I was in Gauteng a day ago, and the mood that side is electric. People are celebrating the life of uTata Nelson Mandela. Kwalicala le and abantu bathobile bathi eyonanto bafuna uyenza kukhulula uTata Mandela. They want to release him. They're very grateful for what he has done for them. But you must remember that this is where he grew up. This is what they know. They know a young man. They know a rural boy and a man who was taken to the world, a pride moment for them. But also, they're quite somber and frustrated by the fact that all other people have been able to bid uTata Mandela goodbye at the Union buildings in Pretoria because of that procession that is being made through where you can see uTata where he's sleeping. They are not going to be able to have that opportunity, and in that manner bayakhalaza bathi noko bekufanele banabo banalo ithuba lovalelisa uTata. But more than anything, they're grateful, they're happy to welcome all of us. I'm standing here like a mere 2 kilometers from where uTata Mandela will be laid to rest. His house, of course, or rather his home, is on my left as well, a mere kilometer. It's a bit misty this morning. It's not cold though, and we're grateful for that. It's also not raining yet, but I can tell you that a whole lot of people are descending here at Kunu. We do know that there's some heads of state who are coming through here this morning. The airspace has been shut down so that the heads of state are able to arrive arrive safely. The weather so far is not very clear. And also we do know that VIPs, officials, and everybody else who's coming through is supposed to either land in Port Elizabeth or East London. What we will do for our viewers is that we will get Tony Yengeni, the NEC member of the ANC, to tell us what is expected today so that we give a clear picture for everyone who's coming through here.
All right, thank you very much. Crossing to Kunu, that's where we are going to be on Sunday. That's where most definitely all eyes are going to be. The world is going to be watching this particular funeral. And I can imagine that South Africa is going to come to a standstill on that day. It's going to be one of those occasions, again, where you're going to speak back in the past and say, where were you on the day that Mandela was buried? Where were you watching? What were you doing? What were you feeling? And no doubt you're going to have a great story to tell. And please do make those memories and make them last as well. All right, Johanna, we are going to take... Okay, now, I'm going straight into my interview now because I know we've got so many reporters and I'm watching the time very closely because at 7:15, the body of Nelson Mandela is going to leave the one military hospital for the final time so that it can lay in state for today. And this is the last opportunity of South Africans to view him. But let's have a conversation with Vali Musa up until then. And this is an absolute privilege to have Vali in studio with us, I have to tell you, because we're going to talk about things that perhaps have never been spoken before. Vali, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well indeed,
you okay?
Leanne. I'm sure you're pleased that you don't see me so often on air anymore.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
Look at you, a ravishing man like you. I wish I saw you all the time.
This is not the occasion, Leanne.
No, okay, we'll behave ourselves today. Vali, how are you feeling? I mean, when you heard the news, you are obviously still in touch with Madiba and the family all the way up. I mean, it's just over a week.
You know what? We all expected Madiba to pass at some point in time. We all knew that he wasn't well. And I think many people were actually thinking that perhaps, you know, he needs to be relieved and that we shouldn't hold on to him. But on the day that it happened, the feeling of emotion took me aback, I must say. I didn't think that I would feel as emotional as I did. Yeah. You know, I was surprised at that, you know, because it was expected. So quite clearly I think that, that there is a feeling of emptiness initially, but right now I think with what's happened over the past week, there's a feeling of richness. And there's such a feeling that this man has left us and this country and this world with so much that it's going to take us years and years to actually absorb and digest.
Yeah, it certainly is. But what I've really loved about this time is again talking to prominent individuals like yourself that were so active at the time when Mandela was firstly in prison and then, of course, in the presidency. But let's talk about your first meeting of Madiba, when you first met him and interacted with him. When was that?
Well, I met President Mandela for the first time actually in 1989 in prison. He'd asked to see me and a few other people who were leaders of the mass democratic movement at the time. And then I saw him again for the second time on the 9th of February, 1990, which was 3 days before his release, actually 2 days before his release. And he'd asked again for a meeting. And at that time, he wanted to discuss a number of things. He didn't know that later that day he would be told that he's about to be released. And we didn't know that either. On the night of the 9th of February, the Friday night, the apartheid regime informed him that he would be released on Sunday.
Yeah.
And they had a huge difference about how he would be released, which is a long story in itself. On the morning of the 10th of February, which was a Saturday morning, I and other leaders of the mass democratic movement who happened to be in Cape Town at the time, you know, I was based in Johannesburg, but I happened to be in Cape Town, were told by the regime, we were called for a meeting, and we were told that Nelson Mandela would be released the next day,
wow.
24 hours later. Of course, we were in a state of shock, and we started furiously preparing everything. And so I once again went to see President Mandela at Victor Verster prison, and my job was really to, one, brief him about what we thought the plan should be for the day of his release, how it should be conducted and what the program should be, and also to ask whether he needed any help of any sort. Yeah. And so we spent a great deal of that day discussing the speech that he would deliver the next day. He had drafted huge portions of his speech already. We discussed and debated, I must say, some parts of his speech. And on that day, it was a very formal approach. There was no niceties. We were already working as if we were colleagues. I went to see him a second time on the same day with the first draft of the speech, and further amendments were made. And then on the morning of his release, I went to see him again with the final draft of his speech, and we had a discussion again. So I had a very intense period of 3 days of interactions with him leading up to his release. And then I was in prison when his wife, Mrs. Winnie Mandela, arrived, the chairman of the National Reception Committee, Cyril Ramaphosa, and various others. And further discussions took place about what would happen when he is released. And so we had about a 2-hour delay, if you remember. Yeah. He was meant to be released, I think, at 10 o'clock or something, or 12 o'clock or something of that sort. I can't remember the exact time. But he came out of prison about 2 hours later because, again, there was a discussion and debate about some of the fine-tuning of stuff. So that was an enormous privilege. And what I found interesting about Madiba at the time, on the 10th of February, when I sat with him in Victor Verster prison, he said, I want to be absolutely certain that nobody should get the impression that I've been released from prison because I changed my views on anything. Yeah. So I want to say all of the things that I said just before I was released from prison. I want to say that I'm a member of the ANC, that I support all of the policies of the ANC, that the conditions that led to the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe and the launching of the armed struggle have not changed. We're still living under apartheid, so the armed struggle will continue. He wanted to say all of the right sort of things so that no impression is created that he's made some sort of compromises, which of course he didn't make. Yeah. He spoke about the negotiations. He says, I'd been talking to the regime, but I have said that negotiations about the future of this country can only happen between the government and the ANC, not with me, not with the prisoner, and that negotiations should not take place above the heads or behind the backs of the people. It should be open and transparent. So he wanted to take away any kind of suspicion of that sort. But at the same time, he wanted to send a signal to the supporters of the regime so that the regime itself doesn't crumble. So he took the bold step of saying that F.W. de Klerk is a man of integrity. I think I can do business with him. And that was, of course, we were young leaders of the mass democratic movement. We thought it was an outrageous statement to make. Yeah. Frankly, I also thought when I discussed with him that it wasn't necessary for him to say that the armed struggle will continue. But he was a brilliant strategist, absolutely brilliant strategist. He knew what he was doing, and he knew that he needed to send the right signal to the soldiers of the ANC who were in the camps in Angola and Tanzania and those sorts of places. And he needed to send the right signal to the warmongers in the apartheid regime if this country was to have a peaceful settlement. And I think that was absolutely brilliant. I go back to that speech from time to time and just realize his brilliance. He could have used the opportunity to be a rebel rouser. Yeah. He could have used the opportunity just to talk about himself. But he knew that this was one moment when he had to send out the right messages. Within the ANC, it's no secret that there were many people who were very suspicious about negotiations, who actually didn't believe that a negotiated settlement was possible, who didn't believe that you could do a deal with F.W. de Klerk and the National Party at the time. And so he had to address that too. He had to make it very clear that unless certain preconditions are met, negotiations cannot happen. One of which was that all political prisoners should be released, that there should be free political activity, and various other sorts of things. So that was a great privilege. And of course, the days after that, we spent a great deal of time together, and I accompanied him on his first visits outside the country.
I'm going to stop you there because I want to talk a little bit more about these days, because I want to talk about those days afterwards. I still want to pick more information out of you about those days when he heard the news that he was going to be released, and on the day that he was going to be released. You speak about the speech. Let's talk about the people that were in the room. Let's talk about the feeling in the room. Let's talk about Winnie. Let's talk about some of the anecdotes that happened there. What happened on that day? Take us behind the walls.
Well, you know, it was for many people it was a very difficult time, and I think it probably was extremely difficult for Madiba. The manner in which how should his release be conducted? Because one, he had a family which stood by him and which was loyal to him all along. On the other hand, he was a member of the ANC and a leader of the ANC. And on the other hand, he already knew that he was leader of the nation. You know, he said on many occasions that I have to take it upon myself and not leave it to others to build the new South African nation. It's a job I have to take on myself. So he had to think about all of those sorts of things. So on the Friday night, he was released on Sunday. Friday night, he was taken from Victor Verster prison to the government offices and told that he would be released on Sunday.
Yeah.
And what he was told is that he would be released in Soweto. That when South Africa wakes up on the Sunday morning, he would be in his home in Soweto. That he would be taken there, he would be released at night and transported to Soweto, and people would just be told Mandela is out of prison. And that's how the government wanted it at the time.
Yeah.
And President Mandela said he doesn't want it that way, that he has been hosted by the people of Cape Town for 27 years, and he's not leaving this place without saying goodbye to them. It would be rude.
Hosted by the people. Are you serious?
That's what he said, I will walk out of this prison on my 2 feet.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. I would walk out of here. You're not taking me anywhere. And the first thing I would do is that I would greet the people of Cape Town, and then I would go on with the rest of my business. And so they had one hell of an argument and couldn't agree. And they tried to persuade him. And he said, if you want to do that, you'll just, you know, I'm a prisoner. You can force me to do anything. You'll just have to force me to do it. And he said to them, you will have to put me in chains if that's what you want to do. By Saturday morning, the government had decided to accede to his demand to be released in Cape Town. Of course, he didn't want to be released on Sunday, the 11th of February.
Yeah.
He said, you can't just give me 1 day's notice. I need at least 14 days' notice. And so they had an argument about that too. So he gave in to that one. He says, okay, I will go on the 11th of February. And they said, okay, you can go out in Cape Town. And so that's how that part of it happened.
Amazing.
And then, of course, there was the enormous, there was such a difficult situation, because on the day of his release, he would walk out of prison, go to the Grand Parade, address the people of Cape Town, but really through them, the people of the world and the people of South Africa. And that very night, he wouldn't go home. It was such a sad moment for me, and I think for him, but it just how it had to be.
Yeah.
First night out of prison, he wasn't going home on that first night. He slept in Cape Town, and you know, he was hosted by Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And I think that was a terribly sad moment. And and the reasons for that, of course, were purely political. Those were all political reasons which he understood and acceded to. I'm sure reluctantly, he never showed that. But those were very difficult touch-and-go moments.
Yeah.
And those of us who were involved in organizing all of this, you know, Trevor Manuel and Cyril and this and that, and people in the government who I talked to from time to time about it, who were on the other side at the time, it's just miraculous that it all worked out as smoothly as it did. It was absolutely miraculous.
Amazing. Was he nervous at any time? I mean, he comes across as such a towering figure, and I had one of the most incredible evenings I've had in a very, very long time last night. I was at the Nelson Mandela Center of Memory and had the privilege of hosting a discussion between Mac Maharaj and Joel Nitsatenze. And they were talking about Mandela, but they weren't talking the politics of Mandela. They were talking about the man Mandela. One of the questions was asked, did Mandela have any fears? Because he came across as somebody who was so confident. He just never looked like he had fears. But these two gentlemen, they dispelled that myth. Although they didn't know he had the fears, he'd always express it afterwards. He'd be so bold and great in front of everyone, and then afterward he'd say, I was a bit nervous there, and no one would ever know. How did he feel? Did he talk to you? Who did he confide in the most? Because, well, I mean, being locked away for so long...
Look, I certainly didn't have the kind of relation... I mean, we had a professional relationship. We were colleagues and comrades, and we worked almost on a daily basis all of the time. And when we met, it was... You know, it wasn't the Madiba that everybody sees in public. It was a business-like thing. He was fairly straightforward. He was a taskmaster. He had no time to waste. He didn't suffer fools. If you weren't able to get something done, you know, we would go to the negotiating table, come back and report to him that perhaps, you know, these demands of ours are not going to be achievable. He would hammer us, and he would. That's the type of person that he was. He was an extremely hard-working type of person, but he knew as a leader in the negotiations that it wasn't for him to show a sign of weakness to the other side. But as important, it wasn't for him to show a sign of weakness to his own team. His own team needed to believe that he believed in what he wanted to achieve, and he believed that he was going to achieve it, and that we were going to achieve it as the ANC. And I think that's how he conducted himself. So he wasn't one to easily show a sign of weakness. Did he have a temper? Yes. Oh. He certainly had a temper, and you didn't want
to be on the receiving
end of his temper. I can tell you that. It was, And I think, you know, a lot of people were on the receiving side. All of us who worked with him, you know, from time to time.
Absolutely.
That would happen as such.
Vali, I'm going to keep you here, if you don't mind, because I'd love you to share this moment with me as we watch for the final time your friend and colleague Nelson Mandela, his body being transported to the Union buildings. It left 15 minutes ago. Now you must remember that we don't have access from when it leaves the one military hospital as it does enter at CMAX prison. So let's now go to the Union buildings. Lebo is there. I think she's joined by Brigadier General Tolani Mabanga. He's been with us the entire time since Wednesday to talk us through this whole process. Lebo, do you have any idea where the hearse is at this point in time?
Good morning to you, Leanne. Well, we're trying to get General Mabanga in just to give us some details of what is going to happen this morning. But it's basically what happened yesterday. Over the past 2 days or so, the hearse will leave one military hospital and it will come straight to the Union buildings. But it will take several routes. Let me now welcome General Mabanga, who's going to come through and just join me at the moment. General, please come through, and then we'll just chat to you. General Mabanga, let's just recap this morning what is going to happen again. I mean, we've been talking about this for the past couple of days, but you know, let's give a recap to our viewers who are hearing this for the first time.
Yes, thank you very much. What is going to happen today again, it will be the movement of the body of the former president and the first commander-in-chief of the South African National Defence Force, Tatu Mandela. It will move again the same route from one military hospital up to Union buildings. And then from Union building, it will be received by the guard of honor from the South African Air Force, and then it will be taken by the pallbearers to the pedestal, where it will be guarded by sentries from the South African Navy.
Have you been able to speak to your colleagues about the numbers of people that have come through over the past 2 days or so?
Well, it has been reported that it's about 31,000 that came in yesterday, whereas the other day we reported about 24,000.
Let's talk about tomorrow at the Waterkloof, the role of the military there. I believe your colleague, Mr. Fredericks, is also going to be in Qunu. He needs to be in Qunu, but you need to be here. Take us through that process. What's going to happen?
Well, what's going to happen tomorrow is that the body will be again taken from one military hospital on its way to Qunu. We will go to Air Force Base Waterkloof. At the Air Force Base Waterkloof, the South African National Defence Force will hand over the body to the African National Congress officials, who will conduct a small ceremony in honor of their president. And thereafter, the body will again be handed over back to the South African National Defence Force. In that time, then we will prepare the body again to transport it down to Qunu. The body will be accompanied by senior monarchs from the South African National Defence Force, as well as the elders from the Mandela family and Mandela clan.
Speaking to some of your colleagues that have been here, that have formed part of this Guard of Honor, what are they saying about the processes over the past 2 days?
Well, it has been hectic and some experience for them. Sometimes get emotional, but it's one of those things that we have to do.
I've always wondered about the 4 guards around the coffin. I mean, they stand there for hours. Is it something that that has been rehearsed over and over again?
It's something that is being rehearsed, and it's something that we are trained to do. It's part of our duty and responsibilities.
What is the role of the SANDF in Qunu?
The role of SANDF in Qunu, just to recap again, remember this is the state funeral category 1. Yeah. State funeral category 1 implies that it is a funeral with full military ceremonial honors. Therefore, in Qunu, we are going also to have a guard of honor, the monarchs, the pallbearers, and the bearers, as well as the troop that will be providing the gun salute, the 21 gun salute, if you remember. And they will also have the Air Force performing the fly pass in honor of the first Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force. It's a number of military ceremonial activities that will be conducted.
What are you most happy with looking at the past 2 days and reflecting on the job of the military?
Well, what we have been doing now and looking and observing what our colleagues in the South African National Defence Force are doing, they've been doing their work excellently. That's much appreciated, committed, dedicated, with discipline.
At the Waterkloof tomorrow, with the ANC saying farewell to their comrade, is the public allowed, or what's going to happen tomorrow?
Well, it's just an occasion dedicated or requested by the African National Congress, which has been honored, and then it is managed and done by them.
All right. General Mapanga, thank you so much. We'll keep you updated. Well, we just want to find out what time what time do you think the body will leave one military hospital?
It will leave the one military hospital approximately 7 o'clock again.
All right, so we will talk to General Mabanga as time goes on to find out what's going to happen today. But you sort of have a general idea of, the proceedings of how it starts. It leaves one military hospital and then into Pretoria and then heads to the Union buildings. I believe those are recorded visuals. We'll give you the live pictures as soon as we have them on your screen, just to give you details of how the procession is heading to the Union buildings. I believe South Africans are already lining up, so please arrive early. It is the last day where you can view the body of former President Nelson Mandela here at the Union buildings. People have already started queuing, so make your way to the Union buildings. And we spoke to the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shaban, who said, for now they're going to stick to the 5:30 cutoff time. It's not a possibility that they might extend it to 6 o'clock, so please make your way through here. No cameras, no phones, leave everything. If you can, come empty-handed, because there is a security around Pretoria, around the park and ride areas. So if you can, come empty-handed, so you don't leave anything to chance. I think those are aerial views there of the Union buildings of Pretoria. The procession will leave the one military hospital any moment now at around 7 o'clock, as General Mabanga had just said. At the moment, those are the queues. If you can see there in your visuals, people are already queuing, so make your way through to Pretoria if you can, if you want to view the body of Nelson Mandela, the former president of Okay, so people, you can stand on the street if you can't make it to the union buildings. Stand on the street and, the guard of honor, and form the guard of honor if you can. If you know the streets where the body of Nelson Mandela and the procession will head through, form a guard of honor if you can. Well, let's head back to General Mabanga has just said that you can bring a bottle of water because it's hot. Pretoria, if you know Pretoria is extremely hot, so just emphasizing that at least you can carry a bottle of water. I've had conversations with people that have come through to say they weren't allowed to carry a bottle of water, so take it from us, from General Mabanga, you can bring a bottle of water, but no cell phones, no cameras, nothing else on you. Let's head back to Johannesburg, where Leanne is standing by.
Thanks very much, Lebo. I can see that Lebo's being given instructions as she's speaking. No, you can. Yes, you can't. All right. Okay. So I think you get the idea. There's so much security at that point. You can't believe it. But I have been. So I can talk you through the fact that when you do arrive, all that they do ask of you is that you switch off your cell phone. You do go through all security checks and metal detectors and everything. So just ensure that you take the bare minimum with you, and that photographs are prohibited, but you do know that, so please do respect that. So many people writing to us this morning. I'm flooded. My Twitter account is absolutely flooded, and so is the SABC News online one. This is from Melanie Afrique writing in, saying, yesterday we were in the queue in Hatfield at 6 a.m. and it took 8 hours to finally see him. It was worth every second. Melanie, well done. That's absolutely amazing. Here's from Lotus Flower Bomb. She's saying that here's a different angle to the whole story. People in Umtata are posting ads on a website saying house to rent for the Mandela funeral, 5,000 to 6,000 rand for the day. Wow, everything sells. Okay, thanks for letting us know about that one. Here's another one saying the Soweto Gospel Choir clip is moving. What a wonderful way to start my morning. I agree with you, Modern Kozi. That's why I convinced our director we had to show you that. I started my day as well. And it was... somebody else is telling me, Ayanda Malinga, morning, Leanne, that Soweto Gospel Choir was at Parkview Mall in Pretoria. So it was Parkview Mall in Pretoria. So there you go. It wasn't Johannesburg. It was in Pretoria. Ayanda, thank you very, very much. Let's have a look at the SABC News Online. I haven't seen such a long line in my life. Yo. Did I say that right? Mandela is a special man for sure. He is. He is. It doesn't take the queue to let you realize that, but I think seeing the queue just reaffirms that. That I can tell you. Siwa Tusi, already here in Pretoria to see Tata Mandela at the Union Buildings back again after waiting and not making it yesterday. That's it, Siwa. Well done to you. Don't give up. You keep going. At the Pretoria Showgrounds for the past 2 hours, I'm going to pay my last respects to Nelson Mandela. So that means she's been there for about 5:30 this morning, 5 o'clock. Sure. Where are we? Here we go. This is Nice Thinks. I was in the queue for an hour, and I'm not sure how many hours, 5 hours, and I didn't get to see him, but I'm still proud to have went. Just to be there is a great feeling. Charlie, well put. That's amazing. Vali, I showed you this picture this morning. You didn't realize this, did you? You had no idea.
I hadn't seen that picture before. It's just absolutely amazing.
It's phenomenal.
It is just phenomenal, and it just makes me think that if you think that 5 serving and former UK Prime Ministers came over for the memorial service, 4 United States presidents came along, apart from a whole lot of others, there's no other event in the world that has attracted such people. And what is it about this? And for me, I think it's that through Madiba, this country represents something which many people around the world wish that they could embrace.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is for everybody else. Just think about the people who came to the memorial service. Good people and bad people.
It's true.
Makers of peace and makers of war. Some of the world's biggest warmongers were there. But he could, they came here. Madiba actually said some very bad things about some of those prime ministers and presidents who had conducted war. For example, about Tony Blair and George Bush. I mean, he wasn't kind about their warmongering. You know, he spoke out against it. Yet they came to pay their respects to him. What makes people do that? It's the most amazing thing. Remember when President Mandela was going around visiting African countries after his release, and then he decided he's going to Libya to visit Colonel Gaddafi. And it was a no-fly zone. The Americans were not allowing anybody to go into Libya, so you couldn't fly in there. If anybody flew a plane over Libyan airspace, it was going to be shot down. So he drove from Algeria, traveled by car to Tripoli to go and visit Gaddafi. And Gaddafi, nobody liked him, and Americans didn't like him, and he was a huge, big, bad guy and those sorts of things. But he said, why must somebody else tell me who I should see and who not? And that's the example that the world and the people who are queuing here wants to see.
Yeah.
There are not many countries in the world, Leanne, where if somebody that looks like you or somebody that looks like me walks down the streets of Johannesburg or Cape Town, nobody turns a head. You just look like normal.
Yeah.
There's no racial strife in this country. We've not had, since 1990, any racial conflict on any kind of scale. We haven't had religious strife in this country. Almost every other country in the world has religious strife, and you find that everywhere else. We're not divided along those sorts of lines. Even our political parties, we've reached a point now where all of them are becoming fairly non-racial or multiracial or whatever you want to call it. You know, you no longer have a room for, just one or two, and nobody votes for them. Very few people vote for them who have an ethnic sort of persuasion. And I think that's the example that people want to, people feel, could we be like that? And Madiba represents that. That's what he represents. That's what he says. If you've got, if somebody's done you in, and you're going to live the rest of your life with hatred of that person and hatred of everybody in your whole life who's done you in, then you're going to walk around with a hell of a lot of hatred and negativity. And what Madiba really says is, don't look to the past. Don't look to who's done you what, who's done what to you. Just look forward. Look forward. And that would be better for you and for everybody else. And I think that's what everybody wants.
Yeah,
that's what,
absolutely.
we all want to say that. And I must tell you, Madiba was the first to say that his opening speech, the opening lines of his speech when he was released from prison, he said something like, I can't remember the exact words, I am not a prophet.
Yeah.
And he also said, I'm not a leader, because leaders are people who are elected, because at that time he wasn't elected. And I think that he was trying to say, I'm part of a nation. I'm part of a bigger group of people who have embraced greatness.
Okay. Vali, I have to leave it there. I want to keep you here all day. I really do. But we unfortunately have to cross to our reporters and also take a look at the hearse as it makes its way to the Union buildings. But it's been an absolute privilege and honour for you to be with us, to share these memories and to take us to the, especially those 3 days before the release of our former president, Nelson Mandela, on the 9th, the 10th and the 11th of February, 1990. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thanks for being our guest. One of the men that worked on our Constitution, and of course he was the Minister of Constitutional Development during the time of Nelson Mandela's presidency. All right, Nazin Tombemir is in Mthatha. Oh no, I beg your pardon. She's in Houghton. Oh, I've got the wrong reporter. We've got so many reporters around the country, but I've got Nazin Tombe, who's in Houghton, and we're going to be crossing to her right now. Let's just find out what the atmosphere is like there. Nazin Tombe, good morning again.
Good morning, Leanne. We are still outside Nelson Mandela's Houghton home, where there has been a steady stream of well-wishers coming here to lay their flowers and pay tribute to Nelson Mandela. we've actually had a very interesting development in terms of one of the dignitaries that's arrived here. I have with me former SAFA President, Mr. Kirsten Nematandani, who came here and woke up early in the morning at 5 o'clock this morning just to come here and lay flowers outside Nelson Mandela's home. Good morning, Mr. Nematandani.
Good morning to you.
What's your experience been since you got here this morning?
I must say, I met a lot of people who are moving in and out and laying flowers and spending time taking photos. It's a hive of activities that I've seen this morning, showing how people are touched by the passing on of our icon.
I saw you come through with a bouquet of beautiful white flowers and lay them down just behind us here at the memorial. Can you tell us what was going through your mind? What did you say to Tata inside?
Thank you very much. Yes, I felt as a person, and of course collectively as South Africans, we are duty bound and we have an obligation to honor Tata for what he has done to us as a nation, to the continent and to the world as a whole. Having lived his life in a struggle to liberate us politically, I think we felt indeed.
All right, we apologize for breaking out of that particular interview with Kirsten Nematandani and Nozin Tombimia out in Houghton. But these are live visuals that we need to bring you at this point. Once again, this is the final time you're going to see this happening. Live visuals from the Union buildings. The body of Nelson Mandela has arrived and the national anthem is about to be sung. Once again, we can see all of the dignitaries that have arrived and the elders from the Abu Tembo clan as well, and Mandla Mandela, for the third day in a row, he is receiving his grandfather's body as it gets carried up the stairs there into the structure that's been specifically built that houses the casket where Madiba's body is in. And there is a glass top, so those of you that do go and view the body, you are able to see the face of our late statesman. And there you can see are all the officials from the respective departments within the SANDF. And there you have them. They are the pallbearers, and they are going to carry the coffin up the stairs. These are all the warrant officers that are making their way to the hearse now. You can see that they're from the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, the medical services, everyone being represented and all wearing a black sash around their arm as a sign of mourning.
When did this countdown begin?
All right, the singing of the national anthem there, something that we have seen for the last 3 days, and the flags gently blowing in the wind, hanging over the union buildings. And we can now get a sense and feeling that this is certainly a form of closure and finality, because this is the last time that you are going to be seeing it. And this process that is like precision, something that has been a very emotional journey for the family, and particularly one can isolate Mandela. He's been standing there and sitting by his grandfather's side every single day while he's seen his grandfather lie in state there. It's been a very, very humbling thing to watch. This is the slow march, or the death march, as some would call it, that the army does practice. Once again, in your shot, you can see our Defence Minister, Siviwe Mapwisa Ngakula, accompanying the family, particularly walking alongside Chief Mandla Mandela and the elders and some other family members of Madiba. And speaking to her earlier this week on Wednesday, on the first day, she was giving accolades to those that provided the medical care to Madiba over this very, very difficult time. And just saying that through it all, they absolutely did this with the greatest professionalism, and never once was there any leaked information. Everything that was done there was done in the most professional manner. So certainly her paying respect to those that fall under her realm, and most definitely after what we're seeing is very warranted. But let's go to Lebo. Now, Lebo is at the Union Buildings, and she's joined by General Mbanga. Let him talk us through this for the final time as this unveils on our screens. Lebo.
Thank you, Leanne. Good morning to you. As Leanne had already said, that the coffin has arrived at the Union Buildings, and with us is General Mabanga, who's taken us through, the process, and he's just going to give us to us one more time, just to give us an idea of what is going to happen, what is happening now for people who are seeing this for the first time. General Mabanga, what is happening now as people are watching on their screens?
What is happening now, we see the body of the late former President Nelson Mandela being carried by the bearers from the South African National Defence Force, comprised of members, senior warrant officers from all the services of the Defence Force. That procession is being led by the chaplain from Chaplain General's office. And then we also have seen the family members, elders, including the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, also accompanying the family and the elders from the Madiba clan.
What is the significance of the national anthem being sang at that time?
Significance of the national anthem being played at that time is paying a tribute to the former president and giving him the highest honor in terms of playing the national anthem and having the guard of honor.
And the officer in the front is wearing a purple belt around his neck. Is he the most senior out of the six?
No, he's not the most senior out of the group that is there, but is leading the ceremony. He's a chaplain general, what we call umfundis. Yeah. So that ceremony is being led by chaplain general. They are leading from the spiritual level.
Let's talk again to what happens once the body is inside the Union Buildings, just before the public are able to view the president again.
Well, what's going to happen is that once the body or the coffin is being placed on the pedestal, and then the bearers will remove the national flag and open the coffin to enable people to be able to view the body, and then prepare it to lie in state accordingly.
And how are those officers selected?
The officers were selected in order of seniority in the South African National Defence Force. That part is being done by what we call the warrant officers. normally or commonly known as the Sergeant Majors. So the senior warrant officer of the Defence Force, that is the Sergeant Major of the Defence Force, lead that group. And then it is comprised of senior warrant officers from different services and divisions of the South African National Defence Force. Hence, you see different colors. They are selected from the Army, Air Force, Navy, and the South African Military Health Service.
Speak to us again about, how happy you are with how things have been going, and, having rehearsed it over and over again, is it finally coming into place the way you would have wanted it to?
It's finally it's taking shape and coming to place as we have wanted it to be. Because we would like to, on behalf of the government of South Africa and the people of South Africa, as the South African National Defence Force being given this responsibility in accordance to the policy, to do this to the best of our ability in a most dignified, disciplined and honorable manner.
Is it one of the biggest responsibilities to the Army?
It's one of the biggest responsibility, and it is an honor and a privilege for the South African National Defence Force to be given such a responsibility to lead.
Now, Waterkloof tomorrow, give us details again of what is going to happen, the role of the Army in making sure that Tatu Mandela reaches Qunu in one piece.
The role of the South African National Defence Force. Yes. The role of the South African National Defence Force will again be moving the body of the late president from one military hospital to Air Force Base Waterkloof. On arrival at Air Force Base Waterkloof, the body will be formally handed over to the African National Congress officials, who will conduct a ceremony in honor of the former president of the African National Congress, Nelson Mandela. On completion of that ceremony, the body will again be handed over to the South African National Defence Force, who will again prepare it for the movement down to Qunu. They will wrap it, and then it will be transported by aircraft to Mthatha. It's worth mentioning that all these procedures, as they happen, the body will be accompanied by the senior or elders from the family, as well as the Madiba clan, and the senior officials from the South African National Defence Force as senior mourners.
All right, sir, thank you very much. We'll keep you here for a little while longer. General Mabanga talking to us, talking through the procession, what is going to happen between today and tomorrow. Remember, today is the last day where South Africans can come and view the body of former President Nelson Mandela. The queues have already started forming, so the body has just arrived. So we'll give the family time to, conduct what they need to do as a family. Remember, they also need to speak to him, Utata, as the family, to tell him where he is exactly, inform him of what is going to happen today before tomorrow heading to Qunu, where he will head to his final resting place on Sunday morning. Let's head back to Johannesburg. Willianne is standing by.
Thank you very much, Lebo. Now, Advocate Sonwabile Mankochwa's interaction with the late former President Nelson Mandela dates back when he was the publicity secretary of the Youth League, up to when Madiba celebrated his 20th anniversary out of prison. Sonwabile also became the youngest MEC to serve in the first democratic government of South Africa under the leadership of President Nelson Mandela. The National Heritage Council CEO, Advocate Mankochwa, joins me in studio now to talk about his memories, but also, I think most importantly, to talk about the traditions that are taking place that perhaps you and I are not 100% aware of. Advocate, it's so nice to see you, and welcome to the program.
Thanks so much, Leanne, and also your viewer this morning.
You know, this is such an interesting. It's an interesting process that we are seeing, because every morning we've seen the same process, and we've seen, what we see is the cars driving, the military, the pomp and the ceremony and everything that happens. But behind the scenes, there's so much tradition and culture that's happening that we perhaps are not even aware of. Perhaps you can talk us through this. You know, we've seen Mandela standing there every single morning to welcome the body. We've seen the elders of the clans. Talk us through what actually happens.
Yes, Leanne, you know, what a befitting honor for Madiba, this icon. Here you're talking about somebody with such a rich identity. You're talking about the father, you're talking about in the national figure, you're talking about the first president of a democratic South Africa, but also talking about a chief. you are talking about somebody who grew up within a clan. Now, here in this funeral, we see also preparation, interface between modernity and tradition. The presence of Chief Zwelivelile Mandela there signifies that culture. For instance, in African societies, somebody who has departed is regarded as still alive.
Yes.
The significance of him standing there is that every time he's briefing him, he gets a briefing as to what's going to be the next step now.
All right. So every time he's talking to his grandfather the whole way?
Every time he's talking to his grandfather, what is going to be the next step? Because this goes to the belief that there must be somebody who knows.
Yeah.
Somebody who's related to the person, somebody also who's close to the person, a member of the family, who must take him along every time and every step, even when the president departs tomorrow, to Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
Somebody must come and say, we are now taking you. Now we're taking you to the Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
And then even when he's being taken to taken home, even when he arrives home, somebody must say, we have now arrived at home, and then what is going to happen and so forth. Who is here?
Yeah.
You know?
And I'm going to continue this conversation with you. Predominantly, that individual would be Mandela, and the responsibility would fall on Mandela's shoulders. See, he is talking to him the whole time.
He is talking to him the
Today,
whole time.
tomorrow, when he's flying, when he arrives at home, the whole time. I'm going to explore this. I've got my producers in my ear just shouting at me because we've had a very major accident in Cape Town on the N1, and unfortunately 5 people have lost their lives in this particular accident. So we just want to give you more details, and we'll continue this conversation in the Johannesburg studio. Mariska, you're in Cape Town. Can you give us some more details about this accident? Mariska, are you able to hear us? Can you give us some more information on this accident that was reported earlier in Cape Town? All right, it unfortunately looks like Mariska can't hear us at this stage, but as soon as we do get that link up, we will cross to her again. Advocate, let's continue our conversation. So, this is something that we've seen, and on the first day, it was a lot longer though, because now the process is quite quick. When Tata's body arrives, you see the family there. They walk him up. Obviously, they talk to him, and it's open straight away. But on that first day, the whole family was there. And they had a private ceremony. Can you perhaps take us behind those closed doors? What traditionally takes place at that time when the body is first brought to the family, when that public viewing is about to take place?
Obviously, certain traditional activities take place, and some of them are very private.
Yeah.
But of course, these are the traditions according to Tembu clan. When they receive him, but also certain rituals take place. I mean, usually people go to the kraal, more especially the elderly. You know, there's a significance of a kraal. Even when some people are staying in today's suburbs, they do something like a kraal.
Yeah.
You know, this is where it is believed that ancestors are, or ancestors reside. And then people will go there, maybe in the morning. As early as 5 o'clock, certain things have been happening.
Yeah.
We may not be aware about those, but that's really the kind of cultural tradition and identity take place. And obviously, the Tembu clan, where Chief Dalpunga comes from, they're very, very... they uphold their culture and their custom.
Yeah.
That is why, for instance, Mandela, even you go to Mvezo, even in the building there, that multi-purpose center there, he made it a point that there must be a kraal. And the significance of a kraal in the cow dung in African societies, remember, these are the people who will say that even if you have a car, you are poor without a cow.
Yeah.
you know, and so forth. Nobody listens to you, and so forth. So those are the cultural beliefs that actually must take place. Even when we will see this up until the end, in Kono, you know, it will continue. So what is important about this, Leanne, is that through this funeral, cultural or this cultural identity of African or Africans or who we are, our own identity, has now come to a global platform.
Yeah.
You know, that indeed we have our own cultures, we have our own identities. This has been happening in many families, but now we are talking about an international icon. That's why now they come to the fore. Otherwise, people practice these belief systems, these cultural rights, and all this, this heritage tapestry. It takes place every day. What is important about Madiba that he never alienated himself from his people.
Yeah.
He was always with his people, and he practiced what his people. Because there are people who, when they all of a sudden they become important people, they become detached from their own
their culture and their roots.
Culture. He was never detached.
No,
he actually right through. That is why, even fortunately, my home is not far from where the president was come from.
Yeah.
Just 5 kilometers.
Amazing.
And even when he came, this first call was to talk to the elders of the community. When he speaks to the elders, he speaks to the elders respecting the seniority of the elders.
Yeah.
So the president in him goes out, and he really forgets about that for a moment. He concentrates on that.
Okay. Advocate, I'm going to continue to pick your brain about all of this and get these pearls of wisdom out, and especially talking about the process tomorrow and the funeral on Sunday, perhaps just to throw forward. But let's try again with Mariska and see if that link is up and running, and to see if those details about the accident on the N1 can be given to us. Mariska, any more details that you have for us?
Yes, Leanne, at this stage we only know that at least 5 people have died in those 2 horrific accidents on the N1. The N1, of course, at this stage still closed, and it will take at least 4 or 5 hours to clear up the accident scene. As we understand from Mr. Kenny Africa, the Chief of Traffic in the Western Cape, he told us earlier that people are still trapped in those 2 trucks that collided. Unfortunately, the trucks have burnt out, and rescue personnel cannot get close to the 2 trucks until they've cooled down so that they can actually work there. But to speak more about the safe travel of people to and from the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, we have Mr. Justice Marobele of the Cape Amalgamated Taxi Association, one of the biggest in the Western Cape, to tell us about his association's readiness for the festive season. Mr. Marobele, first of all, are you ready to handle the volumes of people that are coming through this weekend?
Yes, first of all, let me greet you, ma'am. We are ready as much as we can, but only just small problem or disappointment from government side, where the government did apply something that is called the administration mark, which can maybe reject or oppose when the member or go to renew the license of the vehicle, as well as the transportation licensing board, where they changed the system of issuing those permits, which were given to the taxi operators to transport the people from Western Cape to Eastern Cape. Except those problems, we are ready, actually.
We've heard Mr. Kenny Africa saying this morning that they are quite tired of this thing of people driving when they're tired. They see it a lot with taxis. And he said that they want to work with unions to ensure that especially the drivers adhere to the call to rest, especially on the long road. What are you doing from your side to ensure that drivers adhere to this call to take it easy on the road?
We have arranged with the taxi operators or the owners that we must look after our drivers. They must drive certain hours, then they get rest, they get shower, and then from there they continue with the journey. We don't want them to drive from here to Eastern Cape straightly. We want them to drive certain hours to get a rest, and then if they come that side, they used to just drop and come back. Now we have suggested that they must drop and get a rest, then he can continue with the journey after some hours, not to drop and come back to Cape Town.
And that was Mr. Justice Marubele of the Cape Amalgamated Taxi Association. And we're also going to have a very quick word with Mr. Martin Tomela of the Gabi Bus Operators Association. And he's going to tell us a little bit more about what bus operators are doing to ensure that people travel safe. Mr. Tomela, good morning to you. What measures are in place to ensure that people are safe on the road?
We are ready to accommodate any volumes. We have working committees that is responsible for safety issues. We are ready for anything.
Okay, there we heard it from Mr. Martin Tomela of the Gabi Bus Operators Association. En ons kom lewendig na julle toe van die Joe Gabi terminus waar busse en taksies vanaf sal vertrek om veral na die Ooskaap te reis, en ons verwag omtrent 25,000 mense behoort hulle pad huis toe te vind oor die volgende 3 of 4 dae.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mariska, on that one. Yulisa is in Kunu, where the funeral is going to be taking place on Sunday. She's actually joined by Tony Yengeni. Yulisa, a very good morning to you. All right, those are our shots from Kunu, and you managed to glimpse the corner of Yulisa's head there, but we will certainly get to that interview in a short while. But let's continue our discussion about traditions and really moulding the state funeral and the traditions together, because, you know, I'm finding this exceptionally interesting, you know, just the process that's going to happen tomorrow now, because this, what you're seeing on your screen right now is happening right now. This is the body lying in state, and you saw all the traditions that have been played out for you, with Mandela welcoming his grandfather, telling him where he is, speaking to him the entire time. The advocate with us is giving us all of the details as to what's happening behind the scenes at this time. So this is another process that's going to take place, and this is going to happen tomorrow. The presidency says that Nelson Mandela's remains will be transported to the Eastern Cape on Saturday from the Air Force Base at Waterkloof near Pretoria, where the ruling party will bid Madiba farewell. The SANDF will take charge of this leg of the funeral. A military guard of honor will welcome the remains, which will be draped in the national flag. Upon arrival at the airport, the SANDF contingent will perform the ceremonial removal of the body from the aircraft. The coffin will be placed on a gun carriage and then transported into a hearse. The SANDF will sound the national anthem, while the guard of honor will present arms and salute. Now, the body will then be transported to the family home in Kunu, where the Tembu community will conduct a traditional ceremony. And this is the ceremony that I want to talk about now. But I think before we talk about that traditional ceremony, I think our link is up with you, Lisa, who's joined by Tony Yengeni in Kunu, where all of this is going to be taking place. So, Yulisa, it's over to you.
Thank you, and the sun is coming up in Kunu. Whoever thought, because in the past few days there's been downpours of rain. Kuthiwa ke abayaziyo bathi icamagu livumile. Abanye basixelela ukuba ingcwaba lendoda lisendleleni, kodwa abantu baseMpuma Koloni apho nam ndisuka khona bathi uTata Mandela chose to come here and be laid to rest. Ukuba imvula iphinde yana kwakhona akho mntu ukhalazayo okanye ukhathazekayo ngesuthu bathi mushututswela pile. Of course, we have the NEC member of the ANC, uTata Tony Yengeni, who's been here for a couple of days to chat with us about, first, the mood in these areas, the rural areas. In Gauteng, the celebrations, people are singing, celebrating Tata Madiba's life, but this side, it seems to be different.
We must appreciate that there's a vast difference between rural and urban areas. In the urban areas, everybody is rushing, moving around, running, singing, and so on and so on. But in the rural areas, it's more laid back. People take their time. And enye into ke esintwini xa kukho umuntu oswelekileyo osishiyileyo kuyazilwa So abantu yonke into bebeyenza ngaphambili bayayiyeka bahlale phansi bazole so that kusetyenzwe kakuhle nomuntu ofuna ukulwa kuthiwa no lo mlolo sawubona emva komsebenzi so unyanisile abantu balapha bazolile bazilile siyayibona sonke lo nto leyo.
Izolo ke wathi bekukho i-memorial service apha khawusinike nje umfanekiso kwenzeka ntoni kanye kwenzeke ntoni.
Ya bikhona umthandazo bukhona izolo eCicirha inkokheli ze-ANC bezikhona zonke apho sikhokelwe ngunobhala jikelele uComrade Gwede Mantashe umqwathi nabantu balapha ke bebephume ngomzi ugcwele indlu iphuphuma kuculwa ke kuthandazwa yonke into ibisenzeka phaya net-television ke bezikhona but ke bingumthandazo omhle kakhulu inkosi zikhona abefundisi bekhona omama bevathile i-Women's League ANC ikhona ize ngamandla so bekumnandi apho abantu bebhiyozela ubomi bukaTata Mandela.
Butoni, while every one of us the world over sithi uTata Mandela belongs to us, kodwa abalapha abantu eQunu banelunda ngakumbi ngoba bamazi seyinkwenkwanyana.
Abantu balapha banalo ilunda kufuneka babe nalo ngoba uMandela inkaba yakhe ilapha ayikho eGauteng ayikho eLondon ilapha eQunu abantu balapha banelunda ngaye and bayiviyela into kubana ungunyana walapha and bayamclaima uMandela but you see I think it's also important to make the point that uMandela comes from somewhere. He didn't fall from the skies. Mandela was born here, was brought up by people here in this place. But also Mandela was brought up in the ANC, in the best traditions of the African National Congress. What you see is a product of years of nurturing by the leadership of the African National Congress.
Usitsho kodwa uba noxa engutata woxolo kodwa engumntu olwa kakhulu way back then.
I think that's an important point to stress that Mandela was a man of peace. Mandela would reconcile enemies and is a shining example in that regard. But you must balance that with the fact that Mandela was a fighter. Mandela didn't shy away from a good fight. He was. That is why he was the first volunteer-in-chief of the volunteers of the ANC who defied apartheid laws in 1952. He led from the front. Didn't only organize them and mobilize them, but he was the first to sit on a whites-only bench, for example. In 1961, he was the first commander-in-chief of Mkondo Wesizwe. Okay? Even in prison, he used to lead other comrades in the fight against draconian prison conditions. And of course, he was the first to sit down with the enemy and to have discussions with them. So it's a very important dichotomy of this personality called Nelson Mandela. So you can't emphasize one point over the other.
While the funeral is going to be an intimate affair, siyaqonda ukuba kuthiwa kuzawuvalwa indlela abantu mabazama ukhawuleza ingakumbi eMonti. Khawusixelele more about that.
Where indlela zizawuvalwa ngakumbi kusuka eMonti kuza eMthatha ngomgqibelo nangecawe. Akhona ke amaxesha azawupapashwa nendawo apho indlela ezawuvalwa khona ethubeni. So kubalekile into kubana abantu bayiqonde lonto. Abantu abasoka kwezinye indawo bayazi into kubana funeka babe kwelicala in good time. esinye isicelo ke sisokubana ngomso xa umzimba ufika kaTata Mandela abantu ukusuka airport uyotsho eMthatha nokusuka eMthatha uzotsho eQunu abantu mabame apha endleleni icanga kwendlela bamnike andazi ibeka ntoni ngesilungu ngesixhosa but ke bamnike sort of a guard of honor and we're saying that people should not necessarily inconvenience themselves by hiring buses and taxis and to do that. Umuntu usuke elalini yakhe awutshe endleleni, njalo njalo. Ukusukela airport uzotshe eQunu.
Ebutheni kokugqibela nje njengoba sihleli apha kule mpolo yaseQunu apho uTata Mandela azawulala khona kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela. For you, you have been fortunate enough to meet uTata Nelson Mandela many times. Any particular memory that you can share with South Africans?
Well, one day Tata Mandela called me, says, "Tony, where are you?" I said, "Tata, I'm in Cape Town." He says, "I'm going to send my driver to pick you up, take you to Air Force Base, Easterplaat. The plane is waiting for you." And that's what happened. An hour later or two, I was in Pretoria, Waterkloof Air Force Base. His other driver was waiting for me. Took me to him, found him at home. He says to me, "Thank you for coming. The meeting that you arranged for next week with the Chief of the National Defence Force is over." I said, "But Tata, it can't. Because you see, when you arrange a meeting in Parliament, you go through a certain procedures." He looked at me. He says, "I don't think you understand. That meeting is not going to take place." It's only then, when he said it the second time, that I realized he's not asking me. He's giving me an order. I stood up, I saluted him, went back into the car, back to the airport, back to Cape Town.
Great memories indeed that you have of Tata Nelson Mandela. But I do know that I said this is the last one, but I just remembered that, in fact, you met with the traditional leaders as well. Tell us about that a bit, please.
You see, abathembu, inkosi, zalapha, ziyamhlonipha kakhulu uTata uMandela. And azifuni into kubana xa kusenziwa lo msebenzi kubekho izinto ezawuphazamisana namasiko nezithethe akwantu. Though government inguye ophethe lo mcimbi, it's a state funeral, but the traditional leaders have impressed on us that that must not tamper with how they would want to give Mandela a proper farewell.
Manisbabe ngazibini kuButhoni Yengeni, NEC member of the African National Congress. Siza kuwe siphuma ngqo eQunu ekhayeni likaTata Madiba apha zawulala khona. Back to you in the studio, Leanne.
So thank you very much. Unbelievable listening to Tony Yengeni reminiscing and just also talking about some of the traditions and cultures of the Abu Tambo clan. And I've got Advocate Sonwabile Mqachwa in studio with me, who's been doing exactly the same thing. And we sort of ended off our discussion, and we're going to start wrapping it up shortly. But we just sort of looking behind the scenes now. Everything you're going to see is part of the state funeral, but behind there, the scenes is also a traditional funeral. So, we got to the point where the body arrives at Mthatha. It's then taken to the family residence. What happens when Madiba arrives home?
I think the Madiba family and the Madiba clan and the entire clan of Madiba will decide whether there's a need to further view the body, take into consideration that perhaps some people will not have been able to travel to Tshwane. It's the family and the Madiba clan will take that decision.
Yeah.
But also, they will be in a cow as well, I think, slaughtered. But according to African custom, that cow is a very special cow. More especially to an elderly man and the head of the family, like Madiba. And usually that cow is known even before, even when perhaps the old man is still alive. It's a very special cow. It's chosen. And then sometimes, in fact, that cow should come directly from the kraal, not just bought, anywhere, because it's believed that this is a cow that is accompanying the old man. And even the shepherd who's looking after that cow, that cow is special. They will talk to the cow itself, not, to say that you have been chosen. And they will name usually that cow has a name.
Yeah.
That you are a special person. They will ululate to the cow. And because this cow accompanies a very important person. So the cow itself is special. And then when it is slaughtered, not everybody will slaughter the cow, and not anybody. It will be somebody chosen from the Madiba clan.
Yeah.
Usually there is somebody called Intlabi. Intlabi meaning that this is a person who will put the first brick on the cow. And usually, as you know, that when the cow bellows, it also means that the ancestors have agreed.
Yeah.
And then all those rituals will take place, and certain rituals, of course, some of them private, in the private space, not just publicly. We all know anything that actually would happen, but every thing will happen according to Madiba and Tembu tradition.
Yeah.
And then behind the scene, there will be a lot of them. There are a lot of them that we have not seen, as well.
No, I imagine we're going to be introduced to them all now as we enter into his homeland of the Eastern Cape. We're running out of time as well in a very fast way. Time is the greatest enemy of ours. But I think what's important to end of our interview is to talk about, we all talk about heritage. But, you, of course, being the CEO of the Heritage Council, and we want to talk about the legacy of Nelson Mandela and this global legacy. What do you think the legacy is going to be? And everything you've been talking to us this morning, intertwining the culture and heritage that you say Madiba was so proud about until the day he died. What do you think that legacy is?
The Heritage Council has just defined what heritage means during this September. That heritage is not just about us going back, but it's us going back, but in order to educate the current and future generation, but also to ensure that we use our own identity for nation building. I think what is important is that the memory of Madiba is now going to be part of the memory of the world. Values that actually shaped him, the values of sacrifice, justice, and so forth. So what's important, therefore, is that all the sites that our own icon Madiba depicts will be preserved, and that also you have an opportunity as well for re-education. But also what is also important is the whole question of best practice, because heritage is not just about us going back. The best practice, what is best practice? And then never it has happened that we become part of the globe like this after this funeral.
Yeah.
And we become part of the globe. Ubuntu, for instance. I mean, President Obama spoke about this, that there's something called Ubuntu. Fortunately, the Heritage Council honored Madiba in his program of restoration of values of Ubuntu, because Ubuntu is our own global footprint. And it's about, us as South Africans. It's about us. So that one is so. The fact that we're so delighted that the Heritage Council to have honored Madiba, besides other, along with other statesmen like Fidel Castro and so forth. I mean, when we honored Fidel Castro after him, they went to Google what Ubuntu is.
Yeah.
And they said that, look, this is the only thing that as Cubans defines us. This is with greatest honor to Fidel Castro. So the passing away of this icon really reestablishes us to the world and for the coming generations. I would say that South Africa will never be the same. Yeah. This greatest respect that we'll earn to the world, but I think we must use it so that we don't just celebrate this heritage tapestry, but to say that what it means to us, currently, let's reshape the world.
Yeah.
Let's establish our own presence, to the global community, and that indeed were there to be counted. I think that this is going to be a very prosperous
That's
country.
the heritage. I think we'll sum it up in one word. Thank you so much for joining us. Ubuntu, the heritage and the legacy that perhaps could be left behind by our late Nelson Mandela. National Heritage Council CEO, Advocate Manwa Kochwa, thank you very much for joining us here on this special broadcast. Live visuals that you're seeing from the Union buildings. Look at the queue. That is what you're seeing this morning in Pretoria, and this is just absolutely incredible. These are the same scenes that you saw unfolding yesterday. Earlier we had the Minister in the Presidency talking to us about numbers of around about 39,000 people that managed to file past and view our late President's body that is at rest now, lying in state at the Union buildings. On Wednesday was 21,000 people that managed to get through. They're hoping that many, many more. But you know, you can see that the queue is moving. It is a moving queue. And this is for the bus. So this is the queue where it's at the Park and Ride at the Pretoria Showgrounds, where people have been queuing from as early as 4 in the morning, if not earlier. Perhaps some people even slept there overnight. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm saying that without knowing, but it wouldn't surprise me, because some people queued for 8 hours yesterday and they didn't have a chance to get onto that bus and get to the Union buildings. So these are live visuals. Let's see what's in the hearts and minds of South Africans now. This is Sally Letlape writing to us and saying it's the third day of viewing Tata and people are still queuing in great numbers. This shows the great person that Tata was. You're right, Sally, indeed. Lefa Lenka writing in saying, we'll continue to live up to your wishes, Tata. Education, love, peace, humility and more. We salute you, Tata. Lefa, thank you. Pindiwe, I can't imagine how Mandla feels right now. It's sad to lose Tata, but we celebrate and appreciate him for being the best, Tata. Thank you. That's wonderful. Vicky, we were cut off at 1,500, or is that 1,500 or 1,500? Is it 3 o'clock? It must be. I don't know. Okay, I'm a bit confused, but I think it's 1,500 people maybe on the queue at the LC de Villiers Park and Ride, and everyone took it well. And they just left. I think it's at 3 o'clock. I think that's what they're trying to say. At 3 o'clock, that's the cut-off time, at 3 o'clock. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you for your understanding and writing into us. Some more tweets. Tex or Dutch saying, these long lines look like back in 1994 when people were voting for the very first time. It's true. That's what I said. You know, I actually tweeted a picture of the front page of the Citizen newspaper this morning, and what I said in my tweet was, this isn't an archive photo from the 1994 elections. This is the Citizen's front page newspaper from today. Diman saying, yesterday we were in the queue for, 9 hours. All right, this is the long week indeed. That's what he went to say. There is that queue. It's amazing. It's incredible to see. And what was even more incredible, I'm not sure if you saw it, I saw it. I just happened to look at the screen at the time. There was a picture of one of the ladies that had actually come. And Valen, good morning to you. It's nice to see you. I'm busy talking, and I know you've just been seated so you can give us sports news. There was a picture a little bit earlier. It was footage, live footage that they were showing us here of some of the mourners that were walking past the coffin that had obviously viewed it. And I think 2 ladies just fell onto the floor and they were crying. And the army personnel were there to pick them up, console them, and carry them away. It's amazing.
It certainly is an incredible time. When I left here yesterday, I picked up a friend and we went through to Pretoria. We sat off of the Eupheus off-ramp for about an hour, finally got into the Fountains Valley area where we waited about half an hour to try and park our car. We hadn't yet seen the line.
Oh my gosh.
We then got out of the car and walked 100 meters, 200 meters. And I turned around and I said to a lady, sorry ma'am, how long have you been waiting here? This is the line to get onto the bus yesterday.
Yeah.
I've been waiting since 9 a.m. By then it was 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And she was 200 meters down the line. We carried on walking. It must have been about 2.5 kilometers, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and people were there. And what was most amazing about it, people were smiling, people were singing. Eventually, to cut a long story short, I did end up going to walk through the Union buildings.
Talk to me about this.
What an incredible experience. I know you and I had shared how it was when you went on the Wednesday.
But I haven't heard your experience.
It was, you know, I didn't know what to expect, but the mood at the Union buildings is certainly incredible and something that is quite difficult to relay to people. And there is such a presence there.
Yeah.
You walk through, and I was on the side where Mandela is sitting.
Yeah.
And I have to admire the strength of this man. And being able to sit there, I said, my condolences to you and your family. And I turned around and I kind of got a little bit of a shock because, you know, we see all these beautiful smiling photos, but when you look in the coffin, there is no smile. But it is at peace. He's wearing his bright blue and gold-colored shirts. And it certainly is an experience that I'm still trying to find the words and the best way to describe it, but I think it's very personal for everyone.
It is. It's a personal feeling that'll stay with you for the rest of your life.
Without a doubt.
I closed my eyes and that was the last picture I saw before I fell asleep. And believe me, the first picture in my mind when I woke up as well. It's amazing. Velen, I know you've got sports news for us, which we're going to get to now in a very, very short while, particularly paying our respects to baby Jake McClellan. You know, it is an unfortunate week that baby Jake passed away, but he's also one of our great South Africans, and we're going to bring you the story of his funeral that's going to be happening today. And Janji is at the Union buildings now. He is surrounded by crowds, thousands of people that have gone down to Pretoria. And Janji, that queue behind you, it's breathtaking.
Good morning, Leanne. In fact, I'm not at the Union buildings, but at the Pretoria Showgrounds, where we have seen many people that have descended here. It's shocking and unbelievable what I'm seeing here. It's like a throwback to 1994 during those first democratic elections when we saw long queues meandering through our cities, through our villages, and through our suburbs. So you can see behind me at the showgrounds, this is the park and ride facility. People have to first come here before they are taken to the Union buildings. When we arrived this morning, we found that the queues were very long already. As you know, that today is day 3 and the final day for South Africans to be able to get that chance to view the body of the former President Nelson Mandela. I suppose hence we are seeing so many queues. The family in South Africa has received such overwhelming support from ordinary South Africans as well, coming out in their large numbers to pay their last respects to Nelson Mandela. Yesterday, we saw some of the people being turned back as early as 3:30 in the afternoon because they couldn't take it. They were just so inundated. You can see behind me people with their umbrellas. They are ready for the day to stand in these long queues. As you know, even after this, going to the Union buildings, they will be in more queues. So it's going to be interesting to see how the situation is going to be managed today because it's the last day, and we understand that there are also people coming from other provinces. There are actually people that slept on the lawns of the Union buildings just to secure that prime spot so that when the gates are flung open, they are the first in line. Loko hi nga vulavula hi Xichangani nga mi hlamusela ku hi laha a Pretoria Showgrounds laha loko hi fika kona hi kume ku vanhu va te hi xitalo. Leswi swi hi tsundzuxa lembe ra 1994 loko ma-Afrika-Dzonga va ta vota ro sungula ka nhlawulo lowu nga riki na xihlawuhlawu. Loko hi fika laha hi vona ku vanhu lava nga ndzhaku ka hina lava van'wani va khome ti-umbrella va tena ti-cooler bag ta vona va pake mimovha ya vona la va ta tleketliwa la hi mabazi kusuka la va ta ya e-Union buildings laha va nga ta kota ku vona khale ka President Nelson Mandela loyi yena a nga lova vhiki leri nga hundza hi wa vumune. Ha swi tiva leswaku nkulukumba Mandela va ta lahliwa e-Eastern Cape hi siku ra Sonto. babukeli siyanamukela lapha silapha ePretoria Showgrounds lapha sithoma sifika lapha sathola ukuthi abantu beze ngobuningi phela beze ngobuningi le ndaba yenzakala lapho sibona abantu baningi kakhulu isikhumbuza ngo1994 lapha abantu beba kuma queue kakhulu sizabuyela kini e-studio. It's back to you, Leanne, in studio.
All right, thank you very much to Njanji Chauke, who is reporting from the Pretoria Showgrounds, just giving us an on-the-ground feel of what it's really like. The crowds, thousands of people across the capital of Pretoria just waiting to catch a ride to the Union buildings and go and view the late great statesman Tata Nelson Mandela. There's just some of the visuals of those individuals that are moving through the Union buildings. As Leanne said, there has been a couple of things that have been happening in the sporting world. Now, before we actually get into that, because of course today we are going to be laying to rest the only 4 times world champion from South Africa, baby Jake Matlala. But before we get to that, let us bring you an interview with a lady that knew Nelson Mandela very well. Double Olympic gold medalist and 14-time world record holder Penny Haynes dedicated an entire chapter to Nelson Mandela in her autobiography. She wrote, "I think we as sport achievers of the past were perhaps spoilt a little more by the interest that Nelson Mandela took in us. Madiba and South African sport are inextricably linked. They are synonymous." Haynes now joins us in the SABC Durban studio. A very good morning to you, Penny. Thank you very much for joining us. Can you tell us where you were when you actually heard the news?
Morning, Valen. Unfortunately, I was out of the country. I was in Bangkok attending a swimming meeting. And actually, the morning of the meeting, I happened to be wearing black. I hadn't heard about Madiba's passing yet, but I went into the meeting and the executive director of World Swimming mentioned to the president that I'm wearing black because Madiba had passed. And of course, that came as a huge shock to me. At first, I didn't know if it's a sick joke or if it's for real. And then as I looked at the faces in the room, I realized it was true.
How are you feeling now after seeing what's happened in South Africa since the news broke and with the funeral in 2 days' time?
I think on the one hand, everybody's sad that Madiba has passed away, but he certainly has done his bit on this planet, and I think it's good that he's at rest now. I think I'm extremely proud for the fitting way that South Africa has dealt with the enormity of his passing and the interest that the world has shown. And I think from everything that I've heard, we've done a really good job, and hopefully it pays tribute and does honor to the legacy that this great man has left us.
Can you please tell us about the first meeting that you had with Mandela?
Well, the very first time I met him, it was at the South African Sports Awards in '95, so I was just one of many people passing through. But then in March of '96, when I broke my first world record at our Olympic trials, I received a phone call at the pool where they basically said that the president wants to fly me to Cape Town to meet him. And having been based abroad in America, especially during the transition and the voting in '94, you know, Madiba is a huge figure internationally, perhaps more so than what we were as youngsters accustomed to in South Africa. So the moment was big, and in that sense, I didn't know what to expect. I thought it would just be very quick. But much to my surprise, when I arrived there, I had about 10 to 15 minutes totally alone with him in his office. And I just remember he joked in the beginning about my success, and my age is pretty close to one of his grandson's ages, and I don't know if he was playing matchmaker. But it was a light moment, and he's very good at making a person feel comfortable in his presence. And he just came across as this wise, older person that was imparting his sense of what sport meant to the country and the responsibility that goes along with being a successful athlete.
And tell us what happened after that meeting, because you guys came out and there were loads of photographers taking a lot of photographs, and then you saw a crowd of people, some tourists that had gathered at the gate.
Yeah, we were sort of walking down the steps. Madiba was holding my hand and leading me down, and the photographers were taking photos, and obviously they're facing us walking backwards, and there's a fountain in the courtyard, and one or two of them almost fell into the fountain. So that was a light moment. And then from there we went on to the opposite end where there's a gate, and tourists were peering through it, and Madiba was, obviously they were all there just to see Madiba, you know, but he sort of deflected the attention away from himself and informed them of my world record and what I'd just done. And then he said to them that he shook my hand and he'll never wash his hand again. And obviously to that everybody laughed. And then I said, you know, it's obviously the converse is true. I'll never wash mine.
Tell us what your most special Madiba moment is.
There are many striking moments. It would depend how you define it. One of the biggest moments in terms of viewing his humility and that left a huge impression on me was shortly after the medalists returned home. We went, the four of us, myself, Josiah, Marianne Creel and Ezekiel Sepeng, went to the to the President's home in Pretoria, where we dedicated the medals to the nation and obviously to Madiba. And after that we were taken aside to a private lounge where he discussed again our responsibilities and imparted his thoughts around our successes. And one of the caterers brought a plate of eats, set it down on the table, and before anyone could do anything, Madiba himself rose and started serving us, which I don't think any of us knew what to do with that. You know, it was a huge moment. And then another thing I'll never forget is at the Presidential Sports Awards, shortly after that, the table where I was seated with the other medalists, the chair next to me was open for a long time. So I figured whoever's seated there decided not to attend. And then as we were about to get underway with proceedings, everybody sort of kept quiet. There was these hushed tones, and suddenly everyone rose, and it was Madiba entering this area. And then he made his way, slowly shaking everybody's hands, made his way around to the table and sat down next to me. Of course, I was a bit flabbergasted. Kept quiet for a while, and then Yvonne Shaka Shaka started singing a song that he obviously liked. So he tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Come on, Penny, let's dance." To which he raised up and started doing the Madiba jive, and I had no choice. I had to get up and dance with him. And that was, on the one hand, a little bit embarrassing, but obviously something I'll never forget, dancing with Madiba in front of about 1,000 people.
Oh, wow. And as we wrap it up, Penny, just tell us, if you could just sum up in one or two words what Madiba meant to sport. You say that he and sport were inextricably linked here in South Africa, and that they're synonymous. But now, as you look back at how much he really meant to sport in South Africa, how would you sum it up?
I think if I compare Madiba to any other statesman, he took a genuine personal interest, not just in my own career, but I know when I spoke to Baby Jake not so long ago, we were talking about it, where he showed up at Baby Jake's home and shook his hand. And, you know, Madiba, I recall when very few people in the world was tracking my swimming career post-96, and, you know, most people didn't know how far I'd fallen off the mark that I'd set in 96. Madiba kept track of it and even phoned me at the pool shortly after one of my better swims to say, well done, he notices I'm back on form. And that was very unique. No other statesman, to my knowledge, has taken such a personal interest. Most of them show an interest, but I think it's based off of briefings and information that's passed on to them, as opposed to a genuine interest where he sits and watches your events and takes notes. So Madiba saw it as nation building, and I think it was right there. I think sport is the one thing where we as a nation come together. It's not, we're not separated by our views around parties and politics, but we're one nation, and I think that's what Madiba was. He wasn't, I know the ANC says he's the leader of the ANC, but he was the leader of South Africa, and that was very unique to him.
All right, lovely stuff. That's Penny Haynes. She's a 3-time Olympic medalist. Thank you very much for chatting to us about your very special Nelson Mandela moments. Let's take a look at that clip. She mentioned it when the Olympic athletes of 2000 actually dedicated their medals to Nelson Mandela. Let's just take a look at what happened at that time.
Your outstanding leadership and dedication to the advancement of all people, both in South Africa and throughout the world, helped us set our goals. We pray for your continued wisdom, your humanity and good health, with love and respect from myself, Joshua, Ezekiel and Marianne.
Well, thank you very much, Penny. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
He certainly was sport's greatest 12th man. Finally, with another look at what's making headlines in your sporting world, late former 4-times world champion Baby Jake Matlala will be laid to rest today. The funeral service will start at 10 a.m. at Rhema Ministries in Randburg, Johannesburg. The funeral will be administered by Pastor Ray McCauley and addressed by the National Sports Minister, Fikile Mbalula. Matlala made headlines in 2002 when he won his WBU junior lightweight title at Carnival City, when he jumped out of the ring and gave his belt to Mandela. It was his final professional bout. Matlala passed away on a Saturday morning at the age of 51, just 2 days after Nelson Mandela died. He leaves behind his wife, Mapule, as well as 2 sons. And that's how we come to just a look at what's been happening in your sporting world at this time, and some great memories there shared by Penny Haynes, who herself is a real icon of sport here in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Thank you, Valen. Thanks for bringing us that interview with Penny Haynes, and just that story of her dancing with Madiba. Oh, can you imagine what a memory that is? Imagine having those photographs of doing the Madiba dance while Yvonne Chaka Chaka is singing in the background. And we have heard that he did have a bit of a crush on Yvonne Chaka Chaka. Yeah, that's what I've been told on numerous occasions. All right, some tweets coming through. Smanga writing in and saying, I'm waiting patiently in the queue at the showgrounds Park and Ride, and I'm on my way to the Union Buildings. Oh, Smanga. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Here's another tweet that's coming from Daddy Tina saying, we have to thank the Mandela family for sharing Tata whilst alive and in death. We thank you. Let me tell you something. That is possibly one of the best tweets I've seen of the morning, because it is so true. We need to thank the family for everything that they've done for us, for sharing their father, their husband, in life and in death. Thank you. Thank you for that tweet. Taryn, how beautiful to see a dressed up for viewing of Tata Madiba. Thank you. I imagine Taryn did get to go and see it. The wife to Johnny Gill, okay. Mrs. Spears, not sure. It saddens me to see that there's still women who go to see Tata Madiba wearing trousers. Is that respectful? May he rest in peace. All right, thank you for your opinions. Thank you for writing in. Kangeleni writing in saying, wow, I don't know what to say. We love you, Madiba. We do. We do. Thank you for writing into us as well. It's absolutely unbelievable to just see the outpouring of emotions at this point in time. But one thing that you can imagine that's happening as well is that South African tourism statistics have been growing. I know it's a completely different angle to be looking at, but this is the reality of what Madiba has done for our country. Some of the contributing factors to this is the country's historical revolution and the strive for our freedom from apartheid. And at the forefront of this history is Nelson Mandela's legacy. To further unpack how South African tourism has benefited from Mandela's legacy, and perhaps going forward how we are going to embrace this legacy, I'm joined in studio by Thulani Nzima, who is the CEO of South African Tourism. So nice to have you, Thulani. Welcome to Morning... No, I nearly said Morning Live again. Every time I see you, it's on Morning Live. To this special broadcast. It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Leanne, and good morning to everybody watching at home.
Yeah. How would you describe Nelson Mandela's legacy and its impact on South Africa's tourism?
I think the way to look at it is maybe through the phases that Mandela himself has gone through. We have always benefited along the way. When Mandela was imprisoned, the world was rallying around him, and that gave us a lot of goodwill. When he was released from prison to lead the ANC into the first democratic elections, there was also a very exciting moment, and the international community rallied around us. And now in death is another episode where you have seen the number of presidents coming from different countries that have visited our country. And over and above that, we made history when the American president shook hands with the Cuban president. But what will follow from this moment on is the fact that he's going to be buried in Qunu. Obviously, there will be a lot of interest, people wanting to see exactly where his grave is. We have benefited from a tourism point of view. The various events that the country has enjoyed were, to a large extent, a legacy of Nelson Mandela. The Soccer World Cup tournament was given to us as a tribute to Mandela. We hosted the Rugby World Cup immediately after joining the international community, just a year after that. And we also had an opportunity to host the African Cup of Nations. Yeah. All of these things have been done in the name of Mandela. And the number of tourists that come to this country year in and year out, to a large extent, are benefiting from that. And they have created an opportunity to go to places that they never had an opportunity to go to in the past. If you look at Vilakazi Street, prior to 1994. It was probably a no-go area for a lot of white people.
Yeah.
That's where the two Nobel Peace laureates reside, Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu. And there are a lot of other things like the Robben Island.
Oh.
It really has become a very interesting place, and it's going to get even more important going forward.
Yeah, it's just going to, one can only imagine how it's going to grow, and people are just going to want to come. And also, what do you think about the tourism to the Eastern Cape as well? You know, people wanting to go to the place where Nelson Mandela grew up, to his home.
Yes, I think it's very unfortunate that we are going to associate the death of Mandela with an increase in tourism to the Eastern Cape. But the truth is that historically he comes from the Eastern Cape. Yes, that has brought with it a lot of infrastructural improvement, hotel facilities. At the moment, I listened to Minister Chabani making an announcement this morning saying they don't have enough hotel rooms to accommodate all the heads of states that are going there. But I can tell you, the infrastructure is going to improve in that area. The whole of the Eastern Cape has got traditionally a lot of historical sites. Where you will think of Steve Biko, Robert Sobukwe, most of them that are coming from the Eastern Cape. I think this will simply continue to improve tourism in that part of the world. But the whole of South Africa stands to benefit from tourists coming into this country, whether in the first place they're coming to see Nelson Mandela's grave, or they're going to visit Robben Island where he spent most of the time. And don't forget, Paulsmoor Prison is also in that area.
Yeah.
Victor Verster, where he spent the last days or years of his incarceration. Those are also new tourist attractions that are going to galvanize tourism into the Eastern Cape.
Yeah, well, you know, I want to talk to you a little bit. Every time I talk to you, I'm talking about tourism, and I know that because that's the jacket that you wear.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you to take off that jacket for just a second. Leave that one on, but take the tourism jacket off.
Yeah.
You know, many people may not know that your dad was actually Sam Nzima. Now, for those who don't know who Sam is that man that captured possibly one of the most memorable photographs of all time, that Hector Peterson photograph. Yeah. You lived through it. You were there. You form a part of this country's massive history. Yeah. You know, what was it like for you at those times?
Well, this is the one part of my life that I don't like talking about
a lot.
I know,
we never talk about it.
And in fact, it's very rare that I allow interviews around Hector Peterson's picture and the association with my dad. My dad is actually queuing right now in Pretoria to go and view Nelson Mandela for the last time. He came through last night and he was cut out, and again he's back in the queue. I think after the Nelson Mandela history, the one other picture that inspired the world and South Africa is the Hector Peterson picture, which, as you correctly put it, was captured by my dad.
Yeah.
It's one of those kind of things that inspired the nation, it inspired the world, it became a rallying point. I think we are very blessed as South Africa in the sense that we do have a lot of inspiring icons in this country. We have a lot of people who have made a contribution. Yes, my dad made a contribution, but he's not the only one that did so. Equally, Mandela made an impact, but he's not the only one. It is part of the collective. It's part of the history. And where we sit, we are very fortunate that my dad happened to be there at the right moment. But I prefer that at the moment, yes, indeed, we focus a little bit more on the important occasion, which is about the passing on of Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
South Africa is rich with history, and this is one of the things that, from a tourism point of view, we try and push forward. We have been very successful as a safari destination. Now we're beginning to say there's a lot more to South Africa. There's a lot more to tell about this country. There is that story of the Hector Peterson Museum, the Nelson Mandela Center of Memory. You talk about the Apartheid Museum, the Freedom Park, and the Liliesleaf Farm, and the list goes on. These are the things that distinguish us as a country from other countries that are offering safari experiences. So we are saying when people come to this country, they have to understand. We can immerse them in the history and culture of this country, and there's a lot of it. Yeah. It's spread across all provinces.
Yeah, it's amazing. Did you meet Tata?
Yes, I had an opportunity to, but it's nothing to write home about.
Nothing to write home about?
No, not at all.
What did you feel when you met him? It must have been an amazing feeling.
Well, I was part of the structures at the time, and we played our role. In fact, I was very fortunate that the very first inaugural ceremony when he was in Pretoria, I had the responsibility to also work with the Premier, so, which was very close to where he was. So he walked past me, and this is the first time now he walks to the podium as a president. So you can imagine the level of excitement that was there. I mean, I remember the likes of Tokyo Sohwale, Matthews Posa. Yeah. Those were the kind of guys that we were with at the time. Yes, it's a nostalgic moment to think back to those kind of times.
Those days. Ah, that's absolutely amazing. Let's now go back to tourism. I mean, let's talk reality. Do you think that this is going to, will this do something for tourism to South Africa?
Well, it has already done a lot for tourism. I mean, if you look at the impact of the memorial services, the one that happened last week, every establishment, every accommodation, every car that was available for rental in this country, every restaurant was booked out. You look at Kunu, you have to actually tone down the excitement and say, not now. So there will be that excitement that's happening. It's going to be ongoing all the time. But I want to maybe send a cautious message out there to say the spike that we're going to get now in terms of tourism is not going to be repeated next year.
Yeah.
We're not going to have another funeral of this nature next year. So people must not expect that this jump in the number of tourists for the month of December is going to be repeating next year. And I think as a country, we have to look at how we want to sustain the momentum, the legacy of Nelson Mandela. How do we want to make sure that from a tourism point of view, we continue to enhance the tourist value proposition? And where we sit in South African tourism, we are busy working on a long-term plan.
Great.
And that long-term plan, although not unveiled yet, let me give you snippets of it. What we think will be lasting and very important is for us to develop the Nelson Mandela-inspired tourist attractions.
Yes.
And what we're going to do, we want to create a pilgrimage around this.
Yeah.
Pilgrimage for South Africans and pilgrimage for the international community. So that when they come to South Africa, they don't just go to Kunu to see the grave. They have to have a list of 10, 15 different tourist attractions. We are going to work very closely with the likes of Advocate Mangoba, who was here earlier on, to make sure that we capture all these sites that have some point of reference with Nelson Mandela. So when we look at it as a pilgrimage, you will have to put it in your list and say, I've now seen 7 out of the 15. It can be a full year's kind of a pilgrimage.
Yeah.
But it must be something that people will look forward to and say, wow,
that's
when
amazing.
I go to South Africa, the grave site will probably be the last point. But where do I start? Do I start at the time when he was born, when he went to prison, the formation of Mkhonto Wesizwe, where he was arrested, the capture site in KwaZulu-Natal, and you go to various places, where he was inaugurated as president. We are fine-tuning that. We believe this will be the best way to sustain the Nelson Mandela a kind of legacy.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic idea. In fact, I was actually going to say that to you because I remember my late great colleague, the one and only Mr. Vuyo Mbuli. He spoke about this many, many, many years ago, saying, why do we not have a tourist route that goes past every attraction and every part of Madiba's life that you can actually take this pilgrimage? And now we're going to do it. Because I think that'll attract tourists from all around the world. In fact, I would sign up for it and just, you go and you feel what it was like and you follow his footsteps up to the end.
It will even be much more exciting if we can put some points around it. Well, I've done 15 or I've done 10 and now I've got 50 points and I'm working towards 100 points.
Exactly.
But at the same time, you are fulfilling yourself.
That's
the
beautiful.
beauty about this kind of thinking is the fact that it actually spreads tourism around the country. Because the Nelson Mandela-inspired tourist attractions are largely around all the provinces. Maybe a few that may not get the full value of it, like I don't know much of what he did in Limpopo, but certainly there will be some historical thing around it, around the country and benefiting everybody.
Absolutely. Even in Bloemfontein. That's where
Indeed.
we were when the news
there
broke. And on that morning as a program, we were meant to be broadcasting from Bloemfontein and we found ourselves going to some of the most incredible places there just overnight, deciding that's where we're broadcasting from. So it doesn't matter where you go. Madiba has touched every province in this country and everyone in it. Thulani, thank you. Thanks for chatting to us. Thanks for reminiscing. And thanks for opening up about a story that I don't think many people know about in this country. All right, it's my time to say goodbye to you. And my colleagues, Ayanda, Ali Payne and Peter Ndora, sitting on the sidelines, ready to take the reins over and lead you on into the afternoon with this continued coverage. But this is what I'm going to leave you with. On the 29th of November, 2003, the event, it was called the 46664 concert. It was held at the Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town. It was hosted by our late former president, Tata Nelson Mandela. Its goal was to raise awareness of the spread of HIV/AIDS in South Africa. Now, these were some of the performances, including Beyonce. Enjoy. Take a look. Bye-bye from me. See you tomorrow.
Oh, my baby's fly, baby, go. Yes, no, hurt me so good, baby, oh. I'm so wrapped up in your love, let me go. Let me breathe. Say I'm my fantasy. Baby boy, you say I'm my mind. Come on, girl, tell me how you feel. Baby boy, not a day goes by. How you doing that man? I think about you all the time. I see you in my dreams. So I'm dancing real close in a dark corner of a basement party. Every time I close my eyes, it's like everyone left but you and me. In our own little world, the music is the sun. The dance floor becomes a scene. Feels like paradise to me. Baby boy, you stay on my mind. Fulfill my fantasies. I think about you all the time. I see you in my dreams. Baby boy, not a day goes by. I think about you all the time. I see you in my dreams. Baby boy, you stay on my mind. Baby boy, you are so damn fine. Baby boy, won't you be mine? Baby boy, let's sing right now. Baby boy, you stay on my mind. Baby boy, you are so damn fine. Baby boy, won't you be mine?
Girl, me and you together is a rock that girl. Drive round the town in a your drop top girl. In a stop shop girl. Little more the dirty one rock that world. It's a top girl. Me and you together is a rock that girl. Drive round the town in a your drop top girl. In a stop shop girl. Little more the dirty one rock that world.
Baby boy, you stay on my mind.
Come on, girl.
I think about you all night. In my dreams.
All right, Beyonce there doing it in the name of Udadu Madiba at one of those 46664 concerts.
You know, it's fascinating, his ability to get the biggest names, the biggest stars in various genres, whether it's sports, models, singers, business people. They all felt this compulsion to step up and do stuff for Madiba when he asked.
It's part of that Madiba magic, eh?
Yeah.
It's that Madiba magic. It cuts across age groups and various race groups and all of that. And even to the Beyoncés of this world. I still cannot resist the Madiba magic. But Peter, as we continue with this special broadcast, and we must just remind you, today is the third and final day that you can view the body of the late statesman as it lies in state there in the Union Building. We know it began on Wednesday, Thursday. Today is the last day if you want to make your way to Pretoria and see the late man, Nelson Mandela, lying there.
And people continue to stream through. Diplomats and heads of state have been through, but I believe that President Paul Kagame of Rwanda is going to make an appearance there a little bit later on this morning as well. But Lebo Tenane has been there all morning, giving us updates as people have started to file through. Let's go to Union Buildings now and hear the latest from Lebo. A very good morning to you, Lebo.
Good morning, Peter and Ayanda. As you've said, people in their hundreds streaming into the union buildings. Where we are standing at the moment is where people exit the union buildings. All races, people of all races, of all ages have come out. We've seen the army assist a lot of the, disabled people that have come through, the older generation that has also come through. So we must compliment the army for doing a sterling job, assisting everywhere where they can. We've seen the police force also coming through. One of the first few people to come and view the body of Nelson Mandela, the former president of the National African Congress, the African National Congress, as well as the Republic of South Africa. But with me is the former Transkei Defence Force. Back then it was called the Defence Force. Major General Ndlulani. So good morning. Welcome to Morning Live.
Good morning.
Give us a bit of your memories of working under Utata Mandela back then.
When I think about Madiba, two incidents spring to mind. The first one happened in 1992 while we were still in the Transkei Defence Force. Madiba was invited by the then Commander General Olomisa to come to dinner with the officers of the Transkei Defence Force. It was a period of great anxiety and uncertainty for the TDF at that time, because it was the period of CODESA talks, and there were rumors that the TBVC armed forces are going to be disbanded. So it was under those conditions that he came in. And during the dinner, I think he sensed our anxiety. Yeah. And in his address, he gave us his view of the new South Africa, and also his view of the new Defence Force, indicating that everybody, from whatever former force the person served in, if he's willing to serve, the new Defence Force will be a place for him, regardless of color or for former force, whatever. Yeah. So that was very reassuring. And at the end, and he was also telling us that we must take part in this integration process. We must not sit back, we must be involved, because we'll be crafting our future. At the end, we felt very relieved, and we were looking forward now to the integration with much hope, and which we did. We integrated. That's why you are here today.
What struck you about him in that meeting? What kind of person was he?
It was the first person for me to see him in flesh. I happened to be the program director also in the function, so we had a lot of time to talk to one another, asking me, Sonny, what's your name? Where do you come from? And when I told him I'm coming from Pego, he said, oh, you're my homeboy. This is just on the other side of Kunu. So he made everybody feel free, feel relieved, feel at ease. And then when he spoke, you felt that this is the right thing that I'm hearing now. You felt instantly that this is the truth. And you felt that, no, I'll do whatever is in my power to make sure that what he's saying, I carry it out to the best of my ability.
What are some of the lessons that South Africans, ordinary South Africans, can draw from this amazing man?
Madiba was a great leader, a leader of men and women, a great soldier, a great statesman, a diplomat, and a politician. So we learned a very good lesson from him. And moreover, on his human side, besides all those big attributes, he was a loving father to his family and a loving grandfather to his grandchildren. That is something that is worth imitating. So we feel very honored that we had a leader like him. And even as he passes, we know that he's left the way, he has shown the way, he showed the example. But he had to go. This reinforces what Shakespeare said long ago, that death lays his icy hands even on kings.
Yeah. Now, why do you think you felt he needed to integrate the Transkei Defence Force into the National Defence Force? I mean, he could have easily decided, it would be its own defence force, but he felt the need to integrate everybody.
That is typical of Madiba, a great reconciliator. No, had that not happened, we see what happens in our neighbors up north when a new government is in place and the rest of the armed forces are not integrated in that process. it creates a lot of problems. We've seen that. But he foresaw that in his own wisdom, that it is better to make sure that the new defense force is a force for all forces, so that there should be no undertones of dissatisfaction at the end.
How do we continue his legacy? How do we push it forward?
What we have to do now, because as the commander of the Chief of the Defense Force, he set out his goals and his objectives, which are still in place even now. So what we have to do now as we proceed into the future, we should have to make sure that we stay within his guidelines, to make sure that this defense force fulfills its purpose within the RSA and abroad.
All right, Major General, thank you so much for talking to us. Major General Dlula was served in the former Transkei Defence Force, and back then President Nelson Mandela made sure that they were integrated into the South African National Defence Force, the SANDF as we know it today. Well, South Africans are continuing to pour in, some of them where we are standing at the moment. There's where South Africans are exiting the union buildings, paying homage to former President Nelson Mandela. We'll continue to speak to the people afterwards just to ask a few questions. How long have they been here? By the looks of things, things are running a little smoothly. We'll try and get the Tswane government to give us an update on the various park and rides, how things are going. But let me hand you over back to Ayanda and Peter back in Johannesburg.
Lebo, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, very warm welcome back. We're continuing our rolling coverage across our TV platforms as well as the radio channels. And also don't forget online as well, SABC News Online. We'll keep you up to date with the movements, the goings on, and it's a place where you find all sorts of information. All right, let's cross once more before I introduce my next guest to you. Mariska Botha, a very good morning to you. Tell us where you are and give us an update.
Good morning to you. We're coming to you from the Joe Garvey bus and taxi terminus in Philippi on the Cape Flats, from where tens of thousands of people will make their way home to different parts of the country, but more especially the Eastern Cape. The focus here, of course, is on safety. There is a testing station on site here where they check all of the vehicles that leave, or before they can go into the rank, in fact. They checked for especially steering, brakes, that kind of thing, but it's a full testing station. And of course, we've heard earlier this morning about those two horrific accidents on the N1. At least 5 people dead, and they're still busy trying to clear up those accidents. The N1 is closed at this stage. But to speak to us a little bit more about the safety aspect, we have the MEC for Transport in the province, Mr. Robin Carlisle, and he's going to tell us a little bit more. Mr. Carlisle, you inspected yourself this morning. You've looked at this testing station, and you were not happy.
No, well, there's a couple of things I was not happy about. This is one of 7 testing stations in Cape Town. No public transport vehicle leaves on long distance until it has been roadworthy here. It gets a blue sticker, and we check for them as police check for them on the way up. When it comes back from its trip, it has to do it all over again, get a second roadworthy. Now, what I'm annoyed about is the facilities management. A lot of people spend a lot of time here. It's not in bad shape at all, but I was annoyed that the Joe Gwabi, who's a hero of the struggle, who was 13 years in jail, 10 years on the island, and who was assassinated in Harare, his statue has been damaged there, his plaque has been taken, and the centre manager is not here at work yet, so we will attend to that, okay? But for the rest, yes, everything's going smoothly here. We're just waiting for our blue stickers to arrive to start processing today's buses, because today is really the beginning of the big peak of the exodus from Cape Town.
And we've also heard that you've launched your provincial campaign focusing on safety on the roads. How has it been going with that campaign so far?
So far, very good. It has 5 legs to it. This is one, public transport safety. These drivers here will be further along the road 4 or 5 hours from it. They'll be checked for fatigue. If they are tired, pull over to the side. We take away their keys. We bring them back in 4 hours' time. So the public transport side is going very well. Roadblocks, 1 in every 4 cars in the province on average will be stopped during the season. That goes at drunkenness mainly. Our average speed over distance has been extended by another 200 kilometers. That's going very well, except, of course, for the tragic accident you mentioned this morning. And our Buckling Up campaign is going wonderfully because the number of dead passengers since the 1st of December has dropped by 75%. Overall deaths from the 1st of December to the 10th of December have dropped by 32%. And obviously we're delighted about that. We hope that's going to hold. Today's going to put a bit of a dent in that, but that's okay. We have a good feeling about this particular Christmas season.
Of course, Joe Garby is one of the most important sites from where people live. Like you said, you were annoyed this morning. Things aren't completely ready. They should have been testing from 6 o'clock in the morning. What will do you in your capacity as MEC to ensure that everything is up and running smoothly so that people can start going home?
I promise you it won't be like this tomorrow. The facilities manager will be on time in his office. There will be a plan to fix the statue of Joe Garby, and the blue stickers will be there on time when they're due. They're only really due about 9 because a lot of the buses, now you see them starting to queue up for their blue stickers. Some of them had their safety done last night and then they loaded this morning and they've left and gone. Okay, but generally speaking, it's going to be quiet here till round about 3, and then it will look like Woolworths on a sale day. There'll be a lot of people here with their luggage, excited about going home for Christmas, and our job is to make sure they get safely home.
Daar het dit gehoor van die LER van vervoer in die Weskaap, meneer Robin Carlisle. Hy het vanoggend self 'n inspeksie gedoen van die toetsstasie hierso, die plakkers wat nodig is om te verseker dat die busse en taksies wat van hier af weggery veilig is nog nie hier nie, maar hy het ons die versekering gegee dat alles in orde sal wees teen môre en dat alles glad sal verloop van hier af. En daarmee terug na julle in die studio.
Thank you very much indeed. And we'll be crossing to our other reporters around the country just to get a sense of how people are feeling as we're starting to look towards Sunday now. And in fact, I think Zimkita is standing by to talk to us. Zimkita, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Peter, and welcome to Mvezo, the birthplace of former President Nelson Mandela. This is where his umbilical cord was buried in 1918 after he was born. Today, we are likely to see chiefs coming here to give him farewell, but to speak to us about this is Chief Mtikaka. Good morning and welcome. Just tell us, we've seen a series of memorial services across the country. How different is this one?
Thank you so much, Zimkita. If I may also, just for a second, I am Nkosi Daludumo Mtikaka, the spokesperson for the royal family for the Kingdom of Abatembu. Mvezo is one of the prominent places for the Mandela family. If I can also give you a quick snapshot from King Ngubenguka and Iqiba, the house where Mandela belongs or fall under, was given this area. And that is why our uncle was born, and it is the area where they also have control over the place. So all the subjects, they are falling under their span of control. So it is one of the most important areas when we are also celebrating his life, although now he is no longer with us. But this is a place that we cannot forget, because that is where they started to nurture him.
How different is this memorial service that will be held here today?
I think there was also a plan so that we can make sure that we accommodate kings and traditional leaders, because we knew that on Sunday they will not have space to talk about the world icon. So this one is different because it's purely dedicated to give opportunity to the kings and traditional leaders to talk about the world icon, but also the son of Mvezo, which the communities around this area are so pleased to also understand that this place has also given a space, opportunity for the kings and traditional leaders to come and talk about this world icon. So at 10 o'clock, we are also expecting to kick off with the event as is planned.
I know Abatembu, there are also chiefs from KwaZulu-Natal. Are they invited or are they coming to this memorial service?
We are expecting kings and traditional leaders as far as even Gauteng, because the message was communicated. We've used the media as far as we could, and we've also used the contacts that we have with other houses throughout the country as well. So we are not only expecting traditional leaders and kings within this area, we are expecting even outside the Eastern Cape as well. So the KwaZulu-Natal, Abatembu, are also aware about this event that we are about to start.
Okay, let's talk about Tata Nelson Mandela as a traditional man. He's not just an international icon, but he's a man of a rural village. He's a man of Qunu, a man of Mqhekezweni, a man of Mvezo. These three important areas in the Eastern Cape. Just talk about him in this aspect.
I think all these areas that you have just mentioned, the first one where he was born, and even a process to nurture this late icon started here. And when the family migrated from Vezo to Qunu, because if you can also understand Qunu, there is also a traditional leader that also oversees the area. Mm-hmm. But that is also another area where he was also exposed to. But when he was also transferred from that area to Mqhekezweni under the regent King Jongintaba. Jongintaba is also one of the senior traditional leaders who also played a role to shape this world icon in terms of the education and how to deal with also matters of leadership. So his leadership, I think he is one of the members of the family who have played a major role to educate, to guide, and also make sure that, because they knew that I think he was different. And when we are sitting at home next to the kraal, the elders are able to identify those kids who could be important to help the country, to help the world. And I can even indicate that he's one of those.
Let's talk about the state funeral that will be held on Sunday. Because he's a traditional man, the family is very involved. It's not just an official state funeral. Just talk about the difference and the integration of being a state funeral and also the traditional aspect of the funeral.
I think as the family, I think the family is well aware of his role in the country and the world, and the integration together with the participation of the world government in also dealing with the arrangement for the funeral. On the other hand, there are also other traditional aspects that we normally observe, especially if you are one of the sons of the traditional leaders. There is also a process that we normally follow. In terms of what is expected and what we normally do, because we don't expect to do everything because he is different. And the major things that we normally do, which I can even share with you, is that when everything is done at the cemetery, there will be time where one of the senior members of the family will lead so that we can praise him for the last time. And we will follow that person, and he will be guiding us when we salute him 3 times and using our traditional posture when we'll be doing that one. That is the one that I think it is key to us that we must be given, there must be time for to pay tribute and to salute, to praise for the last time. And that is where everything will be closed after that one.
And I think
there will be maybe other things, but those to me, I don't think they are also as important as the one that I'm talking about, especially in his case. And in other cases, there is a lot of other things that we normally follow, and there is a process that we follow, which also the family and some of the senior members are also talking about those things.
And I think it would be odd for you and I not to salute a chief of this area, Chief Sweli Velile. Can I just give you this opportunity just to salute him before I let you go?
Even before I salute, when a man of his caliber, a chief, a traditional leader, a king, has passed on, whenever people are getting into the home, we don't expect anybody to salute Nkosazana Velile. We don't salute anybody, we are mourning. But the only person now that we give or we dedicate this one to is Dalibunga. Dalibunga. Dalibunga.
Thank you very much for your time. That is Mr. Mtiraka. They're saluting Madiba, the late former president of South Africa, saluting him, explaining the traditional aspects that will be observed by the family while conducting his funeral on Sunday. That's all we have time for here, Peter. It's now back to you in Johannesburg.
Zimkita, thank you very much indeed, and we'll be crossing to Zimkita and other journalists across the country as we continue with the process of saying goodbye to Madiba. Again, thousands of people are going through to the Union buildings today to pay their final respects. Well, one man who did that in the last day or so is Colin Coleman. He's been the head of Goldman Sachs since 2000, but from 1989 until South Africa's first democratic elections in 1994, Coleman was an executive director for something called the Consultative Business Movement. Colin served in working groups of the multi-party talks, facilitated the International Mediation Forum, and helped to negotiate the agreement to facilitate all parties' participation in South Africa's 1994 election. Let's introduce you to Colin Coleman. Thank you very much for joining us and welcome to the program.
My pleasure.
It's been some time since those early days, and I guess when you started the process, you could not have imagined what life might have been like in the future.
No, we were very focused on the issues at hand in that moment, and South Africa was a very different, very violent and very troubled place in those times. I mean, when I first met Tata Madiba, I was 28 years old in 1990. And had spent the previous 10 years very much on the campuses of the universities dealing with the anti-apartheid movement, confrontation with the authorities at that point in time, which included ex-President F.W. de Klerk, who was education minister, who cut subsidies to the universities and caused a tremendous amount of outrage at the point in time. One of the biggest rallies I remember as a student leader was with Winnie Mandela coming onto the campus protesting against the cutting of those subsidies in 1987. And I think there were 5,000 students on the campus, and there were 5,000 police who broke up that particular day's protests very, very brutally. But, you know, these things sit in my memory as a young person. That South Africa was a very different place in those points. And we must not forget how far we've come.
All right, what we're going to do, and this is the nature of the beast, we've got a lot of journalists around the country. We're going to be crossing to them during our conversation, but we're going to start exploring, after this crossing, a little bit about Madiba, the economist, inverted commas, all of that coming up. Let's cross to Njanji Chauke right now, who's at the Pretoria Showgrounds, to tell us a little bit about the people that are trying to spend those last few moments with Madiba. Njanji, good morning.
Crossing to us here, Peter, at the Pretoria Showgrounds, where
people have descended in large numbers. Some have even spent the night here just to secure that prime spot so that they ensure that they are able to catch a glimpse of Madiba. As we know, today is the last time before his remains are transported to the Eastern Cape for that funeral on Sunday. But just to get the views of the ordinary people here on the ground, Mama,
morning viewers, Naki fitlile today ka 6:30. We started the queue out there until now, and I'm so happy because ke a bona direction. Yesterday we've been here by 3:30. I spent 6 hours. We couldn't make it. Then I said I won't. Let me try again. So today I'm seeing the chances Madiba to bid a farewell to all that he has done to us. Thank you, Tata. We are weeping South Africa. Rest in peace.
Okay. And you can express yourself in whichever language you wish to.
Oh, okay. Not since Kifitla ka 5 more. And then Lena Vigna or Clistic Hono Twarala in Capelana, but I saw but what Capelamo they came earlier than I did. So yeah, it's a very honorable experience for me, and I would like to take this moment and thank Madiba for everything that he has done for us.
As you can see, Peter, we'll just take you on, maybe just to show you the queue, how long the queue is. We're going to take a short walk before we speak to this gentleman. You can see people are carrying their umbrellas, they're prepared, they've brought their water and all that. But before we go ahead, we'll speak to this lady here, just to find out how are you doing this morning.
I'm good, and how are you?
Okay, just tell us, since what time have you been here?
I've been here since around 6. Yes, the queue is very long, but we've got hope. We'll get there. Road to Madiba.
Okay, why is it important for you to see Madiba for the last time?
It's important for us all to see Madiba because he's a legend. He has done so much for us, for the country, and we say, Tata, thank you. Yes.
Okay. There you have it, Peter, from here, the show grounds. When we got here, we found that the buses were still ferrying people to the union buildings. Earlier this morning, we were able to capture that important shot of that procession arriving, going past the Pretoria CMAX prison. Those 2 helicopters always accompanying that procession as they take the body of the former president to the union buildings. We will be bringing you more news as and when it happens from here on the grounds of the Pretoria Showgrounds in Pretoria. It's back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's quite heart-rending to hear the stories of people that slept there overnight to make sure that they have an opportunity to have that final connection with Madiba. And we will be crossing Tinjanji and our other reporters around the country, as we're saying, just to give you a sense again of this historic time that we're living through. But we're talking to Colin Coleman, who's a man who was really much involved business and the beginning of this new South Africa. I know that you started getting this group together. Tell us a little bit about the formation of the group, why you came together, and what you were trying to do. And this was what, back in the late 80s?
Late 80s. So in 1988, there was a meeting of senior business leaders with the UDF, COSATU, and various other extra-parliamentary, as they were called then, organizations. And they resolved in the spirit of trying to create an understanding between business and the extra-parliamentary groups, they resolved to create something called the Consultative Business Movement to facilitate talks as a pro-democracy agent at that point in time. And effectively, the Consultative Business Movement, through an intensive effort of business leaders, CEOs of companies at that point in time, Southern Life, Anglo American, JCI, Premier Foods, some of the bigger companies, working with their counterparts in the extra-parliamentary movement, really was a very intense time. I joined it in 1989, January 1989. It was a 6-year period of very intense discussions, which evolved into bilateral talks with all of the political parties, including the ANC in exile, and that created a lasting trust between the old government regime, the extra-parliamentary groups, the UDF, the ANC, and even the right-wing groups, and the CBM, as we called it, as a facilitating body. to build consensus between business and those groups, and also between those groups, because there was no one really facilitating them at that point in time. And so by the time Madiba was released in February 1990, we had extensive talks with all the parties, and we'd laid the foundation for Madiba to speak to the business. And on the 23rd of May 1990, I convened a conference at the Carlton Hotel where 350 business leaders met with 40 members of the ANC, including Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki, Joe Slovo, Cyril Ramaphosa, Jay Naidu, those sorts of people who were there at the time. And Madiba came up to the podium, and after pausing to say there wasn't enough light in the hall, he said, when he said, "Okay, we have enough light," he said to the group assembled, who had given him a standing ovation, he said, "Well, now I've been waiting 27 years to come and tell you that nationalization and redistribution are not the only words in my economic vocabulary," in this dramatic Madiba-esque style.
Wow. Tell us about his economic understanding. We know that he read a lot and he prepared himself a lot on Robben Island in particular. Were people surprised at his level of knowledge and engagement on economic issues and business issues?
Well, you know, he was very deeply embedded in ANC policy, and the ANC guiding light was the Freedom Charter at that point in time. And so Trevor Manuel, Tita Mboweni, Ketso Gordon, all the people in the ANC economic department were very engaged, as was Thabo Mbeki and people of that ilk, in discussing with Madiba all the issues around the economic policy. And obviously, the world had changed significantly since they'd come out. We now had a modern market system. Most of the socialist countries had moved and adapted to social democratic mixed economies. And so the question really that was around then was, what was the right mix in the mixed economy? And that evolved through discussions with various people, but including at Davos in the World Economic Forum, with heads of states of these countries that had reformed their economies away from socialist economies towards a market economy. Witness China. And so he was very quick and very flexible in his way of thinking. And if you go back, and Goldman Sachs has just released this report, 20 Years of Freedom, and you look at what he inherited in 1994, he really inherited a broken economy. You know, it was an economy that had no foreign reserves. It was a very small economy. We had inflation of over 14% for the 14 years prior to 1994. And they had to face up to the fact that the country needed very strict fiscal discipline in order to create stability, in order to build a base. And they did extremely well in the post-94 period.
Tell me how much confidence he gave business, because, you know, business for years and years had heard about this communist, this guy who was socialist and was going to nationalize. He said the right things at that first meeting, but did they suddenly sort of exhale and have a sigh of relief that, my goodness, okay, we're dealing with some people that we can deal with?
Well, the business really, I think, responded extremely well and warmly to Madiba. Absolutely, I think there was a point prior to that where, by and large, the white community and the business community were petrified of what was coming. But, you know, Madiba really broke down that P.W. Botha finger saying Red Gafar, and, you know, created an atmosphere of reconciliation between white and black community, and particularly with the business community. You could see that this was a person who was listening, who was engaged, who was warm, who was prepared to draw the line, but also sort of point forward as to how we could work together on the policy process.
We're going to chat a little bit more and sort of get to the business legacy, the economic story. In fact, you know what, given the way that things are going, we've run out of time, sadly. But maybe in just 20 seconds, what is the economic legacy of Nelson Mandela? Literally 20 seconds.
He created 5 million jobs. You know, we tripled the economy. We brought inflation down. We have a great platform going forward with a good neighborhood in sub-Saharan Africa and a legacy of democracy, thanks to the great man.
Colin Coleman, unfortunately, this run out of time. So much we could have talked about, but thanks for giving us an insight of a very special time and a very special man. Thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
All right, let's go back to Union Buildings now. Lebo Tenani's been there for a while and has been meeting and talking to a number of people there. Let's catch up with her now. Lebo?
Thanks, Peter. Well, good morning to you if you've just joined us. As Peter says, thousands and thousands of people have come through to the Union buildings. And not just South Africans, people from all over the continent of Africa. One of them is this man. Sir, good morning. Welcome to Morning Love.
Good morning, sister. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where are you guys from, and why did you feel the need to come to the Union buildings today?
Yes, today is a special day. We are the indigenous people of Biafra. Biafra is a nation that is about to be restored by the end of this very year, 31st of December this year. Biafra is going to move out from Nigeria, the country called Nigeria. Yes, just like Eritrea moved out of Ethiopia. So when Mandela was alive, he had been a wonderful advocate for the freedom of this country of Biafra. So Biafra is ending 100 years of amalgamation with the country called Nigeria. So by the 31st of very 31st of this month, we are going to move back to Biafra from Nigeria. So we are here to commemorate with the rest of the world. We are celebrating today the death of the icon of all icons, the man that brought freedom to the entire continent of Africa. We are happy to be here with the rest of the world to commemorate this day.
Okay,
we are here.
All right, let's speak to the rest of your colleagues. I'm just going to move across. Remember, they have this banner written, Mandela is celebrated today for what he stood for, and that is freedom, the indigenous people of Biafra. Like he just said, why was it important for you to be here and pay homage to Nelson Mandela?
Oh, thank you very much. Mandela is a very nice person. For what he has done for Africa, it's something that we cannot forget him about. He has done so much for Africa, and we are very happy for the kind of life he has left. So today being the day of his landing estate, so we just came here to appreciate what he has done for Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's speak to some locals. Good morning, welcome to the SABC. Why did you feel you needed to be here today?
Actually, I felt that I really have to come and pay my last respect to Utata, and I also brought my son Ukatleho. He must know he has seen the old man. You know, not everybody. People are wishing that they could be here, and after seeing him, you know, I've made peace with that we'll never see him again. But I'm so glad to be part of this.
Why your children who Mandela was and what he stood for?
I think for history, like when I asked him, do you know apartheid king? You know, he did not know he did not know Then I had to tell him so I even bought him these nice shoes for I cannot celebrate So I think idea, a little bit of an idea, you know, it's if it was not because of him. And I've also learned personally as a businesswoman, and as a mother, as a wife, if there's one thing that I've learned from Utata, like reconciliation and forgiveness. Yeah. So I can, it's actually, I'm applying it to my daily life. Yeah.
How long were you guys in the queue for?
Fortunately, I'm in the defense, so I didn't stand that long.
Mami, we think about that Nelson Mandela. Why is it important?
Because
I'm going to let you think about it and let's talk to this man. Sir, good morning. Why was it important for you to be part of this and come pay homage to Dr. Nelson Mandela?
Well, I was with Comrade Nelson Mandela in the National Parliament, the inception of democracy. Yeah. I served under him for the first 5 years. Yeah. And it is imperative, therefore, for me to come and pay homage to him. He is a unique person. His mind is not the mind of other people. And I think it's because he's highly inspired by the Spirit of God. And that's why he is so unique. There's nobody who can be like him unless this person has received the inspiration. You know, Solomon requested from God the wisdom, and he was given the wisdom. This man was a prophet. He denies that he is not a prophet, but he is a prophet. Yeah. I say he's a prophet because prophetically he has proven to the whole world that he is a prophet. And therefore, that's why what is happening is shaking the whole world together. And therefore, we wish that God should release more of the anointing to many men and many women who will have the mind of Mandela to lead this world to the right direction. We have wrong people who does not understand, who think from the muzzles of their head. They are not charismatic. They don't know which direction to go. And that's why we are falling apart. Yeah. We're falling apart because we have lost the direction. In fact, we have denied the direction during Mandela's lifetime. While he was waiting to see us emulating and taking over what he was doing. We're saying, no, we don't follow that direction. We follow a different direction. In fact, he fought for freedom. Freedom for our people not to be oppressed by other people, but today he was oppressed by his own people.
I'm gonna give other people a chance just to give us time of how long they spend in the queue. How long did you spend in the queue?
I think I spent about 4 hours.
What time did you get here?
3 o'clock in the morning.
How long did you spend in the queue?
6 hours. I was here 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, let's try and speak to a couple more people. How long were you in the queue for, and why was it important for you to be here?
I arrived here at 1 o'clock from Johannesburg. I've been there until 8 o'clock.
All right, let's speak to a couple of people. Let's speak Come, let's speak to a couple of people. Why was it important?
Okay, get 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm actually go Limpopo, but I relocated in Mafikeng. But after hearing hore Dada Nelson Mandela urishile, I had to make sure make sure ke tlo bona Dada ke bone the remains tsa hae tsa mafelelo before ba ya mmoloka. Dada e be ele motho a loka re be re morata ene re ka dula re morata because of dilo tse a re diretseng tsona le batho ba baholo ba ona diputswa ba tlile ba nyaka go bona Dr. Nelson Mandela ke mutomolo o re be re morata re tla dula re morata and his spirit will always live with us.
All right, well, thank you so much to these are the couple of people that have come through to the union buildings to pay homage to Dada Nelson Mandela. Well, it is the last day. If you can come through to the union buildings, make your way through to the union buildings. It is very late. I'm looking at the time now. It's around 10 to 10. The queues are long. We saw the queues at the Pretoria Events Center where and Janji Chauke is at the moment. So please make your way through to the union buildings if you want to be here early. We spoke to Collins Shaban, who said, the minister and the president, who said there is no extension. 5:30 is when they close down. So try and make your way through. The queues are already very long. Well, from all of us here at the union buildings, it's a goodbye.
Lebo, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, she's been up since the crack of dawn giving us those updates. So I think she's going to get about 5 minutes rest and it all starts again, doesn't it? Because we are now starting to count down to perhaps the biggest state funeral the world has seen in decades and decades and decades.
That is so right. And as Peter has just mentioned, today being the last day that you are able to see the body of Dada Nelson Mandela as he lies in state there at the Union Building. Thank you so much to Lebo. Job well done to her as well. I know that we'll be moving our cameras from there and going to the Waterkloof Air Force Base now as we look ahead to the time when Dada's body will be sent back there this evening. Will be prepared and the rituals will take place for the transportation to which is set to take place tomorrow. So all of that will be bringing to you a little bit later. But also, we mustn't forget that there is another icon that South Africa has lost, someone who was very close to Dada Nelson Mandela himself as a boxer. And we are talking about the little big man, baby Jake Matlala. He will be laid to rest today. We understand the memorial service set to begin at around 10 o'clock. So it's going to start soon in Randburg here in Johannesburg at the Rhema Church. So someone who I think shared a few joking punches here and there.
4 times world champion. 4 times world champion. And he gave one of his world title belts to Madiba, actually. And, of course, the connection. They were both boxers and they both loved the sport. So it's, you know, some people might say it's auspicious that he would pass at this time. And he truly was a champion and one that gave us a lot of joy and a lot of pleasure with the way that he fought. And he had a lot of heart. And I think that's what most people will remember about baby Jake, is that for his size, you knew that you were in a battle with him. They would come into the ring thinking, this guy's shorter than me, he's got a short reach, but he just never got tired.
Oh,
He
yes.
just went on and on and on.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember seeing him jogging and practicing, running through Dobsonville, Elias Moswaledi Street, the long main road there that cuts across Brown Fisherville and Dobsonville. You would see him jogging every morning, and people in the taxis and the buses, in the private cars would wave and say hello, and he would always wave right back with a huge smile on his face, early in the morning, very crisp and cold, but he would always be dedicated and jog there.
And what a pleasure and a privilege for him to see Madiba at ringside watching him box. But anyway, let's remember baby Jake as well today as we bid him farewell. Also Madiba, of course, in a couple of days. But today, Union Buildings is the last opportunity that people will have today to pay their last respects.
Memorial services, various events, various coming together of people all over the country over the last few days. Let's go to PE now, Nelson Mandela Bay. That's where we find our colleague Viewer. Viewer, very good morning to you. What's the latest from PE this morning? Hi, Viewer. I imagine you can't hear us because of the noise there in the background. A very good morning to you. Tell us what's happening at the stadium there. Tributes we can hear in the background. I don't blame Viewer for not being able to hear us. Quite a lot of noise in the background, and that's how we've seen many South Africans choose to remember Udada, through song and dance, through tributes in various ways. We are a very musical people in South Africa.
It's our culture, isn't it? All right, so a lot's been going on over the last few days, and we've been hearing from cabinet ministers, diplomats, ordinary people. And yesterday, the South African Communist Party General Secretary and Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Bladen Nzimande, joined us to share his views about Utata Madiba.
Now, we're joined by South African Communist Party General Secretary, Mr. Bladen Nzimande, who's also the Minister of Higher Education. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on this solemn occasion. Perhaps we'd like to begin by a message from the SACP.
Mahendra, thank you very much, and to your viewers. You know, we would like, of course, as the South African Communist Party, also to join millions of South Africans, and indeed more millions worldwide, to express our condolences to Mam Graça Machel and the Mandela family on the loss of what we call the old man. And also to his comrades, you know, and colleagues in the African National Congress, our ally, to say that, of course, their loss is our loss, because most of Comrade Madiba's political life, he spent working with communists, you know, from when he was a young leader until his last moment. And he remained what we call a very good friend of the Communist Party and South African communists. So in that way, we really feel honored, you know, to have had a relationship with a leader like him in the alliance, and in being in the trenches with the communists and with someone like himself for all these decades until our final liberation, and also he became president. And right up till his end, he really valued the alliance and valued the relationship that the ANC had with the South African Communist Party.
Talk us through some of those, the bonds that he had with members of the alliance, and also the importance that the alliance had for him.
Of course, Mahendra, you know, it didn't start smoothly, because as a young man, you know, in his late 40s and early 50s, he used to talk about this, you know. He used to break up meetings of the Communist Party because he regarded Marxism as a foreign ideology, you know, and didn't quite understand. Until actually, as he say, his turning point was when he was approached, you know, by the late Moses Kotane, who was General Secretary of the SACP. He went to where he was staying in Alexandria to say, but Mandela, why are you fighting against communists? Because we are fighting for the same thing, against the national oppression of the black majority in this country. And Mandela himself began to say, actually, it dawned on him that, yes, the communists are allies rather than enemies, you know, we should. And then, of course, he said that brilliantly in the Rivonia trial speech, you know, when he said the communists were the only ones who were actually within the trenches, genuinely in the struggle to get rid of national oppression. in South Africa. He belonged then to that very special generation, which not only believed in the alliance, but also believed, they also built that alliance. And I think what is important sometimes, which doesn't come across, Madiba, rightly so, gets presented as a great unifier of the nation, someone who believes in national reconciliation. But he always said, if we are to build a united South Africa, we need a united alliance first, as the main vehicle that actually would drive this united nation. It won't happen on its own unless there is actually this unity. So his commitment went in so far. You will remember P.W. Porter at some stage was saying he must renounce violence, renounce relationship with the communists. You know, he said, no enemy of yours can tell you who your friends should be or that you should renounce your friends. That was the kind of a person he was. Very, very principled, you know, in terms of commitment. And sometimes you would disagree. As if you give me a chance, I'll give you one example, you know, that...
Sure.
But at the same time, you would be able to listen. I remember one of the first political encounters I had with him was in 1992. It wasn't the first encounter, but one that showed me a side of Mandela I had not known. When the armed struggle was being suspended, he went to KwaZulu-Natal to announce this. At a time when the violence was at its height, and we felt that as the ANC and the Communist Party, we were being butchered by the apartheid regime. And I was one of those who was asked to stand up and oppose that decision. So when he came in, because we had had to actually announce this, indeed, I stood up as I was assigned by my region in the Natal Midlands, although it was all the regions in KwaZulu-Natal, and argued, I thought, very eloquently as a young man, you know. He then stood up and said, he didn't hear my name properly, he thought I was Blaze, he was calling me that. He said, yes, I was a young man like you at some stage, and I was angry as you are, and you're absolutely right to be angry under these circumstances. But can you answer me? How is your anger going to take us from point A to point B? How is your anger going to take us from a violent South Africa to a peaceful South Africa? If you can't answer that, then your anger is misdirected. You know, it was very profound because in a way, yes, he was saying that you are entitled to be angry. You are right to be angry in these circumstances, you know.
Yes.
But think about where we want to be tomorrow.
Yes. It was a gentle way and a persuasive way of turning your mind around.
Absolutely. You know, it was, of course, I didn't agree at that time. I thought, well, the old man is really just coming here to just let things continue as they are, you know, and said, maybe perhaps he doesn't understand because he's coming out of prison and so on. But now I fully understand what he was actually doing. It was actually to say, fine to be angry, but what's your strategy? What's your method of actually getting us where we want to be? Which was very profound, you know, arising out of lots of experience.
He was a master of strategy, and he knew when to shift strategies depending on the mood at the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, he was very good at that. Although, of course, as he says, he wasn't an angel. Once he had made his decision, you know, he could actually be very hard-headed, you know, and say, but you have to convince me why we have to change on this thing that has been discussed, that we've actually... Something that often helps sometimes.
Of course.
You know?
No, a really powerful leader. Tell us about some of the lighter moments in your interactions with Madiba.
Yes, there are many, but the one that I remember was in 2001 during the World Conference Against Racism in Durban. You know. He called, he was no longer president. And actually I was amazed. Oh, the old man is calling. We used to call them in that on the side, you know, the old man, Tom Dal.
Yes.
You see, and so I pick up the phone. So he says, in his typical way, Blade, how are you? I say, no, Tata, I'm fine. How are you? He says, you know what? I want you to help me. And I said, what, Tata? Of course, anything. He said, there is a communist who is going to be visiting me here. Now, I'm scared of communists. I don't want to be on my own. I just thought, let me call my own communist to be with me here so that he can prefer me. In fact, he was inviting me to his private meeting with Fidel Castro.
Wow.
And Fidel was actually here in 2001.
Yes.
And after the end of the conference, he went past to speak to Martin. I sat with the two of them for 1 hour.
Wow.
You know,
Yeah.
just listening to them, reminiscing, you know, Castro's own jail experiences, although he was saying, of course, I can't even talk about jail experience compared to you, Mandela, you know, and so on. And talking about how Cuba is doing, how South Africa is doing. But one thing struck me about Madiba at the time, by the way, is that he really had finished his term as president, because he was very reluctant to talk about what government policy was at the time, you know, and so on. He would talk very broadly and leave that to President Thabo Mbeki, who was president at the time. But it was really an honor, but in his own way of humor. And that, to me, also sent a message of his continued respect for the Communist Party.
Yes. And for you as well.
Oh, yes, for me personally. I have that photograph. It's still a very special photograph with the two of them.
Most definitely. Now, tell us about some of the highlights of this week for you, or, you know, the memorial service, the...
Yes, it's a big event, you know. In fact, much as it is a sad moment, but also it's a time to celebrate the life of Nelson Mandela. We appreciate, of course, the role that we are playing in terms of using this as an opportunity to educate South Africa, especially our youngsters, not only about Nelson Mandela, but about where we come from. Of course, we had the main memorial service, you know, which was a very important moment for us. That is why, by the way, as the South African Communist Party, we think it's important that we condemn that kind of behavior that happened at that official memorial service. That was a shame to the world when the nation is actually on us. That's why we'll use this opportunity to call all South Africans to respect and honor the memory of Madiba with dignity, because what happened there was actually throwing mud at his sacrifices. And of course, there are lots of memorial services that are being called, and we call on our people to come out in their numbers to actually honor this man. But most importantly for us, Mahendra, is for every South African to ask a question. How do I contribute to nation building like Madiba did? In my own way. Whether, as I was saying on radio earlier, whether about ensuring that my school is functional, that there is teaching and learning, that my community is a cohesive community, that I participate. Nation building, you don't need to be a president, you don't need to be a cabinet minister, you need to be a concrete South African. That is how we can all honor Madiba in order to build a really cohesive and a functional nation.
Thank you very much indeed. On that very powerful and very telling note, the notion of nation building is the way that South Africa has to actually, South Africans of all walks, from all walks of life, need to contribute.
Thank you very much. Do not throw stones. Ask yourself what contribution I can make.
Thank you so much, Sir Bladen Zimande. Thank you very much for joining us.
We understand it still that there is no easy road to freedom. We know it well that none of us acting alone can achieve success. We must therefore act together as a united people for national reconciliation, for nation building, for the birth of a new world.
Well, it's Friday, the 13th of December 2013, the last day that you will be able to see the body of Udatu Nelson Mandela as it lies in state. We heard some of the memories there of Mr. Bladen Zimande, the Higher Education Minister, just reminiscing really about the teachings and some of the moments he shared with Madiba.
And you know what has been coming through over the last few days since Utata passed away is everybody's had a different experience and a different knowledge and a different understanding of him, and stories that have been coming through. I think what's starting to happen is that we're getting a bigger story of who this man was and what contribution that he had, because he seemed to be so many different things to so many different people at different times throughout his life.
You know what I really found so interesting was the conversations that we've had with Ahmed Kathrada, who was a close friend and confidant and also fellow prisoner with him. But the stories that he recounted were not so much the political triumphs or perhaps the trials that they faced, but the real man behind all this achievement. I mean, he would speak about his love for fashion and image and, of course, the parting of the hair and some of the anecdotes and jokes that they shared. And for me, I think that was so profound because it really says that although he was very much human, he had the ability to transcend that and achieve so much. You know, so I mean, the likes of you and I, Peter, we still have a chance with all our flaws and our frailties. We also have a chance to do great things one day, even if it's in our small little pocket or spheres of influence. And that really is what spoke volumes.
And this is a huge story that's unfolding. And, you know, we're here in South Africa and we think it's a South African story. But one of the things that I've started to notice is I've been getting messages and tweets from as far afield as Japan, Canada, people that have been going online and watching streaming of the coverage that we've had. So a lot of interest around the world about this man from South Africa who's really, in many ways, has touched the entire planet.
He has indeed. Well, you touched on the fact that you've been receiving tweets. So let's take a look at some of the tweets that we, as the SABC, has had. I'm looking this side because that's where the monitor is to give us an update of who said what. And it's Celia Ongwali who says it's day 3. Indeed, Madiba is gone. And this is, of course, day 3 of his body lying in state. But Celia goes on to say, but it is awesome seeing people of South Africa in great numbers. It's a rainbow nation indeed.
And one from DreadX1 says, a man's greatness is a flame that can never be distinguished. Thank you, Tata. It means a lot coming from you.
And let's see what Jacqueline Mashego had to say. Tata, you will always be in our hearts. Rest in peace, Father of the nation.
Madonna Two-Way says, may our late father's soul rest in peace. Africa has truly lost an icon. God bless Africa. And he certainly was a continental icon.
Indeed. Let's see, we do have time for another one. Thandegile Masego says, Madiba deserves all the love and respect coming his way. I hope his ancestors accept him so that he can rest peacefully. Much love. I think it's very interesting that Thandegile touches on the ancestors. There's someone on Twitter earlier saying that Madiba and baby Jake Matala are having a lovely conversation about boxing and how life is in South Africa as they are in heaven and being welcomed by various veterans all over the world. So very interesting thought there if you think of the afterlife.
That last message there from Desiree. Okay, so to get a composite picture of the mood across the country, we are moving to various reporters. I think we're going to Port Elizabeth now, Eastern Cape. Of course, this is a region where Madiba was born and was brought to us into the world. Let's go and join Aviwa Porti, who joins us now from Port Elizabeth.
Where we can hear the tributes pouring out for Odado Nelson Mandela. Audio not so great, so we do apologize for that, but I'm sure you can understand the reasons behind that. People are singing and cheering, and it's very difficult for you to say, hush now, we're trying to be live on air. So, viewer, thank you so much. We'll try and get you in a moment where perhaps the speeches are underway, where we can hear you a little bit better. But I did manage to pick up that they are expecting around 46,000 people to converge at the stadium there as part of the official memorial service for that part of the country. And and also viewers saying that people are just there to really give thanks to Utata for all the hard work and the contribution, the sacrifice and the tireless effort that he put into making this country what it is.
And it's not just this country, this continent as well, in fact. And the frontline states very much involved in the struggle for South Africa and Zimbabwe. Just before South Africa's independence, had a lot of South Africans there living in exile. And so South Africa prepares for the final send-off of the name and legacy of Nelson Mandela as being remembered across the border in neighboring Zimbabwe. Since Zimbabweans heard of the passing of former President, they too have been paying tribute to a man they say not only belonged to South Africa but to the rest of the African continent.
Despite his visiting Zimbabwe only a handful of times, Nelson Mandela's name has never been far from people's lips. A major street in the capital bears his name, and as news of Mandela's death began to filter through, Zimbabweans pondered his legacy.
I thought this was the moment to demonstrate my solidarity, not only with the world and Africa and Southern Africa and South Africans, but solidarity with humanity, because Madiba was an embodiment of humanity in terms of his vision for peace, unity and reconciliation.
If it wasn't for him, I don't think South Africa would have been where it is. It could still have been a harsh place to live.
In a written statement, Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe described Mandela as an unflinching fighter for justice, a great champion of the oppressed, and a man who will forever remain a beacon of excellence. Tributes continued to pour in from those that had met Madiba.
He came here. I had the fortunate role to be with him throughout, and I'm so happy that I had that contact with him at that stage. He was a man I admired so much because he was a very simple man, but his simplicity, in fact his sophistication lied in his simplicity. You would know that he's a deep thinker. When you talk to him, when you discuss with him, you realize that you are talking to a person with a vision far removed from yourselves. That was Nelson Mandela.
I met Madiba at his home in Houghton Park, discussing about Zimbabwe before the 2000, I think it was 2007, 2000, around that time. But he treated me like we had known him for years. Affable, very humorous, but very serious about the plight of Zimbabweans. South Africa and Africa as a whole must celebrate that apart from the pessimism, Afro-pessimism that has dominated African politics, there is a light in Madiba's contribution.
South Africa is a great nation of Africa. You belong to those countries which we always hold in esteem, that the African Renaissance can have a direction. Indeed, it is so pleasurable that you can also give us the greatest son of Africa, who also goes on to project Africa on the global stage in a manner which may never again be done.
Those who were not able to travel to South Africa to mourn him were afforded a chance to join in the commemorations as South African embassies around the world opened condolence books. A steady stream of captains of industry, diplomats, political leaders and ordinary Zimbabweans of all races and ages came forward.
I have been involved in education for the past 50 years, and he has always stood out in terms of, in our school system we would always talk about the need for the type of leadership that he provided. It was there.
Among the mourners, a relative of Nelson Mandela, too sick to travel to the commemorations.
My father ran away from South Africa, and then he was left in the jail. Then my father came here. I'm here to come and to celebrate with others about my father's first cousin, Mandela, whom we are so proud in the family, because we have never had one who is like him. And we are so proud to hear all these things people are saying about him.
South Africans far away from home say Nelson Mandela was able to broaden their horizons, allowing them to contribute to the development of other countries, not as exiles or refugees, but as free men and women.
We lost a great man, and from me, that was the last man standing. We will not be able to go back home in time to bury him, but we say we are with them.
In my language, I would like to say, rest in peace. Lala Gashe Baba, we'll always remember you. You are our father. No one will close that space.
Baba Nelson Mandela inherited the earth and the heavens. We believe that...
At a commemoration held in his honor, the impact of Nelson Mandela on the young.
He was one of my heroes because he stuck to his principles and he never gave up. I want to change things like he did.
And what do you want to change?
I want to change things that are bad. And I want good things instead.
The legacy of Nelson Mandela will continue among the young, as well as in those that bear his name. Nelson Chamisa, the youngest minister in the previous coalition government, was born in 1978, at the time when the name of Nelson Mandela was inspiring Zimbabweans, including his parents.
We're just inspired by the heroic contribution, the courage, the astute leadership then of the liberation struggle in South Africa. And I was given that name. I'm proud to share the name with an icon of the world, a man who has shown us that another world is possible, a man who has shown us that it's possible to have freedom in our lifetime.
As South Africa and the world prepared to bury the remains of Nelson Mandela, Zimbabweans say naming an avenue after the iconic son is a fitting tribute, and that Nelson Mandela Avenue, which flows along the street of government, a central park, opposition headquarters and major businesses, will remain on their lips and hearts, a permanent celebration of arguably South Africa's greatest gift to the world. Shingai Nyoka, SABC News, Harare, Zimbabwe.
What a charming little boy in that package, Sihle, and so articulate too. So out of the mouths of babes, so much truth. Well, let's go to the Union buildings now. Criselda Lewis is standing by there. Criselda, are we seeing pretty much the same scenes as we did earlier today? People continue to file past the body of Udadu Madiba.
Well, a very good morning to you, Peter and Ayanda. While the lines continue to grow outside here, the amphitheatre at the Union buildings, as you can see, scores of people coming through today on the last day of viewing of the body of the late great former president Nelson Mandela. I can tell you the lines are still massive outside the city of Tshwane here as well, where buses continue to bring people in for them to come and view the body of the late former president. Well, what we do know at this stage as well is that Rwanda's President Paul Kagame has just arrived at the Waterkloof Air Force Base, and we know that he will be coming here to view the body as well of the former president. But many people coming here to say that coming to view the body of the late Nelson Mandela gives them closure, and it closes another chapter. And now the responsibility is on the next generation to ensure that his values are upheld. So it's a last-minute crunch at the moment, but police here at the Union buildings do have the situation under control. People are coming in very smoothly. They're being escorted out. A lot of the military personnel as well really going the extra mile to assist the elderly, to bring them in and take them out as well, providing umbrellas in the blistering sun, as many have waited here as early as 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. We're also seeing some people carrying some camp chairs and some blankets, an indication that some, as a result of the fact that today is the last day, have decided to sleep here overnight in order not to miss this chance, as we know that Tata Nelson Mandela will be buried in Kunu on Sunday. So a lot of that taking place here at the moment. So many people, by the looks of things, maybe there are those at the end of the day who will be disappointed because the lines are exceptionally long, and people saying they'll queue irrespective if they think they will not be able to go in. But it's worth a try. Everybody wants to come here and view the body of the late former president.
We can imagine. Thank you so much, Criselda. We'll continue to chat to you throughout the course of the day as you continue to monitor the lines there in the union buildings, people coming in their numbers. I know some of our team is also stationed at the various park and ride facilities. We'll find out from them a little bit later what the situation is like on the ground. But let's turn our attention to this now. Dr. Nelson Mandela's intervention in environmental affairs. Here's something you don't hear about every day. With me now is Mavuso Msimang. He's the former CEO of the South African National Parks Board, or SANParks. He's also the former chief executive of SA Tourism. A very good morning to you, Dr. Msimang. Thank you so much for joining us.
Morning, Anna.
Tell us a bit about Udada's role in the promotion of conservation.
Well, not much has been said, indeed, as you say, about that. But as with many of the things that he used to do, he focused a lot of attention and informed himself about the subject that he was given to take charge of. I would cite a number of instances where Tata Mandela showed leadership in conservation. Around 1993, there was a petition signed by about 500,000 people urging the government of the day not to allow mining in the area around St. Lucia, and rather leave the place for conservation, for the preservation of the ecology there. And indeed, one of the first things that they did as a government was that they overturned an application that had been made a little earlier in the apartheid times to grant a license for mining, and said that Isimangaliso, as it came to be known later, should be set aside for conservation, biodiversity management, and the improvement of the lives of people who live within the park. That is a very unique park in South Africa, where people live inside the park. The result was that the Bangazi, one of the ethnic groups in the area, were jubilant. In 1970, they had seen trucks coming in to remove them from their land, so that plantations, which were called the soldier trees, were planted in their own area, and you had the military also setting up camp, and the people had to remove. It was to restore these things that Mandela led the challenge to conservation and the interests of the people.
So there have been a number of instances where Madiba put environmental well-being ahead of profits. You touched on Isimangaliso parks and how unique they are in that people are living within the parks and the area is also undergoing conservation. But there are also issues such as the Transfrontier Formation, which he took a very active role in that as well. Tell us about it.
Yes, Transfrontier Conservation, the movement there, supported very much by Dr. Anton Rupert, but adopted by the South African government of the time under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. The idea was to allow wildlife to roam and not be restricted within their encampments or paddocks by colonial borders, really, because before then, elephants, wild dog, and all and animals moved freely, whether it was into Zimbabwe or Mozambique. That was the range within which they operated. So the idea of establishing transfrontier conservation, which were called peace parks, because one of the intentions, one of the outcomes would be that they would promote peace among countries. If you share assets, you're bound to, you should be, to be peaceful to one another, to be friendly to one another. So he played a very important role there too. I remember when the Limpopo Transfrontier Park, which links Kruger to the Limpopo Park in Mozambique, was opened, about 1,000 elephants were released to go into the Limpopo Park, which is a section of the park in Mozambique. And he joked, I remember at the time, when he said, you know, people had been asking him what he had done to pay Lobola for Grasa. And he said, well, if people don't know, here are the elephants, they can have them. This is my Lobola to the Mozambicans.
So Mama Grasha is very expensive, eh? No cows there. Elephants roaming from one part of the region to another.
What has since happened is that there's been a replication of these parks with the Namibians, with the Botswana that's been in existence. And so you're getting a greater promotion of conservation sharing experiences, but also tourism as well as economic development.
Talking about the Peace Park still, that's a classic example of how Dada called for public and private partnership as well. It wasn't just intergovernmental or from one nation to another, but involved the private industry as well as the public industry?
No, absolutely. That's one good instance where, in fact, an NGO, the Peace Parks Foundation, was extremely active, and they sourced funds from around the world to support the idea of forming these parks. But I also recall talking about private and public sector collaboration that there is a park called Marekele in Limpopo, which lies adjacent to a number of other privately held conservation areas. There is a philanthropist who's late now called Paul von Vlissen. He was challenged by Mandela to bring the private sector into conservation and make sure that the practices that are so well known or claimed in the private sector were also brought into conservation. What happened was really something that has been, again, a pace setter. The Marekele today consists of a huge chunk of land, I think over 1,000 hectares, which were owned privately. The fence has been removed. This is all now part of a common park. From then on, this Dutchman agreed to be part of a partnership that now exists in the form of a little organization called African Parks Networks. It is managing parks that the government decides it should because it has resources, not only in 6 countries, in Zambia, Malawi, and a number of other countries in Africa where you have wildlife. I can tell you about a park in western Zambia called the Liua Park. The wildebeest there, because of poor management, poaching, and all of those things that had been taking place, the size of this wildebeest stock was down to about 6,000, if I'm not mistaken, but it's up now to over 36,000 as a result of proper management with the involvement of communities.
I'm going to come back to you for a closing in a little while, but let's first cross to my colleague Zimkita, who joins us from Madiba's birthplace of Mvezo in the Eastern Cape province, and we'll take a look at what's happening in that part of the country, and we'll come back and wrap with the gentleman seated next to me at the moment. Zimkita, a very good morning to you. What can you tell us about what's happening in Mvezo?
Daludumo Mtikaka.
Zimkita, I wonder whether or not you can hear me. I know giving us a taste there of what's happening in Mvezo.
Inkosi ngenkosi ezabathembu balapha eMpuma Koloni nezabathembu bakwaZulu Natal lisawudibana namhlanje ngomthandazo sisithi indlelanhle kumadiba omde sisithi beyabulela ngegalelo abenalo kwekulweleni elizwe kuba lifumane inkululeko esikuyo namhlanje. Kodwa phambi koba sihlabele imigama siqale sixolise ngempazamo ebikhona phambili phaya xa besibhale igama elingelilo endaweni yomuntu besithetha naye. Ngoku ke sizothetha nonkosi uDaludumo Mthirhaka akhasitakisele ukuba zintoni ezibalulekileyo bona bengabathembu abazawuthetha ngazo nabazawuzenza njengokuba kulungiselelwa umngcwabo kaBawo Madiba ngecawa sikubhodise tata siphinde sikwamkele kwakhona enkqubeni yethu. Khasitakisele besithethana ngento yokukhahlela uba ukukhahlela kunomahluko ngoku nanjengoko niphantsi kwemeko yokuzila. Khasitakisele.
Ndiyabulela msasazi njengoba sowutshilo unkosi uDaludumo Mthirhaka ophuma ke kwila royal family yobukumkani babathembu. Sisithethi ke se-royal family kwindlu enkulu kaThembu. Okubalulekileyo ngenamhlanje sikwelikhaya lakokwethu apha eMvezo apho ke lenkonde yelikhaya yazalelwa khona. Indawo ke kuthi le
sileli khaya likaNgubengcuka ebaluleke kakhulu ngoba kaloku umzukulwana lo wale kumkane ube bukhali hayi nje apha ekhayeni de waphumela nakwezizwe ngezizwe. Ubalekile ke lo mhlakuthi nenkosi zonke kwanezikumkani ngoba kaloku elinye legorha omnye esithi ngomnye wabantu esithi ngomdengentonga elifafa ke kwangokuzalwa uzalelwa kule ndawo. Yindawo ke esithenge namhlanje masiyenze ke kwenze basidibane singamathola amaduna sixhagwe ke nazizizwe nabathembu nabathembukazi nabanye ke abaphuma kwezinye indawo. Sisithi ke noko masiziphithuba sike sizothetha ngale nkonde yakwaMadiba ngenamhlanje.
Ngokwesiqhelo uye athi umuntu xa endwendwele kwindawo enjengalena apho kuhlala khona inkosi akhahlele ngendlela ezohlukeneyo, kodwa namhlanje nje makuziliwe ukukhahlela ngohlobo oluhlukileyo khasinabisele.
Kunjalo xa sikule ndawo likomkhulu eli apha eMvezo. Ngokwesithethe ke xa ungena komkhulu uyabulisa, indlela obulisa ke leyo esithi ke kukhahlela. Kodwa ke xa kuye kwacaba ke ulele umthomkhulu okanye seyinguye nalo mthumkhulu xa kukho isehlo soba ke noko sizilila sikhahleli. Oyokhahlela ke ngethuba elifanelekileyo sawukhahlela lowo uleleyo. Kunjalo ke nalapha kunkosi uDalibhunga asemkhahleli naye nje xa singena pha sizilile. Koko siyamhlonipha nohamba ke kwa abafazi nomama nabatshakazi nohlobo olu esithetha ngalo sithethela phansi xa kubusube kukho into nje. Kubonakalisa ke imbeko nobonakalisa ke okokuba ikho ingxaki kulomzi wakwaDlomo nobonakalisa ke umhlonipha lo ulele ukuthula. Yilo ndlela ke sinayo asikhahleli, kodwa ke xa lifumenekile ithuba siyayenza ke lonto singakhahlela abaphilayo singakhahlela kwalo uphumleyo. Yolonto ke sibane sisitsho xa sifumana ithuba sithi Dalibhunga, Dalibhunga, Dalibhunga.
Ndiyibonile eQunu nasemqhekezweni kanye nalapha eMvezo amakhwenkwe bekufanele ba ayaphuma ikuzenziwa imigidi yabo kule weekend ishenxiswa. Ingaba kubaluleke kangakanani ukushenxisa zonke yonke imibhiyozo befama iba khona kwezilali?
Kuba njalo ke kwantu xa kusube kukho isehlo sokuswelekelwa kanye sokuwa komuntu seyingenguye ke unkosi uDalibhunga. Indlela ke sikwazi uzila ngayo leyo. Asikwazi uye emasimini, asikwazi ubhiyoza kwimicimbi nakwizinto zokuhlala. Siye sihlonele sihloniphe isehlo sisithi umhlane abantu balomzi baneso sehlo. Yolonto ubona ke abantu bokuhlala balapha eMvezo nelali ezisingqongileyo belapha kwelikhaya bezohlonipha bezobonakalisa intoba ngenene uwile umthomkhulu kaNgubengcuka siwile isisele senyathi salapha kwaMadiba. Yolonto ke namatheko ayubona theko ungenawubona nje kusenziwa nantoni kubotshwa nenkabi kule veki de simbeke umntana ekumkane umzukulwane wekumkane umntana enkosi.
Baphinde bakhuleke nini
abantu ke kuyathethwa kusekuhlaleni kubonisane kuba ke xa kuzilwa sawuthi sisebenze nini. Iqhelekile ke kuthi ke kwawusetyenzwa emva kwesingcwabo kubuyelwa into kundalashe ngabantu bokuhlala, kodwa bekhaya bona basazilile. inethuba layo ke eyasekhayeni inezigaba zayo uyakwazi kaloku kudala okokuba kwakubakho nexesha kuthiwa zipeki ezanto kombowa ngazo xa sube kusombela umuntu zihlala pha zizawunika ithuba lazo ke zibe nemini yazo kusetyenzwe ke kulungiselelwe kuba kuthiwa ke kuchithwa ipeki kuzawulandela kamaqhosha ngexesha elifanelekileyo ngoba kaloku indlela zozila ke zinitsi ububona ke ngamathuba afanelekileyo nabantwana ngawumbi ke abantwana bekhaya nalapha enhloko bebe nendlela ethile ke ebeye thina sikwazi ubaqaphela ngayo asitsho ke uba kuza kwenzeka ntoni siveza nje imbali xa sube kukho into ekumila kohlobo.
Masiko makoti sibonile omakoti besisizwe bethwele ikhethemi yezimnyama bebhinqile kubaleke kangakanani ukutshintsha isinxibo esisabo xa kuwe umuntu ofana noDalibunga
kulo mhlaba kaThembu ibaleke kakhulu into ba sibone xa kuwe inkonde behloniphile abendi ngawumbi ke omakoti bayashiyana ke nangamanqwanqwa nezigaba omama ngomakoti ke esiye siba sivuyela into ba benxibeke ngohlobo lokwenda uyobona ke nalapha enhloko uyobona nasezinqeni uyobona nengalo ayubabona ke ngohlobo obaqhele ngalo yolonto ke ubabona omakoti nomama balapha kuba kaloku kuwe inkonde akufani naxa kuwe umntana awuyubabona ke benxibe ngohlobo abadla ngonxiba ngalo nabaphangelayo banxiba into zomzi bahlukile naxa ujonga ngokuyambona umakoti ndizama ukuthi ke kuwe inkonde uhlonitshiwe ke ngabendi uhlonitshiwe ke ngamatwana bekhaya uhlonitshiwe ngamadoda ekhaya inkonde zekhaya uhlonitshiwe ngamadoda nomama bezilali zisingqongileyo hayi ngomvezo ke kuphela uyahamba uyotshona equnu ubheke phambili utshone emqhekezweni ubheke phambili utshone echongorha uyotshona engcobo uhlonitshiwe ngoba kaloku inkonde le yalamakhaya akokwethu ngoba kaloku lo mzi ngumzozalwa ebukumkanini yolonto ke sihloniphile singabantu namalungu aphuma kubukumkani babaThembu ngoba kaloku lendlu yenye yezindlu ezibaleke kakhulu koba bukumkani babaThembu ngoba kaloku iyakwazi udibanisa indlu enkulu nokunene xa kwingxaki likhonco ke lakokwethweli simkelwa inkonde ebisikhomba isibonisa isicebisa isinqwanqwada ngoba kaloku kweli xesha sinabantu abatsha siyalahlekelwa zinkonde yolonto ke ngokuwelwa ile nkonde kufuneke siyilandele sikwazi uba sifundile ugqibilo umsebenzi kukubonakalisa ke nezinye zezifundiso zayo into kokuba kuyazilwa xa kube kusube kukho isihlo esinje sifuna uyibonakalisa nalapha kuye ke singalamalungu ekhaya lalapha ebathenjini singabalungu elikhaya bobukumkani bokangubencuka singabalungu elikhaya balendlu kaMandela siyazibona ke nezindlu zikangubencuka siyazazi umthixaka kwindlu enkulu siyamazi umnqanqeni ekunene siyamazi uJoyi oliqadi ke lalandlu enkulu simazi uShweni asisithelwa nganto ke singabantwana balendlu ke inkulu yobukumkani yolonto ke siphila kulendlu yasexhibeni ngoba indlu lena echubeke kakhulu ubona umcimbi
inkosi kakhulu ke tata ngexesha lakho ecacisa unkosi umthixaka ngazo zonke izinto ezakwenziwa uqinisekisa uMadibana uyasifumana isidima nesithozela samasiko nezithethe kokwabo sibuyisele intambo kuwe eRhawutini.
Enkosi Zimkita Siyabulela Sisi, giving us a cultural perspective there, her knowledge of tradition and all things cultural, the Xhosa tradition and cultures, and the Abatembu, to be exact, very, very astounding and much appreciated. Thank you so much, Zimkita. We'll continue to cross to you live from Vezo. Let's continue now with our interview and just wrap it up. We've just been taking a look at environmental affairs and Dr. Nelson Mandela's contribution towards conservation. With me is this former CEO of SANParks and also the former Chief Executive Officer of SA Tourism, Mr. Mavuso Msimang. Dada, earlier on you told us about the huge contribution of Dr. Nelson Mandela within this sector. We spoke about private-public partnerships. We spoke about his need for conservation above profit and how he really transformed the frontier, the peace parks. We went into detail, but now let's talk about how we pass it on to the next generation. Let's talk about youth in conservation.
So interesting that you should ask about youth because as in all other instances, Mr. Mandela had a lot of time for young people. When he opened the World Parks Congress of all parks in the world, which met in Durban in 2003, he remarked that he was surrounded by grey heads and so on, and he said he was concerned that if no youth were involved in conservation, then our future would be troubled. And he was really reassured when he realized that there were a number of programs that are coming up. So he thought very much of youth and their activities in all spheres of life in South Africa and in the world. So I think it's absolutely right. There are so many things that need to be done in conservation. First of all, we must understand what a beautiful country we have, ranking among the most beautiful in the world, absolutely, with all the things that you talk about. If we recognize that we have such a beautiful country, perhaps we'll start realizing that it's important to preserve it as a society. When people talk about pollution, littering, if we were conscious of the fact that we are in a beautiful space, we would take more care in looking after it. But also it is a huge generator of jobs. The potential has really not been fully exploited. It's a huge generator of businesses out there. Ecotourism is about going to live with nature. We don't always have to be in these five-star things. You want to be comfortable out there next to the animals and so on. Well, I sometimes think we've lost it, when people are poaching our rhino at the level that they are doing. I remember somebody calling on one of the radio stations and say, well, why bother about rhinos? This is a white... My God, the way the rhino features in our culture, in our folklore, in everything, this is our animal, this is our heritage, this is something that we seem to be losing. So it is important that going forward, we really take stock of the wonderful asset that we have in the nature, in what nature has provided us.
Simang, we'll have to leave it there, but that, I think, is one way that we can contribute towards the legacy of Dr. Madiba. Just looking at the images there from Pretoria, various park and ride facilities, we're seeing litter strewn all over. That's something that we can consider. Instead of rolling down your window and chucking that piece of paper out there, that's something that we can think about. This is my small way of remembering Dr. Madiba's legacy. I will keep that paper in the car and throw it away at the next bin that I can find. And also, let's not seek after development at the cost of our environment. I think the two can coexist very well.
Make sure also that the people in municipalities and elsewhere do provide the bins. Sometimes you walk forever with things that you don't know where to dispose of, and people end up just throwing it.
So we all have a role to play.
Absolutely.
Let's leave it there for now. And I can't stop this interview without commenting on your snazzy-looking hairstyle. I know it's in memory of Dr. Madiba, but it's a style that's from way back when as well. You mentioned that. But let's leave it there for now. Dr. Mavuso Msimang, there, former CEO of SANParks and also former Chief Executive Officer of SA Tourism, just talking to us about Madiba's contribution towards making sure that the environment in which we live stays thriving. Let's now listen to that song that was composed by musicians Zahara and Mzwakhe Mbule for Dr. Nelson Mandela.
Dalipunga, Tela Gufa, Madiba, Nolomsila, Vela Bambensele, Yem. A global icon, internationally acclaimed.
Nelson Mandela, Dada Madiba, father of the nation. Nelson Mandela, Dada Madiba, father of the nation.
We shall sustain the momentum. Madiba, we shall preserve your legacy. Madiba, we shall emulate your values and principles. History demands that we succeed as a nation. History demands that we do not become complacent. History demands that we do not rest on our laurels and work harder. We are duty bound to rise above malice and prejudice. Let reason and wisdom prevail. Nelson Mandela, a human treasure, a chief of our Tembo tribe, a former amateur boxer, a graduate from Robben Island Prison, a lawyer by profession, Madiba, the legendary leader, the first commander of Mkonto Wesizwe, a torchbearer who captured world attention, a trendsetter par excellence, 27 years behind bars in a concrete jungle. Indeed, the long road to freedom, the long walk to freedom.
You're our banner of peace, our pillar of strength, our soldiers' boots. You're the father of nations, the world's icon. Your name shall live on. Long live Tata Mandela. So hlala sikuthanda Nelson Mandela. Siyabonga Tata Madiba, father of the nation. Oh, Nelson Mandela, Tata Madiba, hlala sikuthanda, hlala sikuthanda, akekho ofana nawe, akekho ofana naye. You united black and white, I'm a rainbow nation.
From prison to presidency, the first black president of a democratic South Africa, Madiba, a catalyst. Madiba, a reconciler. Madiba, a unifier. A unifier who embraced the enemies of our struggle. Love can best be measured by ability to forgive. Madiba, a genius extraordinary.
There's no one like him.
when he created Nelson Mandela through his parents. Long live the resilient spirit of Nelson Mandela. Long live.
Some very powerful celebratory songs that have been coming through as we acknowledge and remember this great man, Tata Madiba. That was Mzwakhe Mbuli and the great Zahara singing a tribute to Madiba.
Very beautiful. I don't know if you managed to see close to the end of the song, Mahendra, one of our colleagues, doing a bit of Madiba dance. Peter is so naughty. Peter was laughing, but he's my colleague, so I'm not going to about him, but lack of rhythm, perhaps, a hint. But I know he would take it on the chin and laugh about it. But yes, a lot of us have been singing, have been celebrating, have been doing a bit of Madiba dance as well, just in memory of the great statesman that was Nelson Mandela.
Right, so the images that you're seeing there, I think that is in the Eastern Cape. In fact, let's cross to Yolisa Njamela, who's at the Nelson Mandela Museum. A very good morning to you, Yolisa.
Good morning, Peter. Of course, we're coming to you live from the Museum of Utatu Nelson Mandela. As far as filling up here, a lot of foreign media houses are already satellite dishes, they're outside broadcast fans. Wonke umuntu kaloku uyayazi into yoba zonke izizwe zijonge uMzantsi Afrika kungoku nje ngoba the focus of the world is indeed on South Africa, in particular eQunu kwaTata uMandela apho azawuziswa azolala khona. Sifuna ukukhumbuza abantu kuba otata abazi-chiefs and kings zamaXhosa bayeza namhlanje bazawuthetha nonondaba basicacisele into yoba zenziwa njani na izinto ngokwamasiko. They'll be addressing the media at 1 o'clock this rather at 11 o'clock this morning, which is in fact about a few minutes to 11. The kings and chiefs of amaXhosa are coming through to address the media, to give us some details, especially when it comes to, observing cultural protocol, traditional issues, what we should not do, what we should be doing, and also basicacisela into yoba izinto zenzeka kanjani. Now, a whole lot of people are queuing up here to come and sign the book of messages for Utatu Mandela. Obanje bendinothi ndifunde noba imiyalezo embalwa. Abantu abaninzi bamthanda uMadiba. Okokuqala ikakhulu ke ngabona abantu abaza apha ngabalapha engingqini. Nanku uNothemba Mapoma walapha eTsolo uthi you're gone but not forgotten. Athi omnye uLulu Sekeseni naye ngolapha eMthatha uthi umzamo omhle uzamile uqathu lufezile. Ngoku ulindelwe sisitshaba sanaphakade. Abanye ke baza nazo ne abazidwebayo. Come bring the messages for Utatu uMadiba. For instance, this one says, I miss you Madiba. Isuka kuJosh ke na ke nowalapha. Bayakhuthazwa ke uba abantu beze nabo bazozibhalela imiyalezo yakhe yabo bazocela bazothi kuTata uMadiba siyamthanda. uSharl Mignon yena says, what a legend. Rest in peace. From a museum yakatata uMandela eQunu into sinokhumbuza abantu ngayo eyenye kukuba the roads from East London will be closed at some point, so people must note that if you do not leave, if you want to come through the site, if you don't leave as early as possible, you will not be able to come through here and perhaps be part of what's happening, because it's filling up quite fast here, Peter.
Yeah.
Very interesting perspectives there. Now, throughout the day, we have been speaking to our various journalists, and I'm sitting back trying to take it all in because there's so many messages that have been read out, not only from that part of the country, but from all over. A little bit earlier, one of our colleagues and a journalist, Lebutinani, spoke to a minister in the presidency, Mr. Collins Shabani, generally about what he remembers of Utatu Madiba and the significance of this mourning period and marking his death by seeing his body lying in state there.
Yes, indeed, and we're hoping that we might be able to catch up with some of the dignitaries that are still coming through. President Paul Kagame has made his way to the union buildings there to pay his last respects, and he's met Tata Madiba many times over the years and have enjoyed a special relationship over time. So we'll probably, hopefully, get a word from him as soon as we can, just to get his thoughts, as he had an opportunity just to share and spent last few moments with Madiba a short while ago.
Indeed, but first up, let's hear from Collins Chabane.
There are quite a number of issues which we need to follow up, like the interpreter and others. But in general, I think everything went very well.
Are you satisfied with everything that has taken over in spite of the glitches?
Under the circumstances, I think we have done very well as South Africans. And thank you for our people who are giving support. And as you see today, people are at the park and rides aiming to come and view the body for the last time.
What do we need to improve on heading into the last 2 days of the funeral?
Unfortunately, every day is different from the other. We deal with new issues altogether, new venues, new characters, new everything. So there's very few to learn from the past, and the things are moving very fast. However, what I could say is that I think South Africans, they should keep up the spirit wherever you are until we finalize whatever we're doing, until we unveil the statue on Monday, and we need to keep that spirit. We just keep on going.
I mean, there were reports that government was discouraging heads of state from heading to Qunu because of logistics. Is that true, or how many heads of state are you expecting in Qunu for Sunday's funeral?
At the moment, I don't have the numbers as to how many have confirmed that they're coming. But obviously, apart from discouraging heads of states, they know there's a protocol which is used. Once they've attended the memorial service, in most cases, they take that as being having attended the funeral. But nevertheless, if we would have been irresponsible, if you wanted 101 heads of states in Qunu, they will never get a space to park their aircraft. Not even Durban Airport could accommodate them. Not even East London could accommodate them. So therefore, it is important for us to advise. We are not saying they should not come, we just advise, and then they take their decision.
Are you talking to the Tshwane government about improving whatever's left of today? I mean, it's the last day, and a lot of people are going to come through today because of maybe the companies closing down and it's heading into the December holidays. Are you talking to them about improvements ahead of this last day?
We're in contact with Tshwane. Our operational center is in contact with Tshwane. I've been speaking to the mayor yesterday several times. I went to some of the park and rides. I realized what the problem was. In the main yesterday, apart from the number of people which we had, the buses were slow. And part of the reasons is that's why people would pack up for a long time. And we're trying to improve that, bring more buses, and try to see if we can't increase the speed of buses to take people through. We're likely not to take everybody, as you know, because we have got limited time. But I think we are going to take a sufficient number which will be representatives of the South African population.
Minister, we've had, on social network, there are reports that there is a picture circulating on Twitter of Utata Mandela. Is there something that the presidency can do about it? How do we stop something like this from repeating itself?
I just hope that the picture is a fake, like any other thing which becomes fake from time to time. We really hope that's a fake, but we need to investigate, check what the issues are, and then we'll take it from there. But we should not be distracted at this point in time and chase against the picture, whereas we have got a major task to accomplish by Sunday. Let's focus on this time. The picture is not running away. Once we're finished with the task, we'll come back and deal with those issues.
Now, a lot of retail shops have announced that they'll close on Sunday. Is there any way that there'll be an official announcement from the presidency that it is a holiday, or would be premature to take a blanket decision?
I know as South Africans we do like holidays. We like our holidays very much, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in time, especially that it's a Sunday. It's not necessary for us to declare holiday. I think those who are closing, they're closing because they want to show respect. They want to make their contribution in one way or the other. And I think if they want to do that, they should be allowed to do it.
Now, Minister, tomorrow, what happens at the Waterkloof, then before the body heads to Mthatha and then to Qunu?
Tomorrow in the morning, we are going to collect the body from 1 Mil Hospital, and then we'll go to the Waterkloof Air Base. The body will then be handed over to the ANC. And then the ANC will have their farewell at the hangar there. And when they finish, they hand over the body to the military. The military take it to the Eastern Cape. Whether it will be Mthatha or East London, it will be determined by the weather. And then from there, once we are there, at some point, the military will hand over the body back to the ANC, and the ANC hand it back to the family. And at the end, when we go for burial the following day, the family hand it back to the government to do the final interment.
Is there any chance that the viewing period could be extended, given that, there were reports like yesterday that there were people that were turned away and we're expecting more numbers today?
You can extend. I can give you now. You can extend for a month. You will never satisfy people, because there are lots of people who didn't come. You extend it by a month, and then people from Swaziland will have to come. Lesotho, Zimbabwe. How do you stop it? Now, at least we need to have. At least I think the family has been generous enough. And I think the government has been generous enough to have provided the facility. The family has been generous enough to give us this time for South African people to have their day. And I think let's give them that chance. Let's go and finish the task and do what is necessary.
What's your message to South Africans who are making their way through here? What's the best advice right now?
I don't know what the status is now at the Park and Rise. But if we have to go as to what happened yesterday, there were lots of people in all Park and Rise who could not, so we can't stop anybody. What will stop people is whether we'll be able to make the time of 5:30 as normal. If we can make that time and able to deal with everyone, it's fine. But if people are going there, there will be an advisory during the day. I think after we do an assessment around 1 o'clock to see if the crowd, the people who are there, will be able to go through in the remaining hours. If we think they're not going to go through, advise people that we're closing now. If you have not been there, don't come. So they might just listen to radios. Around that time, we do send a message out that don't. If you are not there as yet, please don't go there.
I think I heard something on the radio last night that there might be an extension to 6 o'clock if needs be. Is that possible at all? Have you been able to maybe ascertain it?
Let's work on 5:30. Yeah. Whether there's an extension 6 o'clock or not, it doesn't matter. It's just an extension of 30 minutes anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's stick to 5:30. By 5:30, that is our target to close. As you could in the past 2 days, around 5:30, it has been raining. There was a storm. So even if you want to extend, if it happens like it happened yesterday and day before yesterday, still you have to close anyway. Let's stick to 5:30. Let's make sure we are there on time. Let our drivers for the buses and the authorities who are marshalling the traffic make sure that at least we put people quicker. And those who are in the queues, move faster so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Yesterday, I think we could have done about 39,000 people. Yeah. And the day before yesterday, because it was half a day, 21,000. If we increase the pace a little bit, we think we can do more today than we did in the past 2 days.
Yeah, it is a challenge that they face, and one I'm not sure is soluble, because there's just so many people who'd want to, but there's only so many hours in the day, and I know that 5:30, there is no extension. They have to get the body back to one military. So, yeah, I think there will be some sadness. But one thing that's coming through, I'm getting messages from people that are lining in the queues at the moment, and they're saying that whilst they're waiting long hours, there's a camaraderie, everybody's being nice to each other, and there's almost this harmony that's taking place just being in the queue. So there doesn't seem to be, animosity or anything like that. They're just loveliness.
Those queues, the aerial footage of those queues is very reminiscent of 1994. I've heard people say that, but when you actually see them and how they're winding around, they're snaking around the various areas where people have gathered, and it is pretty significant. I think even to say that we were there, we waited in line in anticipation is something in and of itself. Well, let's go back to Union Building now and see some of the footage or the images of people who had just seen the body of Utatu Nelson Mandela. I know, Peter, you were one of them, and you just said you are simply at a loss for words, as I believe this woman is after having seen Utatu's body lying in state. She looks in absolute shock and disbelief.
I don't think that anything can prepare you really for how you're going to be, because you just don't know until you feel that moment. But anyway, we've been talking to a number of people, both from South Africa and further abroad. And U.S. Ambassador to South Africa, Patrick Gaspard, joins us now live from Pretoria. Your Excellency, are you there? All right, we'll be joining him in a short while. America and South Africa have enjoyed great relations for many, many years, and Madiba himself made many trips to the US on state visits, and also to just actually talk at the United Nations. So America, He's been friends with South Africa, and we'll get a word from a newly appointed ambassador to South Africa, His Excellency Patrick Gaspard, in a short while.
And I think it's evident also in the number of diplomats from the U.S. who came for the memorial service. It wasn't just the current sitting head of state, Mr. Barack Obama, and his wife who came, but we also saw the likes of his predecessor, George W. Bush, his wife. We also saw Jimmy Carter, as well as various other diplomats from there. So I think the huge showing from the U.S. it just also cemented the relations between the USA and South Africa, especially with Udatu Madiba in particular, having described him as being in the forefront of the liberation movement, that part of the world as well.
And also we've had a number of African Americans who've been on this our program, including luminaries such as Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I think the comparisons between the struggle for liberation for black people in America has been compared to the same one that we went through in South Africa, and in fact drew inspiration from each other during the times of the struggles. But let's take a look at some of the condolences messages that have been coming through from all of you from various parts of the country.
Well, the first one coming from Lindoguhle. Lindoguhle saying, I love Nelson Mandela more than any word can say. Dad Mandela fought for the country, and when he died, they put a channel on TV about him. It shows that he was a wonderful man, not just some president, but someone who really care about him. Nelson, you had tough times. May you now rest in peace. And I think what's very significant, you can see we have that effect of a bit of a blackboard and chalk there. It's because this is from the mouths of babes. These are youngsters, an 8-year-old Linda Guhle sending her or his condolences to Madiba, because Linda Guhle can be a unisex name, just to put it out there.
Okay. Mutsidis is 9 years old and said, would like to thank Mandela for just being a good man. I thought God would keep him until the age of 120, but no, he didn't. I wish Mandela can rest in peace now.
A 13-year-old Shoni says Nelson Mandela played his role and showed the world what humility and humanity means. And very articulate youngsters. Watch me, the adult, tripping over my words, and their words are so eloquent and so full of truth, I think. So those are some of the condolence messages that have been sent in from the young people in South Africa.
All right. Okay. Let's cross now to Pretoria, Tshwane, where we are joined by the U.S. Ambassador to South Africa, His Excellency Patrick Gaspard. Thank you very much for joining us, and welcome to the program.
Peter, thank you so very much for having me on.
All right, so you're fairly new to South Africa, but the story of Mandela and the story of America and South Africa is certainly not new to you. Take us through your thoughts at this time that South Africa is going through, and indeed the world.
Well, it's of course a tremendous opportunity for self-reflection, as my president, President Obama, said a few days ago in F&B Stadium. I'm fortunate that I'm going to be able to travel to the Eastern Cape, to Kunu, to participate in the final going home ceremony for President Mandela. I have to tell you, as somebody who came to this country 23 years ago and has been fortunate enough to be back to see the arc of transformation here, it's nothing short of miraculous, and it gives me a real determination as the U.S. representative to work in partnership with South Africans to continue that important legacy.
So what if someone who saw South Africa 23 years ago, what would you say then has been a legacy of Madiba?
You know, I think that Madiba has been an example and a beacon, not just for South Africans, but for the entire world. Clearly, there's an important and profound message of reconciliation here in South Africa. But I want to go a step further. Much has been made of Madiba, who brings everyone together and reconciles, but we have to all remember that reconciliation really is only possible if there's true justice and if there's real equality in a society. And I think Nelson Mandela always exhorted us to make certain that we were creating a more broadly shared prosperity here and abroad. So that's the ongoing flame that we're all trying to move towards.
What role do you think that a hero such as Nelson Mandela has played in African American society? Because there was a time where, there wasn't as much pride about being African was there in various countries around the world. I know that in Europe, in the UK, it was a situation, and in the US as well. Heroes like Madiba, have they helped change that pride within your country?
Oh, Peter, they have helped to change that tremendously. After being on air, I'm actually going to meet with a fairly large group of African Americans who have come here from our civil society to pay tribute to exactly what he meant. When I was growing up in the States, you're right, Africa was the mysterious, dark continent. There was a sense that this was a place where only violence and poor health existed. But then Nelson Mandela, when he stepped out of that jail in 1990, so resolute, so incredibly dignified, and with a fiery grace, he sent he was a great example for black people everywhere, and in the States, of the stellar leadership, what it means to be in command of your own person and to provide real public service. So he's been, of course, a great example here, but a profound example to us as well in the United States. And you could hear that in President Obama's remarks a few days ago when he said that Madiba's example compels all of us to be better men and women.
What's your earliest memory of Madiba?
Oh, actually, the very first time I ever heard of Nelson Mandela, I was a child. I was born here in the Congo. My father always maintained a close tie to all things African. And I can remember being a kid and going out to a rally in the United States outside of the United Nations. And that's the first time I heard Nelson Mandela's name. And my father explained to me that this was a man who was prepared to give the best measure of himself on behalf of his people, was prepared to go to jail for life or give up his life for democratic freedoms for black South Africans. So from that moment, I knew this was a figure whose example would be in front of me my whole life. And then, of course, years later, I had the blessing to meet President Mandela on several occasions, and that was just absolutely glorious.
Tell us about the first meeting. How was that for you?
The first time I met him, actually, was a little embarrassing. I met him in New York City. How old was I? I was about 20 years old, and I was given responsibility for helping to organize his welcoming to the States shortly after he had been released from Robben Island. We put together this grand ticker tape parade for him down the Canyon of Heroes in Manhattan. Afterwards, he walked into New York City Hall, and I found myself alone with him in the mayor's office.
Wow.
And I must have been staring at him, lax-jawed, for a long time, because at some point I heard somebody say, "Pardon me, young man, can I trouble you for that glass of water?" And it became clear to me that he had been asking me for water for some time, but I was so dumbfounded in awe of him that I hadn't got it. So I rushed and got him the water and practically spilt it all over him. So yeah, that was the very first time. But immediately I was struck by his humility, his accessibility, and the way he made everyone around him feel as if they were the special one.
How was he received in the U.S.? You know, we see President Obama when he travels, he's got this magic dust that he leaves behind. Was that the same when Madiba made his trips to the U.S.? How was he received there?
Madiba's reception was incomparable. There's nothing that came before it or that's come since that could give you a sense of the aura that existed around that visit. Remember, this was somebody whose name we had been chanting for 2 decades, but we didn't even know what he looked like. We didn't know what he sounded like. When he arrived in the States, he received a hero's welcome, as is appropriate. It was the biggest thing ever. I remember being out in Yankee Stadium, gigantic Yankee Stadium, which was filled to the rafters, every seat filled with that man. And when I was backstage, when he put on his New York Yankees cap, a roar broke out of that crowd that was so thunderous that you would have thought the skies opened up. That man had magic.
As we're talking, I think people might be thinking that we're discussing an African-American story and experience, but it was all the communities in the U.S. that embraced him.
It was. It was completely inclusive. I should hasten to add that there were thousands of white college students in the United States who made a profound difference in the anti-apartheid fight. Once the United States finally passed sanctions against the apartheid regime in 1986, that was absolutely just conclusive and helped to turn the tide and make those walls come tumbling down. Those sanctions were only passed because of the work of those students. I can remember white and black students in places like Princeton University, Columbia University, Cornell University, who took over their institutions of higher learning and said, we will not allow you to invest a penny into a regime that treats people this brutally, this subhumanly. So, yes, that was a moment that was important to our whole country, and Nelson Mandela was embraced by all Americans.
All right. We're running out of time, but very briefly, how can we make sure that Madiba's memory continues to live on in your country and around the world?
Well, you know, I think the best way to do it is to have a measure of accountability. We need to use this moment as an interrogation of our present age. We can't just use Mandela's rhetoric. We've got to literally walk in his footsteps and do all we can to provide better outcomes for young people on education, health care, more broadly.
Okay, Ambassador Gaspard, thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts with us at this time. Okay, we're going to have to move very quickly to our next location, and everything's happening. There's a press conference taking place by the GCIS in Qunu. Let's go there now.
Extreme right, we have Brian Dube from State Security. To my immediate left, we have Mthunzi Mhaga, who is with the Department of Justice, as well as Faisal Cook, who is with the service provider Globecast, who will be here to answer some of the technical needs that you may have. We may be joined by our colleagues from the SABC, who are the host broadcaster. I know they are on their way here, rushing from the airport after they've been preparing for tomorrow's proceedings. When they come, they will join us. Colleagues, I just want to explain to you that the briefing this morning is really a briefing to you as colleagues and friends in the media, just to iron out some of the details that we think you may be interested in terms of access tomorrow. We will there will later on today be a political briefing. When I say political briefing, by political principles that will take you through some of the arrangements that are going to take place for tomorrow as well as for the funeral service. Can I start by once again thanking each and every one of you for the way you've supported this process. I think your behavior, the way you've carried yourself, is something that we're very proud of as this country, and we want, it shows that all of us are committed to making this process that has to do with the former President Nelson Mandela a very successful one. And can we continue in this good spirit and continue to work together to make the best out of the situation we're in? Colleagues, I just want to say from a media perspective, all of you that are sitting in this room will be accredited or are accredited, right? And you've had so far access to some of the official events that we've organized. The last one in Pretoria today we all know this is the last day of the lying in state. And from tomorrow, the body of former President Nelson Mandela will come back to the Eastern Cape. And I just want to talk to the details of what's going to happen. There are areas that we have identified as those that will be officially controlled by government and the state. And those are, as we all know, the East London Airport is going to be used for the arrivals of dignitaries. The Mthatha Airport is one where, the official arrival of the former President Nelson Mandela will take place. The next thing is the farm itself where the funeral is going to take place. I'd like for you to appreciate, colleagues, that the Eastern Cape and the events that are going to take place here, we have space constraints. That is why we have built and accommodated you in this museum where we have the media center. I'd like to remind the media center at Nazareth, where you all got, if you were in Johannesburg, where you were created, is still operational. The media center on the south lawns of the Union buildings, those that have used it during the lying-in state, is still operational, as well as now the media center where we're sitting at the Nelson Mandela Museum. All these to try to accommodate the over 4,000 journalists that we've had, that we've accredited, and we are still expecting more. Now, to go back to the Eastern Cape, where I think a lot of you now are starting to focus in terms of coverage. We have set amongst ourselves to come up with a plan of how we can make sure that you all have access to the materials. It's not the physical access, it's access to the materials that will be sent to you via some kind of pool services. And in this regard, the SABC, as the host broadcaster, will provide pool feed material to all of you that are in this room and that are sitting wherever they are sitting internationally. So the official host broadcaster will be the one that, I'll start with the East London Airport. They will have the spots from a TV camera perspective. We are considering, and we will post on our website later on, pool materials for photographers and scribes. And in this regard, and I know that this message may not have gone out previously, we are in consultations with the Foreign Correspondents Association, those that are members of the FCA. Make sure that you are consulted in terms of, we are saying we're going to allow 2 photographers and 2 scribes. That must be agreed upon by all of you. That is from an international perspective. From a local perspective, we are in discussions with the South African National Editors Forum, where themselves as well are given an opportunity to have 2 photographers and 2 scribes that, again, we are urging you to agree amongst yourselves who those are going to be. There will be government and official photographers who also will be in the pooling system. Colleagues, that is the situation as we have it. If there are people and colleagues and media that feel that they're not going to be accommodated in that environment, I'm going to give you the details now of who you should send your queries to, but I'd like to emphasize again that bear in mind the space limitations that we are going to have in that airport. The details are Bongiwe, BONGIWE @GCIS. You can also send them to myself, neom @gcis.gov.za. Can I urge that we do that?
All right, we're just letting you in on some trade secrets, giving you a little bit of information as to what happens behind the scenes. There are many stories that happen parallel to this main event, and that's just one of them, the issue of media converging to South Africa for this story. 4,000 accredited media personnel will descend on the Eastern Cape, and that is 4,000 and counting. So many more still set to come to South Africa and come and get accreditation to cover this event. So that's one of the aspects that we look at. We can't separate that from the life of Dr. Madiba. He was a man who was followed by media wherever he went.
And it certainly is a great honor for us, I think, as a national broadcaster, to be able to provide the images that will be beamed across the world. They'll be taking our streams and our feeds. And so, for us, I think it's such an important time. Being the national broadcaster, it's something that we're doing with pride.
But there are many other people who also, because of Twitter, who they assume the role of journalists and keep us updated and keep their friends and family updated and share information. I think that's the age in which we live. And Lynn also came to the party and had her say, saying, I had the privilege this morning to say goodbye, Dada Madiba. It's so emotional, but Dada looked so at peace. #LoveYouDada.
And Mahato says, I envy those who are at union buildings. Wish we have wings to fly over there.
And then Pumlani says, well done, good and faithful servant, R.I.P. Dada, making reference to a biblical quote there.
Leon Adams, the spirit of Tata Madiba, as close to the spirit of God as a man has ever been able to get.
Strong words there from Leon. I think Dada will always shied away from that, but we can't help but look at him as somewhat of a superhuman being. Lerato says, even though I couldn't make it to viewing his body, I am mourning his death. My heart is heavy. I say, rest in peace, Tata.
And that's a message I'm sure that many people share. Lady Gaga says, we will always remember you, Tata, and may your soul rest in peace. We will always love you, Tata Madiba, from Lady in Shoshanguve.
Lady Gaga there with a bit of a tan. Margie Lebumama says, Tata Madiba set a good example for all and fought a positive fight, and he deserves the peaceful rest from Malebu. I think definitely we ought to let him rest in peace and let him go as peacefully as possible. Although our hearts are heavy, we do remember him fondly. And that's where we leave your tweets for now. Let's turn our attention to this. A little bit earlier, Peter spoke to the U.S. ambassador, so let's stay in that part of the world. It's been just over 1 week since the passing of Dr. Nelson Mandela, who will be laid to rest on Sunday. Well, here's a look now back at the words of tribute and the music of comfort as many in America continue to hold a special place for the former president. Our U.S. correspondent, Sherwin Bryce Peace, and videographer Aaron Berger sent us this retrospective film from New York of the week that was.
Our beloved Nelson Mandela, the founding president of our democratic nation, has departed.
Forward, march! I'm profoundly saddened by the passing of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was a giant for justice and a down-to-earth human inspiration.
Let us pause and give thanks for the fact that Nelson Mandela lived. A man who took history in his hands and bent the arc of the moral universe towards justice.
Madiba had integrity. You knew what he stood for, and it just never changed. What is outstanding about that generation of leaders was the predictability of a standpoint on matters of principle. And Madiba personified that.
I was always struck by the extraordinary depth of his self-knowledge, of his awareness about how hard it is to live a life of integrity, of service, but to combine within oneself the contradictions that he lived with, a lawyer and a freedom fighter, a prisoner and a leader, a man of anger and of forgiveness.
Today I'm wearing my scarf and walking through New York, and some people recognizing me as a South African. And I do remember those days that you would not want to be recognized as South Africa. So I cried on the train all the way into Manhattan. It's just such an emotional feeling. He was 95 years old. It was an incredible 95. Yes, it's very emotional. I'm sad that I'm not in South Africa at this stage. It's one of those moments that you wanted to be home.
His day is done, The news came on the wings of a wind reluctant to carry its burden. Nelson Mandela's day is done. The news expected and still unwelcome reached us in the United States. and suddenly our world became somber. Our skies were leadened. His day is done. We see you, South African people, standing speechless at the slamming of that final door through which no traveler returns. Our spirits reach out to you, Bantu, Zulu, Xhosa, Boer. We think of you and your son of Africa.
On this morning, we remember the life of Nelson Mandela, a man who stood in the power of your presence. In this hour, oh God, we reflect on his life. We celebrate his achievements. But most of God, we ask that you would give us the same courage and the same power to stand against the wiles of this world, to stand against injustice, to stand against wrong.
I think Americans see him as a hero, as the hero that we needed at the time, especially, second half of the 20th century. We all felt a little desperate for heroes, for people who symbolize the importance of being true to your principles.
'Cause it's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change will surely come. Oh, yes, it will.
He's left us with so much more than memories. He's left us a rich legacy of his strength, a legacy of his warmth and charm, a legacy of great gifts of his courage and wisdom. It is said, my friends, that service to others is the rent we pay for our space on earth. Nelson Mandela departed us paid in full. Let him not look down and find any of us in arrears.
Mandela's soul is already in heaven. That Mandela needs less of our prayers than we need of his. And that the soul of Nelson Mandela is, as we speak, interceding with God for our well-being, to help us to create a better world, a world where our leaders listen more, where our leaders put justice and humanity's well-being first, and where our leaders resist the temptations of power, of glory, of wealth, as he so eloquently did.
A living example to us all, he helped us to see that living isn't just about doing for ourselves, but doing what we must for others as well. For to be free, he said, is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedoms of others. We should post his words on the doors and mirrors of our souls and let them be read every day to remind us of our common humanity.
Let us not be tempted to simply relegate him to being some present-time messianic figure upon whom we heap all of our greatest aspirations and never try to embody the best of his qualities. Maybe today the greatest testimony to our commitment, not to his memory, but to his life, is to realize that you get no star of approval for being an armchair activist.
Mary had a baby
There we go, some thoughts about the week that was in the US brought to us there by our reporter Sherwin Bicebees, who's been covering the story from across the Atlantic. And this is reflective, I think, of the kind of mood and feeling that you're going to see right across the world, as far afield as Japan and other places.
Oh, talking about the mood and feel all over the world, let's come back home now and get a glimpse of the mood in Houghton this morning. Our colleague Nozintombi Mia standing by there. Good morning to you, Nozintombi.
Good morning, Ayanda. There has been a steady stream of people coming here outside Dr. Nelson Mandela's Houghton home. We even have a special guest here with us that's come with quite a large group of people. I'll introduce my guest. Hi, how are you?
Very good, and yourself?
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Matthew Booth. I'm with Bidvest Wits Football Club, and clearly we're here to pay tribute.
You are here to pay tribute to Dr. Nelson Mandela. I saw you guys laying some flowers earlier. Just tell me, what is the thought process that's going through your mind, and what did you say as you put that bouquet of flowers down?
Yeah, look, it's a small tribute, you know, for such a fantastic person, an icon in our time, never to be replaced or replicated, I think. And as a person from the sporting industry, I think it's important to pay tribute and be very, very grateful for what he did for us. I don't think if it wasn't for him and other struggle icons, I don't think we would be playing international football. I wouldn't have had the family that I do have. So I will be eternally grateful to the great man, and I will certainly make sure that my children and their children remember, you know, his part of his role in history.
And Matthew, tell me, are you guys going to be making your way down to Pretoria?
We were there yesterday to play a friendly game, and it's pretty chaotic. So I think the better option was to come here, where it's a lot quieter. It's here where he spent a lot of his time. So it's equally important. I've been fortunate enough to have met him a couple of times.
Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, the first time was leading up to the Olympics, and there was a large crowd of athletes, and I kind of just stuck my hand through the crowd, and he kind of grasped my hand, and it was almost as if he was resting, and he took my hand for quite some time, and I found that to be quite surreal. On the other occasions, it was a meet and greet with the team, having some very you know, encouraging words, and you know that just when he walks into the room, there's that
very charismatic man.
His personality and you know, his dignity just fills the room, and I think many people say the same thing.
Did he say anything to you? Any words of wisdom?
Yeah, I think I remember him asking me what position I played, and you know, obviously he was a boxer at heart, but he had the sports industry. He realized how valuable the sports industry was for this nation. So he always had encouraging words for us, whether you won or lost, whether you're a boxer or gymnast or football player, you will equally as important.
So you said you are leaving for the Eastern Cape this weekend?
No, in fact we've got a game in KwaZulu-Natal. The PSL was obviously taking a break out of respect for the man, and we resume on Monday in Pietermaritzburg. But of course, all roads lead to Kunu on Sunday.
And any soccer representatives at Kunu?
I'm sure there will be.
But you yourself
absolutely.
Personally won't be there?
No, I'm sure that's people from SAFA will definitely be there. And yeah.
We spoke to Kirsten Matandani earlier today. It was quite an interesting experience that he came here and he laid a bouquet of white flowers. It was a very touching moment.
Yeah, no, there's been many touching moments during the week. As you can hear in the background, I mean, just people are torn between grief and celebration.
Completely.
And it's a bit difficult to know which emotion to have. It's kind of a roller coaster, but certainly he will remain close in our hearts forever.
Thank you so much, Matthew Booth. That was Matthew Booth, quite a legendary soccer player here in South Africa, paying his respects outside Dr. Nelson Mandela's Houghton home. In the background, you can hear the parliamentary choir making their way up from the house. They managed to have a chat with Graça Machel and sing her some beautiful songs. And now they're going to serenade the people that are here to pay tribute and homage outside Dr. Nelson Mandela's home. It's back to you, Ayanda, in the studio.
Thank you so much, Nelson Mandela. And we can see the crowds continue to swell outside the home of Dr. Nelson Mandela there in Houghton. But let's move from there now and take a look at those people who are waiting patiently to go to the Union buildings to bid their final farewell to Dr. Nelson Mandela.
And is it Njanji Chauke? Let's join him now. Njanji?
Yes, thanks for joining us here at the Pretoria Showgrounds. The situation is getting very tense here as the gates are being closed here because there are just not enough buses to come and ferry the people. People are they're being inundated here because it looks like they cannot keep up with the numbers of people that are arriving here. Earlier, I spoke to a woman that is 37 weeks pregnant already. She's been standing in the queue since 5 o'clock this morning. But to tell us a bit more about the developing situation, yes, Colonel Caroline Naidu of the police is in charge of the security here of the police. Tell us what is happening at the moment. It seems to be getting out of hand, the situation.
At the moment, people are a little bit unhappy. But I've got instruction from the National JOC that no more new numbers of people must enter the gate. Hence, the Union buildings cannot contain the masses of people who are already there. And also, I don't have buses that have returned from the Union buildings. So I only take instructions from the National JOC. I don't do it on my own.
How many people have come through here today? What is your estimate? And how many are still outside? Because we drove around and then we used the measurement in the car to measure the kilometers. And it was over 2 kilometers or so.
Thus far, from 8 o'clock this morning up to past 11, I've ferried about 200 buses in the estimate, all city-to-city buses, Tshwane buses, as well as Translux buses. And the estimation of the number of people in each bus is a minimum of 55 people. That would give me an estimation of more than just about 10,000 people or so, if my calculations are correct. But it's been a huge number of people for the morning time as compared to yesterday. And inside still, I would say safely, I've got more than 7,000 people who are still in queues inside here. The queue inside is calm, has been calm thus far. I did not experience any problems.
So what does it mean? Does it mean that the people inside will still get on the bus, make it to the Union buildings, and the people outside might not see Madiba today?
I do not want to speculate, but if I judge myself as the commander here, even the people who are in the middle of the queue, even if they happen to get into the bus slowly, there is a possibility that they might not be able to get off the buses at Union buildings to queue in order to go inside. And the people outside, if I look at it and the volume of numbers of people, there is no guarantee that they will. Actually, they won't be able, from my inspection, that they will be able to get into the buses. Because right now, I don't even have buses. The buses that left here this morning, some of them, a number, I would safely say about 50, have not returned yet, because they are also waiting to offload the people at the Union buildings.
So it's quite chaotic out there. But as the police, are you able to handle the situation? Will you be able to control the situation should it get out of hand? Do you have enough manpower so far?
As the police, yes, we have been containing the situation, and even today we will be able to contain the situation, and I'm hoping that the situation will stay calm. We will be able to contain. I've got a volume of police officials that I've deployed, POPs members as well, so we will be able to contain the situation. If it cannot be, we will devise means.
There you have it from Colonel Caroline Naidu, the commander in charge of this operation here at the showgrounds. If you've just joined us, we can report to you that the situation is very tense here as people have been locked out. The gates have been closed it looks like the buses have not returned. They are talking about 50 buses that are still stuck at the union buildings that have ferried those people to go and see Madiba, as we know that today is the last day to get that chance to view the body of Nelson Mandela. We will be bringing you the information as and when it happens from here. As you can see on the background, the people are already chanting. The gates have been closed. The police are on high alert. More security officers are being deployed here just to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control. Janji Chauke reporting live from the Pretoria Showgrounds is back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Njanji. You can see there, logistically, it was always going to be a mammoth task. It is limited capacity as to just how many people can view the body of Utatu Nelson Mandela as it lies in state. So we'll continue to keep track of the developments there. We'll also hop in and out of union buildings to get the latest from that front as well. But let's turn our attention to this now. The Northwest Province also joined millions of other South Africans and the world at large, in fact, in remembering the life and times of former statesman Nelson Mandela. Thousands packed the James Motlatsi Stadium in Orkney. That's to celebrate their fallen hero. From music groups, traditional healers, church denominations, all manner of people gathered for a common cause. Let's take a look.
The first commander-in-chief of Umkhonto weSizwe celebrated, united in diversity, to bid farewell to a struggle veteran, father of the nation, a unifier and a world icon. One of them, praise singer Bobby Dlamini, who just before the first democratic elections praised Madiba for his resilience in a poem.
I grieve for thee, my father Mandela. Very pleasant hast thou been to me. Thy love to me was wonderful. Passing the love of women, how are the mighty fallen?
The country's popular culture, in the form of music, also played a critical role in conscientizing the masses about the injustices of apartheid. Today's artists can express themselves freely without any fear of censorship. But of vital importance is that element of nostalgia, to always remember one's roots.
I will sing the songs that have built us, that have made us strong, songs about Mandela, songs about our legends, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo. I will sing them so that our children don't forget.
It is evident that the spirit of liberation and of Mandela and other leaders of his generation still find resonance in the hearts and minds of many. However, the question remains, are we upholding his values as the nation?
What is important for us is the vision Nelson Mandela has created. We may differ in terms of the tactics and the approach in the implementation and realization of that vision, but the vision remains. And I'm convinced that the ANC will always find strength in itself, especially during critical time, to rebound and be able to find direction and implement the decision and the vision Nelson Mandela has led for all of us.
Of concern, though, is also whether the current crop of leadership is servicing the poor and the marginalized as Madiba would have wanted.
Those of us who are leaders and public servants must always remember that for Madiba, the people came first. Therefore, service delivery that is of quality, that upholds the standards of our people, must be primary.
On Sunday, Madiba will be laid to rest. As the nation mourns his death, perhaps a thorough introspection is needed to really check whether or not his values have been neglected. Selwa Tatai, SABC News, Orkney in Klerksdorp.
Freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression.
You're watching special broadcasts coming through to you via television, radio, and also online. At SABC News Online is our digital platform. If you want to share your thoughts with us, memories, please use that platform. We've also been receiving a number of tweets of people just pouring their hearts out at this time.
I think Twitter has really come in handy when it comes to that. It's given people a platform to air their views and to share their concerns and perhaps their mourning process. So it's really done a lot. We've seen it actively in other parts of the world. I know with the Arab Spring, etc. But we're seeing it in a different level this time around as people take to Twitter to mourn. So I wonder if we can bring up a few of the tweets and take a look at what people had to say.
Let's take a look at what some people have been saying, starting with Bali Entle, who says, a legend, a leader, a man of power, and most of all, love. Heaven has gained a new angel. He's one of a kind.
Well, Bambata says, if I can be half the man he was, no, if we can be half the human he was, this world would be a better place. Love, Mandela.
And Muronga says, may his soul rest in peace as the world we are suffering a great loss. Let remaining leaders follow his path.
We have another one here from Mukhadi. Mukhadi saying here, you have a lot for us, Tata. You have a lot for us. We don't know who's going to take the baton forward. Still looking for someone to fill your shoes. I always struggle with that word. Is baton, baton? Baton.
Baton. It depends which side of the Atlantic you're from.
Oh, is it? Yes. Tomato type scenario.
Eve McLean says, it makes me nervous to think that we've lost such a great leader, Nelson Mandela, but I remember his impact is legendary.
Mariah International saying, Madiba is God's right-hand man in heaven now, shining down on us. His spirit will live on forever. I'm just reminded of that joke Madiba would say, that when he gets to heaven, he's going to look for an ANC branch there. If it's not there, he'll start one for himself.
Right, you're watching SABC, and we are bringing you pictures from around the country. We've got journalists stationed in the Eastern Cape, in the Northwest, and the Free State, everywhere, so that you can get a sense of how South Africa is remembering Utata Madiba on this day, as we start counting down now to the big state funeral that will be taking place at his traditional home in Qunu.
Oh, we continue to take a look at the tributes that poured in. Here's one from an official from the National Union of Mine Workers. Let's take a look at that now.
The mine workers were ill-treated all over. The mine workers, sometimes we thought that we are not like all other people. Now, the political climate during those days were growing up and up time and again. We had to say the struggle for better wages is not different from the struggle for liberation in this country, because they are linked. Now, we had to find who is a unifying figure, who the mine workers will feel comfortable to associate with. And we realized that it's Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela worked in the mining industry. So to say, you as a mine workers, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you to become the most respected political leader nationally and internationally. Mandela has suffered the consequences of what we are suffering at the present moment. He is where he is today precisely because he couldn't stomach this dictatorship. That apartheid is the one which made possible for oppression by a man to man, meaning white man to a black man in the mining industry. And therefore, that is why we decided to say a unifying figure is Nelson Mandela. And nobody opposed it. It was an exercise which we started towards end of 1984, the whole of 1985, we ran workshops, seminars, we addressed rallies to make sure that when we adopted that resolution, it's a resolution of the masses, not the resolution of the Congress. So to politicize them, it was even easier than we thought it could be. Because they go to township, people in the township are talking about Nelson Mandela. They ask where Nelson Mandela worked. They said, no, we don't know. We know he was a lawyer. They said, Nelson Mandela worked in the mining industry. And then the argument will start to say, no, that is not true. Said, it's true. Then we know he worked in the Crown mines. He was a washman in the Crown mines. You can go to Teba, where we are today. You can get that record. Mandela worked in the industry. So it helped us for other mine workers to politicize other mine workers in a simple language than to talk about socialism versus capitalism. You see, mine workers do not understand those big words. So in those days, what was important for us, it was for mine workers to understand that what is important is to remove the apartheid, because it's the cause of the oppression in the mining industry. And people who worked in the mining industry before them could not sustain the oppression. That is why ultimately some of them are in Robben Island, end up in different prisons, but in particular, here is the figurehead. You go everywhere in the country, all over the world, people are talking about Nelson Mandela. And Nelson Mandela became our icon. On the 22nd of November, 1989, that was the first time to meet with Nelson Mandela in the Victor's Vester prison. We met with him from 7:30 in the morning up to 4:30 in the afternoon. We had breakfast together, we had lunch together. It was amazing for me to say, oh, this is Nelson Mandela. That's the first one. I was excited, like all other comrades I was with. They were excited to meet with him. And then he wanted us to brief him about what is happening outside. He was well informed. And then he briefed us about what is going to happen. We were excited. And then he raised a question of saying, now we need to bring all the forces together against apartheid. Homeland leaders, at the beginning we said, no ways. No way we can see ourselves with homeland leaders. He said, no, that is the direction we have to take. We said, no. Now he started to unpack individuals. He will say, do you know who Gachabu Telets's father is? His grandfather, his great-grandfather. You know the Battle of San Juana, you know the Battle of this, you know the... You know who Lucas Mangope is. You know his father, you know his grandfather, you see, he will take you back in such a manner that because you are ignorant, sometimes you can't argue with him. But the line he was pushing was to say, don't think those people, they are there because they support apartheid. The apartheid created those structures for them. Now we must take those structures and use it against the very same apartheid. When he said that, immediately I said, yeah.
We must continue our efforts to turn our hopes into reality. The long walk continues. Ndlela ntle, mo ilot, tsela tshweu.
I think Mandela is not about the education. He is gifted. He is a leader by birth. I don't have any other words than that. He is a person who is able to communicate with just an ordinary people down there, children, and is also a person who is able to engage the highly educated intellectual people at international, national level. So even whites who do not want to become members of the ANC, they wanted to be associated with Nelson Mandela. Whites who cannot vote for the ANC, if you can put ANC here and Mandela here, they can vote for Mandela, not the ANC. It's a unifier.
It is the realization of hopes and dreams that we have cherished over decades. The dreams of a South Africa which represents all South Africans.
It's Friday, December the 13th. Welcome to another hour of our special broadcasts. I'm Mahendra Raghunath. We'd like to say thank you to Peter and Ayanda for sharing the last couple of hours with us. Now, at SABC News Online, you've been sending us your thoughts and your condolences through Twitter. Let's take a look at a couple of those. Mokomotsi says, you changed the world with no weapon. The ammunition used was the one of your humbled heart. Lord DK says, heavens have gained yet another great man. May he have eternal peace. R.I.P. Tata. Chris Mahanyeli says, we will miss him, the father of our nation, even though I wasn't able to see him. I am mourning. R.I.P. Tata. And Max Skipper says, a hero has bowed and left a legacy to live upon it. His spirit will continue to live on. And Lumex 708 says, today, as I finished my articles, I got emotional at how it had been for Madiba. I wouldn't be celebrating his achievement. Now let's now cross over to Janine Lee, who joins us from Punu. Janine.
Good afternoon from Kunu. We've just come out of a media briefing with GCIS, and there was a number of journalists here at this briefing. And included in that briefing, it was a security cluster, there was state security, there was the Department of Justice, as well as GCIS. And they just laid out the ground rules for journalists for what is going to be happening over the next couple of hours leading up to the big funeral day on Sunday. Now, just a few things that they did. They started by thanking the media to say thank you for respecting the boundaries that are already in place. And they said that things are really going to heat heat up. So if the media could just continue with this respect and consideration. So they're pleased with the way that the media has already conducted themselves. But they said a number of areas would be on lockdown, particularly the East London and the Mthatha Airport. What they said there was because the SABC is the host broadcaster, the SABC would be allowed into these areas. And as far as foreign media go, only 2 journalists or video journalists and 2 writers would be allowed into this area. But I must say the rest of the foreign media weren't too happy about that. They put up their hands. They asked could they have more journalists in these restricted areas. But GCIS said they'll take that question into consideration and get back to them later. And a number of other things. They said that the SABC would give out the big pool feed for the rest of the journalists. The SABC would stream this live to the rest of the world, and other media organizations would take their cue or their feed from the SABC. Now, from tonight, 9 o'clock, the N2 is going to be completely closed from Mthatha or Airport all the way past Nelson Mandela's house up until Iditsho. Well, that's a long stretch of the N2 that only if you are accredited, if you have the yellow accreditation hanging around your neck, will you be allowed access into this area. And what is going to happen on the day of the funeral and the day that Nelson Mandela's body, which will be tomorrow, returns home here to his rural home, his home here that he loves so much in Kunu, a human chain is going to be formed all the way along the N2. That is going to be formed, it's going to be made up of locals. Locals are going to line the N2 all the way from Mthatha, they believe, up until the family farm here in Kunu. And what GCIS has said, they've encouraged the media to speak to those mourners along the road, to speak and interact with that human chain, because that human chain and the stories that the journalists from all over the world will get from these very people, the people that were so close to Mandela, those are going to be stories that they say will make wonderful memories for years to come. And I must say the media they've been very accommodating, although not happy about certain restrictions. Most of the media will be camped up here at the Youth and Heritage Centre. There is a vantage point down onto Kunu, onto the farm, the homestead, the family homestead, where the actual funeral will take place. And this is probably going to be the only access that foreign journalists will have. But with their long lenses of today, they should be able to see up quite close. And GCIS have said to us that the burial part of Sunday's event will be a completely private affair. This will be for family to pay their last respects, and they stressed if any journalist breaks these boundaries. But generally, there's a great air. Everybody seems happy. Everyone's respecting each other at this stage, and it's now the final push and in preparations underway for when the late former President Nelson Mandela's body will return home here to Kunu. That is expected to take place tomorrow. All authorities from today, rehearsals will be in place, and they've also said the roads won't be closed until 9 o'clock tonight. But with those rehearsals taking place, they've asked the general public as well as the media to please exercise patience, because there are going to be immense backlogs on the N2. As I was driving through already this morning from Mthatha, a convoy of buses, probably 20, 30 buses full of military personnel. They were making the slow trip to Kunu from Mthatha area. And also we saw a number of military vehicles with cannons on the back. So a high military presence here in the Mthatha and Kunu and surrounding areas. But GCIS has said they expect that thousands and thousands of people, although they will not be allowed into the family farm, will come to pay their respects. They're going to put up viewing areas in Mvezo, in and around Kunu, in Mkekazweni. So these people, the very local people who knew the late Nelson Mandela so well, will have access to these screens, and they will be able to be part of this burial process on Sunday and say goodbye and pay to the great Nelson Mandela, although it will not be from inside his family farm. Many people have expressed a lot of disappointment, the local people, that they will not be allowed in, but this is the rules, and obviously for state security they have to be adhered to. And the state funeral on Sunday will be a state funeral, but it will be heavily infused with a lot of traditions and cultures from the clan that Nelson Mandela came from. So it's going to be colourful, it's going to be sad, but I think it will be a fitting goodbye to a great, great man.
Our colleague Janine Lee reporting about the plans for the live broadcast of Madiba's funeral ceremony on Sunday. Now, earlier on, my colleague Leanne Manner spoke to the CEO of the National Heritage Council, Advocate Zonwabile Mangotiwa, to get a better understanding of the traditions and customs practiced during funerals. This is how the interview unfolded.
What a befitting honor for Madiba, this icon. Here you are talking about somebody with such a rich identity. You're talking about the father, you're talking about an international figure, you're talking about the first president of a democratic South Africa, but also talking about a chief. You are talking about somebody who grew up within a clan. Now, here in this funeral, we see also preparation, interface between modernity and tradition. The presence of Chief Zwelivelile Mandela there signifies that culture. For instance, in African societies, somebody has departed is regarded as still alive.
Yes.
The significance of him standing there is that every time he's briefing him, he gets a briefing as to what's going to be the next step now.
All right. So every time he's talking to his grandfather the whole way?
Every time he's talking to his grandfather, what is going to be the next step? Because this goes to the belief that there must be somebody who knows.
Yeah.
Somebody who's related to the person, somebody also who's close to the person, a member of the family, who must take him along every time and every step, even when the president departs tomorrow, to Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
Somebody must come and say, we are now taking you. Now we're taking you to the Eastern Cape.
Yeah.
And then even when he's being taken to taken home, even when he arrives home, somebody must say, we have now arrived at home, and then what is going to happen and so forth.
Our journalist Lebo Tinani spoke to Minister in the Presidency Collins Shabani earlier. Let's see what he had to say.
Obviously, there are quite a number of issues which we need to follow up, like the interpreter and others. But in general, I think everything went very well.
Are you satisfied with everything that has taken over in spite of the glitches?
Under the circumstances, I think we have done very well as South Africans. And thank you for our people who are giving support. And as you see today, people are at the park and rides aiming to come and view the body for the last time.
What do we need to improve on heading into the last 2 days of the funeral?
Unfortunately, every day is different from the other. We deal with new issues altogether, new venues, new characters, new everything. So there's very few to learn from the past, and the things are moving very fast. However, what I could say is that I think South Africans, they should keep up the spirit wherever you are until we finalize whatever we're doing, until we unveil the statue on Monday, and we need to keep that spirit. We just keep on going.
I mean, there were reports that government was discouraging heads of state from heading to Qunu because of logistics. Is that true, or how many heads of state are you expecting in Qunu for Sunday's funeral?
At the moment, I don't have the numbers as to how many have confirmed that they're coming. But obviously, apart from discouraging heads of states, they know there's a protocol which is used. Once they've attended the memorial service, in most cases, they take that as being having attended the funeral. But nevertheless, if we would have been irresponsible, if you wanted 101 heads of states in Qunu, they will never get a space to park their aircraft. Not even Durban Airport could accommodate them. Not even East London could accommodate them. So therefore, it is important for us to advise. We are not saying they should not come, we just advise, and then they take their decision.
Are you talking to the Tshwane government about improving whatever's left of today? I mean, it's the last day, and a lot of people are going to come through today because of maybe the companies closing down and it's heading into the December holidays. Are you talking to them about improvements ahead of this last day?
We're in contact with Tshwane. Our operational center is in contact with Tshwane. I've been speaking to the mayor yesterday several times. I went to some of the park and rides. I realized what the problem was. In the main yesterday, apart from the number of people which we had, the buses were slow. And part of the reasons is that's why people would pack up for a long time. And we're trying to improve that, bring more buses, and try to see if we can't increase the speed of buses to take people through. We're likely not to take everybody, as you know, because we have got limited time. But I think we are going to take a sufficient number which will be representatives of the South African population.
Minister, we've had, on social network, the reports that there is a picture circulating on Twitter of Tata Mandela. Is there something that the presidency can do about it? How do we stop something like this from repeating itself?
I just hope that the picture is a fake, like any other thing which becomes fake from time to time. We really hope that's a fake, but we need to investigate, check what the issues are, and then we'll take it from there. But we should not be distracted at this point in time and chase against the picture, whereas we have got a major task to accomplish by Sunday. Let's focus on this time. The picture is not running away. Once we're finished with the task, we'll come back and deal with those issues.
Now, a lot of retail shops have announced that they'll close on Sunday. Is there any way that there'll be an official announcement from the presidency that it is a holiday, or would be, premature to take a blanket decision?
I know as South Africans we do like holidays. We like our holidays very much, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in time, especially that it's a Sunday. It's not necessary for us to declare holiday. I think those who are closing, I think they're closing because they want to show respect. They want to make their contribution in one way or the other. And I think if they want to do that, they should be allowed to do it.
Now, Minister, tomorrow, what happens at the Waterkloof then before the body heads to Mthatha and then to Qunu?
Tomorrow in the morning, we are going to collect the body from 1 Mil Hospital, and then we'll go to the Waterkloof Air Base. The body will then be handed over to the ANC. And then the ANC will have their farewell at the hangar there. And when they finish, they hand over the body to the military. The military take it to the Eastern Cape. Whether it will be Mthatha or East London, it will be determined by the weather. And then from there, once we are there, at some point, the military will hand over the body back to the ANC, and the ANC hand it back to the family. And at the end, when we go for burial the following day, the family hand it back to the government to do the final interment.
Is there any chance that the viewing period could be extended, given that there were reports like yesterday that there were people that were turned away, and we're expecting more numbers today?
You can extend. I can give you now. You can extend for a month. You'll never satisfy people, because there are lots of people who didn't come. You extend it by a month, and then people from Swaziland will have to come, Lesotho, Zimbabwe. How do you stop it? Now, at least we need to have. At least I think the family has been generous enough. And I think the government has been generous enough to have provided the facility. The family has been generous enough to give us this time for South African people to have their day. And I think let's give them that chance. Let's go and finish the task and do what is necessary.
What's your message to South Africans who are making their way through here? What's the best advice right now?
I don't know what the status is now at the Park and Rise. But if we have to go as to what happened yesterday, there were lots of people in all Park and Rise who could not, so we can't stop anybody. What will stop people is whether we'll be able to make the time of 5:30 as normal. If we can make that time and able to deal with everyone, it's fine. But if people are going there will be an advisory during the day. I think after we do an assessment around 1 o'clock to see if the crowd, the people who are there, will be able to go through in the remaining hours. If we think they're not going to go through, advise people that we're closing now. If you have not been there, don't come. So they might just listen to radios. Around that time, we do send a message out that don't. If you are not there as yet, please don't go there.
I think I heard something on the radio last night that there might be an extension to 6 o'clock if needs be. Is that possible at all? Have you been able to maybe ascertain it?
Let's work on 5:30. Whether there's an extension 6 o'clock or not, it doesn't matter. It's just an extension of 30 minutes anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's stick to 5:30. By 5:30, that is our target to close. As we could in the past 2 days, around 5:30, it has been raining. There was a storm. So even if you want to extend, if it happens like it happened yesterday and day before yesterday, still you have to close anyway. Let's stick to 5:30. Let's make sure we are there on time. Let our drivers for the buses and the authorities who are marshalling the traffic make sure that at least we put people quicker. And those who are in the queues move faster so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Yesterday, I think we could have done about 39,000 people. And by the day before yesterday, because it was half a day, 21,000. If we increase the pace a little bit, we think we can do more today than we did in the past 2 days.
And we have an official announcement. All park and ride facilities in Pretoria leading to the Union buildings have been closed. So if you are intending to go to the Union buildings, you advise not to do so because you're not going to go. Will not be allowed on site. So all park and ride facilities in Pretoria leading to the Union buildings have been closed, and people are advised not to go. The numbers are far too great right now. Now, in the studio, we have retired news cameraman Jan Kopech, who followed former President Nelson Mandela. Hello and welcome to our studios.
Welcome to you and welcome to the viewers.
Thank you, Jan. You've had quite a long and illustrious career. Could you take us through, how long it has been? You're now retired?
I am retired for over 10 years, but I was working for the SABC 35 years as a news cameraman, and I've been attending very many events which I have to cover for the news. And I have got pleasure, and it was very interesting things because I took one of the first pictures of the Mandela president, who came after 2 weeks or 3 weeks in Cape Town. That was his first visit in Johannesburg, in his house in Soweto. And I did first interview on TV for him, and in the same time I took these pictures, which is, I think, one of my highlights because it's in color, it's in one African dress, and that what everybody likes about this picture, and I think is my highlight. I was doing also quite a lot of work for the SABC, especially during the war in Mozambique and war in Angola. Which I managed to get for the SABC in exclusive interview with Jonas Savimbi when he was still fighting Cubans there. I've got some pictures of this also here, which...
you have quite a collection of...
Yes, you see, I have got my private archives, you know, that is a picture of this from Angola, beautiful. Which I collect because, as I said, for 65 years now I've been taking pictures. I always have my camera with me.
Now tell us about some of your memories of Madiba.
I meet him several times, quite often actually, over a period of 5 years, because I was covering news event which he was attending as a president, and that was usually every week which I have to meet him. With these pictures is also quite a history, because they were also taken a portrait picture of him, and he asked me then because he doesn't know, says, please tell me how must I pose for the pictures.
We have two different distinct poses.
Yes, I mentioned to him, you look very well when you smile, because sometimes when he was serious it was too serious and too sad.
Sure.
And since then, I think, like you can see on some other pictures, he is smiling, and this gives us some warmth, you know, some pleasure which he has. And then he always remember me, because whenever I was somewhere there, he always greet me from on his side.
So he recognized you often and greeted you warmly?
Always the same, always very pleasant, very warm, and very friendly.
Yes.
And even that what he write for me.
Ah, a special message.
Yeah.
To Mr. and Mrs. Kopech, compliments and best wishes to our accomplished photographer. This was in 1995, 19th of February 1995. Yes. Wonderful.
And also I would like to mention something about this picture, the history. It's the old staff of SABC when we were invited for a dinner with President Mandela. I think it was just after the election. Everybody was on that pictures. Sure. And some of these friends of mine are still working at the SABC. They might be still quite young. I am getting older.
And, looking at your interactions with Madiba, did you go to his home?
Yes, in Pretoria, when he was staying in his residence in Pretoria. I wasn't in Cape Town But in Pretoria, I was about 3 or 4 times there. It was a very interesting story also when the delegation, high-ranking sheikhs from Saudi Arabia arrived. I was also invited to film that event in Pretoria.
Okay, we're going to have we're going to come back to this conversation, and but just need to cross over to our reporter Margaret Motibi, who is standing by in Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Margaret,
happened so far? How long is it? It's like 4 minutes at the.
Well, Margaret's still getting set up with her mic. Yeah, and tell us some more of those highlights with Mr. Mandela.
Oh, definitely, any meeting him like it was possible to have a couple of words of conversation, which happened sometime. It was for me highlighted, it was because his interest in my job, his interest in my profession, and always asking some questions which I answered thoroughly, then it was for me very, very interesting.
Sure.
Very
of course, he'd been away from all the technology in his time in prison. So he was definitely really interested in how technology has changed, and I'm sure he must have been really interested in your photography.
Yes.
Well, we'll go back to Margaret, who's standing by in Kimberley. Margaret Motibi, our reporter. Margaret.
Good afternoon. We are in Khalishiwe at the Multipurpose Center, where the residents of Khalishiwe have gathered actually to pay their tribute to Madiba. What is basically happening behind me is that the keynote speaker is speaking at the moment, and he's telling people that are here about his experiences with Madiba. And speaking now is Ben Dikobe, who's the Minister of Energy in the country. I am going to give you a brief background as to what has happened so far in the province in terms of the commemorations of Madiba. On Sunday, we went to Bloemfontein, where the Sand community was actually paying tribute to Madiba, and they composed 3 beautiful songs that they sang about Madiba. And the essence of the song was to say that he gave them back integrity as the people, and he did a lot for them, and took them actually out of Smithsdrift and bought a farm and built houses for them. And on Monday, we met with elderly people from an old age home that had gathered at a square in Khalishiwe. They had prayers, they lit candles, and they actually left flowers for Madiba at the square, actually. And on Tuesday, the residents around here gathered at this public viewing area where they saw what was happening at FNB because they couldn't all make it there. On Wednesday, the province had a provincial memorial service where Madiba was actually commemorated as well. Again, people spoke about the life that he lived and the difference that he's made in their lives. Ordinary people were saying how they are now getting grants because of what Madiba did for them. In Khomotso, which is a rural village in the Northern Cape on the border of Northwest, we spoke to traditional leaders that said Madiba had emancipated women and also gave people like them in rural areas a voice. I'm also going to be speaking now to a young person that is part of the memorial service now here that is currently taking place here in Khalishiwe, and I'm going to be asking him what kind of difference that Madiba's life have in his particular life, the difference in a sense that what is it that he's doing that he couldn't be able to do in the past. Good afternoon. Could you tell us about what difference Madiba has made in your life?
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Gregory Seleke. I'm a boy from Kimberley. There are a lot of things that Nelson Mandela has done, but just to mention a few amongst others, we are able to live in a free society whereby you can express your views religiously. So we are living in a country whereby we're getting free education, and everything in our lives is happening according to before, like in your apartheid area.
And we're also speaking to Mama here. She's going to also be telling me that since Thursday, it has been a week after Madiba's passing, she has seen tributes, and she also wants to express her condolences to the Madiba family, and to also speak about the difference that she has seen in her life because of Madiba.
Good afternoon or good morning, if I'm right. Now, from my side, I would like to say it's an honor to us for the passing of Tata Madiba. The reason why is because of Tata Madiba have done a lot to us. We changed maphelo a rona thata mo e leng gore by then ka apartheid re sa kgone le go ka ema yana mo TV re bua re ne re sena even le no go ka be re dutse mo holong re phutulogile re bua ka Tata Madiba nako tse tsotlhe ne ka re ha re kopana mo ba re bonang re le 5 teng bana ba bona gore re di ke dinokwane tse di leng teng yaanong ka bakeng la gagwe gore a ile a rena a lwanela freedom ke ka mo re kgonang go ya gongwe le gong ka yone mo se nka se bua mo setšhabeng sa rona sa South Africa ke tla bara ke re bone tsela o re neile re tshwanetse la re tse mo a tlogetseng teng re tswelele pele ka yone ke a leboga.
What Mama basically said was that the late president gave them a voice, and that because of the difference that he has made, she is now able to speak on national TV and to express her views, and that she is very grateful for that. So what is going to be happening now in the Northern Cape is that 5 public viewing areas have been set up in all the 5 districts of the province, so people can actually go to those areas on Sunday and be able to see the funeral proceedings of Madiba. Back to you in the studio. That's all from us in Galeshewe.
Margaret Matibi coming to us from Kimberley there. Now, continuing our conversation with the retired camera person Jan Kopech, who's in the studio with us. He's a reservoir of history, a font of knowledge. Jan, in your interactions, in your career, you actually had some very, very momentous photographs. There was something about Winnie Madikizela Mandela.
I was working at that time in Sunday Times, which I worked there for before television came to South Africa, and I was sent to take a picture of her when she was banned. She was working in the lawyer's office as a secretary, and that was my first encounters with like Mandela family. She was there, and that was the last time when we could take a picture, because after that she was banned. We were not allowed to show any pictures of her, and I think that is also quite a historical shot.
Of course, yes.
It's interesting.
Now, in your career at the SABC, you were also responsible or instrumental in training some of the camera persons that came after you.
Yes, before I came to South Africa, I was working in Poland for a couple of years for Polish television in the city of Gdańsk, where was Solidarity birth there.
Oh, yes.
Later, much later, I was already in South Africa.
Yes.
And with that experience, when I was employed at SABC as a cameraman, I was having probably the large number of years with shooting news and organizing news events and things like this. And I was given the task also to teach young aspiring cameramen and photographers, which they were coming to work for the Channel 3 of TV, which was then regarded as a channel for black viewers.
This was then the transformation of SABC itself, as well as its broadcast. So we're adding on more channels at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the one thing that most people talk about whenever they're interactive with Madiba, with Mr. Nelson Mandela, has always been his, his personality. What was it about him that you connected with personally?
It was an easiness to come to anybody. Like I was just a cameraman or I was just a photographer. And he always took interest at any time after taking these first pictures of him before he became a president. He remembered me. He always come. He always greet me, even if it was big gathering or something international stature. He always managed to get close to me and say hello. Of course, it was very uplifting, to having such a person like him with such a warm character. And, he comes to you, the president comes to you, shake your hand or greet you.
Yes, it's quite a stunning moment, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Well, thank you very much indeed for coming into the studio and sharing your experiences and your memories of Nelson Mandela.
Look, it is very sad time, that he's gone, but you see, I have him alive here, and I know that he bring us to the state where we are, to the history point. He has to go, he gone. Everybody has to finish like this, but it is a very sad moment for everybody, I think, and I worship him, and I really feel sorry if I sad also.
You know, and your pain is palpable. It is, we can feel it, and we understand. You know, all of us, I think, in the country are going through similar.
The same period, yes.
Exactly.
And I think it may be a little bit easier when he will get proper funeral and had it buried in Kuno.
Sure.
Then it will make easy, because I still don't feel like that he is dead.
Sure.
No.
Yeah, everyone's still in a state of shock in the entire country. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me here.
Now, to repeat that announcement, all park and ride facilities leading to the union buildings have been shut down. So those of you who are wanting to go to the union buildings to have a glimpse of Madiba's coffin, and you know, you are advised not to do so. Now, independent film producer Kent Perrells has produced a video titled "In Memory of Nelson Mandela." Let's take a look.
So much love we need to give this world right now. It's in so much pain. Father, remove our shame. Too much war, too much poverty. Yeah, since our time to stand together and say,
and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another.
Innocent children crying out, help me, somebody help me. What will we do to bring it back? What will we say? And no more delay. And say, united we will stand.
We know. We know.
United we will stand. Say no to violence. Say no to racism. Say no to HIV/AIDS. Say no to poverty. United we will stand. But divided we will fall. United we will stand. But divided we will fall.
United we shall stand. Now, SABC reporter Zimkita Maqingwana joins us from Madiba's birthplace in Mvezo in the Eastern Cape province. Zimkita.
Masinamkele ke kumvezo inkonzo yesikhumbuzo ongasekhoyo ba uNelson Mandela iyaqhuba apho wayezalwe khona kwikhaya lakhe la kumvezo. Abo babonayo ke yikwayari nabahlali balapha kumvezo abazokhunga olusapho lokwaMadiba oyemyemo ngqolomsila ovela bembhentsele. Siyabona namalungu ANC kaNdlunkulu oba uGwede Mantashe noba uFikile Xhasa bendlu yowisomthetho yalapha eMpuma Koloni nabo beyinxalenye yabantu abazokuthi ndlelanhle kungqolomsila ndlelanhle kuMadiba omde. Usapho nabantu abendele kolusapho lokwaMadiba sebabona benxibe ngohlobo olohlukileyo kwezintsuku susukela kwawa esisithwakumbe sokuba beshiwe ngomnye wotatazala wabo banxibe ngohlobo olohlukileyo oluthwale iqhiya ezimnyama nekhechemiya ukubonakalisa ukuba kumke umuntu ebehlonitshwa kweli khaya lakwaMadiba. Intatheli zize ngobunintsi bazo kummandla waseQunu, kummandla waseMqhekezweni nalapho kummandla waseMvezo njengoba izindawo ezibaluleke kakhulu apha eMpuma Koloni kubomi bukaBawo Madiba. Siyabona befuna ukuva uba lena inkonzo yesikhumbuzo ize kohluka kanjani na njengoko kukho inkokheli zomthonyama ezisuka abathenjini balapha eMpuma Koloni nasebathenjini bakwaZulu Natal. Bayaqhubeka ke bethandaza abantu becula. Siyalibona usapho ngamanye amaxesha lunako ukunqongophala kodwa kuthi kuvunywa ingoma sibabone noko ingathi bayabopheka belusapho. Umama lo uthwele iqhiya emnyama aphinda axakathe ngesixakatho elimnyama ngumama ozala uNkosizwe Livelile Mandla, yena ongumzukulwana kubawo uNelson Mandela. Ungomnye wabantu okuthi xa kufikwa kwekhaya lalapha eMvezo abe kufikwa kungeniswe umthandazo kuye njengoko sisazi isithethe sakwaXhosa sithi umuntu ngumuntu ngabanye. Bayaqhubeka kabantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika abasempuma Koloni besiza kolusapho bezolibopha. Masimshiye ngengoma ekubotshwe ngalo olusapho sibuyisele intambo kuni eRhawutini.
At the birthplace of Nelson Mandela in Mvezo. Now, let's take a look at some of the images of former President Nelson Mandela.
"'Twas grace that taught my heart to feel, and grace my fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I felt Amazing grace, amazing grace, how sweet the sound, how sweet the sound, I saved the rain, I saved the rain, like me. I was lost, but now I'm found, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved and wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but
The late Nelson Mandela is known and revered for many great things. Mandela makes us realize that through his quotes, nothing is impossible. Janine Lee took a look at some of the great quotes he has become known for.
Looking out over these rolling hills, now covered in mist and rain, one of his quotes comes to mind.
After climbing one great hill, one finds there are many more hills to climb. There's nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have changed.
Mandela has always been praised for the manner in which he embraced his foes and tried to bring them to his way of thinking.
If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy, and then he becomes your partner.
Here in the Eastern Cape, Madiba played a huge role in uplifting the lives of children by ensuring education was a priority.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
The world knew Mandela as a man that never gave up on his dream of a free South Africa.
It always seems impossible until it's done. Our march to freedom is irreversible. We must not allow fear to stand in our way. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others.
No matter who you were, colour, race or creed, Mandela believed love and respect were not negotiable.
No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People must learn to hate. If they learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. We are not anti-white. We are against white supremacy. We have condemned racialism no matter by whom, if it is professed.
And as this great man comes home to be laid to rest, we remember this inspirational message from him.
The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall.
Janine Lee, SABC News, Kunu, Eastern Cape.
Let's have a look at some of the messages of condolences that have come from South Africa's children. Mr. Nelson Mandela did a lot for this country. He ensured a future for the next generation. Because of him, I can go to school without being discriminated against because of the color of my skin. He was a great man, and we will always have good memories of you in our hearts and minds. Matapelo, aged 14. Tata means a lot to me. He saved the people of South Africa. I have learned that we have to help each other and care about each other. I just want to say I love you and will love you forever. That's Lebo, who's aged 9. I've learned a lot about you and I feel lucky to actually have the education I have. It's because of you. We will miss you, Tata Madiba. Naledi, who's 8, says, I feel bad that Mandela has passed away. May you rest in peace and live your life in heaven with Jesus. I learned from you that caring about other people is a good thing. If you take care of each other, nothing is impossible. I just want to say that I love you from the bottom of my heart. Rest in peace. And Nslansla says, who's 10 years old, says, Mr. Mandela was a very good person that has faith and respect. He fought for our future generations. We have freedom because of him, and we are going to school and having a free nation because of him. R.I.P. Now, Gauteng school children have paid homage to Madiba through song, dance and poetry. The event was held at the Nelson Mandela's Children's Fund in Johannesburg. The fund was established by Madiba in 1995.
A tribute out of the mouth of babes.
For us, Tata Madiba was a father to all of us, and that he has passed away. What's gonna happen to us? Because we lost the father of nation. Mandela was like a father to us, and he helped us fight for freedom.
You are our father. Nelson Mandela, we all love you. No one does not love you. You fight for us. Now I am here just because of Nelson Mandela.
I'll remember him as a hero, as the glue that united people.
Everyone loves you and will miss you. I love him. Without him, who's going to lead our world?
Stefina Komane, SABC News, Saxon World.
Let's now take a look at some of your tweets. Dirk Singh says, I'm glad that I made it to the Union building today. It was not easy to see him lying there. Tressa says, R.I.P. Madiba, you have proved that you're a hero and a legend who will always be remembered for your good deeds. Ms. K. Khare says, may your soul, R.I.P. Tata, you were a great dad to all. I wish I could have at least seen you in person, but I hope to meet you someday. And Blue Musinyali says, Madiba united a nation when he was alive, and now his passing has united the world. R.I.P. Tata. Lindy Manana says, R.I.P. Tata Nelson Mandela, a man who was all about love, peace, reconciliation, forgiveness, education. Percy says, may your soul rest in peace, Tata Madiba. You made your nation strong and loving, and the mark you left in our souls keep us warm. Witness Makubela says, Tata, rest in peace. You've played your role. Now the ball is in our court. Now, there are many different faces and voices have depicted the role of Dr. Nelson Mandela in a variety of productions. Popular among the works based on Madiba's life story or contribution to South Africa's freedom are feature films. Did you know that there are 22 screen productions that fully or partially tell Tata's story? Among them, 19 feature films. Let's take a look at how some actors have done, well or not, in capturing our Tata's essence in film.
A giant, an icon, a trailblazer, a paradigm shifter, an architect of reconciliation, a struggle fighter. There are many ways we've come to describe the first president of democratic SA, Dr. Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela. His shoes, the kind that will forever be hard to fill. An example we'd all like to follow, but know without a doubt that getting it right is a tall order on any given day. But how hard has it been to reflect on his role, life and story on screen? The first recorded role of Mandela came in 1966 when a German production titled The Revonia Prozep by director Jürgen Hosler put South African actor Simon Sabela in Madiba's role. After that, many others followed. It was in 1981 when UK-based production Prisoners of Conscience put West Indies-born George Harris in Mandela's shoes. In 1987, it was Danny Glover who played the lead in Mandela opposite Alfre Woodard. In 1997, one of the biggest flicks on Nelson Mandela was released. It was television movie Mandela and de Klerk, which featured celebrated, respected and experienced American actor Sidney Poitier, who according to many, almost nailed it. In 2002, Willie Jonah didn't quite make an impression in his role as Madiba in US TV film Jeffrey Archer, The Truth. And then in 2004, Isidungwa actor Lindani Nkosi played a small Madiba role in US-German SA big screen production Drum, which focused on a local magazine and its team. In 2007's Goodbye Bafana, another popular American actor Dennis Haysbert played Madiba. In Endgame, which outlined the role of former President Thabo Mbeki in the struggle, Clark Peters played the supporting role of Madiba. And then in 2007, the most anticipated Mandela role in a film came from the arguably most suited man for the job, Morgan Freeman, who for many looked it but didn't quite feel it as the masses had anticipated. That same year, we saw the release of More Than Just a Game, which is set in Robben Island and tells the story of how soccer was among the things that kept SA's political prisoners going behind that controversial prison's walls. It was Tsotsi star Presley Trinyagai who played the young Madiba in that 90-minute-long feature film. In 2009, a film about Madiba's former wife Winnie Madikizela Mandela titled Mrs. Mandela was released in the UK with David Harewood playing Tata. When Hollywood big screen star Terrence Howard took the role of Madiba in 2011 big screen production Winnie Mandela, the response to the film was a little underwhelming. It was Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom, by SA's experienced director and producer Anand Singh, which put the man back in Mandela on the big screen, with lead actor Idris Elba getting the best reviews ever for the role of the giant. The big screen production opened worldwide in November and is still on circuit. Among the many reviews, both negative and positive, not many critics seem to dwell on the issue of an American playing a South African, as we've seen in the past. So far, there are 19 screen productions featuring the role of Nelson Mandela that are listed, a number that is certainly going to grow as the need to keep the man's legacy alive can only grow from this point onwards. For SABC News, I'm Dumisi Dumedi.
We slaughter one another in our words and attitudes. We slaughter one another in the stereotypes and mistrusts that linger in our heads and the words of hate we spew from our lips.
Let's cross now to Cape Town, where our reporter Mariska Botha is standing by. Mariska.
Garbi bus and taxi terminus in Philippi on the Cape Flats, where people are slowly trickling into the terminus to find transport to take them to their various homes across the country. But mainly we're going to see people travelling to the Eastern Cape. They're going home to their families. But we've also spoken to a few people that have indicated while they're travelling to Mthatha, they also want to try and make their way to Qunu over the weekend to see if they can attend the funeral of Madiba. But the main concern here right now is to ensure that people travel safely. What we have here also is a spot check terminal where they check the buses and the taxis before they actually come into the rank to ensure that they adhere to the standards that are required to be on the road. We've had this morning an inspection by the Western Cape MEC for Transport, Robin Carlisle. He found a few faults there, but he ensured us by tomorrow everything will be up and running smoothly over here. But we're just starting to see small numbers of people making their way towards this taxi rank so that they can make their way home to the Eastern Cape. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Mariska Botha in Cape Town. Now, earlier on, Leanne Manners spoke to Mohamed Vali Musa, who has served in Mandela's cabinet after South Africa's first democratic election.
We all expected Madiba to pass at some point in time. We all knew that he wasn't well. And I think many people were actually thinking that perhaps, you know, he needs to be relieved and that we shouldn't hold on to him. But on the day that it happened, the feeling of emotion took me aback, I must say. I didn't think that I would feel as emotional as I did. Yeah. You know, I was surprised at that, you know, because it was expected. So quite clearly, I think that that there is a feeling of emptiness initially, but right now, I think with what's happened over the past week, there's a feeling of richness, and there's such a feeling that this man has left us and this country and this world with so much that it's going to take us years and years to actually absorb and digest.
Yeah, it certainly is. But what I've really loved about this time is again talking to prominent individuals like yourself that were so active at the time when Mandela was firstly in prison and then, of course, in the presidency. But let's talk about your first meeting of Madiba, when you first met him and interacted with him. When was that?
Well, I met President Mandela for the first time actually in 1989 in prison. He'd asked to see me and a few other people who were leaders of the mass democratic movement at the time. And then I saw him again for the second time on the 9th of February, 1990, which was 3 days before his release, actually 2 days before his release. And he'd asked again for a meeting. And at that time, he wanted to discuss a number of things. He didn't know that later that day he would be told that he's about to be released. And we didn't know that either. On the night of the 9th of February, the Friday night, the apartheid regime informed him that he would be released on Sunday.
Yeah.
And they had a huge difference about how he would be released, which is a long story in itself. On the morning of the 10th of February, which was a Saturday morning, I and other leaders of the mass democratic movement, who happened to be in Cape Town at the time, you know, I was based in Johannesburg, but I happened to be in Cape Town, were told by the regime, we were called for a meeting, and we were told that Nelson Mandela would be released the next day, 24 hours later. Of course, we were in a state of shock, and we started furiously preparing everything. And so I once again went to see President Mandela at Victor Verster prison, and my job was really to, one, brief him about what we thought the plan should be for the day of his release, how it should be conducted and what the program should be, and also to ask whether he needed any help of any sort. Yeah. And so we spent a great deal of that day discussing the speech that he would deliver the next day. He had drafted huge portions of his speech already. We discussed and debated, I must say, some parts of his speech. On that day, it was a very formal approach. There was no niceties. We were already working as if we were colleagues. I went to see him a second time on the same day with the first draft of the speech, and further amendments were made. And then on the morning of his release, I went to see him again with the final draft of his speech, and we had a discussion again. So I had a very intense period of 3 days of interactions with him leading up to his release. And then I was in prison when his wife, Mrs. Winnie Mandela, arrived. The chairman of the National Reception Committee, Cyril Ramaphosa, and various others, and further discussions took place about what would happen when he is released. And so we had about a 2-hour delay, if you remember. Yeah. He was meant to be released, I think, at 10 o'clock or or 12 o'clock or something of that sort. I can't remember the exact time. But he came out of prison about 2 hours later because, again, there was a discussion and debate about some of the fine-tuning of stuff. So that was an enormous privilege. And what I found interesting about Madiba at the time, on the 10th of February, when I sat with him in Victor Verster prison, he said, I want to be absolutely certain that nobody should get the impression that I've been released from prison because I changed my views on anything.
Yeah.
So I want to say all of the things that I said just before I was released from prison. I want to say that I'm a member of the ANC, that I support all of the policies of the ANC, that the conditions that led to the formation of Umkhonto we Sizwe and the launching of the armed struggle have not changed. We're still living under apartheid, so the armed struggle will continue. He wanted to say all of the right sort of things so that no impression is created that he's made some sort of compromises, which of course he didn't make.
Yeah.
He spoke about the negotiations. He says, I'd been talking to the regime, but I have said that negotiations about the future of this country can only happen between the government and the ANC, not with me, not with the prisoner, and that negotiations should not take place above the heads or behind the backs of the people. It should be open and transparent. So he wanted to take away any kind of suspicion of that sort. But at the same time, he wanted to send a signal to the supporters of the regime so that the regime itself doesn't crumble. So he took the bold step of saying that F.W. de Klerk is a man of integrity. I think I can do business with him. And that was, you know, of course, we were young leaders of the mass democratic movement. We thought it was an outrageous statement to make.
Yeah.
Frankly, I also thought when I discussed with him that it wasn't necessary for him to say that the armed struggle will continue. But he was a brilliant strategist, absolutely brilliant strategist. He knew what he was doing, and he knew that he needed to send a right signal to the soldiers of the ANC who were in the camps in Angola and Tanzania and those sorts of places. And he needed to send the right signal to the warmongers in the apartheid regime if this country was to have a peaceful settlement. And I think that was absolutely brilliant. You know, I go back to that speech from time to time and just realize his brilliance. He could have used the opportunity to be a rebel rouser.
Yeah.
He could have used the opportunity just to talk about himself. But he knew that this was one moment when he had to send out the right messages. Within the ANC, it's no secret that there were many people who were very suspicious about negotiations, who actually didn't believe that a negotiated settlement was possible, who didn't believe that you could do a deal with F.W. de Klerk and the National Party at the time. And so he had to address that too. He had to make it very clear that unless certain preconditions are met, negotiations cannot happen, one of which was that all political prisoners should be released, that there should be free political activity and various other sorts of things. So that was a great privilege. And of course, the days after that, we spent a great deal of time together, and I accompanied him on his first visits outside the country.
I'm going to stop you there because I want to talk a little bit more about these days, because I want to talk about those days afterwards. I still want to pick more information out of you about those days when he heard the news that he was going to be released, and on the day that he was going to be released. You speak about the speech. Let's talk about the people that were in the room. Let's talk about the feeling in the room. Let's talk about Winnie. Let's talk about some of the anecdotes that happened there. What happened on that day? Take us behind the walls.
Well, you know, it was for many people it was a very difficult time, and I think it probably was extremely difficult for Madiba. The manner in which how should his release be conducted? Because one, he had a family which stood by him and which was loyal to him all along. On the other hand, he was a member of the ANC and a leader of the ANC. And on the other hand, he already knew that he was leader of the nation. You know, he said on many occasions that I have to take it upon myself and not leave it to others to build the new South African nation. It's a job I have to take on myself. So he had to think about all of those sorts of things. So on the Friday night, He was released on a Friday night. He was taken from Victor Verster prison to the government offices and told that he would be released on Sunday.
Yeah.
And what he was told is that he would be released in Soweto. That when South Africa wakes up on the Sunday morning, he would be in his home in Soweto, that he would be taken there, he would be released at night and transported to Soweto, and people would just be told Mandela is out of prison. And that's how the government wanted it at the time.
Yeah.
And President Mandela said he doesn't want it that way, that he has been hosted by the people of Cape Town for 27 years, and he's not leaving this place without saying goodbye to them. It would be rude.
Hosted by the people. Are you serious?
That's what he said, I will walk out of this prison on my 2 feet.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. I would walk out of here. You're not taking me anywhere. And the first thing I would do is that I would greet the people of Cape Town, and then I would go on with the rest of my business. And so they had one hell of an argument and couldn't agree. And they tried to persuade him. And he said, if you want to do that, you'll just, I'm a prisoner. You can force me to do anything. You'll just have to force me to do it. And he said to them, you will have to put me in chains if that's what you want to do. By Saturday morning, the government had decided to accede to his demand to be released in Cape Town. Of course, he didn't want to be released on Sunday, the 11th of February.
Yeah.
He said, you can't just give me 1 day's notice. I need at least 14 days' notice. And so they had an argument about that too. So he gave in to that one. He says, okay, I will go on the 11th of February. And they said, okay, you can go out in Cape Town. And so that's how that part of it happened.
Amazing.
And then, of course, there was the enormous, there was such a difficult situation, because on the day of his release, he would walk out of prison, go to the Grand Parade, address the people of Cape Town, but really through them, the people of the world and the people of South Africa. And that very night, he wouldn't go home. It was such a sad moment for me, and I think for him, but it just how it had to be.
Yeah.
First night out of prison, he wasn't going home on that first night. He slept in Cape Town, and he was hosted by Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And I think that was a terribly sad moment. And and the reasons for that, of course, were purely political. Those were all political reasons which he understood and acceded to. I'm sure reluctantly, he never showed that. But those were very difficult touch-and-go moments.
Yeah.
And those of us who were involved in organizing all of this, Trevor Manuel and Cyril and this and that, and people in the government who I talked to from time to time about it, who were on the other side at the time, it's just miraculous that it all worked out as smoothly as it did. It was absolutely miraculous.
Amazing. Was he nervous at any time? I mean, he comes across as such a towering figure, and I had one of the most incredible evenings I've had in a very, very long time last night. I was at the Nelson Mandela Center of Memory and had the privilege of hosting a discussion between Mac Maharaj and Joel Netshitenzhe. And they were talking about Mandela, but they weren't talking the politics of Mandela. They were talking about the man Mandela. One of the questions was asked, did Mandela have any fears? Because he came across as somebody who was so confident. He just never looked like he had fears. But these two gentlemen, they dispelled that myth. Although they didn't know he had the fears, he'd always express it afterwards. He'd be so bold and great in front of everyone, and then afterward he'd say, I was a bit nervous there, and no one would ever know. How did he feel? Did he talk to you? Who did he confide in the most? Because, well, I mean, being locked away for so long...
Look, I certainly didn't have... the kind of relation... I mean, we had a professional relationship. We were colleagues and comrades, and we worked almost on a daily basis all of the time. And when we met, it was, it wasn't the Madiba that everybody sees in public. It was a business-like thing. He was fairly straightforward. He was a taskmaster. He had no time to waste. He didn't suffer fools. If you weren't able to get something done, we would go to the negotiating table, come back and report to him that perhaps, these demands of ours are not going to be achievable. He would hammer us, and that's the type of person that he was. He was an extremely hard-working type of person, but he knew as a leader in the negotiations that it wasn't for him to show a sign of weakness to the other side. But as important, it wasn't for him to show a sign of weakness to his own team. His own team needed to believe that he believed in what he wanted to achieve, and he believed that he was going to achieve it, and that we were going to achieve it as an ANC. And I think that's how he conducted himself. So he wasn't one to easily show a sign of weakness. Did he have a temper? Yes.
Oh.
He certainly had a temper, and you didn't want
to be on the receiving
end
of that temper.
To be on the receiving end of his temper. I can tell you that. It was, And I think, a lot of people were on the receiving side. All of us who worked with him, from time to time.
Absolutely.
That would happen as such.
Now, thousands of people are expected at the Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban to pay their last respects to former President Nelson Mandela. Our reporter Blaine Herman is there. Blaine?
We come to you from the Moses Mabhida Stadium. It is here where thousands are expected to gather for the official memorial service for the late former President Nelson Mandela. They're here to pay tribute to the late towering statesman, giving them the respect that he, many say, rightly deserves. He has done a lot for this country, and they're here. They will come in their numbers, we're told, to show their respect. Now, we're told there's going to be a packed program, and after days of unrelenting rain, finally a reprieve here in KwaZulu-Natal, in particular in Durban. Let's find out more about this packed program. We're now joined by the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Nomsa Dube-Ncube. Thank you very much indeed, MEC, for joining us. Firstly, I understand a packed program indeed. What can we expect?
Well, we're expecting the crowds here to bid farewell to Tata Madiba. We're expecting more than 60,000 people to be here. Inside the stadium, but we also have another area which is an overflow next to here, which is called the People's Park, where once the stadium is full, we are going to be able to divert people to that particular area. Indeed, the program is fairly packed, but as we celebrate Tata Madiba, we're saying you would not have finished the life, or talking about the life of Tata Madiba, unless you trace his footprints. He has quite a lot of footprints in KwaZulu-Natal, understanding that before he was arrested for the last time, he was free. It was here in KwaZulu-Natal, outside the Howick, after he had just finished briefing the then president of the ANC, Chief Albert Luthuli.
Yes. Indeed, you can't tell the incredible story of Nelson Mandela without KwaZulu-Natal. In terms of the logistics, I'm sure there's going to be road closures. What should people be aware of for today?
People should be patient, and in KwaZulu-Natal, we know that KwaZulu-Natal at this particular time, this is a festive season. There's a lot of visitors that have already descended in KwaZulu-Natal. We are going to be having road closures because of the numbers of people that we're expecting to assemble here. There is quite a number of buses. We have more than 700 buses and more than 1,600 taxis that are going to be here, plus more than about 3,000 cars that we are expecting at this venue and around the outside precinct. So we have requested that certain roads are closed, but there is enough parking for the private vehicles. There's enough parking for buses. Yeah. We are having all systems going. We have been told as well that all the buses that are coming in, they're all packed to capacity, but we are asking for people to be patient, but also to give each other space so that we can all celebrate and be part of mourning and comforting each other in the way Tata Madiba has touched our lives.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed, MEC. We're talking about people already gathering here at the stadium, and I see two young ladies here that have gathered and in anticipation of a great day celebrating the life of Nelson Mandela. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Sally, and I live just up the road in Morningside.
Sally, why are you here?
Well, you know, I was born just after Sharpeville. My parents had to go into exile during the state of emergency then. So I grew up with Mandela being a hero. As a student, we campaigned for his release. It was an incredibly moving day, the day we saw him walking out of prison. I was very fortunate to be at the rally at Kings Park when he addressed everyone there and told everyone to throw their pangas into the sea. Yeah. And he's just been my hero all my life. So this is a sad moment, very sad moment for me, but I'm here to celebrate a life well lived and a life that can be a real example for all of us.
Katie, I understand your name. Miss Katie, what's your expectations for today?
Well, I'm hoping it to be like a big send-off because obviously, you know, he's like the nation's hero, so I'm expecting it to be big and very nice, a nice way to say goodbye. Like, it's nice to be able to gather a whole lot of people because obviously the main memorial was in Joburg. It's nice that they're having something here also, so like the people, like we weren't able to go to Joburg, it's nice that we have something that we can go to.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed, and enjoy the rest of the day. Nelson Mandela always talked about the Rainbow Nation. Indeed, you can expect it right here at the Moses Mabhida Stadium for the official memorial service for Tata Nelson Mandela.
Now, I'm told that thousands of people are at the union buildings and the park and ride facilities have all been closed, so you won't be allowed in. So if you are intending to go to the union buildings, please don't. Now, SABC reporter Zimkita Mathingwana joins us from Madiba's birthplace, Mvezo, in the Eastern Cape province. Zimkita.
Good afternoon, Mahendra. Indeed, we're coming to you from the province of the Eastern Cape, where Madiba was born, from his home rural village of Mvezo, where his umbilical cord is buried here. It was buried here in 1918. Some of the people who are joining the memorial service that is currently taking place inside are ordinary residents of Mvezo, coming to bid farewell to Madiba. Unsis Nompiki telling us earlier when we were speaking to her that she is proud of the initiative and the attempts that Madiba was played during the apartheid era. Sis Nompiki kasichazele sisi ukuba nina ningabantu bomvezo, abantu nje baphaya emvezo. Nivanjani xa kuhle isithwa kumbe?
Sibhlungu kakhulu, sibhlungu sithe sakuva isithonga xa kuthiwa utata omkhulu akasekho. Sabhlungu kakhulu apha eMvezo ngoba kaloku sinezinto ezinhle apha kuMvezo. Lo tata athe ekubeni ba wazabalalezela iSouth Africa kwabonakala nalapha eMvezo basasikade sisokola apha eMvezo. Wakhona umohluko ngexesha akhoyo lo tata apha ndicinga uba akule ndawo sikuyo kwakusemiqokolweni apha. Kwakungekho zindlu. Njengoba kwakungekho zindlu nje sasingayazi into yobana ngaba ngakho izindlu apha.
Ngokangekhoyo utata Madiba aselibhacweni, imeko nyhani ibimbi apha, waphuma ngo-1990, ngo-1994 yedemokhrasi yafumaneka, kodwa still izinto bezifana. Ingaba mhlawumbi ukufika kaChief Zwelivelile Mandla Mandela akutshintshanga zinto ngakumbi apha kulo mandla?
Sitshintshile kaloku sisi izinto apha eMvezo ngoba kaloku utata omkhulu uqala wasithathela uZwelivelile eRhawutini, wamthatha utata omkhulu uZwelivelile wamzisa kulo mzi wakuMvezo. Kwatsho ke ngokufika kwa utata omkhulu uzisa kwakhe uZwelivelile, kwatsho kwakhona umohluko apha eMvezo. Kwabonakala uba utata omkhulu usebenzile ngosithathela kwakhe uZwelivelile wazombeka apha eMvezo ngoba kaloku ezi zindlu zikhoyo apha eMvezo namhlanje kungenxa katata omkhulu noZwelivelile. Ngoku sine preschool apha eMvezo, ayikho apha i-preschool enjengale ilapha eMvezo. Sine high school iMandela Technology and asikho isikolo sinja sesisizavulwa nge-17. Sibhlungu kakhulu sisi ngoba kaloku usebenzile utata omkhulu. Ezi zinto besikade sizibona emazweni, nale high school izinga ekulo besingayicingelanga uba ingalapha ezilalini. Kangangezinga ikulo la high school. Sibhlungu kakhulu sisi.
Basithi ngeqondo lendlala nenhlupheko apha eMpuma Koloni, ingaba indlala nenhlupheko ikwazile ukunciphiseka nalapha kuMvezo?
Ikwazile sisi unciphiseka indlala. Uqale okoqala umzukulwana katata omkhulu waqala eqala uwenza iproject, ufika ukuwenza kwakhe ezi project uyisusile utata unantu imini uZwelivelile ikade eziko ngoba kaloku ukumthatha kwakhe utata omkhulu wazombeka apha ngexesha biza ezi project wenzela into yoba makusuka ikade eziko, yatsho yasuka ikade eziko, wathi umuntu nendlu ibikade inetsho, watsho akwazi uthenga amazinki sirhola kwezi project. And besingayenzi imali engaphansi ko-2,000 apha eMvezo xa sihola kwezi project. Kwatsho kwabonakala ke ngoku indlala into yobana ngaba iyaphela, nabantu abangafumani ipeyi ebekwazi into yobana ngaba mabanyuselwe
bephela iminyaka bafumana ipeyi and nabantwana abasokolayo bayakwazi usifumana isiphiwo sempahla nabasokola esikolweni bafumana isiphiwo seuniform. Sisi sibhlungu kakhulu ngoba siyabona into yobana ngaba utshintsho lukho kakhulu and asiyazi ba singathini indlela ekubhlungu ngayo.
Phambi koba ndikuyeke sisinopinki utata uMadiba wayiqhela ukwenza i-Christmas party qho ngoDisemba. Ingaba mhlawumbi lo gap izawukwazi ukuvaleka?
Sisi andiyazi noba izawukwazi na uvaleka ngoba kaloku nabantwana bebesebeqhelile nathi singabantu abadala besikwazi ukuthi ngexesha kuziswa abantwana sithi nathi sikhapha abantwana besizazi ba nathi zikhona into esizifumana ngela xesha sikhaphe aba bantwana. Ayizukwazi uvaleka ngoba kaloku kuzawuhlale kubhlungu nela suku lakhe le birthday kuzawuhlale kubhlungu ba kaloku besizazi into yobana ngaba thina abantu basokolayo ngalaa mini yokuzalwa katata siyafumana imbedlenge abanye bayasifumana abantwana isiphiwo esikolweni aba bashota ngezihlangu. Sibhlungu kakhulu sisi ngoba kaloku asiyazi bingavaleka njani le gap.
Okay, siyabulela kakhulu ke sisi ngexesha lakho. Ngomnye nje wabahlali balapha kuMvezo ecacisa ngenhlungu yabo nanjengoko isele senyathi salapha kuMvezo singasekho phakathi kwabo kodwa besithi banethemba lokuba umzukulwana kaMadiba uNkosizwe Livelile wabekwa kule ndawo angaqhubeka ezinyaweni zikaMadiba. Masibuyisele intambo kuni eRhawutini.
Well, Zimkita Matingwana reporting live from Mvezo. Now, former President Nelson Mandela's oldest living child, Makaziwe, has opened up for the first time since the death of the elder statesman. She spoke exclusively to SABC contributing editor Mvuyo Mvoko in Qunu.
I grew up very angry, very bitter at my dad because I felt he chose other things rather than us. Every child wants to grow up with both parents. You know, you've seen children who are war babies who travel to countries to find who they are because they want to find their dads, because they want to find out who they are, what makes them up, what's their DNA, what geographical location and environment influences them. And I think it was the same for me until I was in my mid-30s and I said, you know, this little voice said, stop. You are destroying your own self. You've created your own prison. And so I had to free myself out of this prison and start to begin to understand who is this man. And I think through the journey of understanding who is this man and dealing with my own pain, I've come to understand who I am authentically as Makaziwe Mandela. And I think it comes with maturity for us to come to a level of understanding and to search for the inner being, not so much of the inner being. And for me, that has been an important journey for me personally.
Now, the full interview will be aired tonight at 9 on SABC2 and our 24-hour DSTV channel 404. Now, calling all creative kids and their parents. If you have created a special tribute, a song, a video, artwork, or similar to Madiba, and you want to share it with the world, pass it on to us and we'll publish it on www.sabc.co.za/news and show it on TV. You can send material to mandelapictures@gmail.com. Here is one of them from an 11-year-old Kagiso Ranaka. Keep on sending them and check our website for more updates. Now, Nelson Mandela loved the music of George Friedrich Handel, and the people of the world loved Madiba. So let's share the music of Handel together with some of those magical moments in the presence of Nelson Mandela and the people who crossed his path.
I have shaken hands with her, and I've had tea with her.
Did you have rooibos tea or normal tea?
Well, no, I had coffee.
Now to a story that Nelson Mandela would have approved. South Africa and Cuba rekindling a close bond. The two leaders met in Pretoria yesterday.
President Jacob Zuma hosted Cuban President Raul Castro at the presidential residence, Matlamba Ndlovu, both seeking to enhance the relationship started by their predecessors. Mandela and Fidel Castro were close allies and comrades. Cuba actively supported the ANC and its armed wing Umkhonto weSizwe during the exile years. Mandela visited Cuba in 1991 to thank Castro for supporting the fight against apartheid. The warm relations live on.
The president has been able to give me a briefing about what's happening in Cuba and Latin America in general. I also had an opportunity to give the president the developments in South Africa as well as in the continent of Africa. We also discuss about the bilateral relations between the two countries.
Our relations continue to develop and consolidate. Relations between Cuba and South Africa continue to develop and consolidate. We are brothers and sisters in our blood.
A brief encounter between Castro and U.S. President Barack Obama at Tuesday's memorial service caused a stir. Obama faced a backlash from Republican rivals in the wake of the handshake. The two countries have not had diplomatic relations since 1960. Embargoes imposed on the communist regime are still in place. The White House said it was not pre-planned. Cuba suggested it could be the beginning of the end of the U.S. aggressions against the country. Cuban president is one of the heads of state who remained behind to attend former President Nelson Mandela's funeral in Kunu on Sunday. Muntlengani Dipoko, SABC, Pretoria.
Our journalist Lebo Tinani spoke to Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane, in Pretoria. Let's take a look at how that went.
Obviously, there are quite a number of issues which we need to follow up, like the interpreter and others. But in general, I think everything went very well.
Are you satisfied with everything that has taken over in spite of the delicious?
Under the circumstances, I think we have done very well as South Africans. And thank you for our people who are giving support. And as you see today, people are at the park and rides aiming to come and view the body for the last time.
What do we need to improve on heading into the last 2 days of the funeral?
Unfortunately, every day is different from the other. We deal with new issues altogether, new venues, new characters, new everything. So there's very few to learn from the past, and the things are moving very fast. However, what I could say is that I think South Africans, they should keep up the spirit wherever you are until we finalize whatever we're doing, until we unveil the statue on Monday, and we need to keep that spirit. we just keep on going.
I mean, there were reports that government was discouraging heads of state from heading to Qunu because of logistics. Is that true, or how many heads of state are you expecting in Qunu for Sunday's funeral?
At the moment, I don't have the numbers as to how many have confirmed that they're coming. But obviously, apart from discouraging heads of states, they know there's a protocol which is used. Once they've attended the memorial service, in most cases they take that as being having attended the funeral. But nevertheless, if we would have been irresponsible, if you wanted 101 heads of states in Qunu, they will never get the space to park their aircraft. Not even Durban Airport could accommodate them. Not even East London could accommodate them. So therefore, it is important for us to advise. We are not saying they should not come, we just advise, and then they take their decision.
Are you talking to the Tshwane government about improving whatever's left of today? I mean, it's the last day, and a lot of people are going to come through today because of maybe the companies closing down and it's heading into the December holidays. Are you talking to them about improvements ahead of this last day?
We're in contact with Tshwane. Our operational center is in contact with Tshwane. I've been speaking to the mayor yesterday several times. I went to some of the park and rides. I realized what the problem was. In the main yesterday, apart from the number of people which we had, the buses were slow. And part of the reasons is that's why people would pack up for a long time. And we're trying to improve that, bring more buses, and try to see if we can't increase the speed of buses to take people through. We're likely not to take everybody, as you know, because we have got limited time. But I think we are going to take a sufficient number which will be representatives of the South African population.
Minister, we've had, on social network, the reports that there is a picture circulating on Twitter of Utata Mandela. Is there something that the presidency can do about it? How do we stop something like this from repeating itself?
I just hope that the picture is a fake, like any other thing which becomes fake from time to time. We really hope that's a fake, but we need to investigate, check what the issues are, and then we'll take it from there. But we should not be distracted at this point in time and chase against the picture, whereas we've got a major task to accomplish by Sunday. Let's focus on this time. The picture is not running away. Once we're finished with the task, we'll come back and deal with those issues.
Now, a lot of retail shops have announced that they'll close on Sunday. Is there any way that there'll be an official announcement from the presidency that it is a holiday, or would be premature to take a blanket decision?
I know as South Africans we do like holidays. We like our holidays very much, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in time, especially that it's a Sunday. It's not necessary for us to declare holiday. I think those who are closing, they're closing because they want to show respect. They want to make their contribution in one way or the other. And I think if they want to do that, they should be allowed to do it.
Now, Minister, tomorrow, what happens at the Waterkloof then before the body heads to Mthatha and then to Qunu?
Tomorrow in the morning, we are going to collect the body from 1 Mil Hospital, and then we'll go to the Waterkloof Air Base. The body will then be handed over to the ANC. And then the ANC will have their farewell at the hangar there. And when they finish, they hand over the body to the military. The military take it to the Eastern Cape. Whether it will be Mthatha or East London, it will be determined by the weather. And then from there, once we are there, at some point, the military will hand over the body back to the ANC, and the ANC hand it back to the family. And at the end, when we go for burial the following day, the family hand it back to the government to do the final interment.
Is there any chance that the viewing period could be extended, given that there were reports like yesterday that there were people that were turned away, and we're expecting more numbers today?
You can extend. I can give you now. You can extend for a month. You will never satisfy people, because there are lots of people who didn't come. You extended by a month, and then people from Swaziland will have to come. Lesotho, Zimbabwe. How do you stop it? Now, at least we need to have. At least I think the family has been generous enough. And I think the government has been generous enough to have provided the facility. The family has been generous enough to give us this time for South African people to have their day. And I think let's give them that chance. Let's go and finish the task and do what is necessary.
What's your message to South Africans who are making their way through here? What's the best advice right now?
I don't know what the status is now at the Park and Rise. But if we have to go as to what happened yesterday, there were lots of people in all Park and Rise, who could not. So we can't stop anybody. What will stop people is whether we'll be able to make the time of 5:30 as normal. If we can make that time and able to deal with everyone, it's fine. But if people are going there will be an advisory during the day. I think after we do an assessment around 1 o'clock to see if the crowd, the people who are there, will be able to go through in the remaining hours. If we think they are not going to go through, advise people that we're closing now. If you have not been there, don't come. So they might just listen to radios. Around that time, we do send a message out that don't. If you are not there as yet, please don't go there.
I think I heard something on the radio last night that there might be an extension to 6 o'clock if needs be. Is that possible at all? Have you been able to maybe ascertain it?
Let's work on 5:30. Yeah. Whether there's an extension 6 o'clock or not, it doesn't matter. It's just an extension of 30 minutes anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's stick to 5:30. By 5:30, that is our target to close. As you could in the past 2 days, around 5:30, it has been raining. There was a storm. So even if you want to extend, if it happens like it happened yesterday and day before yesterday, still you have to close anyway. Let's stick to 5:30. Let's make sure we are there on time. Let our drivers for the buses and the authorities who are marshalling the traffic make sure that at least we put people quicker. And those who are in the queues move faster so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Yesterday, I think we could have done about 39,000 people. Yeah. And the day before yesterday, because it was half a day, 21,000. If we increase the pace a little bit, we think we can do more today than we did in the past 2 days.
Now, I'm told there are thousands of people at the union buildings in Pretoria, and all park and ride facilities have been closed. So you're advised not to go to the union buildings because you will not be allowed in. Now, our colleague Yolisa Njamela is standing by in Qunu. Yolisa?
Live from the Nelson Mandela Museum. Live from the Nelson Mandela Museum, eQunu, the king of amaXhosa. Kumkani amaXhosa uzwelonke Sigcawu just had a press conference. They brought some condolences to the Mandela family here, and we joined by him. And of course, protocol demands that he be accompanied by the prince and the other chiefs. So you would understand that we have 4 gentlemen standing next to us, but we will in fact be chatting to uKumkani uSigcawu. Tata siyabulela ngoba uzothetha nathi apha kweliziko losasazo. Umyalezo ebeniuzise apha benizuthi
masibulele nathi siyindlu kaXhosa. Sitsho ukuthi apha kwaTata Mandela besizolilisana nabo phansi kwenhlungu nenhlupheko abathe bayifumana nangokwazi ke ukuzalana nokwalamana kwethu nomzoko Mandela.
Nifuna ukuthini ngaphezulu koko kuba kaloku busithi nosapho selukhona, nifike nathini kuba nje uNosithela Thuphe nathi
kuduzele siluxelela malunga nenhlungu le ukuba ayichaphazeli bona bodwa njengoko ke noTata Mandela esaziwa lihlabathi lonke. Sizothi tuthwini mabahlale ngelicala linenxeba khona ukuze nathi sibonakalise uvelwano kulonto.
Khawusicacisela usinike nje umfanekiso ngqondweni into ba pha ekhaya njoba ningabantu abasondeleyo nje isimo sinjani kuba kaloku abanye bayakhala, abanye bathi bafuna ubhiyozela ubomi kaTata Mandela.
Wonke umuntu unxunguphele mntwana wenkosi kangangento ba abanye bakwazanga ukuphumelela bekumele babizile apha. Ngokonqena nokoyikisela ukuba baphatheke kakubi sebelapha phakathi kwengcango zakwaMandela. Umzi wonke unxunguphele akumnandanga kuba ibingengotata wakwaMandela kuphela koko ibingutata wesizwe sisonke. Ngobuntu ebenabo nembeko nentobeko nokucebisa nobulumko benabo.
Le mpithizelo ingaka kwilizwe lethu ingakumbi kwelicala nithini ngalento niningaka ibonisa ntoni ngoTata Mandela?
Ibonisa ukuthembeka nokuba ukuhlonipha abantu noyazi intoba kufaneleke ukuba ukuze ube si-statesman njengaye ube ungangumuntu oziphatha njani na. Siyakubulela ke ukuba naye apha ebomini ngexesha lethu ke ngoku sesikhona nathi ukuba abe uyinxalenye yosinika umkhombandlela wokwazi ukufundisa abantu ngendlela yoziphatha nokuphatha abanye.
Kumkani kukho onondaba abaninzi apha basuka kumazwe onke. Yintoni ocinga fana ba umyalezo mawuphume kweli lizwe ibe nguwe abawuthatha abawusepha emazweni?
Owona myalezo kukuba Andizucaphula kude kuba ndizawucaphula kwimfundiso zakhe utata Mandela lo sithetha ngayo ungasekhoyo. Owoba abantu mabagcine izidima zabo. Abantu mabahloniphane banikane imbeko. Umuntu makayazi ukuba ukukhonza kwakhe abanye abantu kululutho esizweni. Kumenzela igama njengokuba naye enegama elisazisa thina kwizizwe ngezizwe. Kugcwele enyanisweni apha ngabantu bamazwe ngamazwe ukuzokunika imbeko yokugqibela Mandela ongasekhoyo. Ngowulazi igalelo lakhe emzabalazweni ekuphileni kwabantu nasekuthandeni abantwana.
Utata Mandela ngeli xesha bephila nangeli xesha seyotshona kukhangeleka ingathi usasibekela phezulu inqanaba leli lizwe ngoba xa ujonga neebhizinesi ziyenyuka ngenxa yabantu abaninzi abaze apha ngenxa yakhe.
Kunjalo nkosazana kuba kaloku utata Mandela ibingumntu onesidima, ingumntu othetha inyaniso, ingumntu onqwenayo ukuba abantu bangabumbana bamanyane khona ukuze kuphuhle eli lizwe siphila kulo. Kangangentoba ke usazisile ezizweni zonke.
Kumkani singalindela ntoni ngecawa ingakumbi kweli cala lenu? Zikhona izinto ezithile esinozilindela?
Andiyazi ke ukuba ubuza phansi kwayiphina into kuba mna ndiphethe amaXhosa. Apha kunobukumkani babaThembu apho indlu kaMandela iphuma khona. Andiyazi ke noba ubuza malunga nemeko yokuqhutywa kwesingcwabo uba
ngemeko yokuqhutywa tata if ubunokwazi ukusithela thuphe.
Izicagogo zabaThembu anduzazi mntana sekhaya kuba kaloku kunendlela ngendlela esenza ngazo ezohlukileyo nangona sizikumkani nje ngokwendlela esiphethe ngazo abantu esibakhokeleyo.
Masibambe ngozibini uba uzothetha nathi apha kweli ziko losasazo le-SABC ukumkani ethetha nathi kumkani yamaXhosa ethetha nathi apha eNelson Mandela Museum emveni kokuba ethethe nonondaba bonke abalapha. As we were mentioning right there that in fact a lot of businesses are booming here because of the plethora of people who have come in from all over the world, literally. I mean, a lot of needs are essentially here. All journalists want to get a piece of the news, and the world is concentrating on South Africa, and in particular, Iqunu. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Yolisa. Let's take a look at some of the tweets that you've been sending us now. Well, Tokenda Innovation says, just viewed our last father. Even after his death, the strength of his influence could still be felt through the long lines. Renee says, hope we can not just utter meaningless words about Madiba. If we want to honor Madiba, we need to be honorable people. Gloria says, Tata, our father, torchbearer, inspirational leader. I hope everybody who aspires to be our leader can lead like you. R.I.P. And Lexlolo says, I learned from the great man that fear and ideas which are not put into action will distance you from your destiny. R.I.P. Tata. Our Tata, you're in a better place now. Still can't accept it, but obviously heaven needs you more than we do. Now, former President Nelson Mandela's oldest living child, Makaziwe, has opened up for the first time since the death of the elder statesman. She spoke exclusively to SABC contributing editor Vuyo Mvoko Inkunu.
I grew up very angry, very bitter at my dad because I felt he chose other things rather than us. Every child wants to grow up with both parents. You know, you've seen children who are war babies who travel to countries to find who they are because they want to find their dads, because they want to find out who they are, what makes them up, what's their DNA, what geographical location and environment influences them. And I think it was the same for me until I was in my mid-30s and I said, you know, this little voice said, stop. You are destroying your own self. You've created your own prison. And so I had to free myself out of this prison and start to begin to understand who is this man. And I think through the journey of understanding who is this man and dealing with my own pain, I've come to understand who I am authentically as Makaziwe Mandela. And And I think it comes with maturity for us to come to a level of understanding and to search for the inner being, not so much of the inner being. And for me, that has been an important journey for me personally.
And the full interview will be aired tonight at 9 on SABC 2 and our 24-hour DSTV channel 404. Now, it's been just over 1 week since the passing of Tata Nelson Mandela, who will be laid to rest on Sunday. Here's a look back at the words of tribute and the music of comfort as many in America continue to hold a special place for the former president. Our U.S. correspondent, Sherwin Bryce Pease, and videographer Aaron Berger sent us this retrospective from New York of the week that was.
Our beloved Nelson Mandela, the founding president of our democratic nation, has departed.
Forward, march! I'm profoundly saddened by the passing of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was a giant for justice and a down-to-earth human inspiration.
Let us pause and give thanks for the fact that Nelson Mandela lived. A man who took history in his hands and bent the arc of the moral universe towards justice.
Madiba had integrity. You knew what he stood for, and it just never changed. What is outstanding about that generation of leaders was the predictability of a standpoint on matters of principle. And Madiba personified that.
I was always struck by the extraordinary depth of his self-knowledge, of his awareness about how hard it is to live a life of integrity, of service, but to combine within oneself the contradictions that he lived with, a lawyer and a freedom fighter, a prisoner and a leader, a man of anger and of forgiveness.
Today I'm wearing my scarf and walking through New York, and some people recognizing me as a South African. And I do remember those days that you would not want to be recognized as South Africa. So I cried on the train all the way into Manhattan. It's just such an emotional feeling. He was 95 years old. It was an incredible 95. Yes, it's very emotional. I'm sad that I'm not in South Africa at this stage. It's one of those moments that you wanted to be home.
His day is done, is done. The news came on the wings of a wind reluctant to carry its burden. Nelson Mandela's day is done. The news expected and still unwelcome reached us in the United States, and suddenly our world became somber. Our skies were leadened. His day is done. We see you, South African people, standing speechless at the slamming of that final door through which no traveler returns. Our spirits reach out to you, Bantu, Zulu, Xhosa, Boer. We think of you and your son of Africa.
On this morning, we remember the life of Nelson Mandela, a man who stood in the power of your presence. In this hour, oh God, we reflect on his life. We celebrate his achievements. But most of God, we ask that you would give us the same courage and the same power to stand against the wiles of this world, to stand against injustice, to stand against wrong.
I think Americans see him as a hero, as the hero that we needed at the time. Especially, second half of the 20th century, we all felt a little desperate for heroes, for people who symbolize the importance of being true to your principles.
'Cause it's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know a change will surely come. Oh, yes, it will.
He's left us with so much more than memories. He's left us a rich legacy of his strength, a legacy of his warmth and charm, a legacy of great gifts of his courage and wisdom. It is said, my friends, that service to others is the rent we pay for our space on earth. Nelson Mandela departed us paid in full. Let him not look down and find any of us in arrears.
Mandela's soul is already in heaven. That Mandela needs less of our prayers than we need of his. And that the soul of Nelson Mandela is, as we speak, interceding with God for our well-being, to help us to create a better world, a world where our leaders listen more, where our leaders put justice and humanity's well-being first, and where our leaders resist the temptations of power, of glory, of wealth, as he so eloquently did.
A living example to us all, he helped us to see that living isn't just about doing for ourselves, but doing what we must for others as well. For to be free, he said, is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedoms of others. We should post his words on the doors and mirrors of our souls and let them be read every day to remind us of our common humanity.
Let us not be tempted to simply relegate him to being some present-time messianic figure upon whom we heap all of our greatest aspirations and never try to embody the best of his qualities. Maybe today the greatest testimony to our commitment, not to his memory, but to his life, is to realize that you get no star of approval for being an armchair activist.
Many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Security
Welcome to this special broadcast on the life and times of former President Nelson Mandela. We'd like to thank our colleague Mahindra for having covered the previous broadcast. My name is Nompumelelo Siziba.
And I'm Sam Marshall, and throughout the course of the day, throughout our rolling broadcast, we've shown you the former President Nelson Mandela's body laying in state, and of course the amount of people that have passed through the Union buildings, the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre to be exact. Originally we thought that number would be 2,000, but it's sitting around just close to 3,000 people per hour going through and viewing the body of Tata Madiba.
All right, now, a somber atmosphere prevailed at the Union buildings in Pretoria as thousands of people lined up to view the body of former President Nelson Mandela lying in state for the third and final day. Many police officers, soldiers and correctional services staff joined members of the public to view Madiba's remains. The long queue filed through smoothly, with mourners moving continuously. Several elderly people, as well as young children, were among the mourners. Mandela's grandson, Mandla, stood to the side of the structure where the body lay. He has remained with his grandfather's body every day. Long queues have also marked the previous 2 days as tens of thousands of South Africans gathered to say their final farewell. The former state president's body will be taken to Qunu in the Eastern Cape on Saturday, where he will be buried on Sunday.
A statue of former President Nelson Mandela has been erected at the centre of the Union building's lawns today. The statue has grabbed the attention of mourners, with some even moving from the queues to witness the historic moment. The 9-metre-high bronze statue will officially be unveiled by President Jacob Zuma on Monday, the 16th. That's National Reconciliation Day. The unveiling is intended as an acknowledgement of the contribution made by the first president of a democratic South Africa, a symbol of national reconciliation and unity.
Well, let's move now to Durban. Our reporter Blaine Herman has been talking to prominent families who have influenced Nelson Mandela in some way or another.
Now, Lezi Xolunga is the granddaughter of Josiah Gumede, who was the 4th president of the African National Congress, remember, during the period of 1927 to 1930. Remember, Nelson Mandela became the ANC president in 1991, but indeed he was greatly influenced by the leaders that came before him. And as well as afterwards, he was a great mentor to many, but he was also really influenced by those that came before him. And the family member now of Josiah Gumede joins me now. Leslie, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You know, we're in this mourning period, as I keep on saying, but we've obviously seen scenes of celebration, scenes of people being reticent to a certain extent. How has the death of Nelson Mandela affected your family?
It's been very hard, Blaine, to swallow, because if I remember very well, it just brought back memories of, I wonder how the family feels, because the whole world is like celebrating, or they are sympathizing, empathizing, but truly the pain is inside.
Mm. Have you seen that pain emerging now with the body lying in state? Is it a different kind of tone that this event, this historical incident has taken?
Absolutely. I think with the body, because when you still hear the news, it's quite light. It's like, oh, he's gone. Then you sympathize, you cry, you feel the pain, the grief. But when the body, now that lying in state like that, it changes the tone, it changes the mood. That is when reality sinks, that, oh, he's really gone. And I think that's quite like familiar. It is quite natural. You would see it in families when there is mourning, when there is death in the family. Initially, it's like, oh yes, singing and so on, prayers, people coming in and out. But once you go and view the body, the whole scenario changes.
Let's just talk a bit about your grandfather, Josiah Gumede, the 4th president of the African National Congress. I remember reading in Nelson Mandela's book that when he was voting in 1994 here in KwaZulu-Natal, he said before he cast his vote, he was actually thinking of the likes of Josiah Gumede. How does that make your family feel?
We felt very great. We felt great because, you know, sometimes you think you are forgotten, and lucky are those who are related to presidents of the time, because way back you wouldn't even mention the word Mandela, and you were told, shh, go away, go away. So now they have been like openly celebrating, but when he mentioned that, then it was like, oh, he still remembers. Because you would think, you know, with all the fame, with all the movements and everything, maybe we have like retreated to the background. But now and again, if you remember that they shared the same values, the same wishes of unity, then that made a mark.
From listening to the stories, let's pick up on that with regards to sharing the same values. Can you draw more parallels between your grandfather and Nelson Mandela?
Absolutely. My grandfather, I think, was one of the pioneers, if not the pioneer of the Tripartite Alliance. He believed in unity. He believed in embracing diversity. He also believed in democracy. Democratically, you would think the ANC should just be African National Congress, and it ends there. But you know, with the introduction of the coloreds, the white people, the Indians, he was one of the champions of bringing all in. He believed in unity and diversity. And that, I think, what brought them together was that, yes, there will be circumstances, but you learn to rise above.
And that was one of his legacies, isn't it?
Absolutely. You rise above circumstances. And he was a man, if you read in history, when he was like taken off the presidency, he did not just give up everything and say, I am moving out and I will try other means. He still worked within the party and still assisted whoever came into power. He was there. And I think the Mandelas would have taken some of his ideas because they were also in the forefront of starting the Youth League.
Yeah.
That's right. So, and Mandela, apparently, Nelson, ran with the idea.
Have you met Nelson Mandela?
I really wouldn't say yes, but yes. You know?
What do you mean?
When I saw him when he was released in 1990, and I looked at the face, he came across as this one tall lady that visited and was just Auntie Anne.
Yes,
you know,
yes,
Auntie
yes,
Anne?
yes, yeah.
Beautiful Auntie Anne in a duke, in a very well dressed.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is Auntie Anne.
He came in disguise.
In disguise,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
He would have shown up.
Hiding.
That's correct.
Very interesting story.
Because the Archibald side of it, Archie Gumede, with the UDF, so they had to. But before that, he would have come, I don't know how, but I only know Auntie Anne.
Indeed. Thank you very much for sharing these interesting stories. It's always interesting to hear from the family members of those who touched Nelson Mandela in a very special way. And we will be exploring this much, much more during the next couple of days. That's it from Durban, back to studio.
Gauteng's school children have paid homage to Madiba through song, dance and poetry. The event was held at the Nelson Mandela's Children's Fund in Johannesburg. The fund was established by Madiba in 1995.
A tribute out of the mouth of babes.
To the air, the freedom we
For us, Tata Madiba was a father to all of us, and that he has passed away. What's gonna happen to us? Because we lost the father of nation. Mandela was like a father to us, and he helped us fight for freedom.
You are our father. Nelson Mandela, we all love you. No one does not love you. You fight for us. Now I am here just because of Nelson Mandela.
I'll remember him as a hero, as the glue that united people.
Everyone loves you and will miss you. I love him. Without him, who's going to lead our world?
Stefina Komane, SABC News, Saxon World.
Our beautiful children remembering Madiba, calling all creative kids and their parents if you have created a special tribute, a song, video, artwork or similar to Madiba
and want to share it with us and the world, pass it on to us and we'll publish it as www.sabc.co.za/news and show it on TV. You can send material to mandelapictures@gmail.com. Here are some of the messages from Ratkhile Mramuki.
Tata Madiba, God willing, when I grow up, I want to be a president like you. Selfless, courageous, powerful, and humble. Thank you for the future of Africa.
Oh, that's so cute.
So cute.
Keep on sending those videos and songs, etc., etc., and check our website
and clips
for more.
like those.
Exactly, and check our website for more updates. Now, the San Francisco Bay Area sees itself as a powerful force behind the anti-apartheid movement in the 70s and 80s. People there are gathering together to remember Nelson Mandela and the role their community played in his struggle for freedom and equality. Rachel Silverman reports from San Francisco.
The beating of African drums signaled the beginning of the official civic memorial service held for Nelson Mandela in San Francisco's City Hall Rotunda, where former Mayor Willie Brown welcomed a standing room-only crowd.
Nelson Mandela would have wanted us to commence through the voice and sound of people who can sing.
A boys' choir from across the bay in Oakland performed the South African national anthem, which they learned especially for the occasion. And a host of dignitaries took the stage, including the Consul General of South Africa, who made note of the Bay Area's significant role in the anti-apartheid movement.
With your contributions, the anti-apartheid movement was very strong from here. And by so doing, you changed our own world in South Africa.
That movement in the 1970s and 80s saw thousands of students at the University of California at Berkeley staging sit-ins and boycotting classes. Longshoremen refused to unload South African cargo. The city of Berkeley and then the state of California voted to stop investing in companies that did business in South Africa.
We collected signatures and put on the ballot to have the Berkeley citizens say, we want our money out of South Africa.
Shortly after his release from prison in 1990, Mandela showed his appreciation for the Bay Area's solidarity in the fight against apartheid.
It is you, the people of Oakland, the people of the Bay Area, who have given me and my delegation strength and hope. Go back and continue the struggle.
The tumultuous reception and welcome that he got when he made his great tour across the United States, culminating with the rally in Berkeley, where there were over 50,000 people in the Oakland Coliseum, really showed the respect, admiration, and love that the people of the United States had for Nelson Mandela.
Folks who attended the memorial in San Francisco and signed a book of condolences all said Nelson Mandela had inspired and touched them.
He's sort of our adopted
leader. You know, I mean, something happened worldwide that started here in San Francisco that was the right thing to do.
I came to help celebrate the life of President Nelson Mandela and to pay homage to him for what he did for his country, for our country, for the world, and what he did for me individually in terms of giving me hope, in terms of giving me pride, and in terms of challenging me to be the best that I could be.
The San Francisco Bay Area is bidding farewell to Nelson Mandela this week, but memories of the man and his extraordinary life will continue to live on and to inspire many generations to come. Rachel Silverman, SABC News, San Francisco.
Extraordinary indeed. Now, former President Nelson Mandela's Houghton home in Johannesburg continues to be a hive of activity as mourners arrive to pay their tributes to the world icon. We cross to our reporter, Mbungeni Mutwa, who's outside Mandela's Houghton home. Mbungeni, good morning.
Welcome to Houghton. It's suddenly become hot again here. The clouds have moved back a bit, and people are still streaming in, of course, to come and pay their respects to Mr. Mandela. Right now, if you can follow me quickly to the wall of remembrance, the makeshift wall of remembrance, if I can call it that. As you can see, the flowers, of course, are piling up, and there's candles. People, pay their respects in all kinds of ways. Others come and lit a candle and observe a moment of silence. And many other people first stop by the vendors, buy something, part of Mandela's memorabilia, whether it's a photo or whatever, and they come and they stand here and take photos. I see a lady here on a wheelchair. If I can have a quick word with you, ma. You're on a wheelchair, you've made the trip to come here. I see here you're clutching, what is it?
I've taken photos.
These are the photos that you've taken at the spot here. Tell me, how much do these photos mean to you right now?
You know what? Ndilapha namhlanje ngoba mina ndivela e-Eastern Cape. Kufutshane naseQunu apho utata buya khona. So I just decided ukuthi let me come and pay my last tribute to utata endimthanda kakhulu. Ndabona mandithathe ifoto for my grandchildren ukuthi ndibe nento endizababonisa yona.
Well, here's the photo. It's a lovely photo. The lady is saying that she's from the Eastern Cape, but she's come all the way here to take a photo so that she can show it to her grandchildren that she came to Mr. Mandela's house to pay her respects. Thank you very much, ma. Of course, there's lots more other people other than the back there visiting their own photos. And now I see a familiar face here, a former colleague of ours from the SABC, Victor, you came here. Did you take a day off? Are you on leave already? And how do you feel right now being here?
I'm really sobered by this experience. I am coming from work, and I've also decided, like many other South Africans, to come and pay respect to Dr. Nelson Mandela because his leadership has inspired all of us. He has been a great leader to our people. He has offered a whole lot of inspiration, and his leadership continues to inspire us, and we are really grateful as South Africa because his leadership is so perfect. It's a leadership that we will continue to cherish as South Africans. So the message to all South Africans is that we should never ever forget Nelson Mandela. Tata Rolihlahla Mandela is a leader of South Africa, but he's also a leader of the world, and we should never ever forget.
Victor, I'll release you now to observe your moment of silence and pay your respects. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk to the lady here quickly. She's clutching a photo, a face of Mr. Mandela, of course, as you can see. Tell us, where are you from in this photo? Where did you get it? How much do you pay for it? How much does it mean to you?
Okay, my name is Zuki Swami Yemane. I'm staying around here in Johannesburg. I bought this photo around here. There's a guy who's selling the photo here.
How much did you pay for it?
I paid for 10 rands.
Okay.
Yes, I am here because of I love Tata, and Tata has done everything. Has done a lot for us. So that is why I'm here. Yes, to mourn Tata.
Here's another lady. She's been dying to say a word on television, of course. Please tell me, where are you from? And of course, I can see you've got your emblem with the face of Mr. Mandela. I'm sure you bought it right here just now. How much did you pay for the emblem?
10 rand.
And how do you feel right now?
Well,
I feel so good to be here because I met Nelson and Winnie many years before he even became the President of the Republic of South Africa. We used to go to my cousin's place, who's Adelaide and Paul Joseph, in the years gone by. Yes, and that's where we met Winnie and Nelson Mandela. I was a very young girl then. Today I'm 70 years old. And I must say that I am so proud of meeting this humble man, this man that has brought a change into our country, into the world. And my daughter was coming here today and she said, Mom, I think I've got to take you out because on Monday evening I was nearly killed in my house. There were robbers there and what have you, and they tied me up and I thought I was going to be dead. Anyway, and my daughter said to me, I'm going to Mandela's house, I think you need to come with. And I am so happy that I had the opportunity of coming here with my family here to come and pay my last respects to the great Nelson Mandela. My daughter standing over there and my son-in-law sent a book to him as well when he became the president. They wrote a little note in that book and they sent it to him. He received the book, and also when he had received it, he sent his picture, his photograph, and he wrote there, to Renee and Rajan Ramden, best wishes from Mandela, and he dated it the 4th of the 12th, 2001.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut it short, but thank you very much for sharing your personal story with us. Just quickly before I hand back to you, I'm going to show you. It's hot here, and there's people selling ice cream, of course, trying to help cool people off, and they are making a roll and trade. The person selling has quickly run away. Actually, she's right here, but she's facing far away from the camera. I can't speak to her just to find out how business is going for her. But I can see all the vendors are doing very well. It's back to you in the studio for now.
That, of course, is our reporter on the ground in Houghton, Mbungeni Mutua. And it's amazing how the sun has come out. And, that's the beautiful thing of Tata Nelson Mandela. We understand how difficult this moment is, and yet people are finding something to laugh about, smile about. It's just absolutely a special feeling.
Now often seen as Mandela's lookalike, a former Kenyan ambassador and diplomat still cherishes the lessons he'd learned from Madiba. He was also deeply involved in the Free Mandela campaign. He also remembers the day he got a glimpse of Mandela's particular nutritional preferences.
Ambassador Bethuel Kiplagat is a leading Kenyan diplomat whose career highlights include steering the Somalia peace negotiations that ended with the formation of the internationally recognized transitional government. And many times he met Nelson Mandela.
I met him virtually, first of all. I was very interested in what he stood for and what he had done. And so I read quite a little bit about his life and what he stood for. So I could say I met him even before I met him and sort of knew the man. And of course, during those 27 years when he was in jail, I think there is no week that passed by without encountering somebody or getting involved with some groups appealing for his release. I was involved, even here in Kenya, we organized a whole week for solidarity with the people of Southern Africa. And we had lectures, we had marches, we organized actually almost a whole year of an awareness of what was going on in South Africa. So we had to talk about Mandela. So, if you like, that was the first meeting. But now, in reality, I met him when I was permanent secretary.
Ambassador Kiplagat also remembers the day he got a glimpse of Mandela's nutritional preferences.
I had noticed, you see, as a diplomat, you notice as a leader, what are they interested in, what are things they don't like, what food. And I noticed when he came the first time, he loved maize, boiled maize. So when we went to Kabarnet, to Kabarak, President Moi's house, we had a meeting with him there. I made sure that there was boiled maize at lunchtime. And I tell you, he enjoyed it. And he was on his way for, I think, a state visit to South Africa or to India. So I made sure we packed some maize in a box and then handed it to him, and you could see his face say, oh, this is so wonderful.
The Kenyan diplomat says Africa is left richer by the lessons and example of Nelson Mandela.
What impressed me most is when at the age of 80, he said, what is an elderly guy of 80 years doing being president of the country? I hand over. And he handed it over gracefully and retired at the age of 80. Oh my God, Mandela. First, vision. The vision for the liberation of the people of South Africa, the liberation of Africa. But particularly, that's where it's number one. Secondly, sacrifice. You live for your vision. You believe in that vision. You walk that vision until it's accomplished. Or if the good God takes you away, it's continued. There's no question of saying, I'm tired, I'm suffering, I'm this. That is the greatest lesson he can leave us. Third, patience. We have to learn to be patient and to wait for that moment when the vision is realized.
On a lighter note, the silver-haired Kenyan diplomat has been seen in some quarters as Mandela's lookalike.
I've had been stopped in America, particularly in the USA. I was once in a taxi and came out of church, got into a taxi, being driven to the hotel, and this driver keep on looking at the mirror, you know, the reflection of the mirror, and looking at me. And then he had the courage and say, what are you doing here? I said, well, I'm just here for a visit. So he drove for a few more meters and said, but what are you doing here? And then he came out with it, and I said, you know, I thought you were Mandela. I said, no, I am not. Then another time I was in a restaurant eating, and a black American lady sent somebody to call me. So I said, now what have I done? I'm having breakfast. So she greeted me and said, are you Mr. Mandela? What are you doing? I said, no, I'm not. I'm not. So I've been told.
I don't know. Just a slight resemblance, I think. Anyway, SABC reporter Zimkita Maklingwana joins us from Madiba's birthplace in Mvezo in the Eastern Cape province.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Mvezo. We saw an emotional memorial service taking place this morning. Chiefs of Abatembu from the Eastern Cape and those from KwaZulu-Natal converging here today to say a prayer and bid farewell to Madiba as he will be laid to his place of resting in Qunu on Sunday. One of the chiefs that attended the ceremony today is Chief from KwaZulu-Natal. Tata Masekubulise usichazela ukuba ingaba nisebenzisana njani ngabathembu balapha eMpuma Koloni nabathembu bakwaZulu-Natal.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu dadewethu. Inkosi ukhulekane Walter Mkholisi. Ngibuya kwaZulu-Natal. Ubudlelwane bethu buhle kakhulu nobukhosi bakithi babathenjini la kwaMandela. Sisuka le kwaZulu-Natal ukuzobunga kunye nabo, sizokhalisana kanye nawo umndeni wasebathenjini. Ukushonge sehle esikhulu esesehlele sisonke singabathembu. Sitheke asibe ingxenye sizobamba iqhaza kuphelezela indoda enkulu, indoda esebenza umsebenzi omkhulu. Kodwa akubudlelwane bethu nabathembu bonkana buhle kakhulu, buhamba kahle kakhulu.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's now move to the second chief that also came from KwaZulu-Natal, who's going to tell us about moments that he experienced with Madiba. Just tell us, did Madiba somehow visit the great place in KwaZulu-Natal, and what is your experience?
Madiba has visited quite a number of places in KZN, and we have learned a lot from his lessons, and he has taught us to respect ourselves and also to love people. As people who are living in rural areas, we have learned a lot that people come first and then us later. So as people that are living in the traditional way, we have learned that we need to make sure that we provide all the services that our community needs. And that cannot happen without true love. He has taught us to love each other and the community also to do the same.
Thank you very much for your time. There you have it, Nompu. People bidding Madiba farewell here in the Eastern Cape. Tomorrow, hundreds of people are expected to gather at the Mthatha Airport, where his body will be flying in from Johannesburg, and then a human chain will be joined all the way from Mthatha to Qunu, 35 kilometers between these two areas, where there will be people who are joining hands while Madiba's body is moving all the way to Qunu. That's all we have time for here. It's now back to you in Johannesburg.
Twas grace that taught my heart to feel, and grace my fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Amazing grace, amazing grace, how sweet the sound, how sweet the sound, I saved the rain, I saved the rain, like me. I was lost, but now I'm found, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I was lost, but now I'm found. Jesus was blind, but
It's absolutely amazing. Every picture you've seen of Tata Nelson Mandela, he is always smiling, and that speaks to the man. Now, of course, two legendary icons in their own and respective right, Exiled Tibetan spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, and the Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu are currently delivering a digital eulogy honouring former President Nelson Mandela. The 1 Billion Acts of Peace Project and the Nelson Mandela Foundation are hosting the virtual conversation. The spiritual leader and Tutu are sharing what Madiba's life personally meant to them. We now cross to that eulogy.
1994 April, the long lines of people, they are really saying this was a man who cared. He cared about us. It's not something that you can compassion. He's caring about other people.
Reverend Tutu, what was he like one-on-one? What was he like as a man when you were with him?
I think the most striking thing about him was probably his humility. He had an incredible dignity in his manner and his carriage, but also a very wonderful personal touch. He was not pompous at all. He was an incredibly gracious and gentle man.
Your Holiness, the Dalai Lama, Your Holiness, one of the things often said about Nelson Mandela was his willingness to forgive those who had oppressed him, those who had imprisoned him for 27 years. Where do you think that ability to forgive, where does it come from? And is that something everybody can do in their life?
Yes, I believe basic nature of human being. You see, because you see, our life start the way our life start. You see, from mother's womb, and then you see, we grown up with tremendous sort of mother's affection, including mother's milk. So I believe affection, you see, from mother and of course parent and particularly mother, you see, I think very much absorbed in our blood. So therefore, any sentient being or even animal who received a lot of affection from their mother, usually, you see, they also have the ability to show affection to other. Then Nelson, the great sort of person, Nelson Mandela, on top of that, you see, he also, you see, practiced religion. So all major Christianity. So all major religious tradition, you see, teach us practice of affection. Therefore, you see, I feel, you see, his sort of the political, struggle, you see, his inner sort of these, the conviction, even in the political struggle, he has to carry these inner values. So that's my belief. Like Mahatma Gandhi, very, very religious minded. Meantime, freedom struggle. I'm a freedom fighter. So, and my dear sort of respected friend here, the Bishop Tutu, I believe your main sort of strength come from your belief, your faith.
Archbishop Tutu,
so that's my view. So in any way,
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry, there's a delay, so it's a little bit difficult to have the conversation. Go ahead, Your Holiness.
I want to say later part of 20th century, Mahatma Gandhi, you see, one human being who carry the freedom struggle through non-violent solutions.
That was the Archbishop Desmond Tutu and the Dalai Lama having a conversation about the late President Nelson Mandela. Let's take a quick look at some of your tweets that are coming through.
At SABC News Online, we get one from legendary R.I.P. Madiba. It says, I would like to thank Madiba's family for allowing us a glimpse of Madiba. Really feel at peace after visiting him at the Union Buildings in Pretoria.
Ntabi Singh says, Madiba was this century's Moses, sent to free us from negative attitudes towards each other and teach us to put others first.
And of course, we welcome your tweets at SABC News Online. This is from Bonani Tabane, who says, rest in peace, Mandela. Your teachings and principles will continue to live on. I will teach my daughter Kenani about you.
And Tembinkosi says some of the children are so touching when they talk about Tata Madiba. I'm crying even now because of this young child.
More at SABC News Online. This one comes from Toluso with the heading R.I.P. Nelson Mandela. It says, it's hard to watch things change when all you want is for them to stay the same. We salute you. Hashtag R.I.P. Tata. And you know, that's the interesting thing about when the little kids talk about it, you really do get so choked up and it becomes so incredibly emotional. Of course, you can share your tweets with us. It's at SABC News Online.
We were commenting that it's quite amazing when you look at the photos of our former president, Nelson Mandela. In all of them, you don't ever see him looking indifferent. He's always smiling in all of them, which is really quite amazing.
Yeah, put a smile on your face.
All right, now, well, quality education for South African children was always a priority of former President Nelson Mandela. After retiring from politics in 1999, he oversaw the building of 140 schools in rural areas. 4 of these schools were in the Free State.
Siditi High School lies on the outskirts of Tabanchu outside Bloemfontein. This school was in desperate need of improvements, and when he heard about it, Madiba was keen to assist. A visit to the school by Madiba was all it took to get the ball rolling.
The community at the time was suffering the debilitating effects of poverty, and we felt that we cannot solicit funds from the parents to say, let us have additional buildings. The school was growing, and we felt that something must be done. And we were quite fortunate because Mr. Papi Khanari at the time invited Mr. Madiba, Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was the president at the time, to come and see the status quo at the school.
As was his style, Madiba wasted no time and roped in the private sector to fund renovations to the school. And so 2 additional classrooms, administrative block and a school hall was built.
Ever since then, Siditi never became the same. The school kept on growing because we felt that we need to uphold the legacy of Madiba and also put shoulder to the wheel to improve the results in order that it should be a signal of appreciation to him, because he really took us from that status quo that was a sorry situation.
University of the Free State's Rector and Vice-Chancellor Professor Jonathan Jansen spoke about Madiba's passion for education.
Everybody knows his most famous statement about education, that this is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. He said that it is through education, that a peasant can become a president, or the mine worker can become the head of the mines. So he leaves a legacy that, apart from politics, and all of that, and reconciliation, was also a legacy of education as being the key to unlocking the potential of this country.
Madiba established the Nelson Mandela Institute in 2007 in response to the education crisis facing rural Africa. Zmasambeu, SABC News, Bloemfontein.
The Northwest also joined millions of other South Africans and the world in remembering the life and the times of the former statesman Nelson Mandela. Thousands packed the James McClatchy Stadium in Orkney to celebrate their fallen hero. From music groups to traditional healers, church denominations all gathered together for a common cause. Not only is he seen as a struggle veteran, but his ability to unify people from all walks of life stood out.
The first commander-in-chief of Umkhonto weSizwe celebrated, united in diversity, to bid farewell to a struggle veteran, father of the nation, a unifier and a world icon. One of them, praise singer Bobby Dlamini, who just before the first democratic elections praised Madiba for his resilience in a poem.
I grieve for thee, my father Mandela. Very pleasant as thou been to me. Thy love to me was wonderful. Passing the love of women, how are the mighty fallen?
The country's popular culture, in the form of music, also played a critical role in conscientizing the masses about the injustices of apartheid. Today's artists can express themselves freely without any fear of censorship. But of vital importance is that element of nostalgia, to always remember one's roots.
I will sing the songs that have built us, that have made us strong, songs about Mandela, songs about our legends, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo. I will sing them so that our children don't forget.
It is evident that the spirit of liberation and of Mandela and other leaders of his generation still find resonance in the hearts and minds of many. However, the question remains, are we upholding his values as the nation?
What is important for us is the vision Nelson Mandela has created. We may differ in terms of the tactics and the approach in the implementation and realization of that vision, but the vision remains. And I'm convinced that the ANC will always find strength in itself, especially during critical time, to rebound and be able to find direction and implement the decision and the vision Nelson Mandela has left for all of us.
Of concern, though, is also whether the current crop of leadership is servicing the poor and the marginalized as Madiba would have wanted.
Those of us who are leaders and public servants must always remember that for Madiba, the people came first. Therefore, service delivery that is of quality, that upholds the standards of our people, must be primary.
On Sunday, Madiba will be laid to rest. As the nation mourns his death, perhaps a thorough introspection is needed to really check whether or not his values have been neglected. Selwa Tatai, SABC News, Orkney in Klerksdorp.
We now cross to Owetu Sota, who is standing by at the airport in Port Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, Nompumelelo. I am at the East London airport, which is about 200 kilometers from Qunu, where Nelson Mandela will be buried on Sunday. From what we understand, this airport has been busy since 2 days ago, when the Mandela family could not land in the Mthatha airport due to bad weather conditions. So when we spoke to the airport manager today, they said that they are prepared for such things. But however, tomorrow they are expecting about 30 flights to land at this airport and about 4,000 people to land at the East London airport. And they have extended their working hours to 24 hours. But we also spoke to the Buffalo City municipality that informed us that all their traffic officers have been on standby since the 10th of December in all this along the Settlers Way, which is the main road leading from the airport into the end-to-end route to Qunu. But they also said that they have organized about 150 buses that will be ferrying these people from the airport to Qunu. We also spoke to hotels around East London, and they've also informed us that since the 10th of December, their phones have been ringing non-stop. People have been looking for accommodation. However, they've kept their rates to the standard minimum of the festive season, which is this time of the year. So everything in East London is going smoothly, and the airport manager has assured us that should there be a need for more guests to land at the East London airport, they are prepared for that.
Very much for that detail. That was our reporter Owetu Sota from Port Elizabeth. Now, the call for an armed struggle in South Africa in the 1960s saw Nelson Mandela make his first contact with the rest of the African continent. It was that contact almost half a century ago that would change the African political landscape. From seeking help for South Africa's struggle, Madiba later became the peacemaker in several African conflicts.
Following the launch of the ANC armed struggle in 1961, Mandela made his first trip out of the country to seek military assistance from the rest of the continent. Through Botswana, he traveled to Tanzania, where he met Julius Nyerere, who tried to convince him to abandon the armed struggle. But an adamant Madiba moved on to Ethiopia to address the Pan-African Freedom Conference, a speech that's said to have contributed to the formation of the Organization of African Unity. He also traveled to Morocco, where liberation movements were being trained. There he met Ahmed Ben Bella, who had just been released from a French prison after leading the Algerian Revolution, and later became independent Algeria's first president.
And it was the first time I saw him. He was with a lot of other people, such as Nieto from Angola, Michel from Mozambique, Cabral. There was also Che Guevara, who stayed here for 6 months. So we trained them and we gave them all what they needed, including money, papers, and weapons.
Well, it is what I would call the most happy accident I ever experienced in my life. It was very accidental. I was at that time with the general headquarters of the Liberation Army. We were not independent yet. And we got news that the leadership of ANC had decided to set up Umkhonto Sizwe and pass to the next stage of armed struggle because of apparently the political struggle in the Gandhi line was not could not be useful vis-a-vis the apartheid. So how to bring in Madiba whilst keeping the whole thing secret was very difficult.
His mission took him to Sudan, London and Ethiopia, where he received 6 months of military training. But his guerrilla ambitions were short-lived. He was arrested soon after returning home. After his release in 1990, his first mission was to visit the former frontline states to thank them for supporting the struggle. He also returned to Addis to address the OAU.
The total liberation of Africa from foreign and white minority rule has now been achieved.
He was determined to achieve peace and stability on the continent, but attempts to stop Nigerian dictator Sani Abacha from executing poet and academic Ken Saro-Wiwa failed in 1995.
The South African delegation at the Commonwealth Conference will recommend the expulsion of Nigeria from the Commonwealth.
2 years later, Mandela was again tasked with mediating between Congolese rivals Mobutu Sese Seko and Laurent Kabila. Madiba also facilitated peace talks in Burundi. It was Madiba that brought closure to the standoff over the 1988 Lockerbie bombings at a time when the West had isolated Libya. He was also about the only leader that could challenge the powerful countries. Being protective over his African friends, he refused to be dictated to.
And those South Africans who have berated me for being loyal to our friends, literally they can go and throw themselves into a pool.
As Africa began to shed its dark past, the retired Mandela was always at hand to lend support.
The G8 leaders, when they meet in Scotland in July, have already promised to focus on the issue of poverty, especially in Africa.
It was Madiba's contact with the rest of the continent more than 4 decades ago that helped reshape its future, changed its relations with the West, and gave Africans a voice internationally. Miranda Stradum, SABC News, Johannesburg.
From Johannesburg to the Eastern Cape now, where preparations are well underway for Madiba's funeral. Nearly 12,000 members of the South African National Defence Force have been deployed to the area. With the President informing Parliament about the authorization yesterday, now more from Qunu. We cross live to Janine Lee, who's been monitoring events there for over this past week. Janine, good afternoon to you. Every day that we've spoken throughout this time, it's clear that there's activity in the area, and it has definitely been picking up, especially now as we head into the final few days of the farewell to Madiba. But the weather hasn't always made the arrangements easy. Can you give us a sense of the logistics?
Yes, things have definitely hotted up here in Qunu. It was a relatively quiet start to the 10-day mourning period, but as the week and the 10 days have progressed, things have got increasingly, got really difficult here because of the weather, as you mentioned. We had 3 days of continuous rain. It didn't stop, which set things back about 12 hours even more. I know that everybody up here at the broadcast hub, we up here at the Youth and Heritage Centre, they worked throughout the night last night to make up this backlog in hours. But all through the day, things have progressed. It looks like we'll be able to bring this event to the world, and lots of foreign media here. But it's been logistically increasingly difficult as the rain came down. Trucks got stuck in the mud. People couldn't get out. It was absolutely pouring. But things on track now, and a massive military presence in the area. We had a meeting a short while ago with GCIS, and they told us that from tonight, 9:30, that the N2 between Mthatha and Aduchwa, that's the one that runs in front of Nelson Mandela's Qunu home, will be closed. And unless you've got accreditation, there's no ways that you're actually getting in or past or get onto this stretch of road. And we know that a human chain, when Nelson Mandela's body is brought from the Mthatha airport to his home in Qunu, a human chain is going to line the roads, and that is going to be made up of locals. And they've encouraged everyone to speak to these locals and draw out of them the wonderful stories that they probably have about Nelson Mandela, given the fact that when he was here in Qunu, he had such an open-door policy. But speaking about his open-door policy, I've got 3 ladies here who are residents in the village down below, and they're just going to share some of their thoughts about Tata Mandela with us. When you think of Tata Mandela, what are the thoughts that come to mind?
When I think of Tata Mandela, I think of a very, very good man, because, as you know, he comes from a rural area called Qunu, and the whole world, the beautiful things that he has done for us in the world. I mean, I remember when I was young, we used to go at his place. We used to receive gifts when we were young. So you just think about that passion that one has for the little ones, because he was very lovely with the children. So it's just one of those little things that you remember, but they have this huge role within the community.
And now a lot of people are saying that the local people feel that they're being a little bit left out because that, that the rain washed out the viewing areas. Do you feel the municipalities have done enough to enable locals to participate in what's been 10 days of mourning?
Yes, because there are people who have been asked to do work, like they cleaning, they doing everything they could to make sure that everything is back to normal again. So yeah, the municipality has done a lot. Yes.
Now on Sunday, none of the locals and no ordinary people will be allowed into the homestead, into his farm. How do you feel that you can't go in and pay your last respects on Sunday?
About that, because he's also our person and he is the father of the nation, so we would love to be there, all of us, in his honor.
Where will you be on Sunday? What are you ladies going to do on Sunday?
We will be around. I think we'll be watching the big screens, because we're not sure whether we will be allowed to go there.
All right. So. Thanks for that. And there you heard these young ladies saying, one of them, that Nelson Mandela, when she thinks about him, she thinks about his absolute love for children. And I was here a few days ago, yes, and there was a party put on for some of the local children, the toddlers, because apparently they know that it's been difficult for them to to absorb and comprehend that Nelson Mandela is no more. And you'll remember that over the years, he held wonderful Christmas parties here in Kunu for the local children. Now, what the provincial government did was, I think it was yesterday, they brought up many of these children here to the Youth and Heritage Centre, and they put on a party for them. And they've assured them that although Nelson Mandela is no longer with us, that legacy and the love that he had for children will continue. And they were given little gifts, and the provincial government, this tradition will continue. So that's a lovely legacy that's been left by Nelson Mandela. And as I'm speaking to you now, we're expecting a number of school children to come up. We were hoping they would be here when we spoke to you, but they're not here yet. What's going to be happening, they're going to be taking their hands and they're going to be making handprints, all of this in remembrance of Nelson Mandela. And even in the week leading up to today, on the writings on the wall where they could write and put their last thoughts about Nelson Mandela, it was so amusing. They were standing there and there was one pen to go around, and one little person would be writing on the wall and the next one would be bumping him off or her off so they could get a pen because they just wanted to put their messages on. So the outpouring of love from young and old has been truly magnificent. And we've also heard, just as far as the logistics go for the funeral on Sunday, that in excess of 20 heads of state and high-profile dignitaries will be attending the funeral here in Kunu. So that's going to present a massive logistic nightmare for the authorities. I'm not sure if you can hear that military helicopter overhead now. It's making quite a racket, but that's what it's been like probably since yesterday. And strict media controls now in place, and GCIS have praised the media. They said to date, you guys have been absolutely fantastic, but as we go forward, please let everybody just respect the boundaries that are going to be put in place. This is for everybody's benefit because everybody's got a job to do, and the SABC will be the main broadcaster of this, and all the foreign media will take their feeds from the SABC. But they did put out a warning to the media that on the day of the funeral, that the burial, wow, that helicopter's making quite a noise. I think it's about to land here in Kunu. It just gives you an indication of how things have hotted up here. Yes, somebody is landing here at Kunu. It's probably having a look over the media centre. I'm sure you can hear me a little bit better now. But strict regulations in place. And on the day of the funeral, the burial, as I said, will be completely private. This is for family members only. And GCIS and the government have issued a warning to the media that if they overstep these boundaries when it comes to that private burial, that they will be kicked out of the compound and the surrounding areas. They want the privacy of the family to be respected on the day and now in the last 2 days in the lead up to that event on Sunday.
Thanks, Janine Lee. She, of course, reporting from Kunu for us and just kind of giving us an overall picture of what's happening as we lead up to that funeral on Sunday, the 15th of December. Now, former President Nelson Mandela's oldest living child, Makaziwe, has opened up for the first time since the death of the elder statesman. She spoke exclusively to SABC contributing editor William Voko in Kunu.
I grew up very angry, very bitter at my dad because I felt he chose other things rather than us. Every child wants to grow up with both parents. You know, you've seen children who are war babies who travel to countries to find who they are because they want to find their dads, because they want to find out who they are, what makes them up, what's their DNA, what geographical location and environment influences them. And I think it was the same for me until I was in my mid-30s and I said, you know, this little voice says, stop. You are destroying your own self. You've created your own prison. And so I had to free myself out of this prison.
That's deep stuff. Now, our journalist, Lebo Tinane, spoke to Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabani, in Pretoria earlier this morning. Let's take a look at how that went.
Obviously, there are quite a number of issues which we need to follow up, like the interpreter and others. But in general, I think everything went very well.
Are you satisfied with everything that has taken over in spite of the relations?
Under the circumstances, I think we have done very well as South Africans. And thank you for our people who are giving support. And as you see today, people are at the park and rides aiming to come and view the body for the last time.
What do we need to improve on heading into the last 2 days of the funeral?
Unfortunately, every day is different from the other. We deal with new issues altogether, new venues, new characters, new everything. So there's very few to learn from the past, and the things are moving very fast. However, what I could say is that I think South Africans, they should keep up the spirit wherever you are until we finalize whatever we're doing, until we unveil the statue on Monday, and we need to keep that spirit. We just keep on going.
I mean, there were reports that government was discouraging heads of state from heading to Qunu because of logistics. Is that true, or how many heads of state are you expecting in Qunu for Sunday's funeral?
At the moment, I don't have the numbers as to how many have confirmed that they're coming. But obviously, apart from discouraging heads of states, they know there's a protocol which is used. Once they've attended the memorial service, in most cases, they take that as being having attended the funeral. But nevertheless, if we would have been irresponsible, if you wanted 101 heads of states in Qunu, they will never get a space to park their aircraft. Not even Durban Airport could accommodate them. Not even East London could accommodate them. So therefore, it is important for us to advise. We're not saying they should not come, we just advise, and then they take their decision.
Are you talking to the Tshwane government about improving whatever's left of today? I mean, it's the last day, and a lot of people are going to come through today because of maybe the companies closing down and it's heading into the December holidays. Are you talking to them about improvements ahead of this last day?
We're in contact with Tshwane. Our operational center is in contact with Tshwane. I've been speaking to the mayor yesterday several times. I went to some of the park and rides. I realized what the problem was. In the main yesterday, apart from the number of people which we had, the buses were slow. And part of the reasons is that's why people would pack up for a long time. And we're trying to improve that, bring more buses, and try to see if we can't increase the speed of buses to take people through. We're likely not to take everybody, as you know, because we have got limited time. But I think we are going to take a sufficient number which will be representatives of the South African population.
Minister, we've had, on social network, the reports that there is a picture circulating on Twitter of Utata Mandela. Is there something that the presidency can do about it? How do we stop something like this from repeating itself?
I just hope that the picture is a fake, like any other thing which becomes fake from time to time. We really hope that's a fake, but we need to investigate, check what the issues are, and then we'll take it from there. But we should not be distracted at this point in time and chase against the picture, whereas we've got a major task to accomplish by Sunday. Let's focus on this time. The picture is not running away. Once we're finished with the task, we'll come back and deal with those issues.
Now, a lot of retail shops have announced that they'll close on Sunday. Is there any way that there'll be an official announcement from the presidency that it is a holiday, or would be, premature to take a blanket decision?
I know as South Africans we do like holidays. We like our holidays very much, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in time, especially that it's a Sunday. It's not necessary for us to declare holiday. I think those who are closing, they're closing because they want to show respect. They want to make their contribution in one way or the other. And I think if they want to do that, they should be allowed to do it.
Now, Minister, tomorrow, what happens at the Waterkloof then before the body heads to Mthatha and then to Qunu?
Tomorrow in the morning, we are going to collect the body from 1 Mil Hospital, and then we'll go to the Waterkloof Air Base. The body will then be handed over to the ANC. And then the ANC will have their farewell at the hangar there. And when they finish, they hand over the body to the military. The military take it to the Eastern Cape. Whether it will be Mthatha or East London, it will be determined by the weather. And then from there, once we are there, at some point, the military will hand over the body back to the ANC, and the ANC hand it back to the family. And at the end, when we go for burial the following day, the family hand it back to the government to do the final interment.
Is there any chance that the viewing period could be extended, given that there were reports like yesterday that there were people that were turned away, and we're expecting more numbers today?
You can extend. I can give you now. You can extend for a month. You'll never satisfy people, because there are lots of people who didn't come. You extend it by a month, and then people from Swaziland will have to come, Lesotho, Zimbabwe. How do you stop it? Now, at least we need to have, I think the family has been generous enough, And I think the government has been generous enough to have provided the facility. The family has been generous enough to give us this time for South African people to have their day. And I think let's give them that chance. Let's go and finish the task and do what is necessary.
What's your message to South Africans who are making their way through here? What's the best advice right now?
I don't know what the status is now at the Park and Rise. But if we have to go as to what happened yesterday, there were lots of people in all Park and Rise who could not, so we can't stop anybody. What will stop people is whether we'll be able to make the time of 5:30 as normal. If we can make that time and able to deal with everyone, it's fine. But if people are going there, there will be an advisory during the day, I think, after we do an assessment around 1 o'clock, to see if the crowd, the people who are there, will be able to go through in the remaining hours. If we think they are not going to go through, advise people that we're closing now. If you have not been there, don't come. So they might just listen to radios. Around that time, we do send a message out that don't. If you are not there as yet, please don't go there.
I think I heard something on the radio last night that there might be an extension to 6 o'clock if needs be. Is that possible at all? Have you been able to maybe ascertain that?
Let's work on 5:30. Yeah. Whether there's an extension 6 o'clock or not, it doesn't matter. It's just an extension of 30 minutes anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Let's stick to 5:30. By 5:30, that is our target to close. As you could in the past 2 days, around 5:30 it has been raining, there was a storm. So even if you want to extend, if it happens like it happened yesterday and day before yesterday, still you have to close anyway. Let's stick to 5:30. Let's make sure we are there on time. Let our drivers for the buses and the authorities who are marshalling the traffic make sure that at least we put people quicker. And those who are in the queues, move faster so that we accommodate as many people as possible. Yesterday, I think we could have done about 39,000 people. Yeah. And by the day before yesterday, because it was half a day, 21,000. If we increase the pace a little bit, we think we can do more today than we did in the past 2 days.
Wow, those pictures are incredible of just the line snaking around the Union buildings. Now, the 3 days that former President Nelson Mandela's body has been lying in state at the Union buildings have been incident-free. Law enforcement agencies are out in force to maintain order.
The last opportunity to bid Madiba farewell. For the third consecutive day, thousands at Pretoria's Park and Ride facilities. Many as early as 5 this morning. Among today's mourners, Themba Khumalo. He volunteered to live in Mandela's Soweto home for 3 years when Winnie Mandela was banished to Brentford in the late 70s.
I looked after the house. I had a dog called Khrushchev. And just about every morning, there was blood splatters in the yard because the security police would scale the fence, you know, to come and do their work, their dirty work at night. But Khrushchev would not allow them to do that.
Despite the large crowds, the 3 days have been crime-free.
The national office will make the pronouncement on those crime stats, but currently there are no, serious incidents that were reported.
The Metro Police have towed away many cars not parked at designated facilities. This to avoid congestion within the CBD. Offences Timo, SABC, Pretoria.
Now, Madiba's touch with kids is well chronicled. He pledged a third of his presidential salary to help children. Yesterday, hundreds of children from around Qunu were treated to a Christmas party.
A party that would have delighted Madiba. For him, children were the best investment. Many children trekked from near and far to attend the party. It's ironic that in the age of instant communications, many in this pastoral enclave were oblivious of Mandela's passing. For these children, Madiba's annual Christmas party is a highlight. Madiba adored them and lavished them with gifts.
Once Christmas time comes, they will expect to see Madiba. So it is to inform them formally, but also to ensure that they know that the program will continue. Because we would want to ensure that we keep all those good things that Madiba was doing. We want to keep them alive.
In years to come, they will recall this historic moment. The days when the rains never ceased and Madiba's long walk ended. Janine Lee, SABC News, Qunu.
The late Brenda Fassie released the song Black President. This was in honor of the late former President Nelson Mandela when he was released from jail. Here's the song.
There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Such a catchy song by a legend and icon within South Africa and within the music industry. Of course, my brr, Brenda Fassie with Black President. A throw forward a little bit later, we'll have a chat to His Excellency, the Cuban ambassador to South Africa, Carlos da Cosio. That will come up a little bit later. Now, of course, we've welcomed and urged you to send your tweets to SABC News Online.
That's right, and let's take a look at the tweets that are coming through so far. Village Kimping says, Nelson Mandela taught us that taking up arms may win a battle, but sitting and talking peace can win a war.
Gloria Makewa at SABC News Online says, may Tata's soul rest in perfect peace. You taught us to fight for what we believe in and that education is vital. Rest in peace, okay?
Tabiso says, a catalyst for change, peacemaker, global icon, will miss Madiba magic, Madiba dance, Madiba smile, Madiba shirts. Rest in peace, Nelson Mandela.
Another one from TR says, and of course you can keep on sending those tweets to us at SABC News Online, says, please update us on Union Building's progress. Is access to the building closed or people can still view our father? We heard the Minister in the Presidency, Collins Chibane, says 5:30 is the cut-off time. Unfortunately, it can't be extended, so you need to get there. If you haven't left, don't leave.
Indeed. I am going after my dreams. I like the wise words of Madiba. There's no passion for playing small. Live your dream, from Leroy Hanong.
And of course, we urge you to keep on sending those tweets at SABC News Online. Political activist and former bodyguard of Nelson Mandela, Lionel Manamela, has been saluting the late icon. He is celebrating his life through song.
A musician of note after guarding Mandela for 5 years, commonly known by his stage name Comrade Lionel, Manamela electrifies the crowd with his energetic guerrilla dance moves and liberation songs. Visuals of him performing at Madiba's memorial. Without a blink of an eye, Comrade Lionel speaks highly of his former boss Nelson Mandela. To him, Madiba epitomizes Ubuntu in its entirety.
Where he said to the people that they must stop to name people, the stadiums and the places with the people that are still alive, because people, changes every day. That is one of the moments that I can cherish, and I think I had a very good time to be closer to him. And what I can also say is that he's a very humble person who at a lot of times you'll talk to people and say we must not push them away as the bodyguards.
Manamela says being Madiba's bodyguard was one of the easiest duties. However, he enjoyed Mandela's company as he was a man with a vibrant sense of humor. The spirit of his selflessness will always be present in everyone's hearts around the world.
We now cross to our reporter, Griselda Lewis, who is in Pretoria. Griselda, good afternoon to you. We're still seeing tens of thousands of people streaming through, world leaders and dignitaries, among them Paul Kagame. Tell us more and tell us what's happening.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. There's much disappointment here at the Fountains Valley, where people are saying that they've been turned away from getting on the park and rides, which were supposed to take them to the Union Buildings to go and view the body of the late, great former President Nelson Mandela. Thousands of people turned up here at Fountains Valley, and it seems that they have been turned away. It seems that police officers are telling them that no people are allowed to get onto the buses at the moment because the lines are so long headed towards the Union Buildings. So the only buses that are returning here is to drop off people who've already been to view the body of the late Nelson Mandela, but they're no longer taking people on the buses towards the Union Buildings. We understand at the moment from the communicators that the lines are too long then it seems. Those people have already got on the buses to go and view the body. What they're trying to do is, they say, avoid some of the chaos that we see is taking place already in the streets around the city of Tshwane. Let's talk to one of the ladies who seems to be very disappointed. She was declined getting on the bus. She says she's been here for hours. Mama, you were very disappointed. I saw you speaking to some of the police officers. You were told you cannot get on the bus.
Yes, I'm very devastated. Worried, heartbroken from Joburg. My aim was to come and see Baba Mandela, Madiba, for the last time, but they couldn't even let me into the bus. What time is it? Is it 3 o'clock? It's not even 4 o'clock. What they told us on TV, the finishing time is 5:30. And I know the procedure they are doing there. But by this time, they are stopping us. Those people are almost finished there. They're supposed to let us go there. We came with our broken hearts because we love this man. We love Madiba. What he have done for us, it was so grateful. We can't even explain. But now, I'm here, heartbroken. I can't get into the bus. I can't go to go and see Madiba. Is it okay? Is how you are going to do all these things? He's not even buried yet. He's not buried. But the way we are treated,
You can see so much emotion here with people being turned away, told they're not allowed to get onto the buses, and that it's only the people who are in the lines already close to the union buildings who will be let in. Sir, you also got onto the bus. Mama, if you could come this way. You also got into the bus. You came back in the very same bus, and you were not able to view the body of Nelson Mandela.
Yes, so they did take us with the bus. So when we were nearly Union Building, they told us they reached the full capacity. So the thing is that the government failed to plan properly, and then they promised people, that's why people came in numbers, they promised people that 5:30, that will be the last person that will view, pay the last respect to former comrade President Mandela. So people came in numbers, they're still queuing to go and see the late president. So I don't know, is it the municipality of Tshwane, is it the government, but somebody must hold responsible for people who pay their money from KwaZulu-Natal, Cameroon and so on to come and pay their last respect to the icon that we came here for today. It's very much devastating, disappointing. I can't even say the words to take out the emotions that people, the senior citizens that are here, are feeling. Because today we are united, all colors are here. It's not all about the ANC or whatever party it is. It's all about uniting South Africa together as people, paying our last respect to Nelson Mandela.
I can tell you there's still scores of people here at the moment who are still trying to get on those buses to the union buildings to view the body of the late great former president. Let me speak to someone else, Mama. You were also expressing your concern a little bit earlier on. You were not able to get on the bus as well.
Yes, in fact, we were in the bus, but we were not allowed to get inside the union, the building. They told us that the gates are already closed. And now look at the time. We were told that we will be able to see Tata until about 5:30. But now look at the time. It's still early, but they told us that the gates are closed. I'm so disappointed. You know, I'm from Diepkloof in Soweto. I was here as early as 6:30. I've been standing in the queue for the whole day. But at the last minute, I was told that the gates are closed. So disappointed. I've never seen Tata. I wanted to see Tata for the first and the last time today, but unfortunately it didn't happen. So
well, there you have it, people queuing as early as 6:30, and it seems like it's basically cut off at the moment. A lot of people are going to be turned away here from the Fountains Valley, where it's just one of the areas where you were able to get on a park and ride. You park your car here, get on a bus, and that bus was supposed to take you to the union buildings to go and view the body of the late former president. But all these people, it seems, are going to be turned away at the moment. A lot of disappointment, a lot of emotion, a lot of tears as well. As the one lady was saying, this was going to be the first and the last time that she was going to see the former president. So we're going to monitor the situation here as police continue to tell people that they need to go back home, and we'll monitor the situation from there moving forward here at Fountains Valley.
Well, that's heartbreaking, but I guess it was inevitable, given that the queue has to stop at some point. Well, the city of Cape Town and various communities have planted trees in 5 parks across the city to honour former President Nelson Mandela. The olive assegai and ficus tree have been associated with Madiba's qualities. These trees have been described as a symbolic resemblance to many qualities displayed by the late statesman. City of Cape Town Mayoral Committee member on Community Services Belinda Walker says trees are both strong and have a profound impact on the people around them. Trees were also planted at Makana Square Park in Langa. Other ceremonies were held in other areas such as Guguletu and Athlone.
Let's now go to Blaine Herman in Durban for more on Nelson Mandela's links to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He spoke to Dr. Farouk Meer, brother of late struggle icon Professor Fatima Meer. Let's take a look.
We feel the same way like anybody else, that we have lost one of the greatest human beings who trod this earth, and he would be terribly missed. But the people who were closest to him in the Meer family was the late I.C. Meer and his wife and my sister Fatima Meer. So you have that feeling that you're part of your family ties. Person has passed away, So sorrow is sorrow. It doesn't matter where the sorrow lies. It's still sorrow.
Yeah. You mentioned your late sister, and let's explore this relationship between your family, in particular your late sister, to Nelson Mandela. How intimate was the relationship with the Mir family and Nelson Mandela?
Extremely intimate. And it so happens that the first meeting I.C. Mir meets Nelson Mandela, when Mandela is his classmate studying law at the University of Witwatersrand. And Fatima Mir then goes to, about the same time, goes to Johannesburg, also to be a student at the University of Witwatersrand to do her course in sociology. So they become classmates, and that is how they first meet. Also, it's important to note that at that time, I.C. Mir was staying in Colvard House. Now, people in the Transvaal know Colvard House very, very well. But a particular flat, I think it was flat number 13, was the meeting place of the politicos of that particular day. People like Dr. Dadu from the Indian side, and I.C. Mir, and Mandela himself. And this is how they meet. They discuss matters, the politics of the day. And I.C. Mir happened to be living in that particular flat. So that there were times when Nelson Mandela would be there. It's getting late. There's, you know, in those days, no African was expected to be seen on the streets. Indeed, under those circumstances, it became necessary on occasion for Mandela to be sleeping at the same flat where my brother-in-law was, I.C. Mir. So that is where the relationship begins, from those very days.
Let's just talk about the man, Nelson Mandela. Now, we all know him as this humble man with the $1 million smile that will melt anyone's heart. But he was also a canny, wily politician, wasn't he?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. No, but he was able to hide this, and when you approached him, he was able to disarm you, not just by his smile, but by the warmth that he generates, the regal presence that he has. And this came out so clearly when many years later I was given the opportunity of spending a whole day with Nelson Mandela while he was in Victor
Verster, yeah. Was that one of the important meetings for you? You met him on various occasions.
Yeah.
That obviously stands out for you.
Oh yes, that stands out for me because that was the first time I really met Nelson Mandela. Prior to that, you know, I was involved in doing things for Mandela indirectly. There was an occasion where his wife Evelyn was unwell, and I get a message from I.C. Mir, that Nelson Mandela wants her to be seen by a specialist in Durban. So I was working at King Edward VIII Hospital at the time myself. So we, you know, get Evelyn. Evelyn actually stayed with us, and we got her medical problems sorted out. Then much later, Zenani's daughter. I mean, Zenani, the daughter of Nelson Mandela, I think she's the elder of the two daughters, married to a Swazi prince.
Yes.
And she required treatment, medical treatment in Swaziland. So that's, again, you contacted to say, look, can you sort this medical problem out? Yeah. She is in Swaziland. Who, do you know anybody? So, you know, this was showing the closeness of the link between the Mandela family and ourselves.
He obviously trusted your family immensely.
Oh, he had complete trust. There was complete trust.
What would you miss most now that he's gone?
Oh, I think we all weep as South Africans. That even when you went abroad, and the people didn't even know where South Africa was, particularly after freedom. And they would ask you, where are you coming from? You say, South Africa. South Africa for them meant Namibia, it meant what you call Zimbabwe, Zambia. That to them it meant Southern Africa. They didn't realize that there's a country called South Africa. But you just had to say Mandela's country. They all light up. Now we know what you're talking about. First, initially. So these little links that you have and the type of contact that the family through IC Mir and Fatima Mir had continuously for most of their lives. So much so that, as you know, Fatima Mir wrote a book. Yeah. The first biography was written by Fatima Mir, Higher Than Hope. So there are enough links in the family for us to feel as though a vital part of one's life has been wrenched away.
Brian Herman talking to Dr. Farouk Mir, who was the former secretary of the NIC. Right now we're looking at visuals of the Union building, the kind of stills over the last 3 days. This was on Wednesday when President Zuma, of course, went to go visit Tata Madiba, who's lying in state. That, of course, is Winnie Madikizela Mandela.
And there we see former President Thabo Mbeki, Mr. de Klerk, President de Klerk, who was...
That, of course, is Kenneth Kawanda, who has been a well-documented relationship with Madiba. There we do see the Zim President Robert Mugabe coming through, our Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, of course, with his partner, and various dignitaries in state. Helen Zille, the DA leader, also paying her respects to Tata Madiba, who's lying in state at the Union buildings. And we've seen this procession, of course, since the body was lying in state on the 11th, and tomorrow, of course, it will. Today will be the final day, and it'll transport to Kunu, where the official service will be held on the 15th.
Now, there's been an overwhelming outpouring of love and support from across the world following the death of Utata. We now take a look back at the words of tribute and the music of comfort as many Americans continue to hold a special place for the departed former president.
Our beloved Nelson Mandela, the founding president of our democratic nation, has departed.
Forward march! I'm profoundly saddened by the passing of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was a giant for justice and a down-to-earth human inspiration.
Let us pause and give thanks for the fact that Nelson Mandela lived, a man who took history in his hands and bent the arc of the moral universe towards justice.
Madiba had integrity. You knew what he stood for, and it just never changed. What is outstanding about that generation of leaders was the predictability of a standpoint on matters of principle. And Madiba personified that.
I was always struck by the extraordinary depth of his self-knowledge, of his awareness about how hard it is to live a life of integrity, of service, but to combine within oneself the contradictions that he lived with, a lawyer and a freedom fighter, a prisoner and a leader, a man of anger and of forgiveness.
Today I'm wearing my scarf and walking through New York, and some people recognizing me as a South African. And I do remember those days that you would not want to be recognized as South Africa. So I cried on the train all the way into Manhattan. It's just such an emotional feeling. He was 95 years old. It was an incredible 95. Yes, it's very emotional. I'm sad that I'm not in South Africa at this stage. It's one of those moments that you wanted to be home.
His day is done, The news came on the wings of a wind reluctant to carry its burden. Nelson Mandela's day is done. The news expected and still unwelcome reached us in the United States, and suddenly our world became somber. Our skies were leadened. His day is done. We see you, South African people, standing speechless at the slamming of that final door through which no traveler returns. Our spirits reach out to you, Bantu, Zulu, Xhosa, Boer. We think of you and your son of Africa.
On this morning, we remember the life of Nelson Mandela, a man who stood in the power of your presence. In this hour, oh God, we reflect on his life. We celebrate his achievements. But most of God, we ask that you would give us the same courage and the same power to stand against the wiles of this world, to stand against injustice, to stand against wrong.
I think Americans see him as a hero, as the hero that we needed at the time. Especially, you know, second half of the 20th century, we all felt a little desperate for heroes, for people who symbolize the importance of being true to your principles.
'Cause it's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change will surely come. Oh, yes, it will.
He's left us with so much more than memories. He's left us a rich legacy of his strength, a legacy of his warmth and charm, a legacy of great gifts of his courage and wisdom. It is said, my friends, that service to others is the rent we pay for our space on earth. Nelson Mandela departed us paid in full. Let him not look down and find any of us in arrears.
Mandela's soul is already in heaven. That Mandela needs less of our prayers than we need of his. And that the soul of Nelson Mandela is, as we speak, interceding with God for our well-being, to help us to create a better world, a world where our leaders listen more, where our leaders put justice and humanity's well-being first, and where our leaders resist the temptations of power, of glory, of wealth, as he so eloquently did.
A living example to us all, he helped us to see that living isn't just about doing for ourselves, but doing what we must for others as well. For to be free, he said, is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedoms of others. We should post his words on the doors and mirrors of our souls and let them be read every day to remind us of our common humanity.
Let us not be tempted to simply relegate him to being some present-time messianic figure upon whom we heap all of our greatest aspirations and never try to embody the best of his qualities. Maybe today the greatest testimony to our commitment, not to his memory, but to his life, is to realize that you get no star of approval for being an armchair activist.
Such a beautiful voice. Now, Roseberry Sonto never realized when he was given the keys to the Cressida on the day of Nelson Mandela's release that he would become part of history. Rose takes us back to the route he followed on that dramatic day when he drove Nelson Mandela from the Victor Verster prison to Cape Town.
I got the car at the airport because we went to, there were business people that went to the airport with their cars because no one was sure how Mandela was going to come back. And then as we were getting keys of the cars, this key was given to me and it became that car because it was bigger than other cars and a bit smarter. And I was the man behind the wheel. I took the route off the main road to run away from big crowds from Bekweni, Paarl, that had gathered at the main road. So to avoid those crowds, we decided to take this route. The bridges that we've gone past, there were flags hanging there, written "Welcome Home, Mandela." So it was, I mean, the whole national road was full of scenery and amusement. I never got an update. There were no cell phones at that stage, and it was difficult for us to communicate with the people at the town hall. So all I knew was that I would deal with the situation as we were getting there. It didn't dawn to me that I was, I mean, what was happening was history in the making. It was history that Mandela was being released, but I took it as service, doing what I had to do to drive him to his people. I never thought that it was going to put my name in the history book, in the history books as it does. All I knew was that he was going to address the crowd from the city hall. And this traffic cop which was leading us led me right into the crowd, which was quite unfortunate. I thought that he was going to lead us to the back side of the hall so that Mandela could get in and then go to the balcony. But unfortunately, he led us right into the crowd, and we were trapped as the crowds were surging towards the car, and we felt useless, and that is what scared me the most. I had to do something. That's why I just mingled in the crowd. I mean, took the car right to the crowd and then dashed away. Was to save the man. I hear it was Dala Omar's house. I didn't really know. So we went to that house, and Archbishop Desmond Tutu phoned to say the people wanted him back and he must go and address people. At first I was reluctant, but at his insistence, we said no, we should go.
There, arriving, you see Mrs. Winnie Mandela, and with her, her husband, Mr. Nelson Mandela.
The impression we had that day was that here is Mandela, having been released, freedom is coming, because his freedom meant our freedom, the freedom of the nation. South Africa won't be the same again. It's a legacy that should serve as a very, very good lesson for the current generation, that anything you do comes with discipline, anything you do comes with respect, anything you do comes with that determination that one day I will achieve. I don't know where that car is. I hear it has changed so many hands that one cannot get it anywhere now. I wish I had it so that it could be some kind of a monument somewhere, somehow.
Well, joining us now from our studio in Pretoria is Mr. Carlos Fernandez da Cosio, the Cuban ambassador to South Africa. Mr. Ambassador, good day, and thank you very much for joining us. Let's maybe get a sense from you. We are counting down to Sunday with the official burial in Qunu of Tata Madiba. Just give me your sense and your feeling ahead of that funeral.
For us, the funeral is a ceremony of respect of the family of Madiba, of the close ones, as we've understood. And we see it as part of the ceremonies, the incredible ceremonies that are taking place in this country of respect and of admiration by the people of South Africa. Is something that, seeing it from abroad, is remarkable and increases our admiration for the people of South Africa and the respect for their leader.
The relationship between South Africa and Cuba is well documented. Even more known than that is the relationship between Fidel Castro and Nelson Mandela. What was it about these two men that hit it off immediately?
The relationship started long ago. Truly, it started indirectly because we had no direct contact with Nelson Mandela while he was in prison. But we were very close from the beginning of the 1960s with the resistive movement led by the ANC and the South African Communist Party, a resistance against apartheid. And since then, there was a very close relationship between the struggle of South Africa and the liberation and the Cuban Revolution. Now, I've read in Nelson Mandela's biography that during his preparation for the speech at the dock, among the materials that he studied was Fidel's own defense, the speech in his defense when he was in trial in 1953. Now, in Cuba, we knew about Nelson Mandela from very early on. So it was when they met, which took place in 1991, after Nelson Mandela was released and he traveled to Cuba for the first time, the relationship was very close. And it was the several times that they met after that, it was a confirmation of their mutual ideas, of the way they believe, the mutual admiration, among other things, and their combined belief in the right of people to struggle for justice and for liberation.
Mr. Ambassador, so much has been made at of the memorial service where we saw the American President Barack Obama take the hand of the Cuban President Raul Castro. So much has been talked about it. I'm sure you've read some of the reports written about it. Your thoughts on that? Is there more to it?
I think it should be taken as a normal act of courtesy between the two men. That's what we saw on television, and that's how it should be taken. In a ceremony in which the main topic was the tribute to Nelson Mandela. And that should be the story, the tribute to Nelson Mandela and the presence of leaders from anywhere in the world, regardless of their beliefs.
We often talk about, and we've looked and we've seen those pictures of Fidel Castro and Tata Nelson Mandela. In 2010, in the last open letter to Mandela, Fidel Castro called him an old and revered friend. But the countries have also benefited from that special friendship.
The country has benefited, both countries have benefited from that friendship. We have a strong cooperation between our two nations. Today, for example, and for the past several years, there has been a strong cooperation in the medical service. There have been cooperation in exchange of technical assistance between the two nations and in human resources. And we believe it can still go on. There's a good willingness between our two peoples. There's potential to do it, and we believe we should continue to strengthen that relationship that Nelson Mandela and Fidel Castro both built.
One of the things that, we always get the sense of, we get the sense that not only was he a global icon, and we know that, we know the kind of messages of peace and how he not only believed in peace, but he had a different strategy towards obtaining peace. How is Tata Nelson Mandela seen and revered in your country?
We see him in several facets, I would say. First, we see it as a man firmly committed to the struggle of his people and the conviction that the people of South Africa had the right to live in a nation free from the oppression of one race by the other, and that had the right to resist that oppression and even take up arms if it was necessary, as he said. Now, we also see him as a man who set an example with his attitude, together with his comrades in prison. We have to understand that it was a group of them, and we do that in Cuba. And they became an inspiration to the resistance movement, led again by the ANC and the South African Communist Party. That was the one that made apartheid unsustainable in this country. We believe also that his capacity to understand the complexity of this society and the need to avoid the worst scenario led him to an attitude of reconciliation that we admire, an attitude of calling and educating the people that you had to control and tame your anger and build a society that was for all South Africans, regardless of race.
Mr. Ambassador, why has Cuba taken such a keen interest in the liberation struggle of the people of Africa?
Well, we are descendants of Africans. Cuba has two main branches, I would say. We have European blood, basically Spaniard, and we have African blood. Most Cubans, either we have it in our blood or we have it in our minds, but we are from African origin. And we believe that the support for the struggle against colonialism and the struggle against imperialism in Africa and for justice was part of our debt with Africa, with humanity. And therefore, that's where we participated, again, from the beginning of the 60s in the liberation movement. And we still believe we're proud of what we did, and we think it was a struggle. We didn't take any wealth. We did not take any material or economic benefit. We took our debt, the people that died there, and we took the gratitude of the people of Africa.
Project that relationship for me, because the interest started because Africa was trying to liberate itself. But now that their liberation is being reached, how do you see that relationship pan out?
It's a strong relationship. Cuba has cooperation in most African countries. Again, mostly in the medical sector, which is the area where we have more strength, but also in technical assistance and education. And we have continued to nurture that relationship, and we are happy with it. We believe that among the nations with which Cuba has a better relationship is with African nations. And we believe we are part of the African struggle.
It's a well-documented relationship, Fidel Castro and Tata Nelson Mandela. That relationship has continued with Raul Castro. Earlier this year, there's been announcements that he might step out of political life. Project not only this relationship, but what will Cuba look like under new leadership?
Raul Castro was re-elected this year for a 5-year term.
So he's announced in 2018 that he will officially step out of the political space.
That's right. He's ratified that. Cuba will continue to struggle with its revolutionary process. We're building a socialist society under very difficult conditions, under very strong hostility from the United States, relentless hostility from day one. And it's a great challenge for a small country like ours to have to face this hostility from such a powerful nation. But we will continue to struggle for the benefit of our people, to continue to practice solidarity within our nation and with other nations in the world. There's no plan in Cuba to change from that course.
So we're going to leave it there, but thank you very much for joining me. And of course, that's the Cuban ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Carlos de Cosio, talking to us about that relationship that really has been cemented since the 1960s, and also when Fidel Castro and Nelson Mandela met in 1991.
Oh, that's it from us. Tabiso and Natasha will be taking over now. But before we go, here's one more story from Sam and myself. The late Nelson Mandela is revered for many things, least of all his gift of the gab. We took a look at some of the great quotes.
Looking out over these rolling hills, now covered in mist and rain, one of his quotes comes to mind.
After climbing one great hill, one finds there are many more hills to climb. There's nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have changed.
Mandela has always been praised for the manner in which he embraced his foes and tried to bring them to his way of thinking.
If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy, and then he becomes your partner.
Here in the Eastern Cape, Madiba played a huge role in uplifting the lives of children by ensuring education was a priority.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
The world knew Mandela as a man that never gave up on his dream of a free South Africa.
It always seems impossible until it's done. Our march to freedom is irreversible. We must not allow fear to stand in our way. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others.
No matter who you were, colour, race or creed, Mandela believed love and respect were not negotiable.
No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People must learn to hate. If they learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. We are not anti-white. We are against white supremacy. We have condemned racialism no matter by whom, if it is professed.
And as this great man comes home to be laid to rest, we remember this inspirational message from him.
The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall.
Janine Lee, SABC News, Kunu, Eastern Cape.
very good afternoon to you. If you're just joining us, we're continuing with our special coverage of saying farewell to Tata Madiba. And Tabiso, we've been seeing visuals. It's been another emotional day at the Union Buildings.
Definitely. I mean, as you heard GCIS saying, people should stop going to the park and rides, therefore basically saying that, you know, seeing the former state president is no longer going to happen as far as that is concerned. The gates are going to be closed, as far as I last checked, that the gates to the Union Buildings are going to be closed, and nobody can, you know, if you're not in the bus now and you're trying to make your way there, you might as well, you know, forget it. You know, it's a pity. A lot of anger and emotion, as far as we saw Griselda reporting earlier in Pretoria, that people still wanting to go see the former state president, unfortunately, did not get their chance, and you know, it's pretty sad, actually.
Yeah, those park and rides have been closed. They've reached capacity. An estimated 50,000 people just 2 hours after the procession started this morning. Already 50,000 people, and an estimated 2 people every 3 seconds passing by, filing through that amphitheatre.
And we've seen the pictures as well come through from everyone basically on the scenes, as you've seen here right here on the SABC. Full coverage as far as that is concerned. Thousands of people, I think 25,000 wanted to go through yesterday, about 31,000, if I'm correct, that I heard about today that wanted to go through. So, you know, a lot of interest, a lot of people want to go see the former state president. Did you get a chance to do it?
I haven't had a chance to go through. So
yes, but I haven't had either.
Yeah. But I suppose now the only option really is for people just to line the streets as they have been doing.
When the body returns to one more hospital.
To one military hospital, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll continue with that coverage. We'll, of course, bring you updates as this weekend progresses with the state funeral on Sunday. So stay tuned to SABCs. We'll continue to bring you those updates, as well as keep remembering the great life and legacy of former President Nelson Mandela.
And as you heard as well, the SABC right here, the SABC, the formal, well, the official broadcast of the funeral as far as Sunday is concerned. So everything you need to know, everything you want to see, and as far as that is concerned, you'll catch right here as we continue on the special broadcast of the former state president Nelson Mandela's passing. And what a week it has been in South Africa, ups and downs, emotions. You know, one says, you know, in our culture, Zulu culture or African culture, is that, you know, you celebrate a passing. Some cultures say, you know, it's a time of mourning, but this man, you know, was too great. You can't not want to celebrate as far as that's concerned. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's move on now to a rather somber atmosphere, as we've been discussing, which prevailed at the Union Buildings in Pretoria, as thousands of people literally lined up to view the body of former President Nelson Mandela lying in state for the third and final day. Now, many police officers, soldiers and correctional services staff joined members of the public to view Madiba's remains. Now, that long queue filed through smoothly, with mourners moving continuously. Several elderly people, as well as young children, were among the mourners. Mandela's grandson, Mandla, stood to the side of the structure where the body lay. He has remained with his grandfather's body every day. Now, long queues have also marked the previous 2 days as tens of thousands of South Africans gathered to say their final farewell. The former state president's body will be taken to Qunu in the Eastern Cape tomorrow, where he will be buried on Sunday.
Now, a statue of former President Nelson Mandela has been erected at the center of the Union Building lawns today. The statue has grabbed the attention of mourners, with some even moving from the queues to witness the historic moment. Now, the 9-meter-high bronze statue will officially be unveiled by President Jacob Zuma on Monday, the 16th. That's National Reconciliation Day. The unveiling is intended as an acknowledgement on the contribution made by the first president of a democratic South Africa, a symbol of a national reconciliation and unity.
Well, Mac Maharaj, a trusted friend and colleague of many years, takes a frank look at Nelson Mandela, the man.
At the political level, I think Madiba had long developed a perspective that it was necessary to go to war. And this he had articulated as far back as 1952-53, for which he was censored by the National Executive. But that didn't mean he abandoned it. Was that a conception well thought out? Or would that be a viewpoint that he held because of the hot blood in him? It's an open question. I think he recounts in his autobiography that the debate in the National Executive, both of the ANC and of the joint executives of the Congresses held in Tongaat, where the decision to form Umkhonto was taken, he himself was prepared to put weight to the other side of the arguments. For example, he recalls in his autobiography that when he, Madiba, criticized the inadequacy of the strategy of non-violence, the late J.N. Singh responded by saying, "It is not non-violence that has failed us, we have failed non-violence." And in his autobiography he says he has never forgotten that statement. So in his mind, while the results are right and celebrated, the issue was never closed, although his position at that time was very clear. So, at the personal level, I think there have been times that his relationships, e.g., I think it was both a personal and a political act when he came out of prison that he went and visited the late Moroka, the former president of the ANC, who had deserted us, who was in the leadership at the time of the Defiance trial, Defiance campaign, and who, when the arrest took place and the trial took place, took his own defense and repudiated the principles of our struggle, and for which he was removed as president of the ANC. But after Madiba came out of prison, he went and paid a visit to Morocco. I have not sat down to talk to him what was his message, but I think that there were many, many facets to that action, and amongst them was the acknowledgement that maybe the political difference had spilled over into a personal difference, and that you should not treat differences that arise in the public space to influence your personal relationships. So, human, that's a trite statement, but it's true, and we do not have to bend over backwards to find that reality in Madiba. He loses his temper. I have asked him on one occasion, laughingly and jokingly, I said, "Hey, don't you ever get scared? And don't you realize that you sometimes make terrible mistakes?" And I was talking about one incident, I can't remember at the moment, that took place in history in our aspect of our struggle. And he said, "You know what you boys don't understand?" He says that when I lose my temper and I say things, I go back that night, and then he says, I start trembling. What have I done? I've reacted in anger, and I've now messed up the struggle. And then he would take corrective action. The same, you don't notice it because he screens it. I don't remember which comrades tell the story during the election run-up in 1994. They were with him on a charter plane to Natal, where he had gone electioneering, and one of the engines packed in. And the pilot informed them, and here was the plane lurching, and the comrades say Madiba kept on the discussion with them. And when the plane touched ground, they were fine. And someone went to Madiba later and said, "Ben, Madiba, you just carried on the conversation. Weren't you scared?" And his answer was, "Listen, you didn't see the state of my pants. But what good was it going to do to keep talking about the engine that's blown?" He says, so he saw his duty to overcome his human reaction, to keep the comrades engaged in discussion on the political problems they were discussing, so that their minds would not dwell and they would not crack up in that moment by only thinking what happens now. Now the plane is shuddering and maybe the next engine is gone. That is not going to help the pilot and not going to help you. So yes, every person in that situation is very, very human. They have their fault lines. Nobody is perfect. What is special about Madiba is the way he reaches out at times to make up. for what he would regard as an unacceptable lapse on his part, where his reaction in the public space is carried over into the personal space.
I part from my wife with no recriminations. I embraced her with all the love and affection I have nursed for her inside and outside prison from the moment I first met her. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll appreciate the pain I have gone through. And I now end this interview.
Nobody.
Thank you very much.
I think it's almost a truism of the life of Mandela and a number of us that we acted the way we had to, and in the process, the people who got most injured were not the enemy, but the people who were closest to you. And I think that it's a type of question that we need to ask with a huge sense of indebtedness to those who were injured. Because few of us realize the extent of the guilt that such pain on those close to you has vested into the individuals like Mandela. The fact that they have not shown that in public space, and even in their privacy, must not allow us to diminish our responsibility to those pains. And I say this from a point of view of the immense contradiction inside the individual's conscience. I think you should re-look at Madiba's face, because it's the only time you will see it on camera. No, you'll see it twice. You should look at the Madiba and study his face and body when he announced his separation from Winnie. And I think you must look at Madiba's face and body when he announced the death of Makgato and that Makgato had died of AIDS. Nothing in the words that he used will answer your question. Nothing in the words that he used will betray that sense of guilt that a number of us feel. But I think his demeanor and his face tells it all when you look at those two clips. They are the only two clips that I can recall in this instant discussion that show us that.
I am blessed to have been around to experience him even as a statesman, as our president, as the first president of our democracy.
He's in the morning air, in the mountains, all around us in this country.
And he carried that throughout his life, and that's one of the lessons that I will always keep with me.
Ons gaan hom mis, maar ons gaan nog steeds sy legacy probeer.
We're a very selfless man who sacrificed most of his time and most of his time away from his family to fight for what is right.
I would love to say thank you so much for your gift, for your selflessness, and for your sacrifice.
And I think the lesson that I'll take from him is the ability for a man to be selfless, and how that act can just have a broader and bigger impact.
Thank you.
Like our president said, the nation has lost a son and we have lost a father. But his legacy lives on. That means he'll always be remembered.
It's such a bittersweet, confusing moment, I think, for all of us. You know, we want to celebrate. At the same time, there's this just feeling of finality that is just so heart-wrenching.
We gotta celebrate his life.
Welcome back as we continue this special broadcast of former State President Nelson Mandela. You're watching SABC News now. Former President Nelson Mandela's Houghton home in Johannesburg continues to be a hive of activity as mourners arrive to pay their tributes to the world icon. We cross now to our reporter Mongeni Mutwa, who is outside the Mandela home. Mongeni, welcome to SABC News. Once again, we come to you. Last time we came to you, you had some ice cream for us. What do you have for us this time?
Well, thank you very much. Right now, I can tell you I'm standing 5 feet from the door into Mr. Mandela's house where the dignitaries have been coming through. I'll step out of the shot right now and then show you what's happening around here. What you see here is these throngs of people, of course, who've been camped out here the whole time, and behind them is what I call the wall of remembrance. You can't see anything now where the flowers are and people leave messages. And what's happening now is because that area is full, the Mandela family is now taking the flowers and the messages from the well-wishers and laying them inside, right on this doorstep. In fact, Mrs. Grasha Machel's eldest daughter came out of the house and she's been accepting the flowers from the people and laying them nicely, as you can see. Of course, there's pictures as well that people are bringing through. There's messages and thank you, Tata, as you can see there, and people sign the messages. Mrs. Grasha Machel's eldest daughter, Olivia, had actually agreed to speak to us, but now I see she has stepped inside the house, so we can't speak to her at this point. And also what we've noticed is, even though there hasn't been a lot of dignitaries coming through today, we saw earlier on the Mandela family setting up a loudspeaker on top of the wall there by the door. We're not sure what exactly they are preparing for. Maybe there's going to be a public service later on. We don't know at this stage. At this point, I'm just going to have a quick word with some of the people that are lined up here behind the cordon, of course, and find out who they are and how they feel at this point. Sir, I see you've got your lovely daughter here. Where are you from and how do you feel at this point?
I'm from Joburg. I've actually got both my kids here. They're twins. They're learning about it in school. They've just broken up for the holidays. We had the afternoon off. I thought I'd bring them down. I'm sure at some stage they will be learning about this in history, and I thought let them see what's going on. I drive past this house every day on the way to work, and I also wanted to just stop by and see what's going on.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. And right here, right now, I'm going to show you there's two guys here. Now, they were standing together, and now I see they've been separated. They are actually twins. They are wearing matching T-shirts, and they've also come to pay their respects. Young man, please tell me, what's your name and how do you feel being here? What do you feel about Mr. Mandela? All right, let me speak to your brother. Young man, tell me, what's your name and how do you feel about Mr. Mandela?
My name is Kaden and I feel very bad for Mandela because he was a great man. And he was nice, he respected all of the people. And I love him so much that I want to go with him to heaven. And I wish he could come back again to South Africa. And I bless Mandela. Thank you, Mandela, for having a great day with us.
I thank you for speaking to us. Well, actually, I'm just going to move across here now quickly. If you could just... A lot of people that are standing behind the cordon here, they've got their cameras. In fact, most of them, their cell phones. trained right at the door down there at Mr. Mandela's house, hoping to get a glimpse of a dignitary either moving in or out and getting a picture. And now I see that Mrs. Krasha Marcel's daughter, the eldest daughter who's accepting the flowers, is back out of the house. She's been quite busy, of course, and I'm just going to walk over now and see if we can have a quick word with her. If you can just bear with me for 1 second. Ma'am, thank you very much for speaking to us in this difficult time. Thank you. Tell me, how is the family doing inside?
We are praying. We're having friends that are giving us company, taking comfort, and we are receiving the flower from the public that are coming to see us and to see the family. And we're so happy because there are so many flowers you can see. We are receiving and we're putting here so they can feel that we are appreciate what they're doing.
I don't mean to intrude. We've seen a short while ago you setting up a loudspeaker over there. Are you preparing for a big public service maybe later on?
Yes, because today is the last one here at home. We are traveling this evening to Kuno, so we are preparing a big service today here at home. And we're still having a Kuno, but today here is the last one. And we are inviting everyone to come if it's possible. This is the big moment for us and a very difficult moment.
I really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
All the best. Thank you. Well, I don't have many more words to say. I'll just step out of the shot quickly for 1 second and show you. Down the road, the streets around Mr. Mandela's house, all around have been cordoned off. That's where most of the dignitaries drive through. They come up and the cars stop here and then they step out and walk inside the house. And some of them, of course, they take a moment to come and speak to the people behind the cordoned area there and maybe take a few pictures. And also the international media also standing behind the cordoned off area, and maybe if they are lucky, they get a sound bite or two. At this point, I'm going to hand back to you.
Now, Mbongeni, before we let you go, Mbongeni, whilst you're out there in Houghton, what is the mood like now? I mean, I remember when the news came last Thursday, it was a bit of a somber mood, it was sadness, basically. Now things seem to have picking up a bit, the smiles, as you can see, kids, families. It's become more sort of like South Africa's now embraced the fact that the former state president is no more, and basically celebrating all he is now.
Well, what I can tell you is in the immediate aftermath, when the news broke that Mr. Mandela was gone, we saw crowds coming here and the mood was different. People were actually singing and there was a lot of noise and people celebrating Mr. Mandela's legacy. What we've seen over the past 2 days is the mood is completely different. People that come here are very somber. They're actually coming to pay their respects, and they go to the wall there, they bring flowers, they even though many of them are actually coming to take pictures of themselves, to grab a piece of history. But you can see that they are actually coming to mourn. So it's very quiet, it's somber. That's how I can describe it. And as you saw, even inside, now that we got a chance to speak to Miss Oliver Machel, you could see that really now the mood is that of mourning to a large extent. Definitely inside the Mandela House, but even outside, it's even though there's a bit of excitement that people are actually here at this time and they can take their pictures, but at the same time there is a sense of loss, and they know people can feel that they're actually coming here to mourn and pay their respects to the family of Mr. Mandela.
Mogeni Mucha, thank you very much for speaking to us from Houghton, right outside the Mandela family home. We'll be crossing back to you a bit later on the show as we continue our coverage of this historic man, Dr. Nelson Mandela.
Well, it's been a sad but reflective time for South Africans and the world. And as South Africa prepares for the final send-off, the name and legacy of Nelson Mandela is being remembered across the border in neighbouring Zimbabwe. Now, since Zimbabweans heard of the passing of the former president, they too have been paying tribute to a man who they say not only belonged to South Africa, but to Africa.
Despite his visiting Zimbabwe only a handful of times, Nelson Mandela's name has never been far from people's lips. A major street in the capital bears his name, and as news of Mandela's death began to filter through, Zimbabweans pondered his legacy.
I thought this was the moment to
demonstrate my solidarity, not only with the world and Africa and Southern Africa and South Africans, but solidarity with humanity, because Madiba was an embodiment of humanity in terms of his vision for peace, unity and reconciliation.
If it wasn't for him, I don't think South Africa would have been where it is. It could still have been a harsh place to live.
In a written statement, Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe described Mandela as an unflinching fighter for justice, a great champion of the oppressed, and a man who will forever remain a beacon of excellence. Tributes continued to pour in from those that had met Madiba.
He came here. I had the fortunate role to be with him throughout, and I'm so happy that I had that contact with him at that stage. He was a man I admired so much because he was a very simple man, but his simplicity, in fact his sophistication lied in his simplicity. You would know that he's a deep thinker. When you talk to him, when you discuss with him, you realize that you are talking to a person with a vision far removed from yourselves. That was Nelson Mandela.
I met Madiba at his home in Houghton Park, discussing about Zimbabwe before the 2000, I think it was 2007, 2000, around that time. But he treated me like we had known him for years. Affable, very humorous, but very serious about the plight of Zimbabweans. South Africa and Africa as a whole must celebrate that apart from the pessimism, Afro-pessimism that has dominated African politics, there is a light in Madiba's contribution.
South Africa is a great nation of Africa. You belong to those countries which we always hold in esteem, that the African Renaissance can have a direction. Indeed, it is so pleasurable that you can also give us the greatest son of Africa, who also goes on to project Africa on the global stage in a manner which may never again be done.
Those who were not able to travel to South Africa to mourn him were afforded a chance to join in the commemorations as South African embassies around the world opened condolence books. A steady stream of captains of industry, diplomats, political leaders and ordinary Zimbabweans of all races and ages came forward.
I have been involved in education for the past 50 years, and he has always stood out in terms of, in our school system we would always talk about the need for the type of leadership that he provided. It was there.
Among the mourners, a relative of Nelson Mandela, too sick to travel to the commemorations.
My father ran away from South Africa, and then he was left in the jail. Then my father came here. I'm here to come and to celebrate with others about my father's first cousin, Mandela, whom we are so proud in the family, because we have never had one who is like him. And we are so proud to hear all these things people are saying about him.
South Africans far away from home say Nelson Mandela was able to broaden their horizons, allowing them to contribute to the development of other countries, not as exiles or refugees, but as free men and women.
We lost a great man, and from me, that was the last man standing. We will not be able to go back home in time to bury him, but we say we are with them.
In my language, I would like to say, rest in peace. Lala Gahle Baba, we'll always remember you. You are our father. No one will close that space.
Baba Nelson Mandela inherited the earth and the heavens. We believe that
at a commemoration held in his honor, the impact of Nelson Mandela on the young.
He was one of my heroes because he stuck to his principles and he never gave up. I want to change things that he did.
And what do you want to change?
I want to change things that are bad things instead.
The legacy of Nelson Mandela will continue among the young, as well as in those that bear his name. Nelson Chamisa, the youngest minister in the previous coalition government, was born in 1978, at the time when the name of Nelson Mandela was inspiring Zimbabweans, including his parents.
We're just inspired by the heroic contribution, the courage, the astute leadership then of the liberation struggle in South Africa. And I was given that name. I'm proud to share the name with an icon of the world, a man who has shown us that another world is possible, a man who has shown us that it's possible to have freedom in our lifetime.
As South Africa and the world prepare to bury the remains of Nelson Mandela, Zimbabweans say naming an avenue after the iconic son is a fitting tribute, and that Nelson Mandela Avenue, which flows along the street of government, a central park, opposition headquarters and major businesses, will remain on their lips and hearts, a permanent celebration of arguably South Africa's greatest gift to the world. Shingai Nyoka, SABC News, Harare, Zimbabwe.
Well, we continue to cross two key points across the country during this time, to the home in Houghton, to the Union Buildings, to the Eastern Cape, and now we're going to cross to Richard Newton, who's standing by in Bloemfontein at Naval Hill. Richard, a very good afternoon to you. You're also at a significant point in South African history. You're in Bloemfontein. What can you tell us there? Okay, well, we've yet to establish that sound there. We will come back to Richard at a later stage. Well, quality education for South African children was always a priority of former President Nelson Mandela's. Now, after retiring from politics in 1999, he oversaw the building of 140 schools in rural areas. Now, 4 of these schools were in the Free State. Let's take a look.
Siditi High School lies on the outskirts of Tabanchu outside Bloemfontein. This school was in desperate need of improvements, and when he heard about it, Madiba was keen to assist. A visit to the school by Madiba was all it took to get the ball rolling.
The community at the time was suffering the debilitating effects of poverty, and we felt that we cannot solicit funds from the parents to say, let us have additional buildings. The school was growing, and we felt that something must be done. And we were quite fortunate because Mr. Papi Khanari at the time invited Mr. Madiba, Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was the president at the time, to come and see the status quo at the school.
As was his style, Madiba wasted no time and roped in the private sector to fund renovations to the school. And so 2 additional classrooms, administrative block and a school hall was built.
Ever since then, Siditi never became the same. The school kept on growing, because we felt that we need to uphold the legacy of Madiba and also put shoulder to the wheel to improve the results in order that it should be a signal of appreciation to him, because he really took us from that status quo. That was a sorry situation.
University of the Free State's Rector and Vice-Chancellor, Professor Jonathan Jansen, spoke about Madiba's passion for education.
Everybody knows his most famous statement about education, that this is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. He said that it is through education, that a peasant can become a president, or the mine worker can become the head of the mines. So he leaves a legacy that, apart from politics, and all of that, and reconciliation, was also a legacy of education as being the key to unlocking the potential of this country.
Madiba established the Nelson Mandela Institute in 2007 in response to the education crisis facing rural Africa. Zimasambeu, SABC News, Bloemfontein.
Well, we're going to cross back now to Richard Newton, who's standing by at Naval Hill in Bloemfontein. Richard, very good afternoon to you. Tell us what's happening there.
Yes, indeed, you join us here at the top of Naval Hill, overlooking the city of Bloemfontein. Behind me is the impressive, larger-than-life statue of Nelson Mandela, 6.5 meters, towering above the city. And this has been the rallying point for so many people in the past 8 days, coming here with flowers, with tributes, coming here to mourn, coming here to celebrate. We've seen people here singing and dancing. We've seen people having quiet reflection and prayer. But it has been a large rallying point for people to come up here and to share with their families, with their friends, and some last respects to Thadi Madiba. Now, with me today are a number of people who've brought their families up onto the hill. And Gil, you've brought your family with you. Jou meisiekinders is nog klein. Wat beteken dit vir jou hierdie standbeeld en wat vertel jy vir jou kinders?
Weet jy wat, ek leer hulle dat Tata Madiba was 'n groot man geweest en dat hy vir ons 'n nalatenskap, 'n legacy gelos het en ek leer ook die kinders, my kindertjies en my kollegas by die werk. Nou dit begin by ons om soos Madiba sy nalatenskap te leef. En ons sal 'n sukses maak van Suid-Afrika. Ons is nie hier in wit of swart of so nie. Ons is hier as 'n nasie saam hier bo by Naval Hill. Waar Tata Madiba kom groet en eer aan hom bring aan dit wat hy vir ons beteken het. In elke gedeelte, elke faset in die lewe in Suid-Afrika, sport, dit maak nie saak nie. Madiba het diep store getrap en ons waardeer hom daarvoor en ons is vir baie lief en ons gaan hom baie lief mis.
An important message there that we need to Madiba's legacy forward. It's very important that we tell our children all about Madiba, the youngsters who may not have been able to experience the wonderful message and the wonderful presence that Madiba had. It's very important that the parents tell their children so we can take the legacy forward. Dit is verskriklik belangrik dan om kinders te laat weet presies wat het Madiba vir die land gedoen.
Ja, dit is so. As ons luister die afgelope paar dae na wat mense te sê gehad oor Mandela, net goeie dinge. So dit sal in die beste belang van ons, die land en almal wees, dat ons vir ons kinders sê waarvoor hy gestaan het, versoening, wat hy gedoen het vir die land. En so gaan ons die land vorentoe vat en so gaan dit beter gaan met almal van ons. En ons moet nie vergeet dat ons moet dit waarvoor hy gestaan het, moet ons eerbiedig en ons moet huldig en ons moet dit uitstreef.
En vir mense wat dalk nie Pretoria toe kon gaan so aan, hierdie standbeeld 'n baie belangrike plek vir mense om daai verbintenis te hê met Madiba.
Ja, by die standbeeld dan voel jy so meer na aan hom en dan voel jy so meer waarvoor Madiba gestaan het. En soos ek gesê het, dit is iets wat ons nooit moet vergeet. Ons kinders, die nageslagte moet herinner word aan dit waarvoor hy gestaan het en wat hy vir Suid-Afrika beteken het. So mense wat nie by Pretoria kon uitgekom het nie, in Bloemfontein het ons ten minste die voordeel om hom hier op Naval Hill te kan sien.
And of course, a number of people we've spoken to this week who had never met Madiba in their lives said that coming to the statue, they felt that they had a connection, that somehow they could sleep at night with that connection, that they had touched Madiba. And of course, this statue will always be here. It'll always be a place where people can come and remember what Madiba meant to us and bring children here and tell stories. And I think it's a wonderful thing that people can experience that and can share it with family and friends. Back to you in the studio.
Richard, thank you very much. That was our reporter, Richard Newton, in Bloemfontein at Naval Hill, just with that larger-than-life statue, that 6.5-meter statue of Nelson Mandela in the background. Just saying that that's been the rallying point there for people to come and celebrate and place flowers and just pay their respects in remembering Tata Madiba.
Definitely. Now, as usual, we've been asking you at home to send your comments, send your, Mandela moments, if you can call it that. Yeah. Madiba moments is what we've been calling it, at SABC News Online, our Twitter page. We've got a couple of tweets that came through today. We'll take a quick look at that. As you can see there, one from Iceman's Otis Smith. Forgive not for those who deserve it, but to find peace within yourself and to liberate yourself from hate. R.I.P. Mandela.
And a tweet coming through from Isaac saying, farewell, son of the soil, farewell, my president, farewell, Madiba, peace.
One from Lerato at Moisa05. Madiba tribute, Tata lived and served his purpose on earth. He understood who he was and he lived it.
And another tweet saying, I'm one of those who went to pay homage to Tata Madiba. He's at peace. To the family, thank you for sharing Madiba with the world. And I think that's been one sentiment that's come through quite strongly, is thanks to the family for sharing him with the world.
Yeah, definitely. Another one from Tato Brian Mekwe. He's saying South Africa will be grateful. Stop complaining about not seeing Madiba. Be there means a lot. Whether you saw him or not, it is irrelevant. I think coming back to exactly that sentiment, as you're saying, Natasha, that, you know, although not everyone got a chance to go see Madiba, at least living in memory of everyone basically comes back to the fact that celebrate the man who he was and who he is. And I think a lot of people, as you said, did not get a chance to go see him, as we heard a bit earlier that the GCIS had said that the gates were closed and as far as the viewing is concerned. But I hear news coming in as well.
Had reached full capacity, so people being turned away at the union buildings, unfortunately.
News coming in, I can hear my director telling me that we're now going to cross quickly to, I think, the GCIS government's in fact, the Mandela family, they're holding a quick news conference. Let's cross quickly to them and get the latest update in his fee as far as this broadcast is concerned. What are the plans looking ahead as far as Madiba family is concerned? Let's go straight there right now.
As indicated, I'll be reading a statement from the family. I will be joined by Ndaba Mandela later. The statement goes thus. Tomorrow, Saturday, the 14th December 2013, marks the beginning of our father Nelson Mandela's final long walk back to Qunu, his resting place. In this difficult journey of our father back home, our elders, Mama Graça Machel, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, other members of the family and elders of our clan will be at his side. Once more, as the Nelson Mandela family, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to President Jacob Zuma and the government of South Africa for the excellent arrangements made to enable the people of our country, Africa, the rest of the world, to honor our father in a befitting and dignified manner. The various memorial and prayer services, concerts, public lectures, messages of support and condolences in various media, television, radio, print and social media remain a source of great inspiration to Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the entire family of Nelson Mandela during this difficult hour. We drew further inspiration and courage in the long queues of thousands of our people who braved the cold and wet conditions to pay their respects to this icon and leader of the nation at the seat of government at the Union Buildings in Pretoria from Wednesday to Friday, that is 11 to 13 December 2013. Madiba is certainly at peace, having been bid farewell by the people he so dearly loved, sacrificed, and was prepared to lay down his life for the people of South Africa in their various formations, young and old, black and white, labor and business, religious and non-religious, rich and poor. This is a constant reminder to all of us that Madiba belonged to the people, and it is only correct that he was returned to the people before his journey back to Qunu. Even though Madiba has passed on, we remain critically aware that he lives on in each one of us as a nation. We are of the conviction that his teachings, ideals, values, a deep and burning desire to serve our people will continue to guide each one of us and the nation as a whole and to remain a shining light in efforts to better the lives of our people. We are confident that Nelson Mandela will continuously grow in the hearts of our nation forever. As we prepare for the committal of his mortal remains in his final resting place in Kunu on Sunday, 15 December, we shall do so strengthened by the prayers and thoughts of a nation, continent, and the world in mourning with our family. In conclusion, we wish to draw strength from the writings of Nikolai Ostrotsky when he said, and I quote, "Man's dearest possession is life. It is given to him but once, and he must live it so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years, never know the burning shame of a mean and petty past. So live that, dying, he might say, all my life, all my strength were given to the finest cause in all the world, the fight for the liberation of mankind." Close quotes. Madiba will indeed rest in peace, knowing he dedicated his entire life to the just cause of the liberation of our people, black and white, from the shackles of oppression and exploitation, even at a great personal cost. Now, just more information about the arrangements. Tomorrow, Saturday, the body of Mr. Nelson Mandela will leave Waterkloof Airport at 11:15. He will leave Waterkloof with members of the family who will accompany him. The members of the military will also accompany the body of our icon. When they land in Umtata at about 12:45, the body and the delegation that is accompanying him will be met by members of the family and members of the Tembu Nation and other people who are prepared to meet and accompany the family to give them strength. From there, he will proceed, the convoy will proceed through Umtata town, and there will be 2 stops. There will be a stop on the York Road next to the old stadium. There will be another stop at Ultra City for 10 or 15 minutes for people to see. From there, the convoy will proceed to Kunu, where he will be handed over to the family by the military. And from there, the members of the family will do their part, taking over the body into the house of Madiba, and from there they will wait until the next morning when the official funeral will take place. And I think at this stage I should end there. The state will be talking to you, to the members, on the official program. I may not take that responsibility in case there is a problem. But all members, the minister in the presidency has been talking to the media and to the people of South Africa and as far as that program is concerned. So more about that when the ministers address you. So that is the additional information that I wanted to give to you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks General Matanzima. May I extend my gratitude to you all for having taken time this Friday afternoon to be with us. Hope to see you in Kuno. Thank you very much. As I indicated, I'm not taking no questions. Thank you.
I am blessed to have been around to experience him even as a statesman, as our president, as the first president of our democracy.
He's in the morning air, in the mountains, all around us in this country.
And he carried that throughout his life, and that's one of the lessons that I will always keep with me.
Ons gaan hom mis, maar ons gaan nog steeds sy legacy probeer.
Nelson Mandela embodies courage.
He never wanted to take the credit for himself.
He is a man who has taught us the importance of giving selflessly.
He embodies selflessness, the ability to look beyond one's own needs, one's own desires, and do what needs to be done for society as opposed to just myself.
Like our president said, the nation has lost a son and we have lost a father. But his legacy lives on. That means he'll always be remembered.
It's such a bittersweet, confusing moment, I think, for all of us. You know, we want to celebrate. At the same time, there's this just feeling of finality that is just so heart-wrenching.
We got to celebrate his life.
Welcome back here with SABC as we continue with our special broadcast remembering the life and times of former President Nelson Mandela. Now looking at our next clip, a political activist and former bodyguard of Nelson Mandela, Lionel Mandela, has been saluting the late icon. He's celebrating his life through song.
A musician of note after guarding Mandela for 5 years, commonly known by his stage name Comrade Lionel, Mandela electrifies the crowd with his energetic guerrilla dance moves and liberation songs. Visuals of him performing at Madiba's memorial. Without a blink of an eye, Comrade Lionel speaks highly of his former boss Nelson Mandela. To him, Madiba epitomizes Ubuntu in its entirety.
Where he said to the people that they must stop to name people, the stadiums and the places with the people that are still alive, because people changes every day. That is one of the moments that I can cherish, and I think I had a very good time to be closer to him. And what I can also say is that he's a very humble person who at a lot of times you'll talk to people and say we must not push them away as the bodyguards.
Mandela says being Madiba's bodyguard was one of the easiest duties. However, he enjoyed Mandela's company as he was a man with a vibrant sense of humor. The spirit of his selflessness will always be present in everyone's hearts around the world.
Well, we now cross over to our man on the street, if I can put it that way. In fact, it's at Union Buildings, Danji Chauke. Chief, how's things going on that side? A lot of upset people earlier in the day, as you saw what Griselda Lewis saying, they could not get to the buildings to see the former state presidents because all park and rides have been stopped. How's the mood like right now?
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us outside the Union buildings here. We saw those chaotic scenes earlier today around midday at the Pretoria Showgrounds when hundreds descended on the Pretoria Showgrounds and the police had to close the gates down, saying that there were no more buses that were going to ferry people towards Union buildings. We saw those scores of people pushing through, forcing their way through, and the police managing to avoid a stampede. At least 2 people were slightly trampled, but they are fairly okay. And I also saw a 7-year-old kid who lost his mother during that pandemonium that broke out. But the situation was brought under control by the police. And the latest information that we have is that the viewing of the body of the former president has been extended until 6 o'clock this evening. I've just spoken to an official from government communications, and he has told me that just today 60,000 South Africans, or at least 60,000 people, because we also have people from around the globe, have gone through the Union buildings to view the body of the former president Nelson Mandela. So combining today together with Thursday and Wednesday, we are talking about more than 110,000 people having gone through to see the former president. But joining me right now is the clergy. I have the presiding bishop of the Lutheran Church in South Africa to give us the view of the church. South Africans and the world have shown so much love to Madiba and the family. How do you feel as the church?
We are rejoicing in the sense that South Africans and the global village have shown what it means to be listening to a leader like Nelson Mandela. Had they not listened, they wouldn't have thronged the whole country, especially building it from Tuesday, the memorial service, where even the rain could not pour down the spirit of the people and determination to pay a tribute to the icon of South Africa and the whole world. And even today, the lines that were there, thousands and thousands of people who came, some were even saying they were here yesterday, and when the gates were closed, they couldn't go up to see the remains of the state president. And even today, they were here around about 4 o'clock in the morning, waiting for their turns to come and see and say goodbye to the icon.
Talking about those long queues, you can see behind us, there's still a queue that is going uphill. Those people that have still been given a chance, that last chance to come and view the body. For me, it also reminded me of the scenes that we saw in 1994 when, as all South Africans, we were casting our democratic vote for the first time. How did that feel to you?
It again brought those beautiful moments, but also invoked the spirit of calling upon our people to pray for South Africa continuously and calling upon South Africans to remain united, that ideology should not have the best of them, but they should control ideologies. And above all, they should see and interact with human beings as human beings, not in terms of to which ideological camp do they belong to.
There you have it from the church. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Thank you. For me, it is important to encourage all our church members in their respective congregations to pay respect, especially on Sunday, by offering special prayers for Madiba's peaceful rest, as well as the family and the whole community at large, locally, regionally, and worldwide, because he has left a legacy. Ours is to go out again in numbers as we have done today, to register for voting and also prepare for the polls, because that will help us maintain the changes that we expect. And we wish everybody the rest
the best traveling and peaceful traveling as they go to Qunu and Umtata, and we wish all the best for Sunday. Thank you.
Oh, there you have it from us. But on to our right, we have a small group of people singing there. Oliver Tambo, Talk to Water, you know, one of the most popular struggle songs out there, people carrying placards. But we are seeing some of the people that are still standing here. I suppose we just want to check their views after having viewed the body of the former president. Have you been inside?
Yes.
And if so, how did it feel to be in there?
Look, it was quite emotional, but also what can we say? We appreciate whatever the former president has done for us and the legacy he left behind. It's something that we should work on as a nation to lift up from where he left and be united and give a sharing hand. Because he was all about uniting and helping each other as neighbors. I think we should start helping from our neighbors and our friends and saying, guys, let's move on now. I think that's the legacy left us.
Okay, speaking about the legacy of the late former president Nelson Mandela, we will be bringing you the latest information as and when it happens from around the Union buildings, as well as at the Pretoria Showgrounds, as well as when the motorcade departs the Union buildings. We know that the focus now is shifting from the Union buildings to Qunu in the Eastern Cape. Is back to you in studio.
Thank you very much. That was Njanji Chauka speaking to us from Pretoria, just getting the mood and feel of how things are down there in Union buildings. Just to keep you updated as well, we heard earlier a family spokesperson saying the body of former State President Nelson Mandela will be leaving the Waterkloof Airport at around 10:45 tomorrow, expected to be in Umtata around 12:45 as it makes its way to Qunu and the former State President's last resting place. 60,000 people expected to have gone through to have seen the body of Nelson Mandela in the past couple of days as it lay in state. As we said, SABC giving you all the latest updates, and as far as that is concerned, anything you need to know, stick to the channel right here on SABC News. We'll give you all the information. 60,000 people, Natasha. That is a lot of people.
It is a lot,
If you think that it was expected that about 20,000 people per day. Today alone, about close to 60,000. Massive amount of people turning
Yes, and it's so unfortunate, again, as we've been mentioning, that those park and rides have reached the full capacity and people have been turned away, unfortunately. So, again, just emotional scenes coming from the Union buildings. And we will continue to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. And this evening is you know, it's the last hour really that people can go to the Union buildings.
And as you heard as well, it's been extended from 5 to 6 p.m. tonight. So unfortunately, the park and rides are closed, but the viewing time has been extended to 6 p.m. because of the numbers, the amount of people wanting to go through. I think around midday already, they were up to capacity in terms of not even having enough buses to ferry all those people wanting to go to the Union buildings. Yeah, and that procession will make its way back from the Union buildings again to one military hospital. So I suppose people will be lining up in the streets again as honour, sign of respect, lining up along the streets of Pretoria. I think it's been encouraging or quite, eye-opening to see over the days in the morning, especially how the whole procession happens, how the coffin is taken through to the Union buildings, the guard of honour, how the police or the soldiers do it, the military do it. It's actually been quite a fine cut, easy-looking thing. It's actually nice to the eye when you think that, at the drop of a hat, it happened, But as I said, as you heard the Defence Minister say, this is something that rehearsed and planned for over years, and they had to get it right, especially for the man of this magnitude. Yeah.
Massive logistics, massive logistical undertaking of this nature. And as you said, we heard the family spokesperson mentioning that tomorrow marks the final step in the journey for Madiba as he makes his way to Qunu, the final resting place.
And as you said, again, remember to catch the SABC's broadcast. We will be there as the funeral tomorrow or this weekend, so you catch everything you need to know right here on SABC News.
Right, well, Gauteng's school children have paid homage to Madiba through song, dance and poetry. Now, the event was held at the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund in Johannesburg. The fund was established by Madiba in 1995.
tribute out of the mouth of babes.
For us, Tata Matiba was a father to all of us, and that he has passed away. What's gonna happen to us? Because we lost the father of nation. Mandela was like a father to us, and he helped us fight for freedom.
You are our father. Nelson Mandela, we all love you. No one does not love you. You fight for us. Now I am here just because of Nelson Mandela.
I'll remember him as a hero, as the glue that united people.
Everyone loves you and will miss you. I love him. Without him, who's going to lead our world?
Stefina Komane, SABC News, Saxon World.
Well, it's not easy to grab a child's attention or to keep them captivated, but Madiba had a special way with them.
Definitely. You know, I was actually thinking the other day as well, you know, it's how the big men love children. And I was actually saying, you know, my son is 2 years old now, going on 2. It's going to be unfortunate that he will grow up in a country or a land without a Madiba figure. I think it's something we've always grown, you know, it was part of our family, part of everyone's lives in South Africa and the continent at large, actually.
Well, that's actually something Obama was saying in his speech, is that when we go back to our daily routines, to remember that strength of spirit and to carry that strength of spirit through into our daily lives after all of this.
No, definitely. I think we've got a couple of pictures that we need to look at. As some kids, I think it's drawings. You know, how do you draw pictures? You know, it's a bit tough. I mean, I dabbled in art in high school.
You're not the art type.
No, I'm not the arty type, but I'm sure these got some big pics, nice pics. We'll put up for you. Some kids drawing some pictures about how they remembered the great man. Let's put them up on your screens right now. Let's take a quick look. As you can see there. Thank you, Madiba. We love you for being a wonderful and special man. You led our, what is that? Many people to believe that nothing was impossible. Only a 2-year-old. Nice words from children right there.
Yeah, and we're actually calling all creative children and their parents. If you have created a special tribute, it could be a song, a video, artwork, pictures that we're looking at, such as the ones now, something to remember Madiba, and you want to share it with the world, we'll publish it on that website, which is sabc.co.za/.
Yeah, and
news, and
we'll show it right here on the show as well, yeah, as we continue as far as the broadcast as, well, the SABC continues the broadcast on the special life of former state president, Dr. Nelson Mandela, and you saw those pictures. Nice, wonderful words there. I've seen a couple of kids, you know, I had one the other day, I think we showed it as well on the show. It was actually nice, you know, Ribney of the man himself. It's amazing what comes out of the eyes of kids than one would do as an adult as well, you know. Innocent pictures, beautiful ones.
Beautiful tributes. So you can keep sending those tributes to our website. You can also send us your tweets, that Twitter handle at SABC News Online.
Now, former President Nelson Mandela's oldest living child, Magaziwe, has opened up for the very first time since the death of the elder statesman. She spoke exclusively to the SABC. The contributing editor, Vuyamvoko, spoke to her in Konu.
I grew up very angry, very bitter at my dad because I felt he chose other things rather than us. Every child wants to grow up with both parents. You know, you've seen children who are war babies who travel to countries to find who they are because they want to find their dads, because they want to find out who they are, what makes them up, what's their DNA, what geographical location and environment influences them. And I think it was the same for me until I was in my mid-30s and I said, you know, this little voice said, stop. You are destroying your own self. You've created your own prison. And so I had to free myself out of this prison.
Now, that full interview will be aired tonight at 9 p.m. on SABC2 and our 24-hour DSTV channel 404. Well, that's it from us, but before we go, another look at another clip. African Sanctus portrays Nelson Mandela's roots in the African soil. Starting life as a herd boy in the Eastern Cape, he dedicated his life to establish democracy and personal and religious freedom for the people of his country, while building bridges with the rest of Africa. So let's listen to some music that was conducted by Richard Cox. Beautiful music there, composed and conducted by Richard Cox.
Definitely wonderful sounds. And the pictures of the man, I mean, you're seeing from the herd boy, we saw the farm, the cattle and stuff like that, you know, and then from herd boy to statesman to a world hero, must be, you know, I've enjoyed his life.
It's almost like a modern-day David.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, that's the end of our day as far as this broadcast is concerned. But we'll be coming back to you again, I think, tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. But everyone, do stay tuned right on SABC News, as you'll get every single thing that you need to know as far as that's concerned. Again, I'll repeat some of the information we got from the family spokesperson. The body of this former state president will be leaving the Waterkloof Airport around 10:45 tomorrow morning. Expected to arrive in Umtata around 12:45 rather. That will be in the afternoon as it makes its way to Ekonu.
Absolutely, and we will continue to bring you updates heading into this weekend now with the funeral on Sunday in Qunu in the Eastern Cape.
Yeah. William Volker, our contributing editors down there in Qunu, SABC, got everything covered as far as your broadcast, as far as your information is also concerned. We're going to go through to a quick... In fact, before we go to the Tsonga News Bulletin around 20... In fact, 5:30, about 20 minutes... About 5-10 minutes from now, we'll go to Tsonga Bulletin. But before we go there, we're going to have a bit of music. I think it's the Wits Choir. They composed a bit of a number, an item for the former state president. Let's take a quick listen as the past couple of weeks, in fact, the past couple of days, we've been listening to nice sounds, beautiful music composed and contributed for the big man. Let's take a quick listen at the Wits Choir, their piece on, well, dedicated to Madiba.
Oh,
Our president said, the nation has lost a son and we have lost a father. But his legacy lives on. That means he'll always be remembered.
It's such a bittersweet, confusing moment, I think, for all of us. You know, we want to celebrate. At the same time, there's this just feeling of finality that is just so heart-wrenching.
We got to celebrate his life.
Remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Thank you for your courage.
The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. And we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership. And not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
It's 5:30 on this Friday, the 13th of December 2013. Molweni, Kunjan, Goeiemiddag, hello, and welcome to SABC PM News. I'm Elvis Preston, I'll be your host until 6 o'clock. Now let's take a look at some of your headlines in this special tribute to the statesman Nelson Mandela. The public continued to pour to the Union buildings in Pretoria to view the body of the former President Nelson Mandela lying in state for the third and final day. A statue of the former President Nelson Mandela has been erected at the center of the Union building lawns. And Nelson Mandela believed in quality education for South African children. A somber atmosphere prevailed at the Union buildings in Pretoria as thousands of people lined up to view the body of the former President Nelson Mandela, lying in state for the third and final day. Many police officers, soldiers and correctional services staff joined members of the public to view Madiba's remains. The long queue filed through smoothly, with mourners moving continuously. Several elderly people as well as young children were among the mourners. Mandela's grandson, Mandla, stood to the side of the structure where the body lay. He has remained with his grandfather's body every day. Long queues have also marked the previous 2 days as tens of thousands of South Africans gathered to say their final farewell. The former state president's body will be taken to Qunu in the Eastern Cape on Saturday, where he will be buried on Sunday. Now, a statue of former President Nelson Mandela has been erected at the center of the Union building lawns today. The statue has grabbed the attention of the mourners, with some even moving from the queues to witness this historic moment. The 9-meter-high bronze statue will officially be unveiled by President Jacob Zuma on Monday, the 16th of December, on National Reconciliation Day. The unveiling is intended as an acknowledgement of the contribution made by the first president of a democratic South Africa, a symbol of national reconciliation and unity. The 3 days that former President Nelson Mandela's body has been lying in state at the Union buildings have been incident-free. Law enforcement agencies are out in force to maintain order.
The last opportunity to bid Madiba farewell. For the third consecutive day, thousands at Pretoria's park and ride facilities. Many as early as 5 this morning. Among today's mourners, Themba Khumalo. He volunteered to live in Mandela's Soweto home for 3 years when Winnie Mandela was banished to Brentford in the late 70s.
I looked after the house. I had a dog called Khrushchev. And just about every morning, there was blood splatters in the yard because the security police would scale the fence, you know, to come and do their work, their dirty work at night. But Khrushchev would not allow them to do that.
Despite the large crowds, the 3 days have been crime-free.
The national office will make the pronouncement on those crime stats, but currently there are no, serious incidents that were reported.
The Metro Police have towed away many cars not parked at designated facilities. This to avoid congestion within the CBD. Offenses Timo, SABC, Pretoria.
Now let's now cross. In fact, we're going to cross. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
I am blessed to have been around to experience him even as a statesman, as our president, as the first president of our democracy.
He's in the morning air, in the mountains, all around us in this country.
And he carried that throughout his life, and that's one of the lessons that I will always keep with me.
Ons gaan hom mis, maar ons gaan nog steeds sy legacy probeer.
If you have just joined us, you're watching SABC News, PM News, that is, a special tribute to the former President Nelson Mandela. Now, former President Nelson Mandela's oldest living child, Makaziwe, has opened up for the very first time since the death of the elder statesman. She spoke exclusively to SABC's contributing editor, Vuyumvoko Nkunu.
I grew up very angry, very bitter at my dad because I felt he chose other things rather than us. Every child wants to grow up with both parents. You know, you've seen children who are war babies who travel to countries to find who they are because they want to find their dads, because they want to find out who they are, what makes them up, what's their DNA, what geographical location and environment influences them. And I think it was the same for me until I was in my mid-30s and I said, you know, this little voice said, stop. You are destroying your own self. You've created your own prison. And so I had to free myself out of this prison.
Exclusively to SABC. Now, the full interview will be aired tonight at 9 o'clock on SABC2 and on our 24-hour DSTV channel 404. Magma Raj, a trusted friend and colleague for many years, takes a frank look at Nelson Mandela, the man.
At the political level, I think Madiba had long developed a perspective that it was necessary to go to war. And this he had articulated as far back as 1952-53, for which he was censored by the National Executive. But that didn't mean he abandoned it. Was that a conception well thought out? Or would that be a viewpoint that he held because of the hot blood in him? It's an open question. I think he recounts in his autobiography that the debate in the National Executive, both of the ANC and of the joint executives of the Congresses held in Tongaat, where the decision to form Umkhonto was taken, he himself was prepared to put weight to the other side of the arguments. For example, he recalls in his autobiography that when he, Madiba, criticized the inadequacy of the strategy of non-violence, the late J.N. Singh responded by saying, "It is not non-violence that has failed us, we have failed non-violence." And in his autobiography he says he has never forgotten that statement. So in his mind, while the results are right and celebrated, the issue was never closed, although his position at that time was very clear. So, at the personal level, I think there have been times that his relationships, e.g., I think it was both a personal and a political act when he came out of prison that he went and visited the late Moroka, the former president of the ANC, who had deserted us, who was in the leadership at the time of the Defiance trial, Defiance campaign, and who, when the arrest took place and the trial took place, took his own defense and repudiated the principles of our struggle, and for which he was removed as president of the ANC. But after Madiba came out of prison, he went and paid a visit to Morocco. I have not sat down to talk to him what was his message, but I think that there were many, many facets to that action, and amongst them was the acknowledgement that maybe the political difference had spilled over into a personal difference, and that you should not treat differences that arise in the public space to influence your personal relationships. So, human, that's a trite statement, but it's true. And we do not have to bend over backwards to find that reality in Madiba. He loses his temper. I have asked him on one occasion, laughingly and jokingly, I said, "Hey, don't you ever get scared? And don't you realize that you sometimes make terrible mistakes?" And I was talking about one incident, I can't remember at the moment, that took place in history in our aspect of our struggle. And he said, "You know what you boys don't understand?" He says that when I lose my temper and I say things, I go back that night, and then he says, I start trembling. What have I done? I've reacted in anger, and I've now messed up the struggle. And then he would take corrective action. The same, you don't notice it because he screens it. I don't remember which comrades tell the story during the election run-up in 1994. They were with him on a charter plane to Natal, where he had gone electioneering, and one of the engines packed in. And the pilot informed them, and here was the plane lurching, and the comrades say Madiba kept on the discussion with them. And when the plane touched ground, they were fine. And someone went to Madiba later and said, "Ben, Madiba, you just carried on the conversation. Weren't you scared?" And his answer was, "Listen, you didn't see the state of my pants. But what good was it going to do to keep talking about the engine that's blown?" He says, so he saw his duty to overcome his human reaction, to keep the comrades engaged in discussion on the political problems they were discussing, so that their minds would not dwell and they would not crack up in that moment by only thinking what happens now. Now the plane is shuddering and maybe the next engine is gone. That is not going to help the pilot and not going to help you. So yes, every person in that situation is very, very human. They have their fault lines. Nobody is perfect. What is special about Madiba is the way he reaches out at times to make up for what he would regard as an unacceptable lapse on his part, where his reaction in the public space is carried over into the personal space.
I part from my wife with no recriminations. I embraced her with all the love and affection I have nursed for her inside and outside prison from the moment I first met her. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll appreciate the pain I have gone through. And I now end this interview.
Nobody.
Thank you very much.
I think it's almost a truism of the life of Mandela and a number of us that we acted the way we had to, and in the process, the people who got most injured were not the enemy, but the people who were closest to you. And I think that it's a type of question that we need to ask with a huge sense of indebtedness to those who were injured. Because few of us realize the extent of the guilt that such pain on those close to you has vested into the individuals like Mandela. The fact that they have not shown that in public space, and even in their privacy, must not allow us to diminish our responsibility to those pains. And I say this from a point of view of the immense contradiction inside the individual's conscience. I think you should really look at Madiba's face, because it's the only time you will see it on camera. No, you'll see it twice. You should look at the Madiba and study his face and body when he announced his separation from Winnie. And I think you must look at Madiba's face and body when he announced the death of Makgato and that Makgato had died of AIDS. Nothing in the words that he used will answer your question. Nothing in the words that he used will betray that sense of guilt that a number of us feel. But I think his demeanor and his face tells it all when you look at those two clips. They are the only two clips that I can recall in this instant discussion that show us that.
Thank you for your courage.
The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. and we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership, and not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
Welcome back to this special edition of the tribute to Nelson Mandela, Madiba or Tata. Quality education for South African children was always a priority for the former President Nelson Mandela. After retiring from politics in 1999, he oversaw the building of 140 schools in rural areas. 4 of these schools were in the Free State.
Siditi High School lies on the outskirts of Tabanchu outside Bloemfontein. This school was in desperate need of improvements, and when he heard about it, Madiba was keen to assist. A visit to the school by Madiba was all it took to get the ball rolling.
The community at the time was suffering the debilitating effects of poverty, and we felt that we cannot solicit funds from the parents to say, let us have additional buildings. The school was growing, and we felt that something must be done. And we were quite fortunate because Mr. Papi Khanari at the time invited Mr. Madiba, Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was the president at the time, to come and see the status quo at the school.
As was his style, Madiba wasted no time and roped in the private sector to fund renovations to the school. And so 2 additional classrooms, administrative block and a school hall was built.
Ever since then, Siditi never became the same. The school kept on growing because we felt that we need to uphold the legacy of Madiba and also put shoulder to the wheel to improve the results in order that it should be a signal of appreciation to him because he really took us from that status quo. That was a sorry situation.
University of the Free State's Rector and Vice-Chancellor, Professor Jonathan Jansen, spoke about Madiba's passion for education.
Everybody knows his most famous statement about education, that this is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. He said that it is through education, that a peasant can become a president, or the mine worker can become the head of the mines. So he leaves a legacy that, apart from politics, and all of that, and reconciliation, was also a legacy of education as being the key to unlocking the potential of this country.
Madiba established the Nelson Mandela Institute in 2007 in response to the education crisis facing rural Africa. Zmasambeu, SABC News, Bloemfontein.
The call for an armed struggle in South Africa in 1960 saw Nelson Mandela make his first contact with the rest of the African continent. It was that contact, almost half a century ago, that would have changed the African political landscape. Now, from seeking help for South Africa's struggle, Madiba later became the peacemaker in several African conflicts.
Following the launch of the ANC armed struggle in 1961, Mandela made his first trip out of the country to seek military assistance from the rest of the continent. Through Botswana, he traveled to Tanzania, where he met Julius Nyerere, who tried to convince him to abandon the armed struggle. But an adamant Madiba moved on to Ethiopia to address